Brown has it on the right side. He throws it off over to Jokic. Just a big possession here. This is the first nail in the coffin type of a possession. Aaron Gordon has it. Right side over to Bruce Brown. 8 on the clock. Jokic has it against Ware, looking for that first nail in the coffin. Up, under, hook shot, good! Nuggets lead it by 12, 118 to 106, and now they can start playing clock.
The domination of the Miami Heat, at least in the regular season and postseason, I mean, they 1-5 in the NBA Finals, continues. I believe that is the number now 11 straight in the regular season. And if you add that into the postseason, it's 15 of the last 16 against them. Nuggets just got their number. And I think it's always just kind of been like you've been able to out-talent them. Especially a game like last night. Don't have Tyler Hero. It's a really tough matchup for really anybody, and it's incredibly tough when Jokic puts up 33, 15, and 16. Starting to hit a little bit of that stride. The nice thing about Joker and where his game is at right now is the accuracy, the efficiency has all kind of come back. For a guy who is on the year attempting 5 threes a game to be shooting 61% from the floor is incredibly impressive. I mean, it's hard to really put into words. And Jokic pushed back on this a few games ago, if you remember. I was going to say how easy he makes the game look. And what was the word that somebody used with him in a postgame, if you remember, Nelly? Oh, effortless. They're like, you make it look so effortless. And he kind of pushed back. He's like, it's not. And I think people get confused with that about how difficult it is for him to be able to do this on a nightly basis against, I got a lot of respect for Bam Adebayo. I think he's a really, really good player and super versatile for somebody who is his size. Now, left the game, didn't come back after 8 minutes. But the Nuggets did, and Jokic overall, they just kind of put this pressure on people where there's not a lot you can do about it. And I'm going to continue to get my points and my rebounds and my assists. And you're going to have to put up like a damn miracle in order to even stymie some of my production. Now, as far as everybody else in the roster, I think, and I was the one that overlooked this the most, I think. I thought there would be an opportunity this year where they, out of all the signings and acquisitions they made in the offseason to bring in Valanciunas and Hardaway and Bruce Brown and Cam Johnson and everything else, that the one guy that I think would be least felt on this roster was Tim Hardaway Jr. Because I thought in an ideal world, you have Julian Strawther beating him out for minutes because Julian Strawther's younger. And Tim Hardaway Jr. is now indispensable to that bench unit. He is losing time to nobody. In fact, he is playing the most minutes of anybody off the bench so far. No, you did get a lot of Bruce Brown last night, who, again, he just looks like his normal self of gritty, tough effort, play defense, knock down a couple of shots when you have to. But you've been waiting and begging for this infusion of the ability to score from the bench. And did Russell Westbrook have that? Yeah, kind of. But not in the way that Tim Hardaway Jr. has been doing it, which is you're a threat every time you touch the basketball. That play at the end of the first quarter where it looked like you were going to go into the second quarter with the game tied, and it was that weird little thing of Valanciunas missed a little bunny. The Heat get the rebound with like a second left, and they try and throw it out real quick. Bruce Brown gets a hand on it, and Tim Hardaway Jr. just grabs it, and in like a millisecond gets the shot up for a three at the end of the game. I don't know how many guys you've had that could do that. Now, overall, the Nuggets 5-2 so far to start the year. They had pretty poor defense to start the game that they started to pick up over the next three quarters. I don't know what it is about Norman Powell, but why does he just light you up every time he plays against you? No matter what uniform he's wearing? It just feels like that guy goes scorched earth on the Nuggets every single time he plays against you. Like, he's a really good player. For somebody like, it feels like he's finding the best parts of his game now at 32 years old, which is weird because he hasn't been this type of player. But he does that every time, like every single time. So, few other things here. Texture says, Jamal has been consistently inefficient. Not true. If you think Jamal's having a bad year this year, then you're sorely mistaken. Jamal is shooting, if I give you this, 47% from the floor right now. His three-point percentage has got to be a little bit higher. But if you don't think that Jamal looks more productive than he has in years past, then I can't help you. I had no problems with Jamal to start this season. I think he's been fine. And I actually think the spread within the starting five on the distribution of points has felt pretty right. Now, he had a game last night where Aaron Gordon was playing really well. He was able to dominate down low. He ended up with 24 points. Cool. Like, I'm not expecting perfection every single night. Did the team play well or not? And the answer is yes, and they've done that for most of the year. Even in the first game of the season that they lost to Golden State. It's like you lost because you just kind of let go of the rope at the end of the fourth quarter. Doesn't mean you didn't play well. But for for Nuggets standards, really brand new feel to a roster, for it to look as good as it has, I think this early in the season is great. I got no issues with it. Texture says Hardaway is more of a peer to Jamal than he is to Christian Brown, Bruce, or Julian. He's asked to do something different. And this is, I'm going to repeat things like this over and over again, at least because this is the way that I think about this. And this is not some sort of diss or something like that to Tim Hardaway Jr., because he has been fantastic. The guy who's getting buckets off the bench is going to be the guy who catches your eye the most. Like when I tell you that Peyton Watson, who was 0 for 4 from the floor last night, had a phenomenal game. He had 10 boards, 3 assists, and 2 blocks. He does something that nobody else off the bench can do too. But it's not going to be the thing that's super highlight, really. Everybody is asked to do something different. There's a different role that you need to play. And I think that's the beauty of what makes this team good right now and has made them good in the past. There is a very unselfish nature to statistically what you do, because you have to play your role. Why? Because the best player on the planet who wears the same uniform as you does not care what his stat line looks like. Jokic doesn't care if he scores 10 points or 38. As long as you're making the correct basketball decisions. And so we can look at this and be like, oh, well, am I disappointed with how Cam Johnson has looked so far? Yes. I think he's starting to get a little bit more comfortable within this offense and what his role is. He is not forcing anything. It needs to be better. But he's not forcing anything. Again, I think that this is almost an overthinking thing for him, where he wants to be deferential to the people who have been in that starting five over the last few years, and he doesn't want to rock the boat. And I think it's admirable for him to think that way. but it's also not allowing his production to come through in a way that I think that he's been used to in the past. But I kind of look at everybody on the roster, and I'm like, if this is, they're pretty much set on a 9-man rotation right now. The only exceptions are every once in a while, Julian Strother gets a few minutes here and there. Occasionally, if they think they need a defensive infusion within their 5, they'll put in Spencer Jones for a couple of minutes. But this is kind of what you got. It's that starting 5. It's Valanciunas, it's Hardaway, it's Bruce, and it's Peyton Watson. And I would put that 9 up against anybody else's 9 across the league. But I tell you what, here's what's crazy. So Jokic, who is averaging a triple-double right now by a lot, 24, 13, and 12, his 24 points per game, because this is where the league's at somehow this year, is 18th in the league. Do you know how many people through this early portion of the season are averaging 28 points a night or more? 9. 9 different people. But again, when you got Jokic playing at that kind of level, it's just kind of fall in line, take what you get when you get it. The one disappointing thing I had last night, Jokic throws this sick behind the it's like one-handed over the right shoulder, no look behind his head pass to a cutting Christian Brown, and Christian didn't have the decency to give him a shot attempt afterwards. Caught it, dribbled the ball back out, and I was like, that can't happen. If Jokic throws a sick pass, I don't care if there's 5 guys on you, you got to put the shot up. You got to give it an opportunity.
Well, and Brett, good news is they got a couple days, well, I guess today and tomorrow, to clean up some of these little mistakes, because do you know what their game on Friday is?
Tell me.
They're going to be hosting the Golden State Warriors in game number 2 of the NBA Cup group stage play. So I'll tell you what, I need my boys to bounce back because they did not look good in the NBA Cup game 1 against Portland with that jump ball foul call. Boys, do you want to hang a banner or not? Take care of business.
I swear to God, I feel like the Nuggets try and lose their NBA Cup games.
Yeah!
I really think they look at it and they're like, dude, I don't want to play an extra game this year. Can we not? I don't think they cared at all about losing that game 1. And in fact, if they could just get themselves out of this in a hurry, they might lose on purpose on Friday. Just as a team-wide protest of what that NBA Cup represents. But good game for the Nuggets yesterday. Now, Broncos Raiders tonight, Thursday Night Football. I don't know how else to put this. And it's very rarely that I'm in the Moser camp. But you're going to have to come up with some sort of disaster, it feels like, to lose tonight. And look, it's possible. I think there's a way it could happen. It's rare, but it's given what the Broncos have done over the course of the early portion of this season. It's not crazy to think an offensive struggle could lead to some weirdness tonight, so we'll get to that in just a second. Vitalant and the Avs are teaming up together for November's blood donation, because November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month, and the Avs and Vitalant are encouraging people to donate blood through this link. It's vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. You can find more info there. You can schedule your blood donation. It also gets you automatically entered to win a signed Avs jersey. So all of that is done through vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. And obviously, guys, donating blood is a necessary thing in this world, and we need that to help people out who are very much in need of that, including cancer patients who get blood donations. A huge percentage, I believe Moser said the other day, 20% of blood donations go to people fighting cancer.
And they said, I participated in the company-wide blood drive that we had to kick this thing off. The blood bus came down to Ball Arena.
Yeah.
Bernie was hanging out. It was a fun time. I think Connor was down there. And they were telling you that one donation, just one pint of blood, can immediately impact 3 lives.
Yeah. And it's something that, look, it's a great thing to do. It's something that I think we should all do a little bit more, and you can sign up through Vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. But Thursday Night Football is tonight with the Broncos and the Raiders. Also,
it's Thursday Night Football.
This is another Nuggets Ticket Thursday, correct?
That is correct. We'll have some keywords on the 20s. You know the drill.
You guys know the drill. So every hour on the 20s got a keyword. Your first keyword coming your way next. Yeah, it's great. You guys haven't been good since this guy dropped this thing. So you're playing against the Raiders tonight. Your first keyword, though, for our Nuggets ticket Thursday is Joker. Text Joker in your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and we'll put you in Ball Arena with a pair of tickets we're giving away at the end of this show, and each show has a pair. And this is for the Nuggets game on the 17th against the Bulls. And while you're at Ball, you can check out those Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. The great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA. But text Joker and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
I don't really think you had the word Thursday in there enough.
You're right.
Do people know what day it is?
Thursday.
Thursday ticket Thursday tickets. Okay. There we go.
Here's the deal. We know the Broncos are good. They're a good team. I'm still not sure how good yet because of the offense. And the only thing that would keep you from talking about them in a totally different context of bar none Super Bowl contender, blah, 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 is that their offense is so inconsistent. Here's what the Raiders have done this season. They have 2 wins. They won their first game of the year against the Patriots, which is a great win, but I don't think the Patriots quite knew. It's like Drake May was just starting to get it because he had a few starts last year, but he's never the full-time starter officially, and the Raiders took advantage of that situation. They then lost 4 straight. Chargers, Commanders, Bears, Colts, all tough games. They beat the Titans, who are the worst team in the league, and then have lost 31-0 and 30-29 to the Chiefs and the Jags over the last couple of weeks. There shouldn't be really any question of whether you're going to win this game or not. There shouldn't. The only reason why there might is because of what we've seen repeatedly, even against bad football teams that you've played against. Where could the Raiders win? I don't know. If your offense looks like it did against the Jets, they could. Could the Raiders win? I don't know. If it looks the way that it did against the Giants for 3 quarters, they could. You know, this whole hang around, fourth quarter explosion stuff is just you're playing with fire. Do I think the Broncos are going to win tonight? Yeah. Do I think they're going to win comfortably by a couple of scores? Yes. But when I ask anybody here in town who watches this team consistently, do you think the Broncos offense is going to play well tonight? And everybody's answer is, I don't know. That leaves room for error, even against the worst teams.
Well, what comes to mind is actually the Broncos-Raiders game last year when the Broncos were doing the same thing they're doing tonight. They were wearing the throwback D, and it was an afternoon affair. And if you remember, the Broncos didn't look good to start that game. Their offense looked just as disjointed and anemic as always until PS2 had that 100-yard pick six on Gardner Minshew. And you remember Gardner was trying to make a tackle after he threw the pick, and somebody just blew his ass up.
Yep.
And we all thought that play was going to be erased by a penalty. He just put, was it Zach Allen? I don't remember, but somebody put Minshew on his backside. And once that happened, offense took off.
Yeah, game shifted.
That entire play, that's the reason the Broncos won. That play right there was the difference maker. And so I just don't want to see that. I don't want it to, I don't want there to be just one play that completely shifts everything. If you're a good team, then come out and start strong. Just score in the first quarter. Am I asking I ain't asking for the world here, Brett.
No, it's not asking for the world. So I'm just trying to do quick math here. 65, 87. So you had barely over 100 yards of offense in the first half of that game last year.
I ain't asking for the world here.
And remember, it really felt like that game was a turning point. Like that game was, you could almost look to that one specifically and say that's where the season kind of changed because it could have gone in a pretty bad direction. They had those 2 losses to start the year. The really good win over Tampa. They squeak out that monsoon game in New York against the Jets. And when the Raiders were about to go up, it looked like 17-3. Could have had a completely different response to what the rest of the season was going to be. But to Nelly, to what he just said, the interception from PS2 opened the game up. And then in the second half, you started to find a rhythm on offense. Oh, by the way, Jonah Ellis was who you're looking for, not Zach Allen.
Thank you, Texters. That hit was glorious, man.
And I'm just trying to point something out. A texture says, Brett, you make it sound like the Broncos suck for 3 3/4 of a game, 3 3/4 of a game on purpose. It's obscenely stupid. They suck until the defense gets lazy or goes into prevent. It's not that they're doing it on purpose, but there is a difference. You know what's funny? I just heard yesterday Dan Orlovsky talking about, he was asked this specific question. And I wish we could get Dan on the show, but he's got too many obligations now in the morning with ESPN. Because Dan's pretty good at what he does. And they asked him about Bo Nix and the Broncos offense and what is the purpose for 3/4 of nothing and a 4th quarter of a lot. I think this is a really interesting perspective. He said Bo Nix is wired at such a highly competitive level that he almost feels like he should be a linebacker as opposed to a quarterback. And here's the reason why. He goes, for 3/4, it feels like every snap that he takes is the 12th round of a heavyweight fight. Like he is trying to get everything out of every play. And it's almost as if he calms down in the 4th quarter as opposed to the first 3. And I totally agree with that. Like, I've been saying this for a while. I think that Bo Nix presses at the beginning of games. And here's what happens. You get this highly complex Sean Payton offense. Every play is a different personnel grouping that runs in. You got to recalibrate. All right, who's on the field right now? Okay, got that. What's a play call? Get that in. Oh, it's a super long play call. Hang on, guys. You get up to the line of scrimmage. You got to read the defense. All right, who am I going to first? There's a whole bunch of different things that are calculating in his brain at the beginning. And I think for him, he wants to make the right play so badly that he ends up pressing, overthinking, and a guy who's wide open over the middle of the field is now missed because you're like, you want to be so perfect on it. Now, in the 4th quarter, I think it's much less chaotic for him. I think he just kind of has the mentality of, however it needs to be done, I need to get to our end goal. Whether that's a drive down the field for a game-winning field goal, whether that's a touchdown to get us back within striking distance, whatever it is, it's not so much wanting to be perfect. It's about, let's just go out and however we got to make a play, let's make a play. He talked about this, by the way, earlier this week. How can the offense get more consistent in the first portion of the game?
I think, if we can find a way not to have to play the number 1 defense in the league, that might help. But, they're trying to keep us from scoring at the same time we're trying to score. So it's not easy, and we found ways at times. And the good thing is we've fooled guys like you to believing that's easy at some point in the game. So I think that's, we always want to score every drive. That's, point blank period. That's our goal. Sometimes we fall short of that goal and we have to, rely on the next drive and go score the next drive. But, I think at times we execute better than others, and then we just got to find a way to execute all of them like they're the most important thing ever. And we're always really close, and so that's the good thing.
Nelly, my hamstring is almost cramping up right now, so I might need you to talk, but I'm good for now. My hammy is about to curl up into a ball, though. That is really weird. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it's happening.
Can I guess?
Why?
Did you go to another beer fest and start talking some smack with your boy who could run faster?
No. This is a cramp. This isn't a pulled hammy. This is a cramp. Then I've drank a ton of water over the last few days. So this is, I don't believe in anything they say now about hydrating. I'll tell you what made me a little bit upset about that clip, because I feel like this is way too nonchalant for me. And this comes from both Peyton and Bo Nix and a little bit of Dion that we can get to later. But why is the offense struggling in the early portion of games, and how can it get better?
I think, if we can find a way not to have to play the number one defense in the league, that might help.
That little thing right there, I know it's a little cutesy offline and whatever, but I think that would be fine had last week been the outlier to the season. But this is what I've been trying to get across to people. And it's part of the reason as to why, like, I have high expectation for the Broncos. I do. I think when you have a defense like this isn't something that you can just take for granted. They've had good defenses in the past. They ain't had this. And so I want the offense to be able to complement them in not an equal way. I want them to complement them in a mediocre way. If this defense is like a 10 out of 10 stud unit, I need the offense to be like a 5.5. Like, I'm not asking, as Nelly said earlier, I'm not asking for the world. I just want them to be mediocre.
I'm just asking for an 8 ball and $2 million.
I just want to be mediocre. And too often this season, it hasn't been. And if it was just sort of down the middle, and what gets weird about this, you look at the numbers for the Broncos offense, and it does say that they're mediocre. Yards per game, points per game, like they're all hovering sort of in the middle of the league. But if you did the quarters 1 through 3, you know how much those numbers would drop. And if you did just the fourth quarter, the Broncos would be the best offense in the NFL. So what I'm looking at in this is, if the offense can do their part, and what I want to see is, against a team like this, like the Raiders are bad. You're not only going to play against a bad defense, you're going to be playing against a team that's going to give your offense extra opportunities because they are not going to move the ball on your defense and probably turn it over, because that's what Geno's done all year. I just want the offense to get there. I want them to get to a point to where it's like, how's the Broncos offense? You're like, they're all right. They're all right, can win you a Super Bowl. And so when I look back at the last week, and, people didn't like my tone on Monday because the Broncos won, I go, yeah, you won, but it's like, don't you guys see what this team can be?
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
I'm just asking, don't you guys see it too? And so it would be such a shame if the offense just for whatever reason couldn't find it, and then you end up in a place where you could have been competing for really big things, and the offense just didn't get there. And it's part of the reason why I was so excited about the prospect of, when the Waddle stuff was out there a couple days ago. I'm like, yeah, man, just try and infuse something more into the offense. Like, try and get it going. Why not? Again, not yelling and screaming about them not making a move. And by all indications, they had multiple phone calls with Miami, and Miami just had a price that was too high. Not just for the Broncos, for everybody in the league. So whatever. But all I'm saying is there is a definite feeling of, God, this could be so good if they just find this. And part of the frustration,
it's in there.
It's in there. I've said this for a while. The first time that I really had this thought was when Jokic was winning his first MVP and his second MVP, and there were the people that were doubters of Jokic. Things that you don't understand get really frustrating. For example, I was just trying to put in a car seat base yesterday for a newborn. And we got it from a friend, and it didn't have instructions. And I was losing my mind because I couldn't figure out the proper way to put it in. I was angry. I've done this before. I know how to do this, but it made me angry because I didn't understand what I was doing wrong. I think the same thing was happening with Joker. People doubted Joker because they didn't understand how a guy who looked like that and moved like that puts up 30, 15, and 15. And I think with this Broncos offense, they frustrate me because I'm like, why can't it be better than this? We went through the checklist earlier. Do you remember this, Nelly? When earlier this week when I looked at Moser, I go, Moser, are the wide receivers good? And he goes, yeah. Is the offensive line good? He goes, yeah. The running back's good? Yeah. Quarterback good? Yeah. Play caller good? Yes. Then what's the issue here? And that lack of understanding right now is what's really getting to me. And I think part of the reason is Bo Nix just hasn't been accurate enough. And I'll remind you, I think that all kind of stems from he's trying so hard to be perfect. So, 303-504-0925. A lot more to chat with about the Raiders as we go along today. The keyword for this hour is Joker, so text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the game on the 17th against the Bulls. Back after this. Los Lonely Boys. I'm going to replay something from a couple days ago. And I want to ask people just genuinely, what enters your mind when you hear this? And the question I ask afterwards.
Last week I asked you about changing responsibilities among your assistant coaching staff.
Yeah.
And you mentioned, those things happen behind the scenes, you tweak things.
Yeah.
At what point, though, after some of these losses, do you kind of lose trust in having the people in the right spots?
I might already change it and you don't know. I don't do stuff and blow the whistles in and make major announcements. Hey, I don't do that kind of stuff. I do it and I let you guys still take shots. You don't even know you may be shooting at the wrong target. So some things take place that you may not be privy to.
At what point would they be changes that we do notice, though?
That's up to you to notice them. They may have already happened.
That clip right there, combined with an article I saw yesterday from On3 Sports, that CU has declined to comment on the offensive play calling situation. Why? Why? I know, like, from yesterday, I just had this feeling. I think as a fan base, I hate to use the word deserve or owed or obligated or something like that, because you know what? Life's not fair sometimes, and people run businesses in different ways. But do you think as a fan base you're owed to know who's in charge? Because I kind of do. I think that if Sean Payton said, yeah, I'm taking the play calling duties away from myself, and then somebody says, well, who's going to be calling plays? And he goes, none of your business. I would argue that it is kind of our business. Like, instead of playing this game of, I first of all, I don't understand the strategy as to why you'd even do that. What's the point in being so coy about who your play caller is? It's a very important part of your team. But it's also, I think it's something that has to do with when you put in time and you put in your cash and you put in your effort and your passion into watching something like this, there has to be some level of transparency and trust between you and your fan base. This isn't like who's going to start on Saturday and he goes, we'll see. Well, I'm going to eventually figure that out when the game starts. But as far as the inner workings of your organization and what you do, I do think there's a level of transparency that's necessary to keeping a fan base happy.
And Brett, I know this isn't quite the direction you wanted to go, but when you said you're going to play this clip and what comes to mind, every time I hear that and Deion says, I'm not going to just blow the whistle.
It's a good jam, though.
It's a
good jam.
I just want to go hyphy whenever I hear that cut from Deion.
But at the same time, it's just, I don't think you need to call a press conference and sit Pat Shurmur in front of everybody and embarrass him. It's just like, hey, man, this thing hasn't been going well. Pat's going to take a step down. He's going to be coaching the quarterbacks. We're going to give these play calling duties over to the tight ends coach. I don't see what's wrong with that. And Pat Shurmur's not some 24-year-old intern who's going to be thrown to the wolves. He's been hired and fired a bunch of times in his career, and I think he probably gets it. But overall, do you want to know why I think he's doing this? Because when he steps to a press conference and he goes, I'm not going to make players available to the media this week, and I'm not going to make coaches available this week. You want somebody to blame, you blame me. Why would he do that? Like, is it a good show of leadership to take responsibility that way? Yes. You know what else it is? He knows there's not a damn thing they're going to do to him.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
He ain't going anywhere. I mean, and here's the other part. Or is this being too conspiratorial here, Nelly? Does he not announce the Shermer thing because he was hoping the following week when the tight ends coach took over that if they threw up, a 35 piece on the board, he'd be able to go to the press conference afterwards and be like, see, I made the change and you guys didn't even know it. And look how big of a genius I am because I hired that, or I promoted this guy and this guy made, you know what I mean? Is that too conspiratorial?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past Dion.
I'm trying to find the reason as to why you would do this.
Well, because it's not his job to tell you.
But I think it kind of is. And that's where we disagree.
Well, no,
not me personally.
Yes,
but I think you need to keep your fan base abreast of how you're running, like the people who are at the top. We work for a pretty big company here, Nelly, at KSE. We got a lot of different people and a lot of different jobs who do a lot of different things. Do I think that I deserve to know who the CEO of the company is or something? Kind of. I think that if you're an employee or if you're somebody who's actively involved within a corporation, that should I be able to go on the website, look it up, and be like, who is in charge of this? Yeah, I think so. I don't think that, again, I don't know why I'd ever need to talk to the CEO. I'm just trying to find some sort of comparison.
Some of this, though, Brett, if I may, some of this kind of feels like a red herring because we're sitting here talking about whether or not we're supposed to know that the play calling duties were switched. Meanwhile, coming off of a bye week, the Buffs have given up 105 points in 2 games.
Yeah, I know.
After a bye week. And we're sitting here talking about who's calling plays on offense? I think that's a smokescreen. Why are we talking about this porous defense when your head coach is a Hall of Fame DB, and yet we got a sieve on the field?
Because it's both. Because in that first game out of the bye week at halftime, yes, Nelly, they allowed 386 total yards of offense, which is crazy. What'd they get on offense? Negative 18 yards. I mean, they're both really bad. And a texter says, but you're not a CU employee. I'm not. Again, I'm not talking about me. I think that diehard Buffs fans that spend a whole bunch of cash to show up in Boulder every single Saturday or spend every Saturday watching their games, plan their Saturday around it, deserve to know what's going on with their team. That's what I mean. They aren't employees, but they're consumers. I mean, if I don't need to know who the offensive coordinator is, then why do I need to know who the head coach is? Why not just hire an entire staff and don't say who's in charge? And we can all just figure it out on our own. The reason is because you need to know who's in charge. Because you need to know if this thing's going in the right direction or not, and who is the guy that's spearheading the whole thing. That's how I think about the offense, and that's how I think about the defense, especially with the head coach who is more of a delegator. Like, Dion ain't calling plays. So, I don't know. I find that whole situation weird, and I don't know what the advantage is into not saying who's who. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. You can also watch the show on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broncos Raiders. Thursday night football. Got some Sean Payton audio that we're going to get to a little bit later. There is a feeling that I have that is Moser-ish of I think this game should be handleable in a very easy way. So we'll get to that in just a second. Recap the Nuggets, their win last night, Jokic's great game. All that coming your way with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. That starts next.
right side. He throws it off over to Jokic. Just a big possession here. This is the first nail in the coffin type of a possession. Aaron Gordon has it. Right side over to Bruce Brown. 8 on the clock. Jokic has it against Ware, looking for that first nail in the coffin. Up, under, hook shot, good! Nuggets lead it by 12, 118 to 106, and now they can start playing clock. And there's the shot clock, or there's the game horn in Denver. The Nuggets remain perfect at home so far this season. A monster triple-double by Nikola Jokic, and Denver wins it by 10, 122 to 112.
The Nuggets beat the Heat in the regular season for, I think, the 52nd consecutive time is the tally we're up to now. Yeah, it's a lot. You own Miami. We always talk about, like, regular season. I mean, in the finals, they won in 5. Wasn't like that was close. I mean, they've owned them.
I don't know why that is. I mean, certain teams.
Yeah.
And it's funny because Miami plays hard, right? The one thing, even Aaron Gordon said it last night, the one thing about Miami, and Moser, you got teams like this in every sport, right? That they might not have the talent, but their coach and their culture forces them to play really, really hard. The effort level's there. They just don't have. Last night, dude, it was the land of Lilliputians for Aaron Gordon and Nikola Jokic. When Bam Adebayo left the game, it was over.
Yeah.
And then Eric Spoelstra's house burned down last night.
What?
His house burned down.
Really?
Yeah. Early this morning.
Goodness. Okay.
Hey, really?
This is a real thing.
I mean,
this isn't Moj being like, no, his house burned. Like his house actually burned?
The home of Miami Heat coach Eric Spoelstra was heavily damaged Thursday morning by a massive fire, officials said. There were no immediate reports of injuries, and Spoelstra was not home when the fire started.
Jeez.
I wonder if he knew this during the game.
Fire officials said the blaze was called around 4:36 a.m., unless, it was early this morning. So 2:36 a.m. Denver time. Spoelstra and the Heat played in Denver on Wednesday night, and their charter flight back to Miami did not land until 5:11 a.m.
Damn. Okay. Well, that stinks. Now, to your point, though, Vic.
I mean, it's awful, is what it is.
It is awful. To your point, though, Vic, there are just some teams where you got them. You got their number. And to be fair, Miami was Bam leaves the game last night. They didn't have Tyler Hero. It was
over.
Yeah, it was over. I will say this. Norman Powell's got some sort of wizardry whenever he plays against the Nuggets. He doesn't miss from 3 against them.
He loves Ball Arena.
Yeah.
He loves it.
But we're starting to get, and I don't know how to qualify this because I don't want to look like too far ahead, especially from an individual standpoint. Jokic is not going to get 30 points a game this year. We know that. He scored 33 last night, super efficiently. But if Jokic averages like 14 boards and 13 assists on top of 24 points, what do you do with that? He finished last night 33, 15, and 16.
I'll tell you what you do with it. You finished 3rd in the MVP voting because people are tired of giving you the MVP.
Used to seeing it.
Blah, blah,
Yeah.
You realize that last night he could have had 25 assists.
Oh, my God, dude. I'll tell you the one that pissed me off the most. Can I, please?
I know which one. I know which one because, I live above the rim, so I know what that's like.
No.
It's not the Peyton Watson missed dunk?
No.
Okay.
When Jokic throws a one-handed, no-look behind-the-back flip to a cutting Christian Brown, you aren't allowed to not shoot.
I got you.
You don't dribble the ball back out to the three-point line. I don't care if you have 8 people on you. You put the ball up. You try and get an assist out of it. Okay? Because that pass was sick, and he didn't even try and shoot it. I don't know, man. The Nuggets, you said one thing about the Avs. I think it was about the Avs a few days ago, Vic, and I think you can apply this to the Nuggets too. Take care of home. And they've been doing that. Undefeated at home so far this year, 4-0.
That was the goal this year. Last season, they lost 15 games at home, which is a lot for this team. They started 1-2 at home last year. Now they're 4-0, and every game has been easy. Now it gets real, though, because they got a couple here back-to-back. Indiana's not very good. They got Indiana on Saturday, but Golden State tomorrow night, and they owe the Golden State Warriors. They owe them.
Yeah, for letting go of the rope at the end of that first game. I'll tell you what's really surprising to me, and this is where I was wrong. If I had to power rank all the acquisitions of the offseason and the impact that they would have, and I know we're a short way through the year. We're 7 games in. But if you told me Cam Johnson, Valanciunas, Bruce Brown, Hardaway, put them all in this power ranking system, most impact to least impact, I think I would have had Hardaway last, honestly.
You're not alone. You're not alone, man. I think he was the most below-the-radar player that they acquired because he came at a veteran minimum, and it was a very quiet acquisition. But, man, you were so right, Brett. You're so right. If guys are struggling shooting last year, like Jamal struggled shooting last night.
Yep.
Cam still hasn't found it.
Yep.
All right. The jump shooters were not there last night. They just weren't. Jump shots were being missed. If they made their jump shots, they'd blow them out by 40. But here comes Tim Hardaway off the bench, doesn't have any conscience at all. That's what I love about him. You ever seen a guy just say, no, I'm shooting?
The perfect example, Moj, is at the end of the first quarter.
It was so good. It was just so good. I mean, so how do I put it? It was so in one motion and smooth.
Yes, yeah.
Is what it was.
So, like, you allow Miami to close that game out. It looks like you're going to end the first quarter tied. And Miami tries to get a quick pass out. Bruce Brown gets a hand on it. It goes to Hardaway, and it's like the second it got in his hand, it was already released to the hoop in like a millisecond.
Just
and it was
beautiful.
money.
Gorgeous.
But I thought, Moj, at the beginning of the year, I'm like, Hardaway is going to be competing with Strother for that role on the team. And now Strother's like, yeah, you can just sit down. Hardaway's got it. Go ahead.
Well, it's just kind of weird. Well, I was agreeing with you. It's just kind of weird to me. It's not even weird. It just shows you what position they're in and now as compared to last season, where Julian Strother, whom I like, but he's a routine DNP-CD.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing in terms of, because I think the guy can play a little bit, but you've got other guys who are actually going on out there and they're doing it. And it's going to bode well down the stretch, too. Not that he's not going to play at some point or might be needed at some point.
He's going to be.
But this is not, you don't have to play him if you don't want to, which is good.
Yeah, I thought that there'd be some sort of competition. I think what I said before the season started was the ideal scenario is Strother plays so well that Hardaway can't get on the floor, and now I never want Hardaway to leave. You know what I mean?
I am so with you, man. I'm so impressed by his game, and he's a true pro. He's a professional sniper is what he is. He knows how to shoot, when to shoot, and he doesn't have a conscience about shooting. He just goes.
Here's the other thing. In a much different way to impact the game, Peyton Watson coming off the bench, grabbing 10 boards, throwing in some assists. I know he's 0 of 4 from the floor, but his length defensively, his ability to block. I mentioned this a few games into the season, but I think he looks so vastly improved and comfortable with that new unit. Because if you remember, Moj, he had to be kind of like an offensive threat last year especially. Because off the bench, it was what? It was Russ and like him were the only ones that were stalwarts within that bench unit. And it's like, yeah, he's got to score a little bit. He doesn't really have to right now. Just play that impactful style of basketball where you're grabbing rebounds and blocking shots. Now, he's got to mix in some scoring. But I think that Hardaway, Valanciunas, those guys can handle a lot of it.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to call it a luxury, Vic, but the starting five, and I guess I'll leave Cam out of this for right now because he's still getting accustomed to Denver and accustomed to what the Nuggets do. Well, let's go the other four. It's such a well-oiled machine. It's such a... Is it a big luxury? It's just that these guys know each other so well, and they're almost always so effective. At least 2 out of the 4 are going to be incredibly effective on any given night.
Yeah.
You don't need Peyton Watson to come in and put up this. You don't need Valanciunas to come in and put up this. Or you
will eventually.
Yeah, but I mean, not right now. And on most nights in the NBA, you don't need that because most of your starting 5 is going to kick some major butt.
All right, I need to say something. Because I'm sitting there last night after our postgame show, and we're waiting the arrival of Nikola Jokic at his postgame press conference. They had to turn the water off at Ball because there was a busted pipe. So he didn't even get a chance to shower. And DMac and I are sitting there going, how spoiled are we as basketball fans, as sports fans in Denver, to have this man on a nightly basis do what he does, where you can watch a game in which a human being at the professional sports level, professional basketball level, can put up 33 points, 16 assists, and 15 rebounds, and you just ho-hum it like it's just another night. Do you understand that stat sheet, that stat line right there? Three steals to go with it, 7 of 8 from the foul line. Do you understand how hard it is to do what he did last night?
He shot like 68% too, right?
Yes, 7 times in his history, in his career, he's had now a 30-15-15 game. You know LeBron James has never had one of those? Ever.
I did not know that.
He's never had one of those in his career, and he's played for like 55 years. What Nikola Jokic is doing, guys, I don't know how much longer will we be alive, Moshe? Do you have an estimation?
Oh, maybe a couple of weeks if we're lucky.
Okay. I just need people to start writing this down for our generations to come. I need somebody to write down what we're seeing. Has anybody written this down? Has anybody kept track of this?
Who's a designated scribe? Let's go back in time. It's like, hey, dude, your job is to write down everything that goes on in this village. Period. End of story.
There are kids.
Do your job.
There are teenagers. There are kids who are watching Nuggets games today. They're watching this and they're saying, yeah, Do you understand this just doesn't happen? That this is the golden era? That this is the peak of the peak? That we will never, ever, ever, ever see this again? I don't know how long ever lasts. I don't. But it's never going to happen.
You know, but what's so funny, and maybe this will be you, Brett.
Yeah.
But there are, let's say you have a 20-year-old out there right now, a 25-year-old. It's like, oh, yeah, man. Joker, man, he's rad, man. It just blows my mind, man, right? Whoa. And then that guy is going to have like a kid someday, that gal. And then there'll be like 45. And let's say the kid's like 12.
What you getting at here?
And then you say, man, Joker was like, yeah. No, but you don't understand. You'll never see it. Yeah, Dad, we get it. You always say that. You're never going to see it again. And it's true. I'm telling you, youngsters, right now, someday your kid is going to blow you off. When you try to tell them how awesome Nikola Jokic was, and you saw these unbelievable triple doubles, they're going to go, yeah, big deal.
But it's
going to piss you off.
It's the way he controls a game from every level. And when I say controls a game, he'll bring the ball up the court, and you're just watching the mind work. You're watching the brain operate. You can almost feel his brain just purring.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, where's it going? Who's getting it? Right? Like, who's getting it? Who wants it?
He's just pointing at people. You go here.
Yeah.
You here.
Yeah.
You go there.
But you can feel the brain. I've never felt somebody's brain.
I think
outside of Nikola Jokic.
It's like some sort of wave that comes and permeates through the crowd. I think Vic is right about that. I completely agree with everything you're saying, Vic. This is unprecedented. This is history making and so on. I just can't believe in the future that some kid's going to blow their parent off and say, I don't care, no big deal. Couldn't have been that good.
Again, just to give you a perspective, I was just handed this. Thank you. Number of 30, 15, 15 games. All right, these are all around offensive wizardry type games. 30 points minimum, 15 assists, 15 rebounds. Since 1980, Nikola Jokic has 7 of such games. Everybody else in the world has 7 combined.
Since when?
Since 1980. So Nikola Jokic has 7 of those, which is probably the most well-rounded game you can have. Everyone else alive in civilization, like people living since 1980. Like how many people have been around since 1980 in the world? They have 7 combined.
Pretty good. Here's the other thing. Remember that first game that Jokic had when it's like, oh, he looks a little bit out of shape? He was really inefficient from the floor, wasn't knocking down shots. Jokic has made 63% of his shots or better in each game since.
And then after the game, he
Each.
comes out for this press conference, Brett, and he sits there and answers every question. He doesn't take off. He's sitting there. He's patient. He does his job. He's a professional. He doesn't give you attitude. He doesn't pull that I'm a big shot stuff. He just, I don't know what to say anymore.
Speaking of attitude, this quarterback better mind his P's and Q's. It's not cutesy to me.
Huh?
We'll get to it.
Is it the clip I played in the appetizer?
What clip did you play in the appetizer?
Bo Nix?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Okay, so we'll get to that in just a second. It is a Nuggets.
Bo Nix is especial.
A Nuggets Ticket Thursday. So we have keywords on the 20s every hour for every show, giving away a pair of tickets to the Nuggets in Bulls on the 17th. Your first keyword coming your way next. All right, every hour on the 20s, it's another keyword, and it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. And that means we're trying to put you in Ball Arena for the game on the 17th against the Bulls. The keyword for this hour is Nicola. Nicola. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Why not? He's a triple-double machine. So text Nicola on your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's a chance to get to that Bulls game on the 17th. Don't forget those great concessions, the deals for $5 for the best fans in the NBA. But text Nicola in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So, Moser, I know where you're going with this. And I'm going to get
Boy, am I going to be accused of being Vic.
I didn't like it either.
Vic, I'm going to be accused of being an old fuddy-duddy.
I didn't like it either.
And you know what? Maybe I am. Maybe in 2025, you can just be this way.
You're just an old man.
Without doing nothing. I don't, I'm going to get myself in so much trouble today. Just play it and let people decide for themselves.
Okay. Here's Bo Nix. Yesterday.
What? Hold on. Should I be the regular media member, the Denver media? Should I just do a Denver media member thing or any media member thing?
Which is?
Laugh hysterically at something that's not funny?
No. Here's what I want, because I want people to hear this. The question was, hey, the offense is obviously struggling early in the games. How do you fix that?
I think, if we can find a way not to have to play the number one defense in the league, that might help. But, they're trying to keep us from scoring at the same time we're trying to score. So it's not easy, and we found ways at times. And the good thing is we've fooled guys like you to believing that's easy at some point in the game. So I think that's, we always want to score every drive. That's, point-blank period. That's our goal. Sometimes we fall short of that goal, and we have to, rely on the next drive and go score the next drive. But, I think at times we execute better than others, and then we just got to find a way to execute all of them like they're the most important thing ever. And we're always really close, and so that's the good thing.
Go ahead, Moshe.
Everything about that answer was awesome.
Except the beginning?
Except the beginning.
Yeah.
Which, dude, come on, man. We know there are issues. You know there are issues. We know that. Look, if it's Peyton Manning saying that, that's one thing. I think. I don't want to overstate it. We don't play the number one defense in the league. That's one thing we can do. Well, the New York Giants sucked ass. Yeah, you won that game. But you stuttered and stumbled your way through a lot of it. We all understand that there are issues and it's hard to score. I get it. But don't be throwing that out. Let me continue.
You're overplaying this.
You think so?
You
okay.
Are. Just a little bit.
To be
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's wrong
fair,
tone.
Like I'm sort of with Moj. I didn't like it either because that's not about last week. Mm-hmm. That's about the season. And to say, if we don't play the number one defense in the league, it's like, well, you haven't before and you still didn't score. So that's not it. I got a stat for you, by the way. Over the 2 years of Sean Payton and Bo Nix, this little marriage they got.
If you don't play the 30th defense in the league, find a way to do that.
I think you guys are making a big deal.
You know what? I probably am. Vic, I admit I probably am. It just struck me the wrong way. That's all.
We can't be. He's going to say some things that you may not like. At the end of the day, I'm going to judge Bo Nix on what he does, not what he says.
Well, that's what I am doing.
That's what I do too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
don't know. You guys just spent the last 5 minutes judging him on what he said.
Okay. Can I ask you something? Cam Johnson's had a rough start from 3-point range this year. Mm-hmm. And if you asked Cam, hey, what's the problem with 3-point shooting? And he goes, well, if I wasn't playing the number one 3-point defense in the league this game, then maybe it's different. Well, it's like, but all year you've struggled.
But then I'm also smart enough to understand that's frustration talking.
Well, here's the stat I got for you. In the 2 years of this Bo Nix and Sean Payton marriage, they've played 11 games in which their opponent has scored 20 points or more. 20 points ain't a lot. They're 3-8 in those games. And I'm including, by the way, in that game against Dallas where they got that garbage touchdown at the end that didn't matter to put them at 24. And the Giants game in which you scored 33 points in a quarter to win. The only game in the last 2 years that it's been like a true back and forth offensive performance. Do you guys remember what it was?
Was it the Washington game?
Nope.
No, it wasn't that. What was it?
Who's one of your favorite QBs in the league?
Herbert?
Personality-wise.
Oh, yeah.
Jameis. It was the Cleveland game.
That game was nuts.
Oh, yeah.
That game was drunk.
Yeah.
That's a weird stat to me because I was thinking about that and I go, what happens if the defense, because I was looking at all these games over the past couple of years, and here's what I've noticed in wins. This is what you got. The defense has allowed in wins 15, 11, 17, 3, 12. And I go, well, how many of those when they score at least 20 points? And again, you have the Dallas game where they had the garbage touchdown. They basically scored 17 points. They put in, who's the backup there? Is it Joe Milton in Dallas? Where he threw that late touchdown when the game was already over to make it 24. You had the New York game where they put up 33 points. They did. Or 32. And then that Cleveland game. Those are the only ones that you got wins in. Every other time an opponent has scored 20 points, you've lost.
Well, what Bo Nix is learning, and he's learning on the job, there is no job in Denver that is under the microscope, that is more criticized, that is more scrutinized, that is more evaluated, more talked about, more everything than quarterback of the Denver Broncos. Nothing. Not another job. It's not Prime at CU. It's not the mayor. It's not the governor. No other job in Colorado is more scrutinized than quarterback of the Denver Broncos. And he's learning on the job how to deal with that.
I will say, though, the scrutiny, and you're right about that, you are sort of in a fishbowl if you're the quarterback of that football team here. It's not like, some guys are criticized while still playing well. I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think people are being nitpicky with Bo Nix, though. Like, I don't think it's like, yeah, you were 25 of 31 for 320 yards, but you missed that one throw. I don't think it's that. It's more of an overall, how does the feel of the offense look? And here's what's funny. What I want out of this offense is simple, and I think they could get right against the Raiders. They're going to have plenty of opportunities for two reasons. The Raiders' offense, number one, ain't that good and will not be able to move the ball very efficiently against this defense. And number two, they turn the ball over a lot. Like a lot. So you're going to get plenty of opportunities tonight. I've always said, like, if the defense is a 10 out of 10 or 9.5 out of 10 or whatever you want to call them, I just want the defense to be like a 5 or the offense to be like a 5.5. Like middle of the road. And what's funny is statistically they are. You look at yards per game, you look at points per game, they are a middle of the road team. But if you did those quarters 1 through 3, they're one of the worst. And if you did quarter 4, they're like the best offense that's ever existed.
Of all time.
Of
all time.
Yeah. It's like they can't be stopped. It's that consistency thing. You know, when we talk about Jamal, it's like, what do you want to see from Jamal? I want him to be more consistent night in, night out. That's all it is. And
so, just to recap, if he had changed his tune during that exchange, and I get it. If he had changed his tune and been very humble, does it change our impression of his game, of his play?
What do you mean?
Like, you guys didn't like what he said there. If he had said, yeah, I suck. I'm too inconsistent. Does it change anything?
No.
All right, well then, guys, he's frustrated. Clearly, you can hear it in his voice. He's frustrated with himself. He's frustrated because he knows he can be more consistent.
I just think we're very mid right now.
I heard Dan Orlovsky yesterday say something really smart, I think, about Bo Nix. What do you guys think of this? He said Bo Nix is wired to be a linebacker and not a quarterback. He goes, he treats every play as if it's the 12th round of a heavyweight fight. And he goes, and what's funny is he seems to calm down in the 4th. And he was saying sort of the things that we've been talking about over the last couple of weeks is that I think there's this need for him to be perfect. Like, that answer right there, by the way, from him, that kind of pissed Moser
I
off.
think, if we can find a way not to have to play the number one defense in the league, that might help.
Does that sound like a Sean Payton answer to you?
It's funny you say that. I was thinking the same thing. Where do you think they get their cues?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He feels in every way like he is just Sean Payton, actually with the pads and the helmet on.
Where do you think they
I want a
learn this
DNA
stuff?
test.
And I think
I want a DNA test.
But what Orlovsky was saying was he's trying to be so perfect on every single play that he tends to overthink it, and I think that makes him press early in the game. When it's late in the game, he kind of goes into, I just got to make something happen. However it's got to go, I just got to make something happen, and it's a lot better. I don't know how many guys you can say press early in the game and calm down when the game matters its most. But he does do that. Like, I don't think there's any question. We all see it every single week. He looks more comfortable in the fourth quarter than he does in the first three.
And I'm glad you brought that up. Would you rather? You guys ever played Would You Rather?
Yeah.
Would you rather have a quarterback who's more consistent, maybe he doesn't hit the mountaintop at peak form, is consistent though, and just what you're going to get? Or would you rather have a quarterback who it's not always there, man, in crunch time, he turns into Hulk Hogan? Which would you rather have?
I'd rather have the Hulk Hogan to pull you out of bad situations and win games.
But with a defense like this, being the Mr. Consistent guy you might not be in a position to lose games in the fourth very often.
And the fact of the matter is, Vic, he's now done it. But it's a season and a half of his career, okay? So let's not pretend like we're in year 7 and that's this guy's MO, period, end of story. He always does it. Let's don't go Mahomes-ish on him, okay? It's been a year and a half, and he just finally started doing it. Not that he will stop doing it. I'm not saying he will stop doing it. Mm-hmm. But the amount of benefit of the doubt given to this guy overall is staggering to me. Staggering. Now, look, I'm rooting for him. I'm the one who's been saying that I think he's going to get it and kick some major butt. I believe in the guy, okay? But let's not just benefit of the doubt this guy all the way to the Pro Bowl, okay?
At the same time,
that's all I'm saying. And by the way, I think he will destroy. I think he's going to have a great game tonight. I think he's going to destroy the Raiders.
You're going to hate to hear this, Vic. You're going to really hate it. And I apologize before I say this to you. I'm kind of on the Moser boat for tonight.
Damn right you are.
I kind of am.
Right.
I can't.
Can't fathom how they would lose
unless
this game.
The offense just goes absolutely like New York Jets level bad, which I guess they've done before, so it's possible. Unless they are that bad, I can't really see how the Raiders pull something like this off.
The Raiders already come in with one of the worst offenses in the National Football League.
Yeah.
That Broncos defense is going to rip them limb from limb. They're going. If the Raiders even score a touchdown, I'll be blown away.
I know this is sacrilege in Denver because I still don't understand why there are so many Denver natives who are Raider fans. I would say this. I would say the second largest contingent of fans in Denver are Raider fans. Yes, Raider fans.
I would say it's got to be Packers or Steelers.
No.
KC, you think it's Raiders?
Raiders fans, trust me on this. Trust me. I remember walking around town as a kid going, what the hell are you doing? And you know what it is? And even those listening, if you're a Raiders fan who was born and raised in Denver or have lived in Denver for most of your life, I know why you do it. It's that rebel nature. I'm going to be a rebel. I'm going to be a rebel in the family. I know why. I know why it exists. The other reason they do it is this. Nellie? Just for fun.
They haven't been good since this guy recorded this.
Laugh when they've conquered and won. The Raiders have the best song in sports, and it's not even close. The Autumn Wind with John Facenda is the best tune ever made. And I hate to say this about an arch rival, but you cannot challenge this. This right here gives me goosebumps.
Can you
How
imagine
can you not like that?
The Autumn Wind is a horse that likes to run with its mane flailing in the wind.
Listen to me. Listen, we have a lot in Denver. We have the Broncos. We have nothing that can compete with that right here. With this right here, this piece right here. We have nothing. No team does. No team has this. Name another team that has this.
I don't know. I thought Ram It was pretty good.
It's close.
We're going to ram it. Ram it. We got to ram it.
You know what? Turn this off, Nelly. Turn this off.
Hey, play some ram it.
What team has this? Go.
For those.
What's up, y'all? I got a question.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all ready to support these Carolina Panthers as they keep pounding against these Green Bay Packers? Yeah. Also, if I had $150,000, I want you to know exactly what I would do, y'all.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Here we go now.
Spend $150,000 on a football team. Wait a minute, that's not enough to buy a team. Spend $150,000 on a tricked out Porsche. Wait, what? Minnesota, it snows too much. Build me a tennis court outside my house.
All right, you're right. My bad. Yeah, that's my bad. Autumn Wind is second to that.
Yeah. Exactly right.
It's the chorus that's so good.
I'll tell you what the Raiders haven't had.
I don't even know how to fly a plane.
Yeah! What is this guy's name, by the way? I want his entire album. You know what the Raiders
John
don't
Resenda.
have? Do you know what the Raiders don't have? More than 2 10-win seasons since 2002.
They stink.
I mean, they've been bad for a
Their
long
offense
time.
is horrible. They've got nothing. And they just traded their best weapon.
Dude, they've had a lot of bad teams in the past. I'm not even kidding. This might be their worst in like 20 years. As far as just straight up talent that they have, this might be the worst. Because they had They had a 3-13 season, but they still had Derek Carr at quarterback at least. Yeah. Like, they're so bad. So bad.
I think we've sent the message, though, because we played that banger there, 3 days in a row? The Carolina bang. Yeah. Is that a Carolina fan?
Carolina fan, yeah.
If you want to make it on this radio show.
He wants to get some Panther season ticks and maybe buy a house out in the sticks.
If you want to be featured on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 this show,
make a song.
Get out to the lab. You can do it on your phone now. Everybody has, what's that called? Apple Studio? What the hell's that thing? You guys have heard some of my bangers I've made on this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the one I made last year. Do you remember this? I did this in like 5 minutes. Not many people listen, this is art.
Reminder, the keyword for this hour is Nicola. So text that in your first and last name, and you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the game on the 17th against the Bulls.
Help people. It's Nicola with a K.
Look, if you guys can't spell Nikola Jokic's name properly, I'm not spelling this out for you.
No, you're so right. If you can't handle the spelling of the greatest player on the planet, you automatically lose.
People spelling it with a C? No, get out of here.
In fact, don't listen.
Whatever
Stop
happened,
listening.
Hey, whatever happened to Carolina Panthers in the Super Bowl? Big teeth and claws. They're going to come to your house and hit you with their paws or something. I don't know, man. Whatever.
Nicola in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Been talking to you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for some time now, and are you dealing, dudes, with any sort of erectile dysfunction? Well, it's not my business to tell me about it, but tell them about it. Don't suffer in silence. Get treated, because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They are absolute pros in this department. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900. They offer unique, tailored treatment plans for each patient's unique situation. Don't endure the mental and emotional impacts of ED. Take the first steps reaching yourself and finding yourself the way you used to be. Again, that telephone number is 720-440-7900, or just go online and see everything they do at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Georgia, yeah. I mean, it's pretty good. Still is pretty good. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Chad Brown at 8:30 today. Jeff Legwald at 9 o'clock. Can stay tuned for all of that. Whole bunch of things going on this weekend in the NFL, including the Broncos game tonight. How do you feel about Thursday night games, by the way? I think they're kind of nice. You get the game out of the way. You get to chill a little bit over the weekend. Don't have high stress level. I like them. I would almost, you know what? We can kick it off this way. Nelly, hit that music, please. Little NFL true false for you. Here's my first one. Thursday night games are better than Monday night games.
Better. Well, how do you define better? More competitive, or
No,
I just like
you
watching them
prefer
more?
them. You personally would prefer them.
I'm gonna say better because by Monday night, I've had my fill.
I don't like the wait. The last game of the week for Monday night. You watch all these games on Sunday. You're waiting for your game to start. You got a whole nother day. Thursday night, I love it. Let's go.
I agree with you. It's like, let's go. And it's a sign that the weekend is here. It's approaching. Here we go.
I guess when I was younger, I always looked forward to Monday Night Football. I just don't look forward to it as much as I used to.
For Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what. I guess my perspective has changed. I'll take some Thursday. True. Is that – wait, do I say true?
Yes, true.
True.
The Broncos offense will score 24 points tonight.
True.
Tonight?
I can't
24?
I can't believe I'm betting this.
That's a true.
Tonight.
True. If they don't, true.
This will be a one-score game in the fourth quarter.
False.
If it is, you guys are going to bark all day tomorrow. I'll say false.
True or false? Bo Nix will be fine.
True.
What's fine?
It's up to your interpretation.
When you ask your wife something, she says, it's fine. How about that?
That ain't good.
I was going to say, that's bad, Moj.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, so it depends on your interpretation of the word fine.
Like
I look at fine.
He's going
to be fine.
He'll be yeah.
Yeah.
You said true?
True.
Vic?
True.
I guess another way you could have put that is the Bo Nix fears are overhyped. How about that? True or false? Cortland Sutton needs to be targeted more. He's only had 38 catches in 9 games.
True.
I don't care how many times he's targeted. I care about the clutch catches he makes. Like, when you really need something, where do you go? And he's that guy. I'm fine with it. False.
Okay. True or false? The Broncos will have a 4-game lead on the Chiefs by their bye week. Basically, that means they win this week against the Raiders and next week against Kansas City.
I just don't know, man. I'm telling you, the season for me,
Man,
the evaluation.
That's incomplete.
Yeah, that's a speculative question that it requires me to think about next week's game before this week's game. And frankly, I'm not very happy with you doing that. You're trying to put the cart before the horse. We're talking about the Raiders tonight. That game is next week. Why don't you calm down?
Just a true false.
You didn't put the cart before the horse. You took the cart and you put it on top of the horse.
If they do win these next 2 weeks, they would have a 4-game lead over KC.
Yeah, essentially
Then the
over.
division is
That's
wrapped
why
up.
next week's game, I mean, that's the game that you evaluate the Broncos on next week.
True or false? Jonathan Cooper is the most underrated player on the Broncos.
He could be.
Well, it's so hard to gain notoriety on that defense.
I still think Riley Moss is
Zach
pretty
Allen
good.
is pretty underrated.
I think
man.
Riley Moss is pretty underrated. He gets targeted a lot.
I'll say false.
I'll say true. Because I like you know me, I like him a lot.
True or false? Pete Carroll will not work in Las Vegas.
True.
I'll say false. Just kind of getting started. I don't think that it's his fault look, I think he's a very good coach. I know he can still coach. His guys like him. They're just not very good. I'll say, what's the question?
He will not work in Vegas.
False.
You don't even know the question.
Well, I'm trying to.
True or false? Ashton Genty was not worth the 6th overall pick.
As of right this second, the answer is true.
I think if he played for a different team, he'd shine. I'd say it's false.
I'm kind of with Vic. I think he's being held back by the limitations of that offense overall.
Okay.
True or false? Brock Bowers is officially the best tight end in the NFL.
True. I'll take him over any tight end in the league right now.
That is a big fat true. And that's saying a lot with Kittle and McBride out there and everybody else. And
I'll take him over all of them.
Yeah, that's a true.
True or false? After the trade deadline, the Colts should be the favorites to win the AFC.
They've got the path right now.
Yeah, and they made the moves. Give them credit. They made the moves to vault them. Why not?
True.
Yeah, I'm with Moj on this one.
True or false?
By the way, the Colts last year had a pretty damn good defense. Okay? They were just a sputtering offense. All of a sudden, Danny Pennies is Indianapolis Jones throwing the ball all over the field. So if they stay competent in that regard, the answer is true.
True or false? The Ravens aren't dead yet.
True.
That's true, and there's only one reason. Because the division stinks.
Yeah.
Because Pittsburgh, I think, is a pretender. I think they'll have a winning record, but I don't think that they're that good of a football team.
Except last week, they beat Indy.
True.
I mean, you can't be a pretender if you beat the so-called best team in the conference.
These things happen, Vic. We all know that.
Oh, really?
It's the NFL.
Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy.
True or false? The Patriots will hold off the Bills in the AFC East.
I've got to think that's a false.
I will say true.
I love Drake May. He is so good. To watch a guy accurately throw the ball downfield over and over and over again
that
is
stat
just
you gave us
beautiful.
yesterday about his completion percentage.
74%, averaging 9 yards an attempt.
That's sick. How many yards per attempt does Bo average?
I think
What's
it's
his
like
yards per attempt?
Oh, God, it's like 5 something.
Okay, because it's a screen game.
6 something.
It's a screen game. And the fact that this man's completion percentage is so much better, even though he's throwing the ball downfield every damn play. That's remarkable. That really is.
Bo's 6'1".
Okay.
So a full 3 yards more per pass. It's crazy.
In the National Football League, that's a pretty big chasm.
True or false? The Seattle Seahawks will win the NFC West.
Dude, I'm all in on Seattle.
Yeah.
Seattle looks good. I mean, it's going to come down to Seattle and the Rams.
You ruling out San Fran?
Yeah. Yeah, I just think they've run out of juice.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they've dealt with so many injuries. It's
Seattle's
not even
for
funny.
real, bro. Guys, Darnold, have you guys seen a quarterback rehab his rep as fast as Matt Darnold has in the last 2 years?
Sam.
I'm sorry. Have you seen this before? Forget Sam. Let's talk about Matt Darnold.
I have, because
Baker
Daniel
Mayfield
Jones
did it.
is doing
Daniel
it.
Jones
You know what he was? He was Matt Darnold before he became Sam Darnold again.
You guys want to know what a sicko Kevin O'Connell is, by the way? Listen to this. What his quarterback room was last year? Sam Darnold, J.J. McCarthy, and Daniel Jones.
That's
Do
true.
you think that guy knows quarterbacks?
That is crazy, dude.
Hey, dude, you're
like if I'm a quarterback that career is floundering, I find my way to Minnesota. And, I mean, whatever it takes. Trade me to Minnesota.
I think Seattle's for real. I also think that the Los Angeles Rams could be one of the best football teams in the league. I think they're a top 5-6 team. Mary had a little.
Okay, but that's not the question.
You were? Well, no. The question was: is Seattle going to win the NFC
the
West?
Question.
I think the Rams are going to win the NFC West. That's my opinion. Did you see Stafford's pass to Nakua at the pylon last week?
Yeah, I know. He's still sick.
Dude, it's one of the great. I can't talk to Vic about it because he's just going to poo-poo it.
Puka's on my fantasy team.
You're going to puka.
I'm not talking about that.
You're
I'm
gonna
talking about
it.
the difficulty of the pass and the catch.
Oh, I got to set my lineup.
Last question. True or false? The New York Jets will have the number 1 overall draft pick.
It's either them or the crappy Saints.
The Titans are also 1-8.
Titans are.
Can the Jets win another game?
And by the way,
Schneid.
I would have to think that all those teams are going to win at least another game. Miami is also going to be right there in the mix for it, too.
I'll say true. The Jets are happy to deal.
I'll say false because, like you said, Brett, you're only really getting a 25% chance.
All those teams are pretty bad.
Yep.
There you go. NFL True False. We'll talk to Chad Brown at 8:30, Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. But back to the Nuggets. The old taking Nikola Jokic for granted thing. Except this season might be a little different. Get to it next.
Mountain properties are special, and they are a real estate specialty. If you're going to think about a mountain property, second home rental, even a dream home, you're going to need a pro, and I've got her name. It's Anastasia Bell. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breck, and she's got that market expertise that you need and the experience that you're definitely going to want. It's important, and it matters when you're dealing with a sale or a purchase in Summit County. You need to know that you can trust that agent as well on such an important decision. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. So give her a call right now. This is her number, 970-968-7646. That's 970-968-7646. So if you're thinking about a mountain property, it's Anastasia Bell. It's personalized guidance, exceptional service. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
Norman Powell has it up the right sideline. Top of the key over to Ware. Steps into a three. That one's well short. Rebound Christian leaking out his Joker. Dumped that thing home with two hands. Nuggets on a 9-0 run. Lead it 68-57. Their big lead of the night.
Yeah.
What happened to the Quad City DJs, by the way?
So good.
I mean, I'm telling you that if you get the entire Space Jam album, I've actively searched, by the way. Mose, you know this. Vic, you know this about me. I become a vinyl nerd.
You have?
Yeah, he's one.
Honestly, I did not know that about you.
He's one of those guys.
Really?
Yeah.
I talk about it all the time. I've become a big vinyl head.
No, I mean, I really don't track your life.
Well, I've discussed it on the show. I forgot you don't pay attention a lot.
I don't really concern myself with your personal life.
I have searched everywhere for this Space Jam album. It's all I want. It's what I want. This Basketball Jones is on that album. Anyway, so Vic, you had you mentioned something earlier. It's our periodic discussion. By the way, I can't see you. Our periodic discussion of we can't take Jokic for granted, and when he does stuff like this, we have to recognize how special it is. And you're right. There's something about Jokic right now this year, though, that I think could change, and he could evolve like a virus, even more than what we've seen. So we've had the Jokic triple-double for a season. We've seen that. That was last year. We've seen him have seasons in which he averages 30 points a game. That was also last year. And every year we kind of ask ourselves, it used to be in the context of, is he going to win the MVP? And I'm kind of beyond that now this year. I'm surprised. I don't think we've mentioned that once until right now.
You know why? Because I don't care anymore either because I get myself worked up about it.
But all of this stemmed from, hey, he wins his first MVP. Well, how can you do better than that season? And then he does better. And it's like, well, you can't do better than your second MVP season. And then he does better. And then he loses that one. And then it's like, well, there's no way he's better now. And then he's better. And last year was the best he's ever looked. Like by every account, the numbers, all of it. I really think that he could put up numbers this year.
Yeah.
That is going to be so insanely hard to comprehend, not from a point standpoint. If you guys have noticed across the league, Nikola Jokic right now is averaging 24 points a game. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's 18th in the league. People are putting up 30-some points a night like crazy for whatever reason.
A lot of guys are just hoisting on a nightly basis.
But Jokic could legit, I think, put up like a 13 and 12 per game in the rebounds and assists category that I don't know how many people on the planet could ever be able to do in this league.
Will you allow me just a couple minutes here?
Please.
The greatness of Nikola Jokic is this. It's the ability to become even greater in different ways. It's the ability to add another layer to your game even after having won 3 MVPs. What layers do you have left? Well, I've already seen one this season. He understands he doesn't need to score necessarily as much as he did last season. He's got more of an arsenal. He's a better defensive player already. I don't know if you guys have noticed his defense. They're playing a lot of zone. Teams always like to attack him in the pick and roll. He had 3 steals last night. Led all players, 3 steals. And I watch every game, and I ask the same question, especially after last night's poetic performance, another 30-15-15 night. Is there anybody listening to this show, is there anybody watching as good at their job as Nikola Jokic is at his? Is there a plumber, a roofer, banker, a teacher? Like when you go into work today, are you that good?
I don't know. That kid
you
painting
do your job that well?
That kid painting the ceiling with those wheelie shoes.
Oh yeah, he's got the heelys.
That was pretty cool. That kid's pretty efficient.
Red Panda. Did you see what Red Panda did?
Yeah,
Came back from an injury 2 nights in a row.
Dude,
stacking bowls.
She is back from what she broke her pelvis.
Yeah.
But she's back from a broken pelvis and she's 80.
Okay, but I don't know how long you've been in your career and your job, but do you continue to make history every time you clock in? Because this guy does. This guy makes another form of history. He reads the game so well, guys. It looks like the rest of us are reading Dr. Seuss and he's reading War and Peace.
You know, Vic, that is such a poetic statement you just made. Everybody out there right now you know what? You want to become a better person for yourself, for your family. When you clock in today, say, I'm going to make history. And whatever you do, bank teller, Uber driver,
I'm going to add another layer to my game.
Lawyer, I'm going to add another level to I'm going to make history today.
I'm going to be the first guy on terrestrial radio to say the F-bomb 50 times in a row. That would be making history. Nobody would do that. On terrestrial radio, no way.
You know, we've become accustomed to it in Denver, clearly.
I'm going to say a sentence that's never been said before in the history of mankind. Platypus orange punch.
What the holy Moser.
No human's ever said that before.
That is true.
That's the first time.
Way to go, man.
Thanks,
Way to
buddy.
make history
Appreciate
today.
Here's what I want you to do. I've got to practice, and I really want you guys to do this. I want you to take a human who's never seen Nikola Jokic, either in person or watched him closely on television, because, again, we're spoiled. We take it for granted. I want you to take that person, put that person by your side and watch a game, and especially a game like last night, and I want you to leave an impression. Have you ever seen somebody that can make hard look as easy as Nikola Jokic? No. He makes the remarkable look routine. He's not an Adonis out there. He's not a well-toned athlete, but he's a witch. He's a wizard. He doesn't look the part, and yet he plays the part perfectly. And I don't know what to tell you. He's living proof that looks can be deceiving.
On that subject, and Nelly, see if you can find this audio for me, because I can't remember when it came, and Vic, maybe you remember. So there's a texter who says this. It is hard because he doesn't care. And we all know that he cares about this sport.
That's so wrong.
No, but Vic, he mentioned something the other day. It's the first time I've seen him address this.
I know where you're going.
Somebody said,
you
something
make it look
along
so
the lines,
easy.
you make it look so effortless. Yeah. And Jokic actually stopped him and he goes, it's not. Like, he's like, I almost think he gets annoyed. He's like, look, I am putting in insane effort, okay? This is not effortless, no matter how it looks.
You're so true. Before the game yesterday, somebody asked David Adelman, why and how does Nikola Jokic possess so much, his ability is touch around the rim? How does he get that? Where does he find that? And you expect somebody to say, oh, you're born with it. No. You know what David Adelman said? He says he works his butt off at it. And I can attest to that. I remember attending a practice last year. They were on the road to play the Clippers. So they practiced in full practice the day before a game. They actually had a practice session. And Nikola had everybody waiting on the bus because he's working with two development coaches on just his touch around the rim. He was putting up a sweat, and it wasn't just lollygagging little. He was working on his little hook shot, his little float shot. He was working until he was in a lather.
Vic, I think what I like best about that little game around the rim is that it's not just the putback. It's the putback, miss, stay with it, putback, miss, stay with it, put back in. You know what I mean? He stays, he's just relentless in that regard. I love everything about him. I mean, by the way, I would say this too. The days of Spike, are there people around here who remember Spike? Are there any listeners out there who, I'm sure there are probably a ton that don't, when I say the days of Spike are over, right?
Yeah.
I bet there are a lot of people who listen to this program right now, Vic, who have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm going to say it.
I want to vomit. I want to vomit.
The days of Spike, the days of Nick Wright, those days are over. Everybody has come around, including, did you see the comments the other day of Carmelo Anthony regarding Nikola Jokic?
But you know what?
I
don't know if everybody's. I don't know if everybody's come around though, because there are still people who vote for MVP. And one texter reminds me, Chris Broussard has never voted for Nikola Jokic as MVP.
Okay, then let me say this. I believe the vast, vast majority of people have come around.
Who's the pardon the interruption guy? He's never voted for Nikola Jokic as MVP.
Lombardi,
Yeah, he's never voted for Nikola Jokic as MVP.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
So you say people have come around. Have they?
Well, they've certainly come around to this. They recognize that he is one of the best players to grace the court.
So if that's what you recognize, you mean to tell me that over the last 7-8 years of basketball, that those people who are paid to do this, do not recognize that this man was the best in the game at least one of those years? Revoke their license now. The FCC must revoke it.
I'm not sure they have the authority to do that.
I want you to think about this for a second. Those people are paid to do this for a living. And you mean to tell me that over the last 8 years, at no point did they deem him the best in the game? No. I don't want you to even discuss basketball with me.
Right,
You're not worthy.
Right away.
Where is Spike?
Spike's come around.
Has he really?
No, he's come around to the Jokic thing. I mean, part of it, too, is that they don't have Embiid to point to anymore because Embiid can't stand up.
Well, Embiid
you know what I mean?
That guy's body has let him down so bad. That's unreal.
I feel for him, by the way.
In my humble opinion, right now, there are only 2 other players in the world that could challenge Nikola Jokic for that top title. One is Shai Gilgeous, deservedly so. He's a witch. The other is Luka Doncic, who is a witch. The Lakers won again last night. They didn't have Austin Reeves or LeBron James. By the way, Shai and the OKC Thunder, they lost their first game. They lost at Portland.
Wemby.
I think Wemby has the skill set and the talent, but I think he's still a year away. Last night, the Lakers sort of...
Yeah. He's just... Thatcher says they haven't come around to Jokic. They've skipped over right to Wemby. And maybe, you're probably right.
But come on, man.
But here's, again, Jokic has had one problem. There's been one issue. For all the people that are still not all the way around of where they should be, there's one issue. And it's the same thing that plagued him from 5 years ago when people weren't coming around to the idea. It doesn't look like it should be as effective as it is. I've been saying this for 5 years. Jokic has something that these guys will just never get over, and it's this. Mm-hmm. LeBron is a great player, and he looks like it.
Yeah,
his game looks like it. His body looks like it. There's no questioning that. Jokic has never looked the part of when you're going to get worked on a basketball court for 48 minutes, do you imagine that guy doing it? No, you just don't. And some people they'll never be able to get over that mental hurdle, the aesthetic of the game.
And that's why I really love doing this. And Nelly, I don't even know if it's at your fingertips, but I love taking old interviews we've done, like the old interview we did with Spike that first time about Nikola versus Embiid. And years later, how many years ago was that? What was
Spike? This? It's got to be at least 5, 6, maybe
4 or 5, yeah.
6.
Okay, and just how did history?
Dow Jones.
How did history play out? How did it work after that?
Exactly.
Because remember how
exactly the way that we thought it would. See,
but don't you love listening to that and saying,
Well, Vic, I knew at the time. I don't need Spike's validation to solidify in my brain that this guy is the best, okay? I'm happy for them that they actually grew as human beings and could come around and see the light.
I'm not saying that you have to bow down. Just be fortunate to know that you grew up in this era, that you watched basketball in this era. You can be 85 years old, and I know a lot of older people that have never seen anything like this. You could be 8 years old, and you can assume as an 8-year-old that this is going to happen again. It's never going to happen again, what you see there. Well, it's never going to happen again. Not a guy like that.
Nope.
No.
What you're seeing with Cale Makar on the back end for this Avalanche team, you'll never see it in an Av sweater ever again.
Sure.
I mean, you'll see great defensemen come down the pike. But what you're watching right now is Hall of Fame stuff right before your very eyes.
You got any of that Spike, Nelly? Do you have any of that Spike?
I am currently digging through the server. We got a lot of stuff.
Do you have any?
I don't know how do you find stuff? I'm just curious. Like we're idiots. We're always asking you to find stuff, and we put you in a bad
spot. You go to
spot.
a folder and you search for Spike?
Like, do you put in the word Spike and it comes up?
Yeah, or I'll search for Eskin or something. So far, I found this. The fake laugh he gave.
That's when you called him Brett.
Yeah.
He didn't like that.
We got another keyword coming your way in just a few minutes. A chance to go to the Bulls game on the 17th. Also, Chad Brown at 8:30. Quickly.
Nelly, you got any of that Ram It?
Yeah. No. Next keyword coming your way next.
Ram It.
I don't know why people have this obsession with Jokic's physique when his game is the top of the league. He was the All-NBA first-team center last year. Why does his physique affect people so much when you watch him play?
Because he's a basketball player and he's fat. Like I don't know when we stopped talking about what physical condition that athletes are in, and he is noticeably heavier than he was last year. And I assume you could say yes, he's great and he hit a big shot and he's a great player, but wouldn't he be greater if he was in better condition? You know, like isn't that a reasonable thing for a reasonable person to think?
There's a little bit of spike from a few years ago. Turns out Jokic is good, whether he's 300 pounds, 400 pounds, 200 pounds, 100 pounds. Doesn't matter.
Good.
Still a pretty good player. Get back to the Nuggets in a bit. Your third keyword of the day, every hour on the 20s. Each show giving away a pair of tickets. How's this? It's Jokic. So text Jokic in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And if you're spelling Jokic with a Y, you don't get tickets. It's that simple. Jokic in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And that gets you to the Bulls game on the 17th. And don't forget that extra chance to win a pair of tickets on altitudesportsradio.com/nugsticks.
Are we going to play some Mas and Manos today? Or has that been tabled for the week because it's a crazy week?
I think it's been tabled.
All right.
Why, you like Mas and Manos?
Well, here's what I'm going to say. For tonight's contest, everything Mas. Mas passing, Mas running, Mas tackling, Mas picking, Mas returning, Mas.
What is the place, and I guess we can ask this to Jeff Legwald at 9 o'clock. He'd have a really good idea on this. Where do you think, if anywhere, the Raiders might hold an advantage?
Tight end.
I mean,
Definitely.
yeah, but
that's it.
Yeah. But if you're Vance Joseph, do you key on Brock Bowers or do you just play your defense?
I keep He's a
You
special
want to
guy.
be the exotic blitz guy who gets after the quarterback. Like, is there better strategy? Because what they do best on defense is attack, like get after the QB. But if you do that, if you do that, Moj, there's no like putting two guys on Brock Bowers and making sure he doesn't do much.
You can't tell me though. Look, I know that Trey Tucker, Vic, and I know you like Trey Tucker, and I do too. I think he's a good player.
He's fine.
And I know that he's going to draw some attention. But you can't tell me that Hufanga is not going to be on Bowers in his jock all night long.
No, I don't think Hufanga is going to specifically deal with the
Oh,
Bowers.
I think he's going to have an eye out for Bowers all the time.
I think the Broncos play their base defense tonight. I don't think they do anything.
Well, it's enough to win. I'm just saying he's going to be looking for 89, I believe.
You know what? Both can be true, though. Again, Bowers could have a great night, and the Broncos can blow him out.
Sure. Yeah, they can do that. You know, I know that there's been a narrative surrounding the tight ends and how they've ruined the Broncos, and it's true. I hope, something we could see that could be different. Who is the guy that we were most excited about in the offseason as far as an acquisition and free agency?
Evan Ingram.
I was going to say Dre Greenlaw.
Oh, and I was excited about Evan Ingram.
Yeah, that too. But Greenlaw he's sort of a do-it-all guy. I want to see how he matches up on Brock Bowers. I'm sure he'll be on him a lot today.
Somebody, I think it was Cody Rourke, somebody put out the all-22 of the Broncos goal line stand.
Oh, he's a monster.
And he filled the gap. And Moser, I know this is one of your favorite players of all time. I saw number 57 out there, and I immediately said, there's Al Wilson all over again. Playing with that tenacity, that just barbaric, savage approach with no regard whatsoever to his own well-being, just stuffs his head in there. That goal line stand was the epitome of Dre Greenlaw and what he brings to this team. He made that stand.
Al Wilson was a bad mamma jamma. Man, I hate the way it went down with the Broncos.
Well, he had a crack in his neck.
I know. I just hate the way it went down. He was a stud. He, in my opinion, should have been a Ring of Famer, but that's for another time.
Do you remember, speaking of the Raiders, do you remember that hit he made on, was it Tyrone Wheatley?
Tyrone Wheatley.
Do you remember the hit?
Former
He
Michigan
went up
Wolverine.
the middle with the ball, and Al Wilson said, "I'm going to eat your face."
I think he shouted those words before he made the tackle. Listen, I agree, Vic. I mean, I think he only adds on to a defense that is already awesome. And yes, they don't have to do anything special, in my opinion, or switch things up or have a spy or anything like that in order to beat these guys. But if that's the one weapon that you're really truly concerned about, look, I guess my question would be, do the Raiders have the ability and the wherewithal to draw up a game plan to exploit the absence of a Pat Surtain with Brock Bowers or any other human being? I don't know that that's the case.
All right, so let's do this, all right? Because I can't wait for the game tonight, and I'm told, by the way, the Broncos have a special halftime performance that's going to rock. Can't reveal what it is, but I can't wait to go.
Can I defend you real quick, though, Vic, please? Is that all right?
Defend me for what?
People don't listen, and that gets frustrating to me.
Yeah.
All right. People are out. They're saying Al Wilson was 56, you knucklehead.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
No, but Dre Greenlaw's 57. You said 57.
Yeah.
When I see 57 step into that hole and plug it, it reminds me an awful lot of.
Yes.
You didn't say that Al Wilson wore 50.
The only
57.
other, the great 57 was Tom Jackson.
That is correct.
Of the Orange Crush defense. I want to say this, though. Give me a way, and I'll start with you, Brett Kane.
Okay.
Give me a way that the Las Vegas Raiders can run out of here with a win tonight. What would have to happen in this game?
You have to be offensively impotent and not move the
proof
football.
of that. We've seen proof
and
that's
turn
happened.
the ball over
at least 3 or 4 times.
Yeah,
Okay,
you have to
turnover
play
battle in Houston.
You have to
play -2 in Houston, still won the game.
You have to play a game like you played against the Jets, where it felt like the only way you were going to win is if your defense scored.
Well, Vic, I would argue to you that you could probably turn the football over 4 times tonight and still win the game. That's not what he asked. It's not.
You want to test that theory? Let's see how many times we could turn the ball over and still win.
Throw 4 picks to start the game, and then say, okay, now we're into it. No, I mean, you asked, is there a scenario? Well, that would be a scenario where they could. I'm not even sure they would. I don't think the Raiders are good at all. I know they played Jacksonville tight this past week. It was a good game. The Jags end up winning, so on, blah, blah, blah. They're just not very good.
Don't look it up. The Raiders have 2 wins this year. Who are they against?
They beat the Patriots, and they beat...
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Nope, you're right.
They beat the Patriots, and they beat... Titans. There you go.
They beat the Patriots the first week of the season.
Right.
When I don't think Drake May was trying to get his feet under him as the full-time starter.
Yeah, you play that game again. The Patriots were a 10-point favorite.
Those are the only 2 games that they've won. It was week 1 and then a game against the Titans. Like they aren't good. Geno Smith is having a miserable go of it. He had a really good game last week against Jacksonville, but he's turned the ball over as much as anybody in the league. I forget who's leading the league right now in interceptions, but I think he's tied. He's got like 11 on the year. You're going to get opportunities.
Dude, the way they lost.
Him and Tua both tied with 11 picks.
Brett, the way they lost to Jacksonville, if I'm a Raider fan and I'm watching that, and I love the Cooliones to go for it. Last play of overtime, why not go for the win?
Yeah.
You got nothing to lose. Your team sucks. But to throw the ball right into the face of a defensive lineman without giving your receiver a chance at all to make a play.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Can you think of a worse way? Talk about anticlimactic. Give your guy a chance.
Could the Raiders be in that discussion? I said it's going to be a 4-horse race if Miami continues to stink. And could the Raiders make it a 5-horse race for the number 1?
You could. They could.
At this point, I think they probably should.
What do you think, by the way, is going on in Max Crosby's head?
Yeah, frustrated.
We're talking
Same
about...
thing that's going on in Myles Garrett's head. Same thing. What's the difference? Great player, bad team. Same thing. We've had those players.
The difference, I think, between the two, though, is I think that Crosby thought with Pete Carroll that stuff would be different. And it's worse than it was in years before this.
Well, is that a Pete Carroll issue? Again, I'm not going to sit here and just defend Pete Carroll.
I don't think it's Pete Carroll's problem.
Is that a talent issue overall?
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
more
question.
that.
In fact, let's ask Chad about it.
Listen, the Raiders have completely reworked their organization. They brought in John Spytek, who's a former Denver Bronco front office guy. He's their GM. He's got a long-term contract. They're acquiring a bunch of picks. The Raiders aren't playing for this year. They're playing for the future.
Well, I have to now. I don't know if you brought Gino in to immediately go for next year, but anyway, go to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by Chad Brown. Chad, how are we doing this morning?
Good morning, fellas. Happy Thursday to you.
Happy Thursday. We were just talking about this. I'll ask you. Give me how the Raiders come out with a win tonight. How does that happen?
Ooh, okay. Well, Geno Smith passed for 4 touchdowns last game.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Bowers caught 3 of those touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
If there is a offensive position that the Broncos defense has struggled defending in the last couple of years, it has been talented tight ends. So that in and of itself, plus the Bo Nix Broncos offense inability to get things in motion for the first 3 quarters of the game, gives the Raiders a chance. It gives them a chance. Is it a great chance? No, it's not. But it gives them a chance. Geno Smith, who started the season off as a turnover machine, has started to clean things up. Again, the return of Brock Bowers to the lineup for the Raiders, that gives them an opportunity against a Broncos defense that has traditionally struggled against this position. So there's a scenario. Not likely, but there's a scenario out there for a Raiders win.
Chad, how would you deal with Bowers? Do you think the Broncos and Vance Joseph run their base defense and just deal with the guy's going to produce, or do you assign somebody to him tonight?
Well, I think Hufanga gives the Broncos an advantage defensively that they haven't had in quite a while. So the ability for him to be on the field and be that utility knife between nickel and base, that's probably the biggest advantage that Vance Joseph has now that wasn't available in the past. So often they didn't have somebody who could actually deal with that. Somebody who was big enough and physical enough to be able to go with the size of a Bowers, but also fast enough to run with him. So Hufanga can be that guy. So if Vance wants to go with nickel, you can bring Hufanga down in the box and you can defend the run against Ashton Genty. And if you want to go with base and it's regular linebackers there to defend the run and slow Ashton Genty down, now there's certainly an opportunity to get Hufanga on Brock Bowers and still be able to run with him stride for stride. So that's the missing piece that they've got this year that's an advantage over what the Broncos defense has had in the past.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you for your very wise words.
Why are you acting like you won some sort of argument here? What's going on?
Yeah, I saw you, Moj. This is an argument that
because
you've been
I
making as well.
just said, you know what, Bowers, Hufanga. Ain't gonna put Hufanga. I mean, Vic basically jumped down my job.
I just didn't think they were exclusively going to throw him.
I'm not saying
you made
they
it
are.
sound like they're going to exclusively put him on him all game.
I'm just saying that guy. If you want a tight end killer, I've got a guy. Hey, you need your plumbing done? I got a guy. You want a tight end killer? I got a guy. That's all I'm saying, Chad. But let's go to the other side of the football. Bo Nix a little salty yesterday, just a tiny little bit at the beginning, and then explained about the offense. I'm sure it's frustrating for him. Raiders defense ain't good. How do they get off early and often in this game and get that rhythm like they should from the get-go?
Well, Max Crosby has had a lot of success against the Broncos. Block that guy. So this is kind of like the conversation we just had about, the Raiders offense and really not much opportunity for them to do anything unless they let one guy take advantage of the Broncos defense. This is the same thing now with the Broncos offense. Handle Max Crosby and Sean Payton, give him the respect that he has earned. Double him. Take him out of the game. Make life incredibly difficult for him. We know where he's going to be. He's not the defensive guy who lines up all over the field. He's going to be mostly on the right end, occasionally on the left end. So you can come up with some protections and give Bo Nix some opportunity to change the protection where this guy is not going to be a factor. You can do that. If Sean Payton does not do that from a X's and O's and schematic standpoint, that would be a huge miss for me. Again, I've played for some of the best coaches in the game, and they have plans to take away great players. When that's all that the other team has is 1 or 2 great players, you can scheme a way where these guys don't have an impact. So Sean Payton, scheme them up. Don't be so cocky. I know Garrett Bowles is having a great season, but even despite that, Max Crosby is great enough where your offense, that's, despite fourth quarter heroics, doesn't necessarily put up a whole lot of points. A Max Crosby sack and strip fumble could keep the Raiders in this game. It only takes one play for Max Crosby to change the game, or even worse, knock out your quarterback. Have a plan for that guy.
Yeah.
That's the best way for this Broncos offense to get off to a hot start.
Chad Brown with us. I do want to go to college for a second and ask you something about CU. Do you think that Dion has I guess I'll say responsibility for transparency for saying who's calling plays within his team? What's the point of being so coy about demoting Pat Shurmur and promoting somebody else to play caller? Do you have a problem with that? With him not announcing that, I guess.
I do. People need to be accountable. And while on one hand, it's admirable that Coach Prime wants to put it all on his shoulders, as he talked about at the press conference. My assistant coaches aren't going to be available. My players aren't going to be available. At the same time, aren't we trying to grow boys into men? Aren't we trying to develop a level of accountability in them? Don't people need to stand up for their performance? Now, if things get personal and get ugly, yes, a coach should shield his players. But to be accountable for your performance, whether you are a grown man like a coach or someone who should be a man as a NFL or a college Division I football player, yeah, stand up, talk about it. Talk about what your plans are. Talk about the last game that you put together. Have that level of accountability built into your football team. We don't run from it. We embrace it. That's what you're supposed to do. So, yeah, I've got a bit of an issue with that.
Where do you see this going, Chad? How does this end up in Boulder? Does it get worse? I mean, I don't know what to expect anymore.
I don't either. From the reports that I saw, that Pat Shurmur didn't call the plays in the last game.
Well, that didn't work.
And the last game, the offense wasn't any better than it was in the Utah game the week before. So, yeah, I'm not sure how this all marries up. Now you're going to go with the freshman, who clearly by the Buffs coaching staff's actions hasn't been ready. It's difficult to expect a different play caller to suddenly change things, which didn't seem last game. And it's also difficult to expect for this guy in his first start with a bunch of banged up offensive linemen to suddenly light it up either. So I'm not sure where it goes. This just feels like it's going to be a lost season for the Colorado Buffaloes, and some kind of late season heroics from Juju don't seem like they're likely to save anything.
Chad Brown joins us every single Thursday. What?
Behind you, who are you sacking on the Bucks? Is it the Bucks or the Texans?
That looks like the
Texans.
Falcons.
That is
Falcons.
The Atlanta Falcons.
Okay.
And that is Michael Vick.
Michael Vick.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, do me a favor.
Hey, did you go like this?
Hey, come on.
What's the favor you need, Moj?
Just describe him as a passer, pure passer.
I played Michael Vick a number of times in my career. And by the time this game happened, when the Atlanta Falcons were heading into the playoffs, and that was one of my last years in Seattle, I would say he was very good. I wouldn't say he was great, but he was very good. You were constantly concerned about his legs as a pass rusher, him escaping the pocket, but he was more than efficient enough as a passer where your secondary and your overall defensive structure had to take account for that. When I played him early in my career, it was all about keeping him in the pocket and forcing him to pass. That game right there, we ended up winning in a squeaker, but he made some really good plays with his arm and his ability to go through his progressions and know where he wanted to go with the football.
He had a game here at Mile High that was one of the greatest passing. I mean, just the visual of watching him throw the football is one thing, but he had a game here where he was unbelievable.
Haven't heard you bring that up before, Moj. That's a new one.
Well, the friggin' picture's on the wall.
Yeah, and he's a golden retriever. If he sees that, he's going to have to mention it. Yeah, Chad Brown joins us every week. Always appreciate it, Chad. Thanks for the time.
Well, just to Moj's point, I get texts and emails all the time when folks see me on appearances with that picture behind me. And the dog lovers love the fact that I'm blasting Michael Vick and forcing a fumble there. They take much pleasure in that.
There you go. Chad, appreciate it, man. We'll talk next week.
All right, see you guys.
Chad Brown, reminder to you guys, keyword for this hour is Jokic. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. A chance to win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls on the 17th. Back after this.
Been talking to you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for some time now, and are you dealing, dudes, with any sort of erectile dysfunction? Well, it's not my business to tell me about it, but tell them about it. Don't suffer in silence. Get treated, because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They are absolute pros in this department. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900. They offer unique, tailored treatment plans for each patient's unique situation. Don't endure the mental and emotional impacts of ED. Take the first steps reaching yourself and finding yourself the way you used to be. Again, that telephone number is 720-440-7900, or just go online and see everything they do at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Are we going to ignore it all morning long, or are we ever going to talk about what happened last night?
Huh?
Yeah, I know what he's getting at here. By the way, you can head to number 38 to watch Thursday Night Football. With this, sorry. Try this again.
Spit it out.
Head to number 38 to watch tonight's Thursday Night Football game against Vegas with the Moj. Presented by with the Moj.
You said Moji.
Moj. Presented by
Bang
Tullamore
on.
Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew en route on Denver to another win with Moser. See you at number 38 at 6.
No player in the history of hockey has scored 900 goals, and Alexander Ovechkin did it last night.
What's with Billington trying to take the puck?
Bennington.
Jesus. Hey, if it weren't for you, if I didn't have you by my side.
Me?
Yeah.
Wait, is this a compliment or something?
No,
or
I appreciate you.
This could go in. I was going to say this could go in a couple different directions.
Yeah. If it weren't for you, I'd be a lot better. Or if it weren't for you, you helped me. I don't know.
Was he trying to save the puck to give to Ovechkin or actually take it for his own?
I don't think
Hey,
he was.
Vic, that's a fantastic thought that I will not extend that courtesy to Jordan Bennington. I am going to choose to believe that Jordan Bennington tried to rob his puck.
I don't believe he wanted. I mean, look, I can't get in the guy's head. I have no idea. But why would you stuff it down your pants? Now, I'm not saying he wanted to keep it.
Hey,
I'm just
Ovechkin,
saying,
you want it?
Come get it.
maybe he was just. Maybe he was just being funny. Maybe he was just being whatever. But does that? I mean, I'll ask you: does that guy deserve the benefit of the doubt?
And
by the
would
way,
say no.
No, God, please, no.
And I wouldn't say he would keep it and say, I've got, when he put it on eBay, 900th goal or whatever like that. I just think that he's got that abrasive personality. Maybe he'd want to chuck it, or he's just being funny. He's going to hold on to it. And then I have no idea what the motivation would have been.
He wanted to hang on to it so he could chuck it at Naz Kadri next time he sees him in the tunnel. That's why.
Well, here's what I do know. He got yanked from the game. So they didn't talk about it. He got yanked. The Caps won 6-1. They beat the snot out of the Blues.
Yeah.
He got yanked after 4. So, I don't know. I have no idea. But how do you feel about him as a dude?
I think I've made my feelings abundantly clear that Jordan Bennington is one of those guys in sports that I don't care who he's playing. I don't care what the situation is. I don't care. Wait, is he Canadian? He's Canadian, right?
He's from Ontario, correct.
Yeah. If he was the goalie of the United States, I would root against my country for the first time in the history of United States sports. That's how much I dislike that human being.
Well, his save percentage this year, are you ready for this? Is .859.
That's like worse than Georgie numbers.
So you want to know why the Blues have lost 8 of 9 games?
They're bad,
His
man.
GAA is 3.34, and his save percentage is .859.
That's shit.
And he won the 4 Nations. You think he's going to be on Team Canada this year?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes me really happy.
Vic,
really happy to
you have any
hear.
further thoughts on Billington?
I'm trying to line up somebody as a guest real quick.
Sounds good.
Is it Billington?
Is it Craig
There's
Billington?
a Billington out there, and I'm trying to figure
Craig
out who
Billington,
it was.
former Avalanche goalie.
Yeah, that's who it
Front office
was.
guy, GM Eagle.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Hey, real quick, I will say this too. I thought Missy Franklin was awesome on the show last night.
Yeah, she was.
Good job. Good job. I thought she was great.
Hey, thanks, Moj.
Yeah.
Hey,
I thought you were all great.
as long as we got just a second here, and allow me just a second, because there's a lot of business we got to get to. The Broncos played tonight. Nuggets win yesterday. Whole bunch. What are the Rock's going to do here? It's been a long time since they've had somebody in charge, and they're going through interviews. And I just saw a couple days ago that one of the guys they're talking to is Adam Ottavino.
Yeah.
Who might be one of the best bullpen guys that they have as currently constituted right now, and he's being talked about as a GM. What's going on here?
I posed that question in the press area last night to Patrick Saunders, who's filling in covering some Nugget stuff, but he's on the Rockies beat for the Denver Post. And I said, what's their next move? And, he reacted quizzically like we all do. But I think deeper than that, and I know they don't have a GM yet, they are still stuck with that $27 million per year contract for 3 more years that they can't get out from under.
I just saw the update, Vic, where it said, there was an update, I think it was DNVR Rockies that had it.
Yeah.
Chris Bryant has been reinstated from the 60-day DL. And I just go, why?
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
It's just one of those clerical moves, right? And he'll be probably...
Yeah.
Patrick said he spoke to Chris Bryant, and Chris Bryant told him, listen, everything works in my back until I run. And once I start running, that movement causes immense pain. So he can't DH because you got to run the bases. Can't play the field, obviously. He's just hoping that he wakes up one day and the pain is gone. I can speak from experience. Once you have a bad back, you got a bad back for the rest of your life unless you do something crazy. Crazy.
Kreckman and Lindahl were talking about something yesterday that when they're doing these interviews, the report is that Dick Monfort's still in the room. Remember, he handed off power to Walker, but he's still in the room for the interviews, which kind of tells me Dick Monfort's still doing this, right? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, if he's in the room, what does that tell you? What is he there to do? Maybe he's not asking the questions. Maybe that's Walker Monfort or whatever. But why would he be there? What would be your best guess? He's the guy
help guide his kid through the process. I don't know.
I think it's
think
about
you
start talking about the scratch it's going to take. That's why I'm here. You start talking about what's that price going to be. That's why I'm here.
I mean, it's his money.
Yeah.
Okay.
So hot stove season's like in a month. Mm-hmm. You don't got a GM right now. You don't got somebody in charge. Probably should get that rectified. Get something
Here's what
going.
it is. I mean, I'm everybody's throwing their hands up like, fix this. I don't think this is I don't know what to tell you. This isn't suddenly going to magically turn around. This isn't some magic show. Hey, someone's going to show up and then poof. It's legit. If that's what you're expecting. I mean, think about all the things that have going
I
against
just want somebody to be in charge.
I understand that. What does that even mean, in charge? What does that mean?
Construct the lineup.
Full autonomy?
That's what it should be. Yeah, that's what it should be.
Okay. I don't know what you're going to get by being in charge, under quotes. There are so many questions to be answered. So many issues.
But you need somebody there to address them. That's what I'm saying.
It begs the question, though, Vic's little statement there. What would your magician name be?
Huh?
The Amazing Moj.
What?
Vic said, there's no magician's going to pop out and go, poof, and turn it around. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Can't help it. The Amazing Vic. Would you hire the Amazing Vic for your kid's birthday?
Pass.
Yeah, back to Chris Bryant, because they've got to figure this out. And I know,
Vic, there's no figuring it out.
Well, yeah, there is. There's a way out of this. There's a way out.
Just you have to pay him the money and say bye. Go home.
And Patrick made a great point. You can come up with a deferment plan, basically, and come up with an injury settlement.
A Bobby Bonilla type of situation, or what?
He's not going to. If you're Chris Bryant, I'll ask you, and you have a bulky back and it hurts every day, but you're due $27 million over the next 3 years. There's no insurance on this. There's no policy. A lot of these big contracts, and I'm surprised that they don't have one. A lot of these big contracts, there are insurance policies taken out for injury.
Correct.
They don't have one on this contract. So you're stuck with it. You're stuck with this. It's not like they can call the insurance company, excuse me, yeah, it ain't going to work out. I will pay that $100 deductible. Was that $100 or $150?
Vic, which is why I said
we need a full season of KB.
Yeah, there's no getting out from underneath this issue. And listen, the guy is hurt. I don't discount the fact that he's got a bad back and he can't play the game of baseball. I don't think it's his fault that his back let him down. It's the Rockies' fault for not doing due diligence and obviously signing to a contract that would choke a hippo.
Your only way out.
There's nothing you can do about it. You're going to have to pay the money.
Your only way out is to do a deferred settlement. That's your only way out. So if you're Chris Bryant and you're due 27 per over the next 3 years, would you say, okay, I'll take less because I feel shame? I don't care how much would you? Would you take less?
No, I would not.
Brett, would you say, okay, just pay me $50 million?
Pay me.
Anybody out there, all of you with the hot takes, all you hot takers, are you going to come back and say, all right, I'll do it for 20? No, you're not. And if you say yes, you're lying.
Tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. on AM 950 for our final high school football game of the season. Lindahl and Polumbus going to have the call for Evergreen's rivalry game at home against Conifer. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHASA. Jeff Lakewell joins us next.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. You heard about that big case at the amusement park in Glenwood Springs. Dan Kaplis was behind that. Won a jury verdict, ton of money for a poor young girl, and Dan Kaplis understands that high-stakes cases, they need some high-stake lawyers. And a serious firm for serious cases is what you need, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, call him today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit him up online, 3 locations to choose from across the Front Range, dankapleslaw.com.
It's the return. The return of Leggy's Kitchen. Haven't seen it in a minute.
Yeah, this whole doing the show from Broncos facility kind of stinks.
Yeah, don't pretend you're working all the time, Leggy.
I miss the fridge. I miss the cabinetry. I miss all the pomp and circumstance, the frozen dinners.
So let's go out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. What you got cooking up in there, Leggy? What you got?
We got a lot of split infinitives and sentence fragments right now that we're cooking up.
I like it.
So, Jeff, a couple things. Can I just go back to last week for a second? Because I know there's a game tonight, but just to go back to last week. I apologized to the listeners of this show because I had a very bad tone for a team that's won 6 straight. But I can't get over the offense looking the way it does for 3 straight quarters. And I know that this is being nitpicky for a team that has the best record in the NFL. But am I wrong to feel that way? Because all I can think about is with how good this defense is, you just need to be a mediocre offense to really have a shot at doing something big. Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, the last time they put a trophy in the case, it was this profile. In fact, this offense is probably even a tidge more reliable than the injured Peyton Manning, Brock Osweiler offense was at times in 2015. But we kind of, as time goes on, we sort of, gloss over what happened then. I mean, they were in close games. I think they were in 9 one-score games that year. They had games where they gave up a lot of points, even late in the year. Steelers game, even for a great offense, they won ugly. And every week we had discussions about, can a team really win like this, week to week to week? They can. I think what's happened here is what happens a lot of times these days, is, the season starts and, folks are thinking, hopefully this is a playoff team. Well, suddenly you get to the halfway mark of the season, they're tied for the best record in the league. And now you're sort of moving the bar a little bit, everybody. It's like, okay, it's playoff team would be cool, but this team could really do stuff now. Yeah. And I think that's when you start poking at it. I would say for me in the 10,000-foot view, the playoff worthiness and your ability to win in January, a lot more impacted right now by special teams.
Yeah.
And they cannot play special team. They can play offense this way and slug it out in January. I have no doubt because I've seen teams do it. You can win slugfests in January in the playoffs when the tempo goes down, but you cannot win with special teams that make 1 or 2 or 3 plays a game that put you in a bad spot.
Just to follow up on that real quick, Leggy, where, if anywhere, have you seen improvement within the offense from week 1 to week 9?
I see moments when they sort of stick to certain things, and I'm always curious when they'll sort of commit to a smaller menu for a little bit, be better at a few things than try to be so good at a lot of things. I think for this group right now would help. And they have moments in games when they do that, especially in comeback mode. That's why their fourth quarters have been so good, because when you go up tempo or move it quicker, and I don't care what offense you're in or what Hall of Fame quarterback you have, the menu always gets smaller. And this group has responded to that. So I'd be curious about that earlier in games. But, that's Sean Payton believes in, massive diversity in an offense. He believes in play-to-play personnel changes. He thinks that stresses defenses. And, frankly, he's probably got a lot of proof on his side of the table in years past that works. But I just think this group needs a little something different from him even. And occasionally they find that sweet spot.
I'll tell you what I find interesting is that they're running the football pretty effectively overall. I mean, they're 7th in the league as a team rushing the ball, which is what we've been asking for, which is what they've wanted to do. But it doesn't seem to make things go better. it would seem that it would. If anything, it would help out the passing game, Jeff. But it just doesn't. It doesn't seem to. There's no correlation there.
Well, and I think that's what even Sean keeps talking about, identity and sequencing. You'll hear that word a lot from Sean Payton, sequencing. And, even he would say he's still trying to find the right, collection of plays strung together. Because like I say, sometimes they throw the ball very well, and sometimes they run the ball very well. It's just they don't get many drives when they hook those two together. And I think if they do, this is a pretty good team and one you wouldn't want to mess with later in the season because, defense these days, it's harder to win in today's NFL with just a defensive profile. But you can be a really, really difficult team to play if you have that defensive profile in your sort of your resume there. And I think that's what, and that's consistent. When a team's good on defense, they're usually good on defense on the road, at night, during the day, in bad weather. You're good on defense. It's not so beholden to all the other factors. So I think it's what you're looking at with that run game stuff is that sequencing. If they could somehow hook the two together, they would have a little something going.
Hey, Jeff, have you heard anything about the status of Patrick Surtain? Is there any chance he's viable next week, or is it going to be bye week? What is it?
Vic, I keep hearing now, this stuff could change day to day. Mm-hmm. I've kept hearing all along that their optimistic view was if he came back after the bye, they thought that would be tremendous. Would they like to have him for the Chiefs? Certainly, but I don't think that's one they're going to mess with, to get him back a week early and possibly lose him for games later in the year that mean a lot. So I think they're going to be careful with it, but that I'm still hearing hopefully after the bye. But obviously if he has a good week put together at some point, that could be sooner, but that's originally what I've been hearing.
Jeff Legwold with us, ESPN.com. All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. The deadline. So the rumors were that the Broncos were making calls about Jalen Waddle. What did you hear?
I think making calls was really strong. Yeah, they fielded calls and they kicked the tires on some things, but they weren't going to give up a lot. And when everybody in the league basically started asking first rounders for starters, I think that slowed some of the roll for some of the, like Buffalo was like the Broncos. They were interested in making a deal if it worked out, but they weren't surrendering maximum draft capital, for short-term players when they didn't think they really needed that. So yeah, they looked at some things, but it was never as close as some people said. And there was interest in Waddle, but the Dolphins were asking a lot. And, because teams were looking around and they were seeing teams get a lot for starting caliber players. And how about former Bronco scout Darren Muji doing work for the Jets?
I think it's smart what they did, by the way. I think it's really smart. They knew their team was going nowhere.
And I'll tell you, it's everybody says he gave up Sauce and all those things. They were 19 games under 500 with games Sauce Gardner played, so there's a lot bigger issues than an all-pro corner. But folks should know, like, the 26th draft is considered just okay, not awesome at the top of the board. But the 27 draft, where they now have 3 first-round picks, and look, a lot can change in a year and a half. I get it. But right now, you talk to any personnel guy in the league, the 27 draft is looked at like with, stars in their eyes. So you could see Muji pointing for that one. 3 first-rounders in what will be a very strong board if everybody comes out they expect to.
Speaking of a mess, what do we look at tonight with the Raiders? They've got a stud on defense and a stud on offense and not a whole lot of anything else. Is it an institutional problem, franchise problem? Is it a talent problem, coaching problem? All-encompassing, what is it, Jeff? What are we seeing?
Well, we've seen it here. Once you lose the mojo, no one in the NFL is excited to let you get back up off the mat. It's not a great vocation for recovery. People aren't going to say, "Oh, we feel bad for you. Here's a helping hand." No, when you're down, people just want to smash you until you refuse to get up. So that's the struggle in the league. Once you lose the ability to be competitive week in, week out, it's really hard to get it back. And that's where the Raiders are. And I think they're facing the toughest decision you can have as an organization is, do you have to tear it all the way down again? Because it didn't work when you did it before. And that's really tough in the marketplace with your fans to make people believe you got a plan. That's all tough now to make that call. But I think that's where they're at. They really have to decide, are you going to try and sort of keep the skeleton of this group together and do a little more, or are you going to have to take it all the way down to the foundation again?
See, that's why I like the route that the Broncos chose to take in this division, right? You're facing Mahomes. You're facing a witch. You got Herbert, who's another great quarterback. They built defense. They said, this is the way we're going to attack this. The Raiders don't know what they're doing in that regard. Not yet. They got spy tech in there. They're making new moves. But I think that's the only way to go here because you're not going to get a Mahomes handed to you. Not many teams do.
Yeah, Victor, you guys have heard me say it. If you're the other teams and your strategy in building is, oh, we'll just go find a quarterback as good as he is, that ain't a good strategy, people. Once the other guys get a historical guy, you just have to throw up your hands and say, oh, they got a historical guy.
Yeah.
Much like when they had Elway here and Manning here. You just got to live with it instead of fight it. And I watch teams fight the ocean. I watched the AFC East for decades say, oh, we'll just get a quarterback, close to Brady. No, you're not. So just, move on from that thought.
Do you think this will be a one-score game in the fourth quarter?
Well, it's hard to say no to that with these Broncos. It's could be a two-score game. What were they, down 11 in one game, down 19 in the other? It's just, I almost sort of expect them to be behind by the fourth quarter.
I know
just to see what will happen.
It's going to shock you. I know this is going to blow your mind.
Hang on, stop right there. What is Moser going to say, Leggy?
No, I'm just waiting with my anticipation. I'm just excited.
Okay, go ahead.
The Broncos are going to smash them tonight. Smash. Bash, smash, trash, and flash. All of it. Bagged on.
I'm just glad they're rocking the throwbacks.
Yeah.
Those unis are sweet.
They look good.
Jeff Legwell.
And I usually don't get excited for the laundry, but I like the throwback.
Hey, Jeffrey, I know that you're mostly X's and O's and what's happening on the field, but yesterday the Broncos announced that they have initiated plans for that Burnham Yard district area, and they actually, I saw a map, what they're going to do. The 8th Avenue Viaduct looked like it's going to get rerouted or trashed, which is fine because that thing is old. But one thing I've noticed, is it coincidence that announcement comes just hours after the big vote to add more revenue for city infrastructure, or is that part of the package?
I'm sure it all goes together somewhere, Vic. I don't know how all the plugs plug in on that, but I think it's a harder plan to accomplish if that infrastructure funding isn't there. Yeah. I mean, because that's always the thing. Yes, the Broncos are going to pay for their stadium. Infrastructure stuff, no matter
that's
what,
on the city.
No matter what, if a team pays for its own stadium, like SoFi, the infrastructure things usually fall to the city, the county, wherever, whatever body has oversight. So that funding is significant. It's nothing to shake, your finger at. But in these times when funding is hard to come by for everything, I think that's a big deal in the process. and moving it forward. And I think the Broncos honestly are trying very hard to understand neighborhood concerns. You know, the people that live in the vicinity of that may not all be 100% excited. A giant stadium entertainment district is going to be right, down the road. So there's always a ton of things you've got to address. And I think they've been smart in trying to get out front by years in this.
I'd be excited. I'd turn my driveway into a parking lot, man. Hey, $50 a pop if you want to get right here next to the stadium. I'd make some bread.
You would. You're an entrepreneur at heart.
Leggy, one last thing for you, because you have a football mind that is much more vast and better than mine. When I look at Dion yesterday or a couple days ago at his press conference, and he says, basically, I'm not telling you if I'm making coaching changes. You have to figure that out for yourself. Have you seen that before, where there's a team where no one knows really who's calling the plays? And he's not willing to announce who his offensive coordinator is? I mean, first of all, what's the purpose behind that? And second of all, why be so coy about it?
Sometimes, now, Belichick did it for years. I mean, in the NFL, longtime people who cover the Patriots had all kinds of covert missions to see who was talking into the headset, before plays. And he often, in the years Josh McDaniels wasn't there, he often would not acknowledge who was actually calling the plays on game day. So that, this isn't like a rare thing. Some people just choose to do it because they get tired of answering questions about it. But it's fascinating to me. And look, people know my viewpoint of this as the guy who asks questions. So take it for what it's worth. Mm-hmm. But I hear coaches for 40 years now. I've listened to coaches talk about distractions, and often coaches are the greatest ones at creating distractions that they'll yell at somebody else for. And that's what this looks like to me.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every single week. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Let's see it.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com.
Somebody on Twitch says that he used to ride his bike over the 8th Avenue Bridge. You're crazy if you rode your bike on that bridge, brother. That is a death sentence. I mean, well, first of all, it is jacked up.
Just like rickety?
Have you ever ridden that bridge?
It's pretty
I don't
jacked.
think I've ever been in the Burnham Yard area since
Ever?
I've been here. No, I don't think so.
Sometimes it depends on the day.
You haven't bought any crack cocaine there?
No, but I want to go to the Buckhorn. Everybody says I got to go there, so I want to go there. I just haven't
Buckhorn, dude. You would love the Buckhorn.
That's my buddies who that we're all alike. They're like, you would adore that place.
Would you eat the Rocky Mountain oysters?
I'd give it a shot.
Okay, because I have.
Yeah, I'd give it a shot.
Okay, hey, real quick, help us.
I'm always wheeling and dealing in that area.
Okay. Vitalant and the Avalanche are fighting cancer during the month of November. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates is entered to win an autographed Avs jersey. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer.
303-504-0925. Get some more thoughts. Thursday Night Football tonight. Broncos and Raiders.
Say, Brett, what they do is it doesn't come out like you think it comes out. They flatten it, okay?
Yep.
Ouch.
Deep fry it?
Deep fry it. Right. Bread it, the whole thing.
You deep fry, you bread and deep fry anything, it's probably going to be all right. You know what I mean? For the most part, it's probably going to be all right.
Yeah, it's knowing what it is that's kind of
correct.
You got to kind of get over that.
During halftime of tomorrow night's game between Evergreen and Conifer on AM 950, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week. It's presented by Bags and Shaker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. Back after this.
It's Thursday Night Football.
All right, again, you can head out to number 38 tonight for Thursday Night Football in that game against Vegas. And who's going to be there? The Moj. It's presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew and root on Denver to win another one with Moser, and he'll see you at number 38 at 6.
Do you
Who
think
told you that?
Do you think my wife is going to go? Is she going to go or not?
I don't know.
Well, you heard her talking about it yesterday.
No.
Yeah? What about it?
Because I think the Bear would be more popular than me.
That's true. Dude, number 38 is just killer.
It really
it's
is
such
a good
cool place.
It's awesome.
Hey, we just got a text from a guy who says he's the one of the owners of Buckhorn, and he wants to invite us down there if you've never been there.
Oh, dude, let's do it. Immediately.
Yeah, check your
Yes.
texts.
Yes.
That'd be great, Mark.
Well, I mean,
Let's go!
Are you going to try the Rocky Mountain oyster?
Why are you throwing... what, that you said you've already tried it? Is that what...
No,
is that
I'm
what you're
talking
leaving?
to Brett.
Yeah. Yeah, he already asked me.
Everything revolves around Moser.
He did just ask me that.
I just asked Brett the question.
No, he asked me that last segment. I said yes, I would try it. It's okay. It's okay. We're all good. But yes, I want to go to the Buckhorn. I want to have
Vic,
dinner.
back to your.
I want to have whiskey. I want to have a whole bunch of things.
Back to your Burnham Yards discussion, and we'll have our final thoughts on tonight's game. I think you know what mine are. I saw that yesterday. That rail line is staying there, is it not?
Well, they can't. Yeah, they're not moving the railroad tracks. They can't. I mean,
They're pouring billions of dollars. Why can't you move the rail line?
Hold on.
Oh,
this is my mistake. My mistake. Big foul. Our last keyword of the day for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Bulls on the 17th is triple. So text triple in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is 303-504-0925. Again, that is to win a pair of tickets to the Bulls game on the 17th. And we'll announce the winner at 9:55. Got that extra chance to win, by the way, altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix.
My father worked for the railroad, in the railroad for 26 years. I'd have to ask him. I don't think you could take a 3-mile stretch of rail lines and rail yards and say, hey, let's go ahead and move it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can. Plus, physically
wouldn't
you
you
could.
want to drop off next to the stadium? Wouldn't that be nice to have?
I was going to say, they have a drop-off right there for light rail. Don't you want one so you can walk across the street and go to the game?
Yeah, I think so. So speaking of game tonight, I have very, I try not to do this where you make the game about your opponent and not about yourself, but I can't help but just look at the Raiders and just not see a lot there. Like there's just it's not threatening. Geno had a better game last week. He put up 4 touchdowns, but that has been the outlier of his season. He just doesn't look comfortable within that offense. I don't think they have enough weapons surrounding him. I mean,
game, and that was a horrible pass by Minshew. If he actually gets through with that pass,
yeah,
that game's suddenly in jeopardy.
Isn't it like 17 to if he makes that pass like 17-6 or something? I mean, they would have got
17-3.
17-3.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about. That's why I am never going to just assume. Now, do I think the Broncos will win tonight and handily? Yes, but I'm not going to assume it like Moser does. Tonight, you know what? Would it surprise you is if at halftime we're muttering, what the hell, man?
No, because I've done that like every week.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
It would surprise me because the Raiders have the 30th ranked defense in the league. So the snippy little Bo Nix cut that we played earlier in the program, Brett, play it one more time, just please, if you would.
I think, if we can find a way not to have to play the number 1 defense in the league.
Okay, stop it right there.
That might help.
Stop it right there. Okay, fine. Yeah, you're playing the 30th ranked defense in the National Football League tonight. If you can't move the ball against these guys in the first half, who are you going to move it against? I don't want to hear any excuses. And I'm not being a jerk here. I'm being serious. If there's ever a game to get right and pick it up on both sides of the ball, let me explain the other side of the ball. But for the offense, if there's ever a game, take these guys apart, scheme away from Max Crosby and go crazy.
Yeah.
That's how I see it. Number 2, the one thing the Broncos defense has not consistently done is turn the ball over. They haven't forced it throughout the course of the season that much. When you look back to 2015, that defense, which was a superstar defense, they turned the ball. They forced turnovers all the time.
Well, I went through the numbers.
But tonight is the night, Brett, I think, where you can get your season averages way up because the Raiders, their quarterback, love to turn it over.
When I went through the numbers, it was eerie how close the 2015 offense and defense numbers-wise were to each other. Like, they're almost identical with the exception of two categories, and it's takeaways and turnovers. That defense turned the ball over way more than this defense did. The offense also turned the ball over way more than this offense does. And that seems to be the separation. Now, one thing that we talked about yesterday was if there's any statistic that Bo Nix is really lacking in comparative to other quarterbacks in the league, is completion percentage. And I think that's why you see this multitude of 3-and-outs happening over and over and over again. It's because if you can't get a 5-6 yard pass completed, then you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball when it comes to third down. The other thing that I looked up today was over the last 2 years with Bo Nix as a starting quarterback, in games in which the opponent has scored 20 or more points, you're 3-8. And one of those was a Dallas game where they really had 17 and scored a garbage touchdown at the end. It's just the consistency. And if you allow a little bit of breathing room to Vegas, I mean, guys, we did just kind of see, for as good as the defense was last week against Houston, Davis Mills moved the ball.
Yeah.
He didn't finish. He couldn't finish in the red zone.
You know what's been renewed and sort of reinvigorated? Home for the Broncos. They don't lose at home anymore. They've got the active longest home win streak in the National Football League.
9 straight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice, really, when you can come home. Because it used to be that way all the time. You don't win here. You just don't win here. I want you to take this poll if you're going to the game tonight. Because I've contended, could be wrong, but I don't think I am, that the largest base of non-Bronco fans that live among us are Raider fans. Because a lot of them love that rebellious nature. See, I know Raider fans travel very well. They travel all over the country from all parts. But I think there's a bunch that live here, that have grown up here, that consider themselves natives here. And if you see a Raider fan at the game tonight, ask them, are you from here? And then the next question is, curious, why are you a Raiders fan? Because I guarantee the answer will be, because everybody in my family loved the Broncos and I wanted to be a rebel. That's what you always get.
You think so?
Yeah.
You really think so?
Yeah.
It's just about being a rebel.
Yeah.
James Dean.
Yeah.
Rebel without a cause.
Yep. Yes. The answer is yes.
Maybe people just like, dressing up like a pirate. Are we going to see any of those knuckleheads? I mean, we always do. Yeah, I take that back. We will see knuckleheads tonight, dressed in their Raiders junk, I'm sure.
Reminder to you guys, the keyword for this hour is triple. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You can go to Ball Arena on the 17th with the Nuggets game against the Bulls, but the keyword is triple. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce a winner at 9:55 this morning. What is more likely here? That the offense puts up 30 points or that the defense gives up 24?
That the offense puts up 30 points.
Yeah.
That defense, again, Geno has been, which is really kind of odd because Pete Carroll and Geno Smith seem to have been on the same page for a while. It's really odd. He's just throwing the ball to the opposition a lot. He really is.
For all the stuff about the Raiders defense, Moj,
am I wrong or am I right?
I don't know where you're getting 30th in the league in defense.
I was looking at a rating. Maybe it's one of these geek. Maybe it's one of these, because if you look at the overall numbers, they're kind of middle of the pack.
They're pretty middle of the pack.
I was looking at one of these geek. Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Where they figure in blue moons on Sundays and that kind of thing.
The thing about their defense,
if you look at just the raw data of yards, they're right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah. They just defensively they give up 26.3 points per game,
which is a lot.
It is a lot. I also think that number can get skewed a little bit with how many turnovers they have, given the other team short fields, chances to score right away, all that kind of stuff. But
there is no doubt that Geno Smith has put his team in a bad way at times. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. Either way, this should be a game where you should breathe easy, but I don't know if you can expect that with really any Broncos game as of right now. Mose, you're obviously in that camp.
Yeah, if they lose tonight, I don't know that I'm going to be angry, because I think they could use.
I'd be livid.
Yeah,
I don't think angry.
If they lost, you wouldn't be angry.
Yeah,
I
what
would
are you talking about?
I would be incredibly disappointed. Not angry.
I'd be livid.
No, livid's a great word. It's exactly what I would be. There's no excuse for this one. If you can think about this, you win the game today. You go into next week, one more game before the bye, playing against Kansas City. Got that game at home, which we all know how good you are at home. Imagine being able to get that win. Not only would you be 9-2, that would put the Chiefs at 5-5. They're out.
They're out.
Worry about them anymore. At least for the division. Can they rattle off, 10 straight wins? I don't know, not 10 straight, 5 straight, 6 straight, wouldn't put it past them. But you can leave them in the rear view of the division, which would be even more important.
100%.
So, big game tonight, obviously.
Synonyms for livid. Is there anything better than livid? Furious?
Yeah.
Angry?
Incensed?
Infuriated?
Chartreused?
Irate? Fuming? Raging? Seething?
No,
Nonplussed?
Enraged? Angered? Beside oneself?
Oh, I hate being beside myself.
I
hate it.
How about wrathful?
Ooh,
baby. With a dub. Wrathful. Maddened or cross?
Cross. Love cross.
Dude, nobody's used cross
Don't
since
be
the
cross with me.
Cross.
That's the 1800s. Yeah, see? Yeah. How about indignant?
Indignant's a good
That's
word.
a good word. Okay, I'll be that, but I'll also be disappointed. They're not going to lose this game.
And sad.
I'll be sad. You have a chance to put a stranglehold on the situation the next 2 weeks before your bye. Leave it all out there. Go do it.
The other factor is tonight, guys. It is on Amazon Prime. It is going to be the only game on tonight. You got all the nation's eyeballs on you. You want to prove that you're among the best? You want to prove that you are what your record says it is? Prove it tonight.
Yep. 303-504-0925. One last reminder, the keyword for this hour is triple. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Fact checker next.
When Moser goes white man's overbite, I know it's on.
Yep.
Let me prove what I said in the last segment to be true, because I know Denver, and I know how Denver fans, some that are not Bronco fans, I know how they operate. And I said the greatest percentage of non-Bronco fans in this town are most likely Raider fans because they want to be rebels. A couple of the texts coming in. Vic is right. Two of my best friends since 1988 are natives. They both are Raider fans, Atlanta Braves fans, and Lakers fans. I honestly think they were adopted. I want you to call them out, please. Jacob Snyder and Dominic Martinez. So just called you out for that. Sorry. I tried Vic's theory, 4539. Cashier wearing a Raiders hat. I asked if he was a native. He said yes. What reason are you a Raiders fan? He said his whole family loves the Broncos, and he wanted to be different. There it is. You will not believe how prevalent that is in this city.
Yeah, but why Raiders, man?
Because they're the arch rival. And how do you get to your family members better than that?
I'm sorry, I need to ask a question here. I just saw this article from the Times of India.
Huh?
Like the India Times.
That's where I go for all my news.
Like
here's the headline.
Their version of the New York Times is the India Times.
I suppose. And the headline is, will Bo Nix play against the Las Vegas Raiders tonight? Latest injury update on the popular Denver Broncos quarterback. I don't think that he has an injury. I don't know.
Who's the reporter?
Mahima Roy. By the way, in this article, it says, yes, the Denver Broncos star player Bo Nix is all set to face the Raiders tonight.
Is there it's like there's some big thing going on in New Delhi that I don't know about?
I'm looking at the injury report. He hasn't been listed.
Got to give me that Broncos info on Nix tonight, man.
I don't think he's been listed all year.
He hasn't, has he?
No, I don't think so. Because here's the injury report. Here's the guys who are out. Surtain, Nate Atkins is going to be out, and Marvin Mims is going to be out again. The other one with a game designation is P.J. Locke, who is questionable for tonight. So all the other guys listed on here were full participants.
Dude,
they're fine.
That's that AI-generated crap.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That's what it is.
Well, it got you to click on it, didn't it?
Well,
Like,
yeah,
what
because
is
I'm
this?
like,
How
what,
we
did
done-
I miss some sort of injury this entire week? What's going on here?
Kyle writes in on the text line, I am a Colorado native.
By the way, hang on, Vic. The injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Go ahead.
Kyle says, I'm a Colorado native. I love the Raiders, the Avs, the Nuggets, and the Rockies. Call me and I'll explain. No.
Not calling you, Kyle.
No.
I'm calling you.
No, we're not going to call you.
No, Kyle, we're not calling you.
We'll call you some names. I'm not going to call you like this is a therapy session. I don't know if you have daddy issues. I don't know what's going on. I'm not calling you.
Will Nikola Jokic play the next game for the Denver Nuggets? Click here. Yes, he will. Okay, thanks.
Hey, guess what? The India Times is now a permanent bookmark on my browser. Can't go anywhere without it. 303-504-0925. So just a
What do you want from me for tonight? What do you want from me?
What do I want from you? What do you
What
mean?
do you want from me?
What do you mean? What do I want from you? What does that mean?
I think the Broncos are going to smash these guys. I think they should smash these guys.
Yeah.
It's not just that the Raiders are not a very good football team. It's that there's so much more involved in it. You got to stay ahead of the Chargers, number one. And, man, you have another opportunity to put even more distance and put the pressure on Kansas City before next week's game. The only thing that scares me, Broncos are 1-3 against the spread when favored by at least a touchdown. And 1-4 straight up over the last 5 Thursday games as short turnarounds haven't worked for them.
Well, they haven't played too many Thursday games lately. And
Correct.
Thursday, and the Broncos have been bad.
Now, what makes this game
recently
special, again, I think you're so right. You started the show by asking which game do you look forward to most, the Thursday nighter or the Monday nighter? And I think Thursday night's eclipsed Monday night for various reasons. Number one, it sets the weekend for you. It's the first game up. Number two, you almost done by Monday night, right? Not done, but you're sort of worn out. This is a national television game. All eyeballs are on the Broncos tonight. They're 7-2. They're tied for the best record in the NFL. Got a lot of people still doubting them, and rightfully so. There's reason. Tonight you have a chance to tell people, nah, we're real. Now, if you come out and trudge around like you did in the Jets game, they have all the reason to doubt you. All of it.
Yeah.
You got to do what you got to do tonight and prove you're for real.
Here's what you do if you're the Denver Broncos. Better than the Raiders. You have more passing yards per game. You have more rushing yards per game. You score about 9 points more per game on average. You play better defense by a mile. You do everything better than the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
There's no reason to lose this game. Period. No reason.
I think, you know what? I'm going to keep saying this until it happens. I want Bo Nix to have 3 rushing attempts by halftime. Give me 3. Don't need to be designed. Just take off and run. If you find open space, take it, please. Now, it's funny, like, Nix was so good against the Cowboys throwing the football. So good. Now, the Cowboys secondary is atrocious and left guys wide open, but still, recognize the guy, make the play. Just a hot start today to this game would do wonders, I think, for a lot of – I think for the offense and their confidence, first of all. I want them to look like they have a plan and rhythm for what they want to accomplish heading into a game. And if the defense is not on their game a certain week, that they're able to make up for that sort of thing. I don't know. I just think it's important that they find just one single game where in the first half you aren't like, good God, can they do something differently? Please. But that's what's on the table for tonight.
How about a clean night of special teams? That would be nice.
That too. Yeah, that'd help. I got it's not a stat, but it's just kind of an
real quick,
interesting fact. Yeah, go ahead, Moser.
Geno Smith last year for Seattle was sacked 50 times.
Yep.
5-0.
Mm-hmm.
He's already been sacked 21 times this year. And that's in 8 games. Broncos are going to eat. They're just going to mow down on Geno Smith.
Here's a stat for our good friend, Red Panda. She's 55 years old. She took a nasty fall just a few months ago, and she's back.
Did she break a hip? What'd she break?
She broke something. It was bad.
Did she do that in-game or in studio? Was that an in-game fall?
Yeah, it was during one of the halftime performances. Okay. Took a spill. So she has performed back-to-back nights after returning from that injury in the NBA during halftime shows.
You know what that is? That's a real person right there. That's a stud. Oh, broken wrist. That's what it was.
Meanwhile, Paul George has been practicing fully for a month and has not played yet this season.
Dude, I'm so over Paul George. His shenanigans. Paul George, when Paul George went to L.A. and he and Kawhi got their own trainers and locker rooms away from the team, get over yourself, dude.
Hey, texture's so right. Hey, let's give it up. We don't ever do this the opposite way. Red Panda, fast healer.
Yeah.
Fast healer, Red Panda.
Are you telling me that she's tougher than Paul George? Let's just say it. Red Panda is tougher than Paul George. Hey, you want to be tough? Join the Avalanche and Vitalant Fight Cancer in November. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer.
Our winner of our Nuggets tickets Thursday, the 17th against the Bulls, is Bradley Fink. Congratulations, Bradley Fink. You are our winner. You have a second chance to win on altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix, and also every show we'll be giving away a pair of tickets to that game later today. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier today, we dug up a clip from the infamous interview we did with Spike Eskin about Jokic and Embiid, and Spike told us that Embiid was superior in every way, and that interview has aged perfectly, hasn't aged poorly at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to play the clip we played again and then go a little past it, because, Vic, the noise you made when Spike stopped talking was just the perfect sound of disgust.
And I assume you could say, yes, he's great, and he hit a big shot, and he's a great player, but wouldn't he be greater if he was in better condition? You know, like, isn't that a reasonable thing for a reasonable person to think?
That's not a bad argument, but let me ask you a reasonable question.
It sounds like you dropped something in your car and you went to reach for it and you went, That's what it sounded like.
Well, what noise did you make when you get hurt?
If you're a hillbilly from Arkansas, you say "ow."
He gets mad at me when you do that, and I don't even do anything. I just like to make that noise.
Doesn't that sound like him though?
Hang on a second. No, it doesn't. It sounds insulting. That is the sound I make, though.
Do you guys want to see my broken toe?
No.
If I get hit,
I don't want to see any of your body parts, Vic. Stop trying to palm them off on us.
I roll my ankle, walking down the stairs, whatever. I go,
oh! This one time I ride my bike.
Try that, Vic. Try to make that noise and see which makes you feel better. Go ahead, do it.
Ow!
No, it's gotta come. It's gotta come deep.
Ow!
Ow!
I was riding my bike and got stung in the neck by a bee, crashed into a mailbox.
Ow! Ow! iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Broncos game tonight. A whole bunch to discuss tomorrow. Have a wonderful Thursday. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
Well, yeah, we need to against these guys for sure. They're playing great football, and we're going to have to answer in all phases. We're going to have to take care of the football on offense. We're going to have to stop them and get off the field on third down. We can't have no issues in special teams, and to keep this thing clean, to have a chance. And when you're playing a big-time team like these guys are, that's how you have to play. And so we take this as a championship opportunity for us.
Shut up, Pete Carroll. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know why I'm yelling at Oh, I see you. I see you.
I see a baby.
There's a baby here.
We got a baby.
Let's bring in the baby.
We got a
To show
Camille,
Twitch the baby. I want to see the baby. Raj is here.
Here we go.
Raj is here. Let's see it. Oh, look at the baby. Hi, baby.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, baby.
Y'all get it? So you don't...
There you go, Twitch.
Oh,
we got a
that's
baby in the building.
That's a Camille right there. Hey, you say hi to the Twitch world?
That's a good-looking baby.
That's a beautiful little baby.
Nice. Can she speak yet? Can she crack the mic? Can we get a hot take on tonight's game from Camille?
I'm not sure if she can speak yet. But she did watch Joker go off for 33, 16, and 15 last night.
Nice.
She enjoyed the contrast in that game.
See, but how are you going to raise your daughter? Because for me, Joker is my favorite athlete of all time. And if you get her hooked on basketball early, what about your love of hockey, man? You got to start her watch. Has she seen an Avs game yet?
Oh, yeah.
She's seen a few Avs games.
Okay.
She's seen a few football games, too. We're going to love all sports in this family.
Okay. All right.
We are.
Hey, so the journey to get Camille speaking perfectly before she's 3 months old, as a famous Alex Ryan Emmy drop would go, and KJ loves using it.
It's not over.
It's not over. It's not over. We've been using that one a lot. It's not over.
Fellas, have a great show. I will be back soon.
Okay.
Soon.
All right, man. Well,
soon
it's
and
good
very
to see
soon.
you.
We will join
Bye,
by the rise.
Bye, Camille.
Cam.
See ya. Don't go into this business, Cammy. Don't you stay out of your dad's world. You don't want to go.
Stay out of all of my businesses. Don't be a football coach.
Don't be a football coach,
especially in college. You'll get fired.
Right.
And
right.
you'll move
Multiple times.
Yeah. A lot. Even if you do really well, you'll move.
I mean,
somebody will say, "I want to pay you 5 times what you're making right now."
When you were coaching, what's the longest span of time you spent in
3
one
years.
place? 3 years. See, that's
Stanford. But I left on my own. Like 75% of the more than that, like 80% of the moves I left on my own accord.
Yeah.
Like if you're doing a radio show and somebody's like, "Hey man, we really like you, Berto. Why don't you move to Dallas, Texas and make quadruple what you're making now?" Are you gonna be like, "Nah, I'm good.
Nah, I'm set.
I'm
I don't
straight.
need money sucks."
Yeah.
Who needs money?
Yeah, and then like you're moving from being like a
Stop it.
Like you're like in the background as the guy that only is on the air once every 50 days to being the guy that's calling plays.
Yeah.
That's on the air hosting the show.
Yeah, you got to make that move.
So then you keep doing that. You keep going to these bigger, and then you end up in New York City or LA.
Yeah.
And guess what?
And then you get fired.
Then you get fired.
Then you get
And then you hit the reset button.
It's
and
a
then you
tough
climb again.
It's a tough business. Just ask Pete Carroll. Man, how long has Pete Carroll been a head coach? How long has Pete Carroll been a head coach?
Oh, he had a bad run at New York, didn't he?
Yeah.
Jets.
Yeah.
Also, was it or was it the Patriots?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know Pete outside of Seattle and USC. I know he's been everywhere, but I don't know what his resume is other than those 2 big teams that I'm aware of. Do you think? Well, listen. First off, I guess we should start this whole thing. Welcome to the morning sprint, people.
Hello. We had a baby.
We had a baby.
Get in my belly, baby.
Baby in the
It's a
studio.
baby.
So that was Alex Ryan you just heard. He'll be back soon. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Mark Bertolli and KJ Granderson.
And guess what it is
here as
today?
well. Game time. What time is it?
6:15. Game time, baby, on the Prime machine.
Yeah.
I saw the Amazon TV crew last night at the Nuggets game. My guy Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
He was a receiver when I was at Stanford.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah, and
I
then
didn't know that.
he got moved to defensive back because Jim Harbaugh was on the offensive side of the ball coaching, and Richard Sherman was on the offensive side of the ball playing. And I learned that oil and water
don't mix
really well. And so then there was a coach that said, "I'll take him on defense." And then that's how Richard Sherman, the defensive back, started.
I had no idea.
He
He
was our starting
I will say this.
ex-receiver.
Those Amazon NFL dudes, they're front runners. They left the game at halftime, I think. They bailed on us at halftime. They didn't watch that whole game between the Nuggets and the Heat last night.
Because they'd heard all the stories about John Moran at Shotgun Willie's.
They're like, we got to check it out.
We got to
Let's
go to Willie's. What's this place all about?
But yeah, they had Richard Sherman and Fitzpatrick and the crew right there at courtside watching the first half. But then I think I didn't see them in the second half, so I think they bailed on us. But either way, you're Nuggets.
Somebody's got to check the security camera footage over there at the Will.
See what happened.
Listen, I know a guy. I can make that happen, Coach.
Uh-oh. I didn't know KJ was a Shotgun Willie's guy.
It's not about where you're being or what you know. It's about who you know.
Yeah, good old show. Our radio studio used to be right next to Shotgun Willie's. My iPhone, it was always like 23 minutes to Shotgun Willie's because I kept thinking I was driving to the strip club when I was actually driving to work. And I was like, somehow, some way, this is going to come back to bite me, right? Somebody's going to be like, how come you going to Shotgun Willie's every day, Berto? I was like, it's not. It's right next door. It's right next. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We got a football game tonight, Coach.
Is that embarrassing when you have somebody in your car and the CarPlay comes on?
And it's like 23 minutes to Shotgun Willie's.
Siri suggests 23 minutes to Shotgun Willie's.
We got a Denver Bronco football game tonight. I can't believe it.
It's against the team that we all really, really, really hate.
It's back when the Raiders were good and there was true hate in the heart.
When was that?
Oh.
Tell me when that was.
20 years ago.
Were they ever, consistently really good?
When's the last time?
A decade of excellence in 1980 to 1990. Yeah, John Gruden. Is that John Gruden first time?
Yeah, I think so. When's the last time?
The greatness of the Oakland Raiders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, love it. Yeah. All right, enough of that nonsense. The Raiders getting enough love, but yeah, the Raiders have kind of the shine has kind of worn off the Raiders. But last time they made the playoffs was 2021. They lost in the wild card to the Bengals in that one, and that was the year that John Gruden got fired, and they had an interim coach, and then Josh McDaniels took over. And he lasted a season and a half, and then he got fired, and Antonio Pierce took over, and then Antonio Pierce got, and now you got Pete Carroll. And now they're going to get absolutely housed.
They haven't had a run of 2 years of good football for a very long time.
Right. Yeah. They just, listen, they made the playoffs in 2016 and 2021 and then 2002. And that
is crazy. You want to hear a wild statistic?
Yeah.
Since the year of our Lord 2010.
Uh-huh.
How many years ago is that?
15 years ago?
Good job, Berto. Playoff victories. The Raiders, by way of Las Vegas, Oakland, 0. Starting quarterback / fullback / wingback / tight end / prophet / pastor. Tim Tebow. 1 playoff victory.
That's right. Right here in this city. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm looking at the list of coaches that the Raiders have had since 2000. That's a crazy list, man. And they love to fire coaches. These guys are getting
Lane Kiffin had a really fun run.
Yeah.
That was
Norv
a great
Turner,
stint.
Art Shell, Lane Kiffin for a year and a half, Tom Cable, Hugh Jackson, Dennis Allen, Tony Sparano, Jack Del Rito, John Gruden, Josh McDaniels. Man, yeah.
It's not great.
Obviously we've been through 10 years of suck here with the Broncos, and now the sun is out and shining bright and looking good on the orange and blue. But yeah, I have no sympathy for the Raiders, and guess what? They're going to get absolutely housed tonight. Give me a reason why the Raiders can win this game.
You take this all the way back. 2002, a young Mike Sanford was a sophomore quarterback at Boise State Broncos.
And Rich Gannon was the quarterback of your Where Oakland Raiders still at the time? Was they in Oakland?
Oakland Raiders in
Was they
2002. Bill Callahan was the head football coach. They won the
name I haven't
AFC
heard in a while.
Championship and they lost the Super Bowl.
Oh wow, that
To
was
the Buccaneers
one
when
of the
Gruden-
serious defenses of all time. That Bucs defense, right?
Yes,
Is
it
that
was.
the defense I'm thinking
Yeah,
of?
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
So
is that the Trent Dilfer one?
Let's go. 2002 was the last, honestly, really good season for the Raiders.
Yeah.
So 2002 is 23 years ago. In the stretch from 2003 till this year, which is clearly going to continue, they have had a total of 2 seasons where they won more games than they lost.
Man.
That is bad.
Yeah.
And that was in 2016, where they were a 12-4 outfit, but Jack Del Rio is their head coach. Make it make sense. That was Khalil Mack, Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, wow.
And then 2021 was John Gruden and then Rich Bisaccia. You remember that? That was when they moved on from Gruden because of the email stuff.
Yeah. Halfway through the season.
He got canceled.
Yeah, he got canceled. But then he sued, right? And then I think he won that lawsuit. He won the lawsuit, right? But it was just recently. Like that lawsuit took 5 years or something. The justice system runs slow. But yeah, that was it with John, and then they replaced him with Rich, and then Josh McDaniels, and I don't know what the Raiders are doing other than catching an L tonight from your Denver Broncos. Matter of fact, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Why don't you give us your predictions for tonight's game, Broncos country? You tell us what you think is going to happen tonight. Because you know what? The Broncos are going to be rocking the throwbacks. They'll be rocking, and they're going to look so good tonight.
How am I looking today?
You're looking good, Coach. You're looking good.
How's my shoe game?
Oh, the shoe game is tight. Where'd you get those?
Got some
Where'd
orange
you
and
get
blue
some orange
Jordans.
and blue Jordans,
Because
man.
I'm a Boise State Bronco also.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about that. Those are your Boise State shoes.
They cross over as throwback Bronco shoes, too.
They do. They match good.
Got that beautiful royal blue.
Man, you came in full pimping today, Coach.
I was out there getting it. You know what's wild? I was walking around the school that I coach at. Just about no one knew that tonight was the game day.
Oh, really?
Nobody.
They're just oblivious to what's going
on. My players knew.
Right,
but
they're football
just
fans.
Normal teachers on campus, they looked at me like I had 10 heads. So
Right,
why
they're
are
like,
you?
why are you-
Are you like a fanboy?
Are you trying out for the team? Are
you the ball boy? Yeah. And I was like, it's game day.
It's game day,
and they're like,
people.
What?
Yeah.
Today?
Just absolutely
Yes.
confused.
Tonight. 6:15. Denver Broncos versus the hated Las Vegas Raiders.
It doesn't roll off the tongue like the Oakland Raiders or the LA Raiders.
The greatness of the Oakland Raiders.
Of the Las Vegas Raiders. During halftime at tomorrow night's game between Evergreen and Conifer on AM 950, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backers and Shaker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. Your first keyword for Nuggets Ticket Thursday on the Morning Sprint is coming up next.
Hey, Broncos country. Hey, Denver. Coach Mike Sanford here, and it is nearly time for my favorite place to go skiing and snowboarding, Loveland Ski Area, to open up. It's time for you to start thinking about hitting the slopes and finding your home resort. With a dedicated beginner area, Loveland offers one of the most affordable ski school programs in all of Colorado, and learning or relearning to ski or snowboard has never been easier. Check out Loveland's 3-class pass, where you can take 3 lessons and earn a free season pass for the rest of the winter. Group lessons include rentals and lift tickets, so getting started is simple and stress-free. Loveland Ski Area, affordable, approachable, and fun for the whole family. So learn more at skiloveland.com. I'll see you up there.
Get up, people. It's game time. It's game day.
Zombie Nation. Hey man, I'm fired up.
I mean, this is gonna be a celebration of Broncos football tonight.
I'll tell you what. Hey, Denver, Colorado, Broncos country, wake up! It's game day.
I know some of you are pre-gaming right now.
No, you all are sleepwalking into this one.
No,
and I'm not letting it happen.
You're right.
I'm bringing Kerncraft 400 by Zombie Nation right there.
You're right. I have not heard as much hate for the Raiders as I usually hear on Raider Week. Maybe because it's so short. Maybe because it was a short week or something. Where's the Raider hate,
What
man?
do you hate most about the Raiders?
I hate their owner. I hate their franchise. I hate the colors of that team. I hate almost everything.
I hate their cheese ball dress-up guys at the games. I don't know. Even in Vegas, they're still there, and it just doesn't fit because you know what else? I hate their stadium. Allegiant,
That's
that new
true.
stadium
that Darth
sucks.
Vader looking,
It's awful. It's sterile. It has no life. It's soulless. It's boring. It feel. I went to a Bronco Raiders game last year. Covered it in the press area. The press area sucks too. It's weird. It's like feels like a cubicle land in the middle. Everything sucks about the Raiders.
Yeah, I hate Geno. There's not
Geno
much,
stinks.
Yeah. Outside,
He's got a bad attitude.
I do have some respect for Brock Bowers, and that's about it.
I love Brock Bowers and I love Ashton Jetty, but I hate the Raiders.
You know what we got right now? You know what we got right now, Coach?
I like this text right here about what you hate about the Raiders from the 520 on the Shop Mazda text line. Keep it coming.
Yeah.
Bring me all your Raiders hatred now.
Yeah, that one from the 520 was pretty funny.
They said, they're a bunch of Spirit Halloween looking.
All right, it's a Nugget Ticket Thursday, and that means we're putting you in Ball Arena. Text the keyword dunk along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. While you're at Ball, make sure to check out the Nuggets Nation's pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA to win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls on November 17th. Text DUNK, D-U-N-K, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 11:55.
As in a patented Aaron Gordon dunk.
Yeah, that was a filthy alley-oop from Joker last night to
So
AG.
good.
That was stupid.
Come with all the dunk.
Yeah, bring that dunk. Also, keep the Raiders hate
I think
coming.
did we jump the gun on announcing the keyword?
No.
You sure?
1020. We hear, Coach. We hear. Dunk, baby.
Because I'm seeing all of them are coming straight through. They're not going to the keyword app, there, pal. Yeah, dunk doesn't start until 11:20, brother. It's all good.
Did I say the wrong keyword?
No, I need to figure out why it's not working right now.
I blame Camille.
The Raj curse is the. Oh no,
no.
Did the Raj curse
strike
enter our building for tonight's game?
Oh no, we can't blame the kid if the Broncos lose tonight. We can't do that.
But can we blame
Raj.
Can we blame Alex?
Sure, we can blame Raj. Sure. If the Broncos lose tonight, it's on Raj.
So we will know for sure if the Broncos lose tonight. Well, first of all,
if there's such a thing as a Ryan
that
curse,
would be really bad.
No,
but,
I know.
But that means that not only is Alex a curse, I think his daughter might be also. So
just the family curse continues.
So I think Camille, when in the presence of Alex, reverses the curse.
Oh, I get it.
So that's what I'm going with.
Right, it goes from a negative to a positive when they're together. Okay, like family power activate, whatever it is.
All right, guys, let's straighten this out. So, unfortunately, there was a user error in regards to the keyword. So, thank you guys for entering that. But now we want to
change the keyword on us, KJ.
We're finna do it right now. We're finna do it live on the air. The keyword is jumper.
Jumper.
Thanks for all your dunks.
All right,
but I didn't want it. I wanted to go old school Pistol Pete Maravich with some elite ball handling and a nice jump shot.
Pistol Pete. That dude was amazing.
Give me the triple threat position. Triple threat position. I'm going to keep my plant foot down and then, woo, jumper.
Jumper. All right, so text in jump. 303-504-0925. Way to go, KJ.
And all your dunks were amazing, but they're just not going to where none of them have been entered into anything. So
dunk is like the Raiders offense tonight. Just not going to work.
Yeah, dunk is extinct.
Just not going to work out at all. All right, Coach. How about this? Let's start off. Why don't you give me the keys to the Broncos' victory tonight? Because I'm struggling to find a way that the Raiders win this game outside of some really fluky stuff. But you tell me. keys of the game tonight for your Denver Broncos.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
I got 3 keys for you tonight.
Ooh, let's go.
They're going to be really original. Not going to be Coach Ease at all. Nothing that you've ever heard from any analyst in the history of the game of football.
All right, give it to me then.
If you do these 3 things, you might double nickel. You might double nickel.
Oh, that's what I'm looking for. That's all I'm looking for.
0 giveaways.
Okay.
So no turnovers for the Denver Broncos.
Uh-huh.
You don't turn the ball over, you win.
Yeah.
If you don't turn the ball over and you gain 3 takeaways. So you're going to be +3 tonight?
Yeah.
You're on your way to double nickels, brother. Yeah,
let's go.
Second one.
Yeah.
You outrush the Oakland Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders, Los Angeles Raiders. You outrush them by at least 50 yards.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
Ashley Genty? Nah, man.
I love him, and I think he's going to be a great player.
Listen,
but
you don't want Malcolm Roach putting all of that beautiful new uniform throwback, the D. You don't want Malcolm Roach throwing the D on you.
No.
You don't want Nick Benito and Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers and Dre Greenlaw coming at you with the D.
Yeah. No, you don't want that at all.
No, sir.
You know what, Coach? We got a phone. KJ, we got a phone call. We got a caller
We do.
here. All right, let's
Is
go
it
to
John Gruden?
Let's go to the hotline. And we got Ben from Frederick. Ben, what's going on? What do you got to say here on the Morning Sprint?
Hey man, I'm gonna be at the game tonight.
Let's go.
Bronco fan, but when the expectation is high in Denver, the performance is low. Look for the Raiders to make FanDuel a lot of money. 1916 Raiders.
Okay.
Are you a Raider fan?
Listen.
No, diehard Bronco fan, but I've been seeing enough to know that when the Broncos have high expectations, they don't perform.
You're not wrong. You're not really wrong. You
Ben,
know what?
Ben, you said Ben and Frederick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ben, you need to get over to Jerry D's and get the good vibes, man. You got to get rid of those bad vibes. You got to get over on Highway 52 and hang out at the D.
Hey, I know where it is. The cheeseburgers ain't like they were 10 years ago, but hey, I'm going for the Broncos. I got my John Elway jersey. I'm going to the game. But I don't, when I'm expecting them to win, that's when they don't perform. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders got a win tonight.
All right, Ben. Thanks for the call. I guess
But is that not
would
just the
shock
typical?
me.
Is that not the typical mindset?
Yes.
Of we'll call it just about every fan base when it's going really well.
Yeah, you
you
get a
just
little
are
nervous.
waiting for the other shoe to
do you
drop.
think
And I
he's
get
right?
it, man.
Do you think
I don't think Ben's right because the game of football is pure. Now, everybody has wounds, and the Denver Broncos fan base has a lot of wounds, just like every fan base does. That outside of maybe the New England Patriots from a 15-year stretch run of Tom Brady awesomeness. Where you've been there, you've gotten your hopes up, and then it's like, oh, we're going to lose this stupid Raiders who suck in our own building. You know what, though? This Denver Broncos team, what I have told you all along, and I'm talking to you, Broncos country, when I was at training camp last year, and then I followed it up by being at training camp every single day that they allowed us to be out there as a media member. This team doesn't believe or have any prima donnas. It doesn't have a bunch of emotional roller coaster type players. This team was handpicked by George Payton, Sean Payton, and the ownership group to be mature, to be the no drama outfit. And you know what those teams typically do? Those teams typically take care of these types of games.
I agree with that, but do you think there's anything to Ben saying that the Broncos play down to their opposition, to their opponent? They play down to their opponent. Or is that's just the nature of the NFL?
Last year's Denver Bronco team.
Yeah.
Think NFC South matchups. Panthers, terrible. Last year's Falcons, really bad. Saints, terrible.
Yeah.
And honestly, the Bucs, when you played them, weren't great. They ended up having a nice year.
And you won.
The Broncos.
You won all those games.
Well, they beat the
right?
brakes off those teams.
Yeah.
Last year, the Broncos got after the Raiders. Last year, the Broncos took care of business against the Browns, even if Jameis Winston was unhinged and wild. The Broncos this year have played down to some teams. But what I would tell you is some of those games have also been a little goofy in terms of the scheduling as well. Did you not think that I mean, the opening game of the season is always just who knows, right? It's like the gift at Christmas that you have no idea.
Yeah, like,
what when you open up that package, you're like, we'll
anything
see.
could
So
happen.
you played down to the Tennessee Titans. You did.
Okay.
But I don't think the Tennessee Titans at that point knew how awful they were.
Right.
And they weren't carrying around the
They still had hope. They
the
didn't realize
accumulation of failure after failure from their rookie quarterback Cam Ward. It was like, oh, we got somebody. He's an athlete. He's good. He's fun. Yeah, blah blah blah. Now they're like, yeah, he sucks, and we suck. We're the worst, and our head coach got fired. Now on the flip side of that, I think you did to the Dallas Cowboys exactly what you should have done to the Dallas Cowboys. You beat the brakes off them.
Yeah.
And that was the first time where you felt it. The game in London against the New York Jets, yeah, you played down to your level of competition. But in my opinion, playing in London just brings about gross football. It feels like for everybody. And then you played the New York Giants, and you could say maybe you played down to the level of competition for a New York Giants team that I think is what? Are they 3-6 now?
Now the Giants? Now the Giants are, let's see, 2-7.
They're 2-7.
Yeah.
But like they at the time, remember that was their Cam Scattaboo, Jackson Dart.
Right. It felt like they were like, hey, they won like 2 of 3 coming in here.
Confidence matters, man. And I would tell you about the Raiders. They are coming in after having a chance to have beaten the Jaguars at home, and they didn't get it done.
And they booted that game.
They booted it. And that's not great for the confidence of a fragile team.
No.
To say we gave everything, we were in the deep waters with a playoff team as it stands today, the Jaguars, and we blew it.
Yeah, they went for the win. They went for the 2-point conversion.
And they
could
did it
have
at
kicked
home,
the extra
right?
point.
It was
tie.
at their own building.
Yeah, it was in Vegas. Yeah, and they blew it with that 2-point conversion.
Just don't give these jamokes any hope, man. And that's who they are. They're just a bunch of jamokes.
No, I get it. I'm not sure. I mean, do you think Pete Carroll's going to be able to turn the Raiders around? Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, Geno Smith. Is that the triumvirate of success for the Vegas Raiders?
I have a prediction that only one of those three will still be coaching or playing in Las Vegas a year from now.
Yeah, it's just going to be Pete, right? Pete. He's going to change. He's going to get a quarterback because they'll have a top 5 pick or something.
Chip Kelly ain't it, man. His run as an NFL anything has been awful.
Yeah, you think he was going to go take himself back to college?
Yeah. It's been about the same thing. He likes the NFL lifestyle because he hates recruiting, hates NIL, hates the portal, hates needy people. Yeah. But the bottom line is that the NFL has allowed him to come into the building, I think 3 different times. First time with the Eagles, get out of here, you're fired. Second time with the Niners, that was a disaster. Yeah. And then now as a play calling with the Raiders.
Does anything about Geno and Chip as that combination of OC and quarterback make you nervous, make you scared, especially against this defense? Is there anything Geno Smith does well that's going to hurt the Broncos defense tonight? Can you see anything? Like what's Chip Kelly thinking offensively against this Broncos defense? What do you scheme against this Broncos defense?
I think you probably try to throw a bunch of slants, get the ball out of the hands of Geno Smith. He is fairly impressive in throwing the football under 10 yards. He's one of the top, I think he's the top 8 quarterback in air yards beyond 10 or underneath 10 yards. And he's decent against the blitz. So he is a slant throwing Jesse. You want to know what a slant is? I mean, obviously there's a lot of football people that are listening, but there's some that, slant might be. It's basically run straight ahead for 3 steps and then plant on your outside foot. If you started with your inside foot is on the line of scrimmage closest to the offensive line, and then you break at a 45-degree angle and you get inside of any coverage and leverage. Problem with that is that, number one, the average gain on a slant is probably 5 or 6 yards. Number 2 is slants get tipped, and tip balls are pick balls.
Pick balls, yeah.
And pick balls are going to lead to the Broncos getting double nickels.
What do you think the Broncos have more of tonight? Forced turnovers or sacks on Geno?
The sacks.
Yeah, they're going to hit that dude like 6,
You know
7
what I want to
times.
see tonight, man? I want to see these numbers that don't make any sense, which is the Broncos leading the world in pressures and sacks. But yet the fumble numbers are so low and the interception
what is
numbers.
That all about?
It doesn't make sense.
You're hitting these and they're carrying the ball.
I keep saying at some point in time, if you're sacking a quarterback,
you think it's going to flip?
It flips, yeah. And I think tonight's the night
that all
where
of a
Geno
sudden
Smith puts the B on the G.
They might get
the
a
ball
ton
on
of
the
turnovers.
ground, baby.
Yeah, a bunch of balls hitting the turf because the Broncos are
You
flying
know what
around.
you know what I used to tell my running backs, my quarterbacks?
What's that?
Hey, you put the B on the G. You know what that means, the B on the G?
Ball on the ground.
Yep.
Ball on the ground.
You put the B on the G, Coach Sanford's going to be looking for a new J.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, because they're going to do it tonight. They're going to do it tonight.
I want to see the Broncos help make Chip Kelly go look for a new J.
Yeah. You know what? I don't even
because I like Chip Kelly. I like him in college though.
See, I know Chip Kelly and I know Pete Carroll. I don't even know who the defensive coordinator of the Raiders. KJ, you know who the DC of the Raiders is? I have no idea.
I think his name's Kamaje Granderson.
That is exactly it.
Because I want that dude to lose his job after this game. I want Patrick Graham.
Pete Graham, man. Yeah, okay. Pete Graham. I have no idea who that is. Okay, so he's been there.
Yeah, since 2022. Since 2022.
Oh, so Sean is excited.
Yeah,
because he's seen this.
This is what I'm talking about. I'm double nickels, baby. I want double nickels, and tomorrow I want the DC of the Raiders fired because they gave up almost 60 points to the Broncos tonight at home. This is the kind of whooping I want to see.
That's an interesting hire, isn't it?
Yeah.
For Pete Carroll to come in as a defensive-minded guy.
Yeah.
And to keep Patrick Graham. Is there any tie to Pete Carroll in any career stop? Maybe Patriots? No.
No, I don't know. Right. Where did how did him and Pete run? I guess he was already with the Raiders, and then Pete just kept him on when he became head coach.
But why? Because they were bad, weren't they?
Yes.
I guess they were really bad offensively.
So he got retained. He got retained by Brian Daboll and Josh McDaniels and Antonio Pierce and Pete Carroll.
So
four coaches were like, "Yeah, we like you, bro."
Apparently, good dude.
Yeah, they must love him. If
dude.
four separate head coaches were like, "Yeah, you're not my guy, but I want you to stay here." Yeah,
there's always that coach that's good with the jokes. So
you think you're just like, "Yeah, he's good to have around."
You got a mouthpiece on him, huh?
Oh yeah.
Pat's got some jokes, baby.
You think Pete right now is like, "Hey,
yeah,
hey Pat, come on in here. I need some humor."
We got to reset the keyword because we kind of crashed and burned with the keyword like 5-10 minutes ago.
So the keyword,
the keyword is
jumper.
Jumper. Oh, that was good. That one was good. Jumper. In sync, baby. 303-504-0925. The keyword is jumper.
I want
first
all
and last time.
152,000 of you that are listening right now to text jumper. JUMPER to 303-504-0925.
Head to number 38 to watch tonight's Thursday night football game against Vegas with Mark Moser, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a dew and a brew and root on Denver to another win with the Moj. See you at number 38 at 6. Feel it. Feel it. Feel that bass line in your soul, people. Get ready for the Broncos and Raiders game tonight. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. We're coming to you live from the Backs and Shaker Studios. Their passion is justice, and it's time right now to check out the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. And I'm not the biggest fan of this Broncos injury report, mostly because both Marvin Mims and, of course, Patrick Surtain are out. I had thought with Mims being limited on going from did not practice to limited on Tuesday, there might be a chance that he would play on tonight's game, and that is not the case. So Marvin Mims, Nate Atkins, Patrick Surtain are all out. P.J. Locke is now being listed as questionable, even though he was a full participant in practice. So was after he did not play yesterday, or did not practice yesterday due to an illness. Big Nut Lutz is full, and he will be able to go. Brandon Jones was limited yesterday. He's listed full. DJ Jones full. John Franklin Myers full. Jonathan Cooper full. So outside of Mims, Atkins, and Surtain, Broncos are set to rock and roll. For the Vegas Raiders, the only people listed as questionable, Adam Butler, the DT. Nobody cares that Aiden O'Connell is out because he's their third-string quarterback. He wasn't going to get into this game either. Lonnie Johnson, the safety, is questionable with that fibula. And, of course, Brock Bowers has been dealing with a toe, but he's been full all week, and he's going to go after putting up, 147 yards and 3 touchdowns in the last game, even though he got popped?
Dude, just one of the wildest stat lines. And I was just like
their entire offense was Brock Bowers.
It was, and this is why I keep trying to tell people, listen, the truth of the matter is this guy is fresh. He's been injured all season, so there's no, rust coming into this game. He's feeling good, man.
Yeah, Brock Bowers might be a problem. He's going to be a problem for a lot of teams because he's one of the top tight ends in the league.
Ye of little faith.
Oh, no.
You ever heard of a guy named Talanoa Hufanga?
No, I get it.
You know what you know about Hufanga?
I mean, he's one of my favorite players on the Broncos. That's what I know about him.
Jade Baron?
What you know about? I don't know.
Rolling in the D.
Yeah, go ahead, KJ. See, KJ knew what's up. KJ knew what's up.
Hey, so my boss just rudely pulled me from the studio
to tell you looking good.
He was like, tell me I was looking sharp, man. Your J's are fresh.
From
head to toe.
Head to toe.
I'll tell you what.
Classic Bronco look. You got the D all over you.
There's so much D.
You are repping the D hard.
Yes.
And it's good. It's good.
So I missed this. What song did we come back with, man?
KJ, you want to play it again?
Get me hot.
Go ahead.
I want to get fired up for game day.
We're going to have one every segment. Go ahead. What you got,
today,
KJ?
This is what I want. A lot of shuckles. There's some shuckles, aren't there?
I don't know. What's the hardest rap song you know?
Can tonight be the loudest night in the history of Empower Field? Is that possible?
Ooh, I don't know.
Just cause. It's the Raiders.
It's going to be loud.
You're the division-leading, AFC-leading Denver Broncos that got a chance to be 8-2.
It's going to be loud.
That would make you the number 1 seed in the postseason in the National Football League today.
Yeah, everybody will be chasing you. Everybody's going to be chasing the D, man. The classic old school
throwback
D.
You're going to be in the D.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
So much D in that stadium tonight.
What's up? Let's go. Turn it up. Let's go. Suck it, Raiders.
Bunch of shuckleheads. What do you call them? What do you call people? Is it shuckleheads? Chuckleheads. My man here.
Cotton-headed nitty muggins, man.
There's a bunch of them.
Cotton-headed nitty muggins. That's what the Raiders are.
Let's just not stadium fight. Let's not do stadium fights.
Oh, okay. You don't want to start
stadium fights. NFL stadium fight videos are the worst thing on planet Earth. I just like really loud stadiums with great juice, great vibes.
Oh, there's going to be
everything.
good vibes tonight. I mean, the weather's going to be great. I'm assuming Broncos country is pre-gaming right now. If your boss didn't give you the day off, then they ain't a Broncos fan. What the hell are they thinking, man? You should start pre-gaming right now.
So when I went
Leave your job.
So when I went to the head of school at Valor Christian, do you think it was a smart thing for me to say, hey, excuse me, is it okay if I pre-game right now at 9:30 a.m.?
I'm sure.
For the Broncos game tonight?
Were they pre-gaming too?
I didn't know there was a Bronco game tonight. But you probably won't be excused from
what?
your
That's
duties
true.
here
That's true.
to go.
Valor needs to catch up with the they were.
We'll get it. We'll get it.
Yeah. You
well,
got
that's why I'm repping, man.
Yeah.
See, when you ask that question, Coach, they got to send you to the chaplain.
You got to get to church. That's spelled C-U.
Preach.
U-U-U-C-H. What you know about that church? KJ, you know about that church?
Oh, I know about that church, man. On every Sunday, I have some church.
Amen.
I got to get to KJ's church.
Hallelujah.
Unfortunately, I got to admit, I go to church.
Right,
KJ
you just go to church.
He goes to what?
Church.
Yes, sir.
We're going to have some church now. I'm telling you.
We're going to break out with some church.
All right, Coach. I mean, we were just talking about the injury report. No Patrick Surtain, obviously we discussed that, but Marvin Mims is going to be out. But is that a big blow against the Raiders? Just get Mims right and get him ready for the second half of the season and the playoffs, right? You're not sweating not having Marvin Mims against this Raiders defense, are you?
I mean, I still like having every weapon at my disposal as any type of play caller and as a special teams guy that's trying to get some good things going.
Yeah.
Hey, how about this? Throwing good vibes into the air.
Yeah, let's do it.
You ready for this one?
Give the Resonator some love.
Yeah, tonight is going to be the night that the Rizmaster has a signature performance.
Okay.
I'm calling the Rizmaster's going to get a return for a tutty.
All right. I mean, you ain't got Mims. It's going to have to be whoever, Bidet or somebody, or no, Bandy. Who's running back?
Michael Bandy.
You guys want to know who the special teams coordinator is for the?
I have no idea. Who?
For the Las Vegas Raiders.
Who is it? Al Davis's kid?
None other than former Bronco special teams coordinator Tom McMahon.
I did not know that.
And that chucklehead's about ready to get rizzed.
That's right. The Rizzy's coming for you.
Tom McMahon, you weren't very popular here in these parts. Best I know. I've heard DMac talk about old Tom McMahon, old T-Mac.
I had no idea. All right, Raiders. Yeah, you're going to get house tonight. Absolutely house. So let's do this. Wait.
Well, no. So Tom McMahon was a special teams coordinator here for a really fun era of Denver Broncos football. 2022 was his final season, and his first year was 2019.
Oh, yeah, that's a bad stretch.
2018 to 2022.
That's a bad stretch of Broncos football right there.
Tom McMahon, get ready to learn Rizzy. Get ready to learn how to Riz.
Right.
Because the Riz King.
You're going to get Rizzinated.
You are going to get rizzed.
Yeah, that was, man, I had no idea. I had no idea that he was over there in Raiders. But whatever, you got your 2 wins. I shouldn't have to pay attention to
you. All right, what we got here, KJ?
What do we look at here? Top of the standings?
No, this is actually, they're in the bottom half of the league in average kickoff return. So this is where they exist right now. It's about 23-24. I didn't count before I threw it up here. So they're towards the bottom here. So when we talk about bad special teams, the Raiders, they fall right in line.
And then when they're 32nd and they're dead last, what's the one over right there?
What does this number mean? What's 90T mean? You know what I mean? Let's go on up. What is this? Long 90. They had a 90-yard touchdown kickoff return. Is that what that means? I think that's what it means.
And then, Coach, which one did you want me to toggle?
Look at the Bengals. Right, that means the Bengals had a 98-yard touchdown on a return. Correct? Is that what that stat means?
That is exactly what it means.
Let me see. Where's the Broncos at? They're right there. Okay, I get you, man. I get you. So their long is a 46-yarder.
Average 25.2 yards per return. What does that put the Broncos?
That puts them 5th.
No.
Now click on the average.
Click on average. Come on, KJ.
Man. Come on, man.
Ye of little experience with the clickeration.
So they're still in the top 10. Go up. They're still in the top 10.
No, these are worst.
Never mind. They're in the bottom 10.
Yeah.
My bad.
Broncos are in the bottom 10, and the Raiders go up.
Oh, the
Raiders are dead smack in the middle. Oh, no, the Raiders are nice. Is this kickoff return or is this kickoff coverage?
Kickoff returns.
Dude, the Raiders are second in the league.
Oh, snap. We had the stats wrong. Okay, here we go.
Right. I was about to make fun of the Raiders.
Me
too.
You
know what? I'm still going to make fun of the Raiders.
Hey,
but I didn't realize they're
Tom McMahon's better than the Riz.
I was about to say, what happens if we get rizzed? What happens if the Broncos get rizzed?
Well, that's happened all year. we know about getting rizzed.
I don't care. The Raiders could score 3 touchdowns on special teams, and they're still getting housed tonight, right? They're still getting.
The Broncos are going to drop a double nickel.
Yeah, they're going 55 on these turkeys.
You know what the Broncos are going to do tonight? They're going to score on defense.
How many, though?
I think it's Benito. It's a Benito touchdown night.
Ooh, a John Cooper strip sack into a Nick Benito.
Scoop and score.
Scoop and score. Yeah.
A thick six. A thick sixer.
Yeah, he was at Ball Arena on Monday, right? And all the fans he was signing autographs and talking to the fans. He was up there in the lounge there on the club level with the Altitude TV people, and it seemed that man is rather popular here in the city. People were like, Nick, Benito. So yeah. Is that if I had to ask you what one player on the Denver Broncos you think is absolutely gonna go off tonight? Is it Nick Benito? Or is it somebody on the offensive side? The Raiders?
Well, I just have this weird feeling just because of the Raiders-Broncos kind of rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Bo Nix is a special.
Oh,
I think he's got
Bo
a night
Nix is
where
a special.
Yeah.
Es especial.
I think it's a Bo Nix a special night tonight.
You know what? Okay, I'm with you on that, Coach. I'm going to hold to I do believe that tonight will be the greatest statistical game in Bo Nix's career.
Why wouldn't you?
He's going to go for 400 yards and 4 touches and rush for another 50. Let's say something. Well,
and 2 touches.
And yeah, just go. Yeah.
And
throw for 4, run for 2.
So we're at 6.
We're at 6. How many touchdowns do I need to get to double nickels?
So it's
what
a
do
little
I need
bit.
for double
You
nickels?
need a missed PAT.
Okay,
You can do that.
I mean, you know what? I'll just be like, yo, let's, brother.
So you need 8 teeters. So we're at 6.
So we're at 6. So
we need a Benito.
One by RJ and one by Benito.
Yep.
Okay, there we go.
Yep. Double nickels and a missed PAT by.
Big nuts.
No, you know what? You just get one blocked
yeah.
because you can get rizzed at some point.
Right,
you
at
get
some
rizzed.
point, right, and we don't want to put that on Big Nuts Lutz. It's
No,
gonna be,
it's not-
and
it's not
we'll
his
put it
fault.
on Riz.
It's a Riz. It's a Riz problem. And then he'll tell everybody that guy blocks so many kicks. He's so good. Just the best kick blocker in the history of the game.
Right. Sean Payton had that prepped for that crew last week. He knew. All right, let's do this. We're gonna take a time out here. When we come back, we have a question for you. Coach Sanford's gonna wave his magic wand and talk about some of the players in tonight. We're gonna discuss what to do with basically the 2 best skilled players for the Raiders. Unless you want to throw Ashton Jeanty in there, but Brock Bowers, and then defensively Max Crosby, and we're gonna break this game down a little bit more. That's all coming up next right here on the Morning Spread. Yeah, Coach is rocking the old school D today. The whole way he's rocking that D. Welcome back to the morning sprint on this Thursday on a game day. Broncos Raiders tonight here in the Mile High City as the 7-2 Broncos will try to improve their home record to 5-0. Like the Broncos have yet to lose at home this season. The Nuggets have yet to lose at home this season. I'm sure the Avs have not. Did their regulation loss, was that on the road? Have they not lost in regulation at home either? Has the Avs not lost at home in regulation? I don't know. We can look it up and tell. But, man, Denver, Colorado, home field, home court advantage is real in this city right now.
If the Broncos hit double nickels on a game this season and fulfill the lifelong dream of Mark Bertinoli, because the Broncos had never scored 55 points.
Nope, never,
in the
never,
history
never.
of the franchise.
Never, not once.
They hit 55 on the spot. I would go so far as to guarantee that you're going to get the big three all with titles this year.
Oh!
Broncos, Nuggets, Avalanche.
All right. Can you imagine 3 parades in the same city? I mean, we've never had that, though, right? We've never had one city. We've had a
I'll
city.
tell you who would love that?
Who?
Some of the rehab clinics here in the state, up in the Rocky Mountain region. They'd love that.
Man, can you imagine? You get 3 championship parades in this city this year. You get one in February 26th and then 2 in, June of 2026 because of the Avs. Yeah. I'm here for that kind of party. All right, Coach. If I asked you who the 5 best players in this game are tonight, the 5 best players between the Broncos and the Raiders, would a Raiders name even pop up on that list?
Yeah, it would.
Well, we're going to get Brock.
Are we talking about individual players?
Yeah,
or are we talking about
individual greatness, just individual players.
Man.
The best
that's the
5
crazy thing
players
is that I love about 3 players from the Raiders.
All right, well, then give it to
tell
the
me
problem is Patrick's not going to be there. If Patrick was there, he'd probably be the best player on the field, right?
Nick Benito's definitely, I'd say he's number 1 right now.
Okay, Nick Benito's
8
number
sacks.
1.
He leads the NFL, right? Or he's right at the top.
Okay, well, no, yeah, he's I think he's tied for second right now or something like that in sacks. So Benito's number 1. Who's number 2? Who's the second best player on the field tonight? Broncos and Raiders.
Talanoa Hufanga.
Ooh, I like where your head's at. And I'll take it. I will take that answer. I will take who. So you got. Now I've already forgot the first. You got Benito. You got Benito.
You don't need 3 championship parades
in
one calendar year, man.
I wouldn't remember the.
Could you
by the time
imagine?
we get to the third one, I wouldn't even remember what the Broncos one was about.
You'd forget there was an actual league called the NFL.
So who's 3? So you got 2. You got 2 Broncos. The 2 best players right now playing for the Broncos. Who's
Max Crosby.
You'd put Max up there instead of Brock.
I would.
Okay,
because
I'll take that answer.
It is about the long game, longevity, all the things.
Yeah.
And I watched that dude play a year ago. Even when he's not like sacking the quarterback, he is unbelievable against the run game, brother.
Yeah, and he's so disruptive.
So hard.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll put Max Crosby, the 3rd best player on the field tonight.
Brock Bowers 4.
Brock Bowers 4. So we got 2 and 2. We got 2 Broncos and 2 Raiders right now. Who's the 5th best player on the field tonight?
Based off of proving it in National Football League contests. Bo Nixis es especial.
Oh, we're going to go Bo. Bo.
Es especial.
Ooh, okay. I like where your head's at on that one, Coach.
He's the starting quarterback for a 7-2 football team.
Okay, listen.
He has led, 4 fourth quarter comeback drives?
Yes.
You have to recognize games. Yes. And he's got flaws.
Right. But when it comes to winning time, Bo Nix wins.
And I think that's pretty important at the position.
And that's the only important part of the position.
I think that matters.
Right. That's
because
it.
Geno Smith's been pretty good at putting up stats and yards and throws and all that stuff, but he hadn't won a lot. You don't love that.
Not great at it.
Doesn't love winning.
No. You know what? Let's go on out to the phone line.
I actually think that Geno Smith hates winning. Continue.
Let's head out to the Ramos Law hotline. We're joined by Kelton on the Morning Sprint. Kelton, what's up? What do you got for us?
What's going on, boys? I just got to say I'm getting real upset with some of these people talking about how they're unsure about the Denver Broncos being a team that can beat the crap out of these just joke of a Raiders.
Yes.
Now, in the immortal words of Hulk Hogan, I got one thing to say about that.
Bring it.
What you gonna do, brother, when the orange and blue run wild on you, dude?
We love it, Kel. We love it, man. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
That's the energy we need, right?
That's exactly
What
the kind of energy we need. When the orange and blue come for you.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Yeah. Listen, I think
that was Kelton?
That was Kelton. Yeah, Kelton.
Kelton's been hanging out at Jerry D's. He got his pregame on. That's kind of energy that we needed. Right there.
We need more of that energy. We like if somebody's been pregaming since 8 a.m. on this Thursday, getting ready for this game tonight against the Raiders, go ahead and give us a call. We'll see what we can do about it. So that's a pretty good list. That's a pretty good list. Although two Raiders are in the top 5 just in talent-wise when you hit the field, but it almost doesn't matter. Like, what do you think Max Crosby and Brock Bowers can do tonight to help the Raiders win this game? Because it's not an individual sport. You know what I mean? They've got a lot of talent, but you get like Brock Bowers can only be as good as the quarterback throwing him the ball, right? He can't throw. Brock Bowers cannot both catch and throw the ball. I'm sorry, I can't remember Giselle's exact quote, but you know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying? My husband cannot both catch and throw the ball or throw and catch the ball.
So I caught some flack for Zach Allen not being on this list.
Ooh, I don't know. You mean put him over there in Bo? Are we talking about put him in Bo?
It's just the quarterback position is so dang
somebody.
important. I mean, Talanoa Hufanga right now, I feel like he's been, to me, if you look at a 9-game sample size, he's been the MVP of this defense.
Yeah.
Guy's everywhere on the field. He does everything in coverage. He does it in pressuring quarterback. He does it in erasing what looks like is going to be a big gain, and closes space.
Would it have been too early to put Greenlaw on that list? Because we've only seen.
I got a Garrett Bowles. He's had a fantastic.
You know what?
year.
Yeah, text line, tell us. Give us your top 5. The top 5 players on the field tonight between the Raiders and the Broncos. Who do you think that is? Text line. Who do you think that is?
Strangely, I felt just purely as it relates to talent, I felt awful omitting Ashton Genty is an individual talent.
Yeah.
Do you realize this about Ashton Genty? You want to hear something about him?
Yeah, go
On
ahead.
a team that stinks with a really bad offensive line, Ashton Genty right now, okay, he has forced 46 missed tackles this season. That's the 3rd most in the National Football League and the most by a rookie 9 weeks into the season in the last 5 seasons.
I love Ashton Genty. He's going to be a bad man if he can get an offensive line.
Ashton Genty also, okay. Ashton Genty has also rushed. He's recorded at least 80 scrimmage yards in 4 of his last 5 games, including 2 games with more than 100 yards. Genty has averaged 18.5 touches during this productive stretch, and the Broncos have allowed 5 running backs to gain at least 80 scrimmage yards so far this season in 2025. Can you name those 5 running backs that have been able to get 80 yards from scrimmage? Cam Scatterbo? Jonathan Taylor?
Did Brees get for
Saquon Barkley?
Yeah. Well, did Saquon get the
scrimmage yards? Remember the wheel route?
Right. So,
wheel route was dang near 80 right there.
Right. My bad. Yeah. So who's the
Titans didn't have one. Brees may have had one.
Cowboys didn't? Did Houston didn't have one, right? Not in that game, man. Not with all those field goals they were kicking. They didn't score a touchdown. They didn't have somebody with 80 yards from scrimmage, right? Combined yards from scrimmage. You know what? How about I do not believe, like, if we ask the text line who's the top best 5 players on the field tonight between the Broncos and the Raiders, I bet you most people
Brees only had 59.
He only had 59?
Total.
Wow.
Run and pass.
Well, I mean, that was a really low-scoring, wonky game, but I would have thought Brees would have been on that list. I bet you people could list 5 defensive players for the Broncos before they listed a single offensive player. You know what I mean? When they were talking about the best players on the field tonight. Because you're right. They could throw Zach in there. They could throw Benito, Zach, Cooper, Hufanga. And if Patrick was playing, it'd be Patrick, right?
Patrick, he'd be number 1.
Yeah, he'd be number 1. So, and then maybe after those 5 guys, you go like, well, and then maybe Garrett Bowles or Quinn Miners or, or Bo, if you want to go Bo. But yeah, you can't. Yeah, no. But Max Crosby's a bad man. But what are you going to do? He's not going to get to Bo, right? He's not going to get to Bo. You're going to be chipping that dude all night long. You're not going to let that the one guy on their defense that can hurt you.
And he leads the NFL in chip percentage. We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, that's going to be like JK and RJ's entire job. Just like, hey, we're not handing you the ball. You're chipping Max Crosby.
Do you want to hear one of the shockers of all shockers?
Yeah, give it to me.
One of the top total yards from scrimmage performances against the Denver Broncos defense this year?
Who?
Was Tony Pollard in the Tennessee Titans.
What?
Yeah, he ended up having just shy of 90 yards from scrimmage.
Idiots just scored 12 points, man. How did they do that?
I always remember the early season woes with the wheel routes being wide open or the flat routes. That was Tony Pollard. Had one catch for 29, and that's 18 carries for 60.
Wow, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. 18 carries, 60 yards. Wow. I would not have guessed that Tony Pollard would be putting it on the Broncos.
Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, those you accept.
Cam Scattaboo healthy. It's pretty fun to watch play the game of football.
Mm-hmm, before his ankle went pa-pa-tow.
And Brees was shy of it, right?
Yeah. We got some stupid answers.
Quinn Miners?
We got some Quinn Miners on the text line. We got some Quinn Miners. Like, Quinn belongs in that top 5. We have a question. Do we have to start putting Garrett Bowles on that list of the top 5 players in playing for the Broncos right now? I don't know.
Do you want to hear a statistic?
Ooh.
That Sean Payton's not all that proud of?
Sure.
Is the Denver Broncos, this is from the Sean Mazza text line, the Denver Broncos lead the National Football League in punts.
Do they really? I did not know that either. They lead the... Well, I guess we do love to go 3 and out against teams that you probably shouldn't go 3 and out against. You know what? How about this list?
This is insane.
From the 971: Benito, Hufanga, Cooper, Moss, Dobbins. Those are the 5 best players.
All right, so let's talk about this.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
What you got?
You want to put a little bit?
Put Big Nuts Lutz on the list. I hear you, 720. You know what? Big Nuts Lutz does go on that list.
Top 5er.
How many points did that man score for you this season?
He's been pretty good. All right, let's talk about a stat that nobody really wants to claim if you're an offensive genius.
Yeah.
To throw a little, throw a little water on the fire right now that you and I are having in this enjoyable day.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know that the teams that are in the top 4 for most punts on the 2025 NFL season.
Yeah, I want it. So Broncos
in 4th
are 1.
place.
Who's 4th?
The Cincinnati Bengals without Joe Burrow. With 38 punts.
That's a lot of punts.
And tied for 2nd place are the lowly Cleveland Browns and the lowly Tennessee Titans.
You don't want to be on this list.
And they have 42.
You don't want to be on this list.
The Denver Broncos have 4 more punts than the Tennessee Titans and the Cleveland Browns.
That's crazy.
They have 8 more punts than the Joe Burrow-less Cleveland or Cincinnati Bengals.
That don't sound right.
Do you want to hear something crazy?
Yeah.
The Carolina Panthers have 16 less punts than the Denver Broncos.
That's the Carolina Panthers. That offense is no good. Well, that's just weird. You did kind of bring me down with that
Can
one.
I pat myself on the back?
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Team that I coach for.
Where are they?
We haven't punted since September.
Stunt on him, coach.
And
Stunt on him.
it's funny because we break down the huddle every day on when we do our putt team.
You're like, no punts.
We say, no reps. No reps on 3. 1, 2, 3. No reps.
Tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. on AM 950 for our final high school football game of the regular season. Andy Lindahl, the Lindanator, and Tyler Polumbus will have the call for Evergreen's rivalry game at home against Conifer. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sports Clips, proud supporters of Jazza. We'll be right back. All right, people, listen up. We got something here for you that you're going to want to hear. It's a keyword. It's a keyword in your face.
You got to trust us this time with the keyword because last time we let you down. So really listen to this one because it's for real.
Should we just give out a bunch of fake keywords?
No, this is a real keyword.
It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday, and that means we're putting you in Ball Arena. Text the keyword rebound along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. The keyword is rebound.
Like, as in Nikola Jokic that just racks up
rebounds. Yeah, so rebounds. Text that in with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. And while you're at Ball Arena, check out all the great pricing on the concessions. I had one in $5 hot dogs last night. Had one of them last night. Oh, they were delicious. They were delicious. It's like being cheap like that makes them even better. I will say this. I've done thousands of broadcasts out of Ball Arena.
Last night was wild.
That's the first time. Shout out to KJ Granderson taking over hosting duties because our broadcast position got flooded. Yeah, baby, that was crazy.
So it was like a pipe that busted, right?
Yeah, it was a pipe that busted. And then
a ceiling busted?
The whole ceiling came crashing down. There was so much water in it. It was a couple of feet of water just floating there. And I didn't realize this, but thank goodness for Jesse and Baca, because they both realized that we were standing on a bunch of electrical wiring and that getting it all wet would not be good for us. So they started breaking it all down. But yeah, shout out to the crew, man. And shout out for KJ, because I'm like out of nowhere, I'm like, KJ, got to start talking on the radio. We're out, because they were like, shut it down. Turn it all off so you don't explode and electrocute. But either way, all right. Keyword is
rebound.
Rebounds.
And one thing that we've learned so far this year is that the Denver Nuggets, well, they've got some rebounders.
They got some rebounders.
And Nikola Jokic averaging just a mere 13.4 rebounds per game.
Yeah. Last night was Joker's 5th rebound of the season. Joker has now has as many triple-doubles as the entire NBA combined to start the season.
How about Nikola Jokic's career high for rebound average in a season was 2021. It's 13.8. And right now he's on track to be right in that same wheelhouse at 13.4.
Yeah, he's going to do that.
Last year was a 12.7, year before 12.3.
He's going to average he's averaging a 24-point triple-double with 13 rebounds and 12 assists on 61% shooting. And last night they asked David Adelman in the postgame show, because I guess around the basket, within 2-3 feet of the basket, Joker's currently shooting 90+% on the season. It's just like, man, that's the best player that we'll ever see play basketball in this city. Is
it so weird that when you look at Nikola Jokic's career arc, the years that he has averaged less than 25 points, that's been the best years.
Yeah. I think
last year he averaged 29.6, which was a career high for Nikola Jokic. This year he's right in that perfect spot, 24.1. And then the keyword rebound. He's averaging 13.4 and then 12 assists.
Yeah. He had
He's
16.
Averaging 12 assists.
He had 16 assists and 15 rebounds last night.
What we do.
And this team is going to be a better shooting team that the Nuggets had last year. Those assists are going to go up, and his scoring is probably going to go down, but it's still going to be a 22-point triple-double with it's stupid. We love us some Joker. But it is time right now for KJ's NFL Notes. All right, KJ, what you got for us on this Thursday?
Well, this is going to be the 132nd time that the Broncos and Raiders have faced off, and that includes 2 postseason games as well. The Raiders are leading the series 73 wins, 56 losses, and 2 ties up to this point. So with that
sucks.
That does suck, man. The Broncos got to come on. They got to act like they actually want to win division games. And so, Bo Nix, how do you ensure that you get off to better starts so that you don't have to play catch up the entire game?
I think, if we can find a way not to have to play the number 1 defense in the league, that might help. But, they're trying to keep us from scoring at the same time we're trying to score. So it's not easy. And we found ways at times, and the good thing is we've fooled guys like you to believing that's easy at some point in the game. So I think that's, we always want to score every drive. That's, point blank period. That's our goal. Sometimes we fall short of that goal, and we have to, rely on the next drive and go score the next drive. But, I think at times we execute better than others, and then we just got to find a way to execute all of them like they're the most important thing ever. And we're always really close, and so that's the good thing.
The Bo bot is programmed with a football cliche of 3 words, but I think his programmer has it all wrong.
You do?
In football circles, especially coaching circles, a lot of coaches love throwing out a hyperbolic statement. Like, this is the greatest defense of all time that we're facing.
Yeah.
And then they love to say, period, point blank. Bo Nix just dropped a point blank period.
Yeah.
I've never heard it that way.
Right. I mean,
it's
the
period,
wires got
point
crossed in
blank,
the
end
Bobot.
of story.
You're right. He did get that wrong. But
have you ever heard point blank period?
No, it's period
point blank. Like,
I think,
here's the statement, period, point blank, end of story.
Yeah, end of story. I don't know. I mean, listen.
Can you go back and check the tape there, KJ?
Did he also guarantee me double nickels? Because this is not the best defense in the NFL. This is one of the worst defenses in the NFL tonight. I think Bo guaranteed me a double nickel.
Let's rewind to here and let's see exactly where Coach heard that.
I think, if we can find a way not to have to play the number 1 defense in the league, that might help. But, they're trying to keep us from scoring at the same time we're trying to score. So it's not easy, and we found ways at times. And the good thing is we've fooled guys like you to believing that's easy at some point in the game. So I think that's, we always want to score every drive. That's, point blank period. That's our goal.
Wow. A lot of people here in Denver have heard it as point blank period. I've always been a period, point blank, end of story guy.
Point blank period. That's our.
I don't know. I don't know who's got it right or who's got it wrong.
It's a football cliche, I'll tell you that.
Do you think Bo's spending a little too much time around Sean Payton? Is he getting some of that Sean Payton just ingrained into his brain? It's kind of infecting the Bobot programming just a tad bit.
Apparently, a lot of our loyal listeners are involved in the Bobot programming sequencing.
Listen, I love me some Bo Nix. I do.
Do you think he's a special?
I think he's a special.
Yeah.
Me and JK are like this on that.
He's a special.
Yeah, he's a special. But I mean, I would love to see a little bit more personality out of Bo. Like, let's see who the real Bo Nix is. Because right now I don't know who the real Bo Nix is. Because he has been Mr. Cliche Machine, not in the same way as Russell Wilson. Not in the same way.
No, his are very subtle.
Yeah.
They're not like Russell Wilson would drop them as if they were.
He'd hit you over
like
the head
a hammer.
with them.
Like it was a banger. Like,
damn it, Russ.
You ever done anything dangerous?
Like that.
Yeah. But Bo, listen, man, he's gonna have. You know what?
What's the greatest trait of Bo Nix, in your opinion?
Mark
Bertolli.
He's failure does not affect him. You know what I'm talking about?
So it's almost as if he has this incredible ability to rebound in the moment.
Oh,
see what I did there? I did that. I set you up there because that's the keyword.
Yeah.
Our keyword here. And you got 15 minutes because the Bo bot has been programmed to rebound from any adversity and turn it into a fourth quarter magic comeback.
What is...
So text in rebound to 303-504-0925.
What do you think the best statistical game of Bo Nix's career, I believe, is the game against Atlanta last year? Wait, he went for 307 yards and 4 touchdown passes, but is that as good as that comeback win against the Giants? Just the fourth quarter, we had 2 touchdown passes, and 2 rushing touchdowns.
If Bo played the way he played in the fourth quarter against the Giants, Bo would lead a double nickel performance.
Yeah, I want 8 touches tonight, right? 8 touches and a missed extra point. That's all I need. That's all I want. That's all I want.
You can take 7 teeters and 2 field goals.
All right, but I still kind of want the ocho on the TDs just to be like, hey, guess what, Las Vegas? Take those Take that L and those 8 touchdowns and get the hell out of my city and see how that treats you. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Double nickels.
I felt so awful. I was on a league meeting with all the Denver South Metro coaches, and we were talking about, making cases for our players to be first team, second team, honorable mention. Came up to place kicker. And I said, our guy's pretty good, man. And I was looking through the stats. It sounded like the biggest pompous jerk ever. I was like, my guy was 50 of 50 on extra points this year.
That is kind of cocky.
And all the other guys were like, yeah, it sounds like you scored a bunch of touchdowns. Must be nice, huh?
Yeah, that is kind of like, that's like, that is like a humble brag. You're like,
I didn't, and it's funny because I didn't mean to. I just thought like I've been around a lot of at really good levels where
they don't hit those.
You're not 100%. I mean,
right,
it's like
50 and 50 is good. 50 and 50
really
is
good.
great. But that is like kind of like, I scored a hell of a lot of touchdowns this season, people.
And so when they say, well, Coach, that means you scored 50 touchdowns, must be nice. And I had it. We actually have given our backup kicker some opportunities.
Yeah.
And I didn't say it. I was like, well, that wasn't actually all of them.
That's even better. That's even better. I love it. All right, KJ, what's next?
Point blank period.
Well, before I get into this second story, Coach has a request on the text line. I'm going to see if he can do it.
All right, from the 303-504-0925. Actually, not. That's the text thread. 908 says, Coach, do Bobot ordering McDonald's.
Yeah, what's your McDonald's order? Do it as a Bobot.
Izzy, what do you want? Pivot. I'll take 2 number 2s. What is that? That's 2 cheeseburgers. I'm going to have them no pickles. I'll get it with an extra large fries. And I'll take an extra large Powerade. I don't do sodas. They're bad for the body. Thank you. Will you be using the code, sir? Yes. The code is 6767. Thank you.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I bet you that might be the Bobot actual McDonald's order, man. That's a good. Number 2 is good.
Number 2 is fire.
Yeah.
I'm a number 2 guy.
Number 2.
Sean Payton. You know what Sean Payton?
Number 2. It's a number 2.
Sean Payton, what do you order at McDonald's? Sean, you there? What do you order?
It's a number 2.
It's a number 2. Yeah.
2 lattes in the morning. 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
Yeah.
Sean loves a McCafe, doesn't he?
Although, I don't know. Is Sean Payton a McDonald's guy? Like, Bo Nix definitely looks like a McDonald's guy. But
why does Bo Nix look like a McDonald's guy?
Well, because the hair. I mean, there's something to do with the hair, right? That hair just screams, "I want a cheeseburger." You know what I mean? Right? Am I right or am I not right?
I have 2 middle fingers.
Like, the cheeseburger meal seems right up Bo Nix's alley. But Sean Payton, remember, he was talking about expensive sushi that one time last year. He's not stopping at McDonald's going home. He's going to the sushi restaurant. But I don't do sushi, so I don't know what that's all about. But I'll eat the hell out of some McDonald's. I'll tell you that much. All right, KG, what's next?
McDonald's just never misses, does it?
That's good, man. And fries are delicious.
And when the Rockies get a double, you get a free double cheeseburger on the app? Get out of here with that.
Yeah. What's up, KJ?
So one of the biggest things, and we kind of hinted at it a little bit in the last segment, was why in the world can't Ashton Genty
rebound?
Just be Ashton? Yes. Why can't he rebound? Which is
our keyword of the day.
There you go.
Hey!
Rebound.
Bertinoli.
All right. So sorry, my bad. I interrupted. Ashton Genty.
Where would you text that to? Would it be
303-504-0925?
Come on.
Tonight.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
We got game day vibes today, man.
Yeah.
We're
feeling this Bronco game. Dog, if they lose tonight, tomorrow's going to be.
Oh, people are going to be mad at us.
Tomorrow.
We brought all the energy today, man.
Tomorrow's going to suck. All right,
You know what, though? It's still worth it either way.
Yeah. All right, KJ, what's up?
So Ashton Genty, he's averaging 3.9 yards per carry, which, again, isn't the worst. But for a running back who was highly touted coming out of college, honestly, a lot of people expected more. Here's Chip Kelly stepping up to the podium the other day, and he got a little defensive about how Ashton's being used in his offense thus far.
Do you think that criticism is fair, or do you think it's just much ado about nothing?
I think he leads the league in rookie rushing, doesn't he? And carry. So I think everything we do game plan-wise is about winning that game. So it's not about how many gets how many touches. Maybe some fantasy people are a little disturbed, but we're not coaching for fantasy people, so we're just trying to win games. So I don't, that's not. I mean, he's our number one back, and when we're running the ball, he's running the football. So, and I think you saw him a little bit in the past game the other day, and he's starting to evolve in that, and trying to get him more involved in that way. So, he's continuing to grow. He's doing a heck of a job. Really excited that we have him.
Chip sounds like he's having a really good time, doesn't he? You know what the problem is when you start having these comments about I'm not coaching for fantasy football people. Well, you're not coaching for wins either.
Right, you're not coaching for wins. You're coaching for nothing right now.
What are you coaching for? Just a check?
You know what? I like Ashton Genty enough. I don't know if I'd trade Ashton Genty for, like a couple of dudes in the NFL right now. You know what I mean? Because even would you trade Ashton? Would you, if right away you say, I'll give you Ashton if you give me Bijan Robinson?
I right now would take Bijan.
Christian McCaffrey, you take Christian, right? But outside of those guys, Jahmyr Gibbs and Saquon, and that might be it. Those might be the only four backs. Jonathan Taylor, I don't know. But there's not that many. Well, there's like 5 that I would take before I took Ashton. But still, man, I mean, he's going to have I don't know. I really like Ashton Genty. Well, I think he's going to get it right once they figure out what the hell's going on with their offensive line and once they get rid of Chip Kelly. All right, KJ, what's next?
Point blank period.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. I usually try not to ever end off NFL notes on a sad note, but there was a story that came out of Dallas this morning. Defensive end Marshawn Nealon. He passed away early this morning after an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. They are believing that this is linked to a car crash he was involved in late Wednesday night. And they believe that, unfortunately, that's what led to him thinking it's better for me to get out ahead of this based off of the report out of Frisco Police Department.
So young.
He was so young. 24 years old, man. 24 years old.
Listen to me carefully. There's always a better solution. Always. And if you're ever having any of those thoughts, call somebody. Somebody's going to care for you. Somebody loves you. Somebody wants to just be that person. This is a player that was just drafted in the second round just a mere year and a half ago in 2024.
Yeah.
Played at Western Michigan. Played for one of my good friends, Lance Taylor, a guy that I worked and crossed paths with at Sanford. There's always a better path forward. And there's always somebody out there that you can call. Just devastating.
Yeah, just 24 years old. I think he scored a touchdown in that game against a defensive touchdown, right? He had a scoop and score in that game. Yeah, that's tough. Just 24 years old and no longer with us.
Reach out to somebody. Reach out.
So we'll take a time out here. When we come back, we'll wrap up the morning sprint. Remember, we do have the keyword right now. Text it into 303-504-0925. It is rebound with your first and last name, and we will be right back. Welcome back.
Smoke.
Welcome back to the morning sprint. We got a football game tonight. It's game time. Broncos and Raiders in an AFC West battle.
Gorilla.
We've been pumping you up all day long. We do have one little note. Do you want to hang out with Mark Moser?
No. Do you want to hang out with Mark Moser?
I spent a lot of I
just found out you guys
were
hanging
out with
you guys
Moser.
were roommates.
Yeah. I used to live with Moj.
100%.
Yeah, and one of his many fiancées that I think he actually ended up marrying her before the divorce.
Who told you that?
Yeah, you did, Moj. And her cat. She brought her cat to the relationship as well.
It wasn't cat
and
cave.
into my house. You know what? I don't even remember the name of that cat. It was something lame, like just a human name, like Susie the cat.
What was younger Moj like?
I think. Well, he drank a lot.
That is a dub.
yeah, he drank a lot.
So, what's different between younger Moj and older Moj?
Just the gray hair, probably. That's about it, man. I mean,
was he chewing tobacco too?
Yes, nonstop, man. The cage used to be just littered with soda cans that didn't have any soda, and it's just like half full up with spit juice. Yeah. No, he's been chewing for 40 years now.
Yes.
You can hang out with the Moj. Head to number 38 to watch tonight's Thursday night football game against Vegas with Moser, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew and root on Denver to another win with Mark Moser. See you at number 38 at 6. Matter of fact, y'all need to show up at number 38 and just start buying that man shots because he's got to get on a plane with the Avs tomorrow and fly to Edmonton. But tonight, he can get riggedy, wreck son. You guys may need to make sure that happens. So head to number 38. All right, Coach, final thoughts on this Broncos Raiders game tonight. What do you think the Raiders game plan is? If you're Pete Carroll, and you're like, man, we're playing a team that's on a roll. They got one of the best defenses in the NFL. How are we going to find a way to beat this team when we're this bad?
Woo-hoo! Pete Carroll, man. Chip Kelly. Ooh, good luck, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, what's that game plan look like? What's that game plan look like?
Yeah.
They're going to sweep this team again for the second season in a row, aren't they?
Yeah. So, I'm putting together a game plan here. Let me start. I'm Chip Kelly. I'm going to just put on first and second down base first and second down pressure looks. Oh, I don't love this. Defensive front gets pretty active. They're pretty involved in everything they do. Zach Allen, well, he seems like every time you call a pass play, somehow, some way, he's creating pressure on the quarterback. We can chip Nick Benito. Oh, yeah, that's not great because Jonathan Cooper actually
Cooper's coming for you, too.
6.5, 7 sacks. We'll make sure we turn our slide to Zach Allen because he's just an unbelievable interior D lineman, and you got to get two bodies on him. So we'll send our center and our guard to double team him. Oh, wait, that leaves Jonathan Franklin Myers singled up. Yeah, I haven't gotten to the defensive backfield yet. Talanoa Hufanga pretty much plays linebacker, deep safety. He's a blitzer. Oh, they got two nickels. Which ones? Okay, so they got Jade Barron. All right, so, the plan here is let's hand the ball off to Ashton Genty 20 times.
That's exactly what they're going to hand the ball to him all the time.
Let's throw the ball short to Brock Bowers about 12 times. And then ultimately, what we really need to get accomplished here is, in the wise words of one Tupac Shakur, we're going to listen to this as a team. This is about our only hope, our only chance here to score points on these Denver Broncos. It's right here.
And I've heard this in a while. Yeah, go ahead, turn that up. Na, 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 na.
I clutch that rosary because you absolutely need to get some help. You're going to need a Bo Nix interception. You're going to need a fumble from R.J. Harvey. You're going to need a special teams malfunction.
Have to help you out if you're going to win this game.
If you just strictly look at the matchups, you can't tell the analytics to say that this game should be close.
No.
Especially when the Denver Broncos right now are a 7-2 ball club that actually is in dead last in head-to-head AFC matchups.
You know what? You're right because they're 0-1. They've only played
I think the Raiders
that one game against
are
LA. 0-2.
Who was it that started with all the games? It was the Chargers.
It was LA, right? Because we
3-0.
were all like, they're going to win the division because they're already 2-0 in the division or something like that. Or were they 3-0 in the division? But yeah, they started strong, and now they're on the outside looking. Well, they're inside, but they're looking up at the Denver Broncos. They're 6-3. You're 7-2, and you only have one more game against them. But they are. Let's see. In the division, they are. The Chargers are 3-0 in the division. Yeah. So they beat us, and they beat the Chiefs, and they beat the Raiders.
Yep. What did the Raiders? The Raiders only have one or two. They have two.
Raiders are 0-2 in the division.
Okay, so they're dead last.
Yeah.
But the Broncos got to start winning some AFC West games, and tonight's a huge night. And I know that Sean Payton understands the importance of divisional matchups to be in your AFC West division and to get wins. It's critically important.
What are the odds? I mean, if you're the Denver Broncos and you've been talking about winning the AFC West, Sean Payton's been saying that all year long. But now you're 7-2, man. You are a juggernaut at home. What's keeping you away from the number one seed in the AFC? What's stopping you from just saying to hell with it? We're gonna get a bye.
Slow starts.
You think that's
slow starts offensively for the Broncos?
I guess that's the one thing that worries me.
You got to address that tonight, man. And I hear you, I see you, I love you, Tony, on the Shop Mods text line saying that you guys are freaking crazy. Raiders always play the Broncos tough. Well, always certainly would count for everything that predated Sean Payton here in Denver. Sean Payton in his record head-to-head against the Raiders is pretty dang good. You know, and obviously the two games a year ago, it's pretty big. Sean Payton has a 4-3 head-to-head record against Pete Carroll, those are some really good NFC teams that he had with the Seahawks. And obviously that was a bit of a back and forth right there in those two franchises.
Pete Carroll is undefeated against Sean Payton in the playoffs. Playoffs? Talk about the playoffs? Yeah. He's 2-0 against Sean in the playoffs, but that's probably a few years. I mean, more than a few years back.
Playoffs
now. But yeah, Sean Payton leads the rivalry with a 4-3 record, but Pete Carroll has them playoff wins. But that was when.
But even dating back to last season, there was a little bit of hope from the Las Vegas Raiders in Empower Field. I was at that game a year ago, and you watch that game, you watch it closely, and the Denver Broncos. They were watching Gardner Minshew drive the football down the field, and then it was Gardner Minshew pick six to Pat Surtain the second. It was like a 102-yard return for a touchdown. That ended up just opening that game wide stinking open. Wide stinking open. And really the two matchups last year with Sean Payton as the head coach of the Denver Broncos, you ended up winning 34-18. And then at the Raiders, 29-19. And that's really and that's with a young, growing Bo Nix.
Do you, on the Athletics breakdown of tonight's game, they have the good and bad for each team. And as you imagine, the bad outweighs the good for Vegas by a whole lot because the Raiders are 29th in points per game. They're 30th in yards per game. And now you're facing one of the best defenses in the NFL. The only thing they have on the good list is Brock Bowers, and that's it. For the Broncos on the good list is obviously this 6-game winning streak, their longest uninterrupted winning streak since 2015. But on the bad, they say that Patrick Surtain will be missed tonight. Will Patrick Surtain be? I mean, he's always missed. He's the best.
Who plays receiver for the Raiders?
Well, nobody that you care about. Nobody that's going to scare you, right? There's nobody that's going to make you nervous on that team because they already traded.
Patrick Surtain wasn't going to be covering Brock Bowers exclusively.
Right. It's not like Trey Tucker's going to go off. It's not like Tyler Lockett's going to go crazy on you.
Jack Betch.
Yeah, that ain't going to work. That's
for
not
for all my Betches hanging out tonight. Jack Betch, the TCU. Great story, by the way, on Jack Betch is. He and his brother, best friends. His brother passed away. And,
what, really?
TCU, big time TCU, really neat. He had the senior. Remember, I don't know if you remember the story in the Senior Bowl this last year. Jack Betch scored a touchdown, the game winning. I mean, I know it's the Senior Bowl, and was able to dedicate it afterwards to his brother. Excuse me.
Did not know that, but yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I miss Patrick Surtain too, but just because I thought he,
You know what I'm hearing right now?
What are you hearing?
I'm hearing
Mom Spaghetti.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of Broncos fans, and I'm seeing a lot of them on the Shot Mazda text line. You got some knees weak, arms are heavy, palms are sweaty. He's calm and ready, but on the surface,
you look calm and ready. Yeah.
I tell you what, man, these Broncos. Why are you so scared of the Raiders?
Why don't you give me your final prediction tonight, Coach?
34-10, Denver Broncos.
34-10.
It's not. Okay, it's time. It's time for this to be for real.
Let me tell you, people.
Hey, stand up for this. Say this from the rooftop.
People.
Let them know.
Let me
man.
know. You know what? This will be the highest scoring game in Denver Broncos history as the orange and blue put up a double nickel on these chuckleheads.
To what?
To 3. 55. This is going to be the most epic whooping the Raiders have ever had. It's going to be 55-3 Broncos tonight. That is my prediction.
What say you, Em? Is there vomit on your sweater? Mom spaghetti?
Mom spaghetti, baby. Mom spaghetti. A double nickel for your Denver Broncos tonight.
And we got a winner.
Book it. Oh, that's right. KJ, who's our winner?
The winner.
The winner of our Nuggets Ticket Thursday.
And don't think the last name is by accident.
It is not
on
by
this
accident.
Broncos game day.
Oh, what do we got, KJ?
Give it to us, KJ.
The name of our winner is Carl Sack.
Sack, go get it.
Let's go.
10 of those tonight. Double digits.
55 sacks. 85 points.
I want you to knock out Geno and Kenny Pickett. Who's the emergency quarterback for the Raiders? That's what I want to see in that game.
Chip Kelly will even sack him, Carl.
Who's the emergency quarterback
Carl.
for the Raiders? That's what I want to see. All right. That was a fun show for the coach, Mike
It's game
Sanford.
day, baby.
For KJ Grandis, for Alex Ryan Emmy, I'm Mark Bertinelli. Thanks for tuning in for the Morning Sprint. PhD is next.
Oh, man. Game day. Game day. Feels like, I wouldn't say the middle of summer, but, dude, we got a warm one out there right now.
What is the temperature right now?
So I got,
high 70s?
See what Steve Jobs says. I don't know if it's quite in the 70s.
We were told to never start a show with weather, but...
Well, it's 12:02, 2 minutes past noon, 65 degrees. Windy, though.
65. It's not in the 70s?
That's what... How's your CU math? I don't know. Cherry Creek math, sort of, kind of.
You round up, it is.
Sure. Go up. So tonight, windy. Then actually, it's gonna cool down a little bit for the game. We got like low 50s to upper 40s. So it's gonna. Ooh, we're gonna get a little something for the game tonight. So bundle up if you're headed on out there. You like these games? You like weekday games? Monday nights, Thursday nights, that sort of deal.
Yeah, as a fan, love it.
Yeah,
I love having something to do in the middle of the week. It is weird. I mean, nothing about waking up today felt like game day.
I know.
So it's super weird as a player. If you just picture, if it's weird for you as a fan, imagine how weird it is as a player.
Well, Andy called me, or I was talking to Andy, and said, hey, you want to do our podcast at halftime? Because we do sometimes do that.
That'd be fun. That's a fun idea.
2 minute, we use it as the 2 minute warning through halftime.
Yeah, that's good.
I said, what game? Because I'm thinking... The Nuggets played last night. They played because you say halftime. I'm thinking halftime. I'm thinking basketball, right?
Yeah.
We had a game that was last night. He goes, Broncos dummy. I went, oh God. So saying it didn't feel like a game day, I completely lost track.
It'd be fun to watch a game with Andy, wouldn't it? Like go the roller coaster of emotions with him up and down.
I've done a podcast with him with the Avs on.
Like watching the game as you do.
He's watching the game while I'm doing. I got it on, but I got it down. And I could, I'll just look and whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, come on!" I mean, remember that third down for the Broncos on Sunday? Oh, come on! McKinnon's got it. McKinnon was right off his.
Well, it'd be pretty funny watching you guys watch the game. That's for damn sure. That's a good idea. I hope you guys do that. That'd be a riot. But here's what everybody. Oh boy, we touched a nerve yesterday, guys. Holy cow. Dan posted the video of us talking about Bo and Stidham and this, that, the other thing. It was really interesting to see that reaction.
Well, you were saying Stidham's better than Bo?
I said that I thought with Stidham you'd have the same exact record, and I don't think you'd need the big comebacks. And a lot of people took that as, oh, you hate Bo and this, that, the other thing. I was really surprised how many people in the comments were defending Bo.
Well, it's because you're wrong on that take.
Well, according to you.
Yeah. Well, I'm clearly right.
And according to a lot of other people, too.
Yeah.
But the point is, Bo has done something, which is really cool, to connect to the fan base that I wasn't really quite aware of, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, he's done enough for sure.
It's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, the fan base is connected to him. I mean, he's the franchise quarterback. Nobody wants to feel anything other than hope in Bo Nix. Nobody.
He's your quarterback that after 9 straight seasons got you back to the promised land.
Yeah.
Boy, that goes a long way, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You know what? And I am naive to think that it wasn't quite sold in or bought in. And I'm like, hey, man, we all want Bo to be successful. It's the best thing for the team. And we always want the best thing for the team. You got to be a little bit more consistent. I mean, come on. Let's keep it real. But winning is a bottom line sort of business, and he's done that. So,
well, you're 7-2, right? It feels pretty weird to be overly critical when you're a 7-2 football team. Is that honest? Is that true? No, it's probably not honest. It's probably not true. I mean, if you really want to get in the weeds of it, there's a lot to be concerned with offensively. But, man, sometimes you do just got to take a step back when we're doing our job because it's so easy to get caught up in the weeds. And it is good to, take a step back as a fan.
Yeah.
Just be like, it's a 7-2 football team.
Yeah, right. That's right. There's some bottom lines
That's
here.
not our jobs to be fans. Our job is to be critical and analytical of the process.
Not necessarily critical, but analytical, and if that's what it involves.
Well, like I told you, the one game where they beat the Jets, scored 13, won 13-11. What I said, how many games are they going to win the rest of the year if they score 13? Well, since that time, the answer would have been none. So you've got to look at this offense, and you see potential fourth quarter of What was the game? Giants game. The
Giants
fourth
and
quarter
Eagles
of
significantly.
Eagles.
I mean, they did come back in the fourth quarter against the Jets and last week too. But again, those were one possession comebacks,
right?
Which are kind of like, okay, it's a comeback, but cool. You're down a score. I mean, all right, you don't get that much credit for it. What you did against the Eagles and Giants was next level, especially the Giants. But all right, cool, man. That's good that people feel invested with this dude. I like it. Moser was pretty funny. Moser and Brett. We played it yesterday. Snarky Bo, like Bo trying to be funny. Like Bo's not funny. And so hearing him try to be funny and then trying to land the plane after not, landing with the jokes is kind of fun because he just goes back into his cliche stuff. And it really bothered Brett and Moser because if you are trying to be funny and you don't come off funny, you kind of can come off as arrogant.
Yeah.
And kind of like
Snarkle.
a jerk. Yeah, he was just trying to be funny. It's not that big of a deal. It's just that I haven't seen any evidence whatsoever that Bo's like really funny or got a sense of humor like that. And they were talking about, and maybe Tyler, I'd be curious on your take on this, that he gets very, very emotional about like every single drive, like everything that goes wrong. He gets all sort of pented up. And he talked about, I got to have better patience and, not be so upset about those type of things. But he still gets wound up.
I see that. Do you guys see that?
Well, he talked about it. Bo talked about it.
But I'm just talking about like when I'm watching with my naked eyes, we see Carson Wentz come to the sideline, smashing his helmet and stuff. Like I've never really seen Bo Nix other than a conversation with his head coach, and we've seen some temper tantrums there. But I've never seen like a Bo Nix temper tantrum. I really don't see him, at least physically, exuding frustration very often. Now,
let me just add in there that if you are a winner and a good player, then you get PO'd at yourself and failure.
Of course.
I know Joker played much better than he did last night. I watched him miss a free throw. He had 33 points, 15 rebounds, 16 assists, right? And he missed a free throw, and you should have seen him going down the court talking to himself afterwards. And I'm like, dude, we don't win this game if you didn't play. All right, you know what I'm saying?
Well, that was funny. The other night, somebody goes, it comes so easy to you. And he goes, my friend, none of this is easy. How about the what's the Peaky Blinders? Right. There's no rest for me in this world.
So I want Bo to be, listen, I got to believe in the last 2 years, and I think that it's proven stat, they've had more 3-and-outs than any other team in the NFL. And that's with teams with a heck of a lot less wins.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, he can improve. And I want him to feel like I need to improve this.
Yeah, they've gone on.
Because if he can, guess what? They could get to the Super Bowl this year.
They win, I think, like 5 straight games going 3-and-out. I don't even know the last time they scored a touchdown on their opening drive. I mean, it's been a slow start for this offense for sure. But hey, man, they're winning games, like you said. Are they about to win their 7th game in a row tonight? It's crazy. This is banana stuff. And it's exciting as hell. So with all that, what do you think? You got a vibe? What's your feeling? What's your score? What are you thinking? We can kind of go from there today. But what's your initial feeling about today?
Reality, right? There's reality. Then you can try to talk yourself into a trap game. And I do think that there could be concerns with a trap game, but reality is that the Broncos should be poised for a pretty comfortable win tonight. I mean, it's really as simple as that. That's the reality. You're a better football team. There's no team in the NFL with a better record than the Denver Broncos right now. How about that? Yep. Right? There's no team better than the Denver Broncos, the record.
Crazy.
And you're going up against bottom dweller that's only got 2 wins. This should be like a 27-13 type of win, something like that. And it should be relatively comfortable. Scott, I'll let you, if you still feel that way, talk about the trap game feel, because I think that's a real thought. But the reality is this should be comfortable.
My only reality is that I think Sean Payton this season for me has proved that he understands the psychology of the game.
It's a good coach.
If you go out through the history of sports, this has trap game written all over it. Short week, monster game coming up next week. They have nothing to lose. I always hate playing teams that have nothing to lose. And guess what? 4th and 1 on the 40. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
And pick up a couple of those. Then all of a sudden, what happens? And then if the offense still sputters, which hopefully they won't, although Max Crosby seems to always It's kind of like Norman Powell last night. It doesn't matter what team Norman Powell's on. He's always going to light you up.
He likes Denver.
Max Crosby, it doesn't matter what your offensive line's doing. He always seems to light Denver up. So, yeah, I'm leery. I'm leery, especially now saying that, I think Denver could score 17 and win the game tonight. Because I don't think the Raiders are going to put up.
Genty, Brock Bowers, no?
Gino actually had a pretty decent game in his last outing.
Who?
Gino.
Yeah, so I still don't think they're going to drop more than 17.
Okay.
I mean, let's be honest.
What you got then? You got a close
Cowboys
game then?
came in with the hottest offense in football.
Yeah.
And except for an excuse me touchdown at the end, when it didn't even matter, game's over. You held that team to 17.
Yeah.
And that team got less weapons or more weapons than the one you're going to see tonight.
Oh, they got more.
Yeah. So I think you could score 17 and win tonight, or 18, but I hope it's not. I hope it's a 31-13, 31-12.
Well, that's what I got, 31-13. 31-12 would be funny because that'd be 4 field goals.
Yeah,
that would be hysterical if they would limit their 2 opponents to nothing but field goals in 8 straight quarters.
In back-to-back games, that'd be pretty.
Yeah,
that'd be
funny.
impressive. Now they've also
be awesome.
The defense has a streak. Is it 12 games now of not allowing an open drive touchdown?
Is that what it is?
It's 11 or 12 straight that they haven't allowed an opening drive touchdown.
We have other drama tonight too. They're in their old school colors.
There you go.
Will Sean Payton?
No.
Have matching pants?
I bet they got orange pants.
Oh God, I hope they do that. Tyler, Scott.
I bet you they get orange. I bet the whole coaching staff is wearing orange pants.
Do you think they had time to do that?
I think they'll have khakis.
Fantastic.
All it takes is a quick phone call to Nike. Hey, we need you to overnight some clothes to us.
That would be. They're wearing it one more time though. They are wearing their
call up Ricky Fowler, see if he's got any left over in his closet.
Yeah. It is the military salute. It's November, with Veterans Day right around the corner.
So they'll have the military stuff on.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, well, if that's what it is.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying it's that time of year where they have tended to do that.
You wouldn't think that they would do those two on the same night.
No, we'll see. I'm very curious what Sean's gonna wear. It's a fun side story. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but the orange pants would be killer. That would be fun.
Look like a bunch of middle-aged golfers down at the club on a Saturday afternoon.
All right, well, we're here for it. We're here to talk about it. We're here to get you involved with it. 303-504-0925. And how about this party tonight? The Moj. Moj is getting the guy. He doesn't do these often, these appearances, this sort of thing. But the Moj is hosting one when the Broncos are playing. Number 38 is going to be banging tonight. Moj. Hang out with the Moj, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew. Root on Denver to another big win with Moser. See it number 38 in Rhino starting tonight at 6 o'clock. It's our keyword of the day as we have a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We'll get to that. Plus, go into the Nuggets game from last night. Wow. I mean, can Jokic win another MVP? I mean, we all thought no, but dude, what is happening here? It is so ridiculous. PhD here on 92.5. All right, hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone causes all sorts of issues, a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts. What are we doing here? Not feeling good, we're not looking good, we're just not ourselves. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, if you're like a lot of men with low T, they can get you going within just a few weeks. You'll feel that energy return, the brain fog is lifted, and there you go, back to your old self. Just simply go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com if you're curious. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and you'll make the decision together with their medical team. Cost, it's only $99. You get the medical consult, the T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So come on now. Get with my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Simply call 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Carr over the middle, intercepted by Chris Harris Jr., and there he goes. 75 yards.
Dan, was that 2015?
Sure was.
Tyler, what's your memories of Chris taking it to the house on a pick six against the Raiders?
It was awesome. I don't know, man. I mean, That was a fun game. It was a fun game for me. I got to play a lot in that game.
Awesome.
But Chris Harris, if you look at his total stats over the course of his career, I don't think he had that many interceptions actually. But it seems like when him and Akeem, man, when Chris Harris got a pick, did it not go to the house or close to it almost every single time?
Felt like it.
I mean, it felt like it had an opportunity to take it to the house every single time he got an interception.
Well, what was the final of that game? Because I think Denver was holding on. Card actually played pretty good.
Boy, you remember details from 2015?
And
Lord almighty. Good for you.
Chris, as you're facing the line of scrimmage, he's on that right side, comes over, I think it's right in the middle of the field. He gets that pick, goes down the left side all the way up for a touchdown. As I remember.
You're doing better than me, man. I mean, I'm in broad strokes with all that stuff, but I get it. You play the Raiders so much. I get it kind of mixed up a little bit. Hey, man, I still remember the Raiders coming in here and kicking our ass. Remember when they put up 50 whatever? That was a long time ago, I know, but there have been some crazy swings between these two teams. Like, I'm having a hard time really thinking about, like, when these two teams were kind of like, at the same level at the same time. It always seems like it's one team's up and another team's down with these two. But we're excited about tonight. Hey, are we excited about Nuggets Ticket Thursday? Yes. Ball Arena, the keyword is elephant. I gotta think about that one. First and last name, 303-504-0925. Make sure to check out Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA. To win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls, November 17th, text elephant. Man, I don't know. I'm Bulls, elephants, I don't know. 303-504-0925 will announce our winner at 2:55. Am I missing something here?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Unless he gave Springer the opportunity to do them.
Hey, can I tell a quick story here real quick?
Of course.
Somebody asked Tyler, what is your favorite moment against the Raiders? My second year in the NFL, it's Josh McDaniels' first year. I'm starting in my hometown, playing for the Broncos. We're facing off against the Raiders on Monday Night Football. And two memorable events in that game. The first one was we're driving down towards the South Stands. You guys remember big old Tommy Kelly? Tommy Kelly for the Raiders? Yes. Oh, big old defensive lineman.
Okay.
Damn good football player.
All right.
I mean, just one of those large, him and Richard Seymour. They were the anchors of that defensive line that year, right?
All right.
So I'm facing off against Tommy Kelly, and we're probably on like the 10-yard line, something like that. And we got an 18 stretch coming my way. I'm stretching my guy, and all of a sudden Richard Seymour somehow ends up over there. I fall down. Richard Seymour falls down right in front of me. Totally, completely de-pantsed. I mean, Richard Seymour, full-on bare ass just hanging out right. Oh, yeah. Full on. All he's wearing is a jockstrap.
You grabbed him and the pants came down.
No, I didn't do it.
It just came down in front of you.
Yeah, but it's right in front of me, right? So Richard Seymour just gets totally de-pantsed. All he's got on is his jockstrap. And so fortunately the front side was covered up a little bit, but the back side, that was a big old hairy you-know-what. Hanging out right there.
How close was that to your face?
Relatively close. There's video of it. I'd love to find it on YouTube somewhere.
Okay.
See if my memory matches the actual story.
All right.
But my memory, I remember that big old bare ass being right there in front of me. Later in that game, the same game, Brandon Marshall, the wide receiver, he's mic'd up, but I didn't know he was mic'd up, right? And in that game, you guys will probably remember this. We had a pretty big delay of game, the stoppage in the game, because there was a laser pointer in the stands. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Okay.
But there was a laser pointer in the stands, so we got stoppage of gameplay. Like, we got to figure this out. Who's the dude with the laser pointer? Brandon Marshall sees the dude with the laser pointer, and he runs over to the cops. And he gets the cops, and now he's running down to the sideline. He's getting up. He's pointing at the fan. He's like, "That's the guy. That's the guy with the laser pointer." Brandon comes back to the huddle, and again, I don't know that he's mic'd up, and he just walks in the huddle, and I go, "You effing snitch!"
Wow. You're looking out for laser pointer guy?
yeah.
Tyler's got laser pointer guys back.
I didn't expect Brandon Marshall to go get the cops, He went straight to the cops and got the cops, but he got the guy kicked out of the game.
Oh, my
so
God.
that ends up, they actually put that on the NFL films that came out, and they captioned it as Tyler Polumbus has called him an effing snitch.
Oh, that is a riot. Oh, that would be priceless to find if we could get that.
Oh, you can find it.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, you can find it. I think that was 2009, if that sounds right.
Yeah, well,
2009.
How many seasons did you play with Brandon? I mean, was there 2 or just 1 season there with Brandon?
I think it was 2 full seasons.
Oh, was it? Okay, all right. Did Brandon make it through the whole? I forget when he got traded.
I do
that
too.
Went down.
I'm losing track of that also. But
that was while McDaniels was still here, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Or did he make it through the whole season and then it was like
the
slightly thereafter? Because I know McDaniels hated Schefter too. There was that kind of thing. Well, actually, what am I even talking about? McDaniels.
Oh, someone's telling me Shanahan was the coach that season. Maybe I'm getting my timeline mixed up. But whatever.
That's a great story.
The stories of the story.
Awesome story. All right, we'll get to our injury report here in a little bit to get you ready. Just to go to the Nuggets, fun game last night. Bummer news for Eric Spoelstra. Are you friends with him at all? What's your relationship?
I know him and I've talked to him, but I wouldn't say we're friends.
Okay.
We haven't done coffee.
All right. I'm never quite sure with you, and I guess that makes sense. He's been with the Heat forever.
Yeah.
It's a different conference.
Him,
Well, my heart goes out to this dude. I mean, listen, it's hard enough just doing the job he's doing, period. Gets paid well, but okay. He lands at 4:30 in the morning after, losing the game down in Miami. They're at the end of a road trip. They've been on...
after a 1-3 road trip.
Okay. And Bam Adebayo, I mean, he played, but he wasn't himself. He was hurt. He only played 8 minutes. You lose. You know what I'm saying? It's just His house is burning down when he gets home. So he's sitting there after a 1-3 road trip, losing, traveling all night.
Was the neighborhood, was it a neighborhood fire or was it just his house?
They say it may have started his garage. He was doing reverberation to the house.
Oh.
Now, it didn't burn down his whole house, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Anyways, his friggin' house is on fire. There's 20 fire trucks, I read, that were at this fire. He's got a pretty big joint over there. And he's sitting there can you imagine coming off a road trip and your house is burning down?
You just want to take a nap?
Right?
You get to your house at 5 o'clock, so listen, I just want to lay down for about 3 or 4 hours.
You know what I'm saying? No. My house is on fire. Great. I feel bad for him on that. I don't feel bad that, the Heat lost the game.
11 in a row they've lost to the Nuggets.
That's bananas. Being there last night, I didn't get any warm tinglies about the championship series. They've just faced them too many times after. It's just not right. You guys don't feel that, do you?
Too many faces have changed, no.
Don't you think?
No, but I tell you what, Spoelstra does a hell of a job coaching, though. I think he's the best coach in basketball.
Well, he was certainly complimentary of the Joker last night.
For young players, it's just such a learning, experience. Jokic manages every aspect of the game in a way that I just talked about. He's playing the scoreboard, and he knows intuitively when those swing moments are, when there's an opportunity to take a 6-8 point lead and push it to 12 to 14. And he won all of those battles, whether it be an assist or an offensive rebound or just score or bust out and transition to get an easy opportunity. I could go on and on and on, but he dominates those aspects of the game.
What a night for the Joker. 33 points, 15 rebounds, 16 assists. Now, he did pile up some of those because he had to play in the fourth quarter. They have a 15-point lead going in the fourth quarter. And you're like, okay, second unit, let's go. And it was frustrating because I could see what they were doing. They were trying to bleed the clock. They were trying to, exactly what Adelman said they should do.
Right.
And they just for 4 minutes, they couldn't get a bucket. It's not like Miami was hitting every shot, but You go like 4 straight minutes and you just can't get a layup. You can't get a bucket. You can't work the offense.
And then like he just said, you bring Joker back in and all of a sudden it goes boom, 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 8-12.
Right. And then with like 3 minutes to go, you look up and you're like, well, we got a 13-point lead with 3 minutes to go. I think we're good. And they were. And there's nothing you can do after that. And Adelman said it was okay. You know, I think he's like a pinch. It's annoying. You know, you'd like to do better. But you have a fascinating situation now with Joker. Guys, I mean, I know we're just 7 games in, right? But, like, who's playing better?
Yep.
And like, what's going to stop that this year? So if nothing's going to stop it and nobody's playing better, I thought it would be impossible for him to win another MVP. Impossible. But who's going to step up?
Well, I say it's impossible from this standpoint that the league doesn't want him to. That and a lot of national media don't want him to.
I didn't realize, listen to the morning show, Michael Wilbon's never voted for him to win the MVP.
Ever?
I guess not. That's what I heard this morning, at least on the radio. There are guys, Chris Broussard, apparently, according to the guys in the morning, has never voted for him for an MVP. Really?
Well, year
he could easily have 5, not 3.
When the 1 year he lost to Embiid, that's the last year I kind of think really checked. They had all the listing of people, and there was like 17 different ESPN people got to vote. The only ESPN person was one ESPN voted for him for MVP, and it was the ESPN Europe guy. All the other ones in the United States voted for Embiid.
I don't know what to say. And listen, SGA's awesome. He's got his
Great.
MVP. He's got his championship. He's great. He is great. But besides these 2 dudes, like, who else is going to... Michael Porter Jr., who won last night?
You know what? You got to give Michael Porter Jr. some credit, man. I mean, he's been doing what they thought he was going to do out there.
Oh, I'm talking to the Denver Muggles, the people that have covered him for years.
Who like...
They think he's the happiest he's ever been right now.
I'm sure he is.
Like, he's not asked to do anything except shoot.
That's it.
And I haven't been watching it very closely, Scott. I don't know if you have, but I'd be curious how he's getting his points. Is he actually creating some shots? Is he actually doing this on his own? No.
I haven't seen tons. I've seen parts of 2 games. He's just shooting it.
Okay, so same old guy.
His making a move is his one-step hop to one direction or the other and shoot it.
Yeah, well, the Porter quarter is now the Porter fourth quarters there for the Nets because who else they got? And by the way, you see the Kings leaning into Russell Westbrook these days too? Like, he's saving their bacon. But, you know, you had an interesting situation last night, guys. You had an interesting situation. You had Tim Hardaway Jr. on fire. Like, he was fantastic. And Jamal had kind of a, had a little bit of an off night. But what are you going to do, right? I mean, you're always going to put Jamal back in, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just checking on that. Because you have so much depth on this Nuggets team this year. You have so many ways, Tyler Scott, that you can close. So many different ways.
Provides you a lot of options to get the right matchups at the end of the game. And I think that's what Adelman's got the luxury of being able to focus on this year is truly matchups based off the game. And I think we're going to see a lot of variations on how they close out games this year.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And David told us, 2 weeks ago on his show, that it's going to be at least 10 games to kind of figure out where to go and what to do. I would have, and you and I talked about it after the game, I would have kept Tim Hardaway Jr. in the game.
You could make an argument for it.
He was smoking hot, and one of the guys that during the lulls was still shooting the ball well. But they're going to have options, and they didn't have these. Here's the thing. If Joker and Jamal weren't both playing good, it was going to be a struggle. If they're both playing good, you're probably going to win. And then you threw in a third piece, Michael or Aaron, then you're probably going to win easy.
Mm-hmm.
But if Joker struggled or Jamal struggled, it was going to be a fight down the stretch. Jamal struggled last night.
Yeah.
But now you got Bruce Brown doing Bruce Brown stuff, and you got
it's great.
Hardaway Jr. doing Hardaway Jr. stuff, and you're fine.
I wonder if Cam Johnson, who's kind of struggling a little bit, although he had a couple of threes yesterday, which was cool.
I think he was 2 for 4.
I thought it was 2 for 5. But, 40% is good. Sure. I mean, you take if it was 2 for 5. I do wonder if he's just going to allow himself the time just to, be comfortable and settle in. I hope he does, because I think he needs that. I think he's playing a little tight right now. I mean, it must be something though. I mean, you're making what, 18 million, whatever he is. Here's this dude on a vet minimum coming off the bench, just lighting it up right behind you. It's like, okay. It was funny too. Hardaway Jr. is his shooting partner is Julian Strother. How about that for a good mentor-mentee
That
sort
is
of
good.
relationship?
Yeah.
And he says they compete all the time. NBA guys, shooting contests, they compete all the time. So that's kind of a cool little nugget to find out that Strother's kind of being mentored by Hardaway Jr. right now.
I think it's good for Hardaway. I mean, Strother.
Yeah.
Because I still think there'll be times he's going to help them this year. He's one of the few guys that can really get downhill, get to the rim on his own. And when he's hot, he's hot.
Hey, by the way, have you noticed wherever Ben Tenzer is, Jonathan Wallace is right there? They kind of
they're hanging out.
I've seen him now at multiple games, like they're two peas in a pod.
Yeah.
They just kind of
Well, this is their creation, right?
That's where I'm going. This acquisition of Hardaway Jr. is talk about a genius stroke.
Well,
that nobody really kind of anticipated.
And I was telling Dan today. Everybody will link Michael Porter and Johnson one-on-one trade.
Yeah.
No. Michael Porter trade and the money you saved and the difference of the contract, and then also getting rid of West renouncing and whoever's fault good decision, and trading Sarge. Because you got rid of Michael, you basically have Valanciunas, Hardaway, and Bruce Brown. So it's not just Cam Johnson and Porter; it's Cam Johnson, Valanciunas, Hardaway, and Brown. Because of the difference in the salary, you were able to get under the apron and afford. Now it becomes a pretty good trade.
Pretty pumped for him. And look at their 2 losses, guys. Portland, they should have won. Kind of blew that one, and it took Steph Curry hitting one from the logo to beat
Send
you.
it to overtime.
Fun game tomorrow night.
Yeah, another one.
Plus, new court.
Oh, there you go.
And tonight with the Raiders, I can't wait for the Broncos just to kick their ass tonight. I hate the Raiders.
So I don't like them either.
I know it's more about the Chiefs, but and I don't like the Chiefs either, but I don't know why. It's just more satisfying. See the Broncos kick the snot out of the Raiders.
Oh, it always feels good.
Don't you think?
It's kind of like being Cowboy fans because the fans are so annoying, right?
I wish I could have a satisfying feeling about the Broncos and the Cowboys, but they beat the Cowboys so many times. It's like that's not even a thing right now. But we'll get into it. We'll have the injury report. There is a player who's not going for the Broncos, and there was a very interesting dude who was in town because of it. Details next.
Play action. Minshew looking. Throws intercepted by Surtain. Pat Surtain on the run. Nobody's going to catch him. Surtain going all the way for a Denver touchdown.
It's time to get fired up. Game day today. Us, then Nate and Andy, and then post game and all of it right here on Altitude. Checking out the injury report. Powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. All right, guys, we know Surtain and Atkins are out. So no surprise there, although we're definitely hoping for the best for the Kansas City game, especially for Surtain. Marvin Mims is out too. Now, this is interesting because
he's already been declared out?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, short week. I would have assumed as much, but.
You think he would have had a chance to play with a concussion thing if the game was on Sunday?
I do. Yep.
Think he would have cleared in the whole thing?
I mean, look, listen, you never know. Concussions are like the most unpredictable thing in the entire world, but I've seen guys clear it in 1 week, so certainly 2 weeks is feasible.
The only guy out for, well, Aiden O'Connell, but he's been out. You know, that's a different deal. They're in relatively good shape. Nobody all that significant. Now, don't forget, they traded Jacoby Myers, so, they're down one of their receivers, but that's that. Jalen Virgil had a meeting with the Broncos yesterday. How about that? Ex-Bronco coming back, or at least to talk. He didn't get signed that I could see. I don't think he did.
He had a tryout?
I don't know if it was even a tryout. I don't know if it was a tryout. What's that?
Jalen Virgil. Training camp hero for a couple years in a row. Yeah, was he in camp this year? I don't remember.
But he definitely was a kick return, punt return dude.
I mean, he had some moments in preseasons.
Mm-hmm. I'm just bringing it up. I'm reading hosted a visit. So not a tryout necessarily, but hosted a visit. Were you a little concerned about Marvin Mims here, or the Broncos just doing their due diligence if they have to find a guy?
They've been in the market for wide receiver help for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we had speculated that they're in the market for an upgrade at their starters, but to see that they're maneuvering, thinking, visiting with any potential wide receivers is not a surprise to me, regardless of Marvin Mims' status.
And your punt return you brought in last week,
Michael Bandy.
Another
training camp hero, by the way.
Very good in training camp. Muffs the first punt he had.
Mm-hmm. Then he just more or less stayed away from kickballs.
He caught him.
Just let him go. It's like Elsa from Frozen. Elsa? That's close. Let it go. Just frozen it. Elsa.
Well,
Elsa.
Bandy has always said cold doesn't bother him anyway.
Exactly. I am sure.
Can you just sing it for me?
I'm sure that's a lyric from the song.
It is.
See, this is me trying to bond with, you guys got daughters, your dads, your girl dads.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not I've never been a girl dad. I'm trying to figure it out here. K-pop Demon Hunter, Elsa.
Have you watched that show yet?
No. Nobody's pointed a gun at my head yet, but I like the song.
I had to break a little girl's heart at Target the other day because she wanted the giant Olaf stuffy. And we had already bought a couple things that day. I had to say no to the Olaf stuffy.
How did you do that?
Well,
how did you say no to that?
I'm a man of discipline that's just, in control.
I could never do that.
I'd never sucker to my kids, Just, I'd already bought the entire store.
But you drew the line.
Olaf was too much.
You drew the line with Olaf.
And plus, Christmas is coming up.
That's right.
You have some discipline there, brother.
I did buy her a Santa.
She's right there?
I did buy her a Christmas-themed Highland cow, though.
I'm sorry.
She loves cows.
Yeah, those are cool. The Highland cows are cool.
Yeah, Highland cows are cute.
Is that a girl dad thing?
Have you not ever seen the Highland?
Don't know anything about it.
They're like the
long-haired.
Yeah.
From Scotland and stuff.
Okay.
Have you never seen a Highland cow?
It's a doll?
No, they're real.
Dummy. It's a real cow that they made a stuffed animal of. Yes, I called you dummy.
You call me dummy because I don't know a doll.
No.
You don't know what a
Highland cow is.
Listen, am I really a dummy here? Am I on dummy status because I don't know what a freaking Highland cow nor the doll about the cow is?
And it's a stuffy, not a doll. Do you know what a stuffy is?
You know what I know? I know what time happy hour is. That's what I know.
Yeah, we
Here's,
know.
here's,
That's
here's
what I
a
know.
little stuffy.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
Isn't it cute?
No, yeah. It looks kind of Scottish. I probably should know it.
We own that one.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
Best
we got
players.
50 of them.
Best players on the field tonight for the Broncos and the Raiders. Give me your top 5 players, both teams. Who are they? Rank them. This is kind of a little.
You want me to rank the
best players on the field tonight?
Pat Surtain's out.
Mount Rushmore of players on the field tonight.
Okay, I'm going to go Nick Benito is number 1.
All right.
Max Crosby is number 2.
Better than Jonathan Cooper.
Correct.
Okay.
You could make an argument Max Crosby should be number 1.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to. Based off current play. Nick Benito, Max Crosby. Ooh. Zach Allen, Brock Bowers. That's 4.
Okay.
Who's number 5?
Ooh, I'm okay.
Number 5.
I got one that I thought you'd lean towards.
Am I blanking something obvious?
I don't know. Be who you are. Be your nature.
Am I blanking?
Believe who you might.
Well, I know. So
I don't think
clearly you're trying to get me to say an offensive lineman.
Are you saying best players in the game?
Best players in the game.
Yeah.
Max Crosby.
Are you going in order?
I'm going to go Max Crosby, Allen, Cooper, Benito, Nix.
What is happening here with you? You're not a hobo anymore.
Yeah,
you are.
I'm pure hobo.
You are a believer.
No, I'm a hobo. I do not believe.
You do believe.
I do not believe.
You just said Bo Nix is one of the top 5 players on the field tonight.
Yeah, because there's a lack of talent on the field tonight.
Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, we're not putting Garrett Bowles, who has the best.
No, but
well, if you're going to ask me to pick an offensive lineman, I'm going Quinn Miners.
Okay, fine. You can go Quinn Miners, and you can throw Bowles in there too. Look what he's done.
Palczewski.
Oh, well, Palcho's got a lot of courage because he was sick as a dog the other day, and he sucked it up and he played.
Whatever.
Okay.
Who hasn't?
I mean, seriously,
right.
who has not played in a football game sick as a dog?
The compliments are hard to come by here today.
Listen, because we live in a world. Never mind, I can't.
And I would put
say.
the offensive line as a group and just put the offensive line 6.
You never played a basketball game sick as a dog?
Yeah.
All right, Jordan.
I went and ate some goulash one time before a game, sick as a dog. The whole game, my stomach was killing me.
I played with mono.
26.
That
14.
probably was not very responsible.
Where's Cortland Sutton in this mix?
He's 7 or 8.
Yeah.
No, Hufanga's higher. Hey, I'm gonna tell you what,
dude.
And I've been excited.
Where's
all
Greenlaw
year.
then?
He's probably higher than Cortland too. I go Crosby because he's got history. This guy's gonna go in the Hall of Fame someday. True.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna give him first. I'm gonna go Allen. I just think he's.
I got no beef with that.
Yeah.
Zach Allen's an animal.
And then I'd go awesome. Cooper, Benito. Then I would go Bo. Then I'd go offensive line, Hufanga, Greenlaw.
You can use the Raiders too, by the way.
I don't know anybody they got on the team.
Ashton Gentzy's over there. Where's he go? Where are you going to put him?
Then I might put the tight end.
Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Dude, I'm going to tell you what, Greenlaw came in and made his presence known real quick, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
After Mrs. May games he did, that goal line stand, 2 big hits.
Better running back, Genty by himself or the combination of Dobbins and R.J. Harvey? Because I'm thinking about catching
we've got
passes.
a better running game, so it's kind of as simple as that. We've actually got one of the best running games in the NFL.
I'm putting Dobbins ahead of Genty.
Genty they use in the pass and the run. They use him for everything. He's their guy. You know, remember in the beginning of the season, like they weren't even like using him all that much, or those days are gone. He's
yeah. All you had to do is get on a podcast and say something. Now all of a sudden,
whine about it a little bit.
Well, and then their coach goes, podcast. Is that on that
for Pete?
Is that on that my book space?
Yeah, exactly. You like Genty's game?
He loved him in college.
Yeah, I think Genty's going to be fine in the NFL. He has been a bit underwhelming in his rookie season, but there's been good moments. You know, but if you looked at it early on in the season, Ashton Genty, it was like 100% for like the first 3 weeks. 100% of his carries, he got contact in the backfield. So like he had no freaking fighting chance. I will say That's stupid. You look like an idiot with your stupid stance. You do. You look like an idiot.
The zombie stance.
I know that's your thing. I know that you fought with your coaches. The coaches tried to make you bend your knees.
Right.
You won. You're like, I'm Ashton Genty. I'm going to stand up. You look like a moron.
You don't like. I saw somebody else doing the zombie stance the other day. Like it's.
Well, I was calling a high school game the other day, and one of the high schoolers was doing it. I was like, this is the problem. Like, all of a sudden, Ashton Genty does it. And now we got high schoolers looking like a zombie out there.
All right, well, guess the stat line. Don't forget, we have another keyword for you for Nuggets tickets. Adam Schefter will join us. By the way, did you catch Richard Sherman, Andrew Whitworth, and Ryan Fitzpatrick sitting courtside for the Nuggets last night?
I did.
You go over and give them a little fist bump, say hi to those guys?
No.
Nothing like that? No? They didn't come over and give you your proper respect?
No, listen, they're too big time.
Okay. We're fired up for the game. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, you in the market for a new vehicle? If so, go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I think relationships matter, and that's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle, ever since my rookie year in the NFL. Time and time again, they take care of me. I find the vehicle of my dreams, and I get the best price. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. You don't have to drive all over the state. Just go to one dealership because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking new or you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices. Phil Long Ford also has an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you out over it, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Well, just the importance of division games now. Carr under pressure. He goes down at the 15-yard line. And there is Von Miller, and lost the ball. The Broncos recovered it. Miller with the sack and the fumble recovery. Well, he just took it away.
We're playing highlights of past Raiders Broncos games. Vaughn, what game is that, Dan? That's a good one right there.
I believe that was the same game as the Chris Harris pick six.
You know,
Tyler?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. That was the year before. That was the Vaughn strip sack, I believe, was 2014.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why, but I kind of got goosebumps a little bit there thinking about Vaughn. Is there a player, like obviously there's Peyton Manning, there's all-time greats, but like in certainly in modern Broncos history, but do you have greater feelings, emotions, memories associated with like a more fun human being than Von Miller? Like just all the fun, the dances, the energy, the big strip sacks, the Dancing with the Stars, the offseason with the Stars, all of it, man. I mean, Von Miller to me is just like amazing memories.
You can make the argument top to bottom. Von Miller was the most exciting player in Broncos history.
Yeah, I agree.
You really could.
I agree.
I mean, John Elway was obviously John Elway, okay? So if you want to just say greatest player, all right, fine. Like, who's going to argue? But if you want to say exciting player, I don't know how you top Vaughn, frankly.
Terrell Davis.
God, he was good. It was a short period of time, but he was good.
And I'll give TD credit for this because he had the Mile High Salute and all that engaged with the fans. But for me, it's the personality that goes with Vaughn that made it so contagious.
But
but it's more than the personality, because there's probably no competing there. But the metamorphosis that happened in that personality and with him,
he was going down an interesting path, wasn't he?
He was going down the wrong path and kind of 180'd it. So
he was going down as marijuana part of your life. Who was that other pass rusher that came up?
Alden Smith.
Wow, man.
Who went down that same path?
Well,
they stayed there.
They were the same year, I believe.
Yeah,
they were the same year. They're very comparable as talent, and Smith just poof.
Smith never recovered.
Nope, like in a bad way. But he
was out of football for like 3 years, and the Cowboys brought him back.
I'm sure it didn't go great. I don't even remember it. I can't imagine it went great.
It was like a year or two ago, wasn't it? Or 2 or 3 years ago?
Probably more than that. But
it was after COVID.
Yeah.
How about Vaughn? Vaughn's still playing now, too. Still in the league.
Yeah.
Just
so
awesome.
Vaughn went number 2 overall. Alden Smith went number 7 to San Francisco.
Look at that draft, though. Is that a pretty good draft?
Dude, unbelievable
that's
draft.
nuts. Cam Newton, number 1. Von Miller. Marcel Darius. Do you guys remember how good that dude is?
Of course.
I'll
never forget. Darius, when he was drafted by the Bills, goes, I'm insulted. I'm going to make other people pay for it. There are only 2 teams.
Of the top 10, there are only 2 busts. And guess what position they played?
Quarterback.
Yep.
Who are the busts?
All right. So Cam Newton was a baller. Von Miller, baller. Marcel Darius, baller.
Yeah.
AJ Green, Patrick Peterson, Julio Jones, Alden Smith. Then you got Jake Locker, who went number 8 to Tennessee.
Right.
Tyron Smith, who just retired like last year, playing for Dallas, left tackle.
Yep.
And then Blaine Gabbert for Jacksonville.
That's right. It was.
Then guess who comes number 11? J.J. Watt.
Bad quarterback class. That's it right there.
Yeah, Christian Ponder went 12.
Bad quarterback class.
Mike Pouncey was 15th. He had a long career. Didn't he play center, Moser?
Ryan Kerrigan,
he had
Nate
a twin
Solder.
brother.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. That class is
Solder
stupid
was 17.
good. Cam Jordan's still playing.
It's crazy. But the quarterback sucks.
Adrian Claiborne. Oh, my gosh.
Except for Cam. Great draft class except for quarterbacks.
Jimmy Smith out of Colorado.
Yeah, he went the first round.
Went number 27.
Mark Ingram.
Cam Hayward still playing. Wow.
That's a heck of a first round.
That is unbelievable. What a class. And the Broncos picked a good time to be terrible.
Kaepernick went in the second round that year.
Right behind Dalton, who Andy Dalton's still a backup in the league.
Yeah.
You know, things were different for second-round quarterbacks back then. It wasn't the same as it is now. You had a shot back then to still make it. And it just everything changed. The money changed. The contracts changed. The priorities changed. Just everything changed. People looked at things different back then. So, yeah, I mean, Andy Dalton, Colin Kaepernick, good quarterbacks, obviously, NFL.
Torrey Smith, wide receiver, 58th pick to Baltimore. Pretty good 58th pick.
Yeah.
You know, Scott, at any point we could, if you want, we could do some mock drafts if you want to get into it. If you really,
Yeah, 1999. That's it. Let's go look at it.
Sure, we can
2000.
Can compare it.
What year was that? 2001.
2011.
I saw a mock draft today, and I said, you know what? It's too early to bring up mock drafts.
Who cares?
But I did see it. If you're really fascinated by this
No,
draft, we're going to do draft on.
I'm fascinated with history.
Well,
I could give a crap about predictions.
What if I were to tell you history is about to repeat itself?
With what?
Wait, let me ask you.
No, I'm just joking.
Hold on.
I'm not really looking at mocks.
Refresh my memory. 2011, the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos is
Tim Tebow. Drafted in 2010, eventual starter in 2011. Kyle Orton, technically. And then Tebow went in when they were 1-4.
So wouldn't you have been sitting there screaming they should have selected Jake Locker or?
No, I didn't have my whole philosophy back then. I had no idea. I thought there was no problems. You could take quarterbacks anytime, as far as I was concerned back then, because it didn't form into what was really going on.
Yeah.
I didn't understand what the history was.
In comparison, DMac is more like the mayor of Halloween Town.
Okay. Okay.
It just depends on which face spins.
That's right.
Well, here's the crazy thing:
get a new costume every year.
Once the Broncos took Tebow, the question was, how do you make this work?
No, it wasn't.
No, it was.
It was how do you move on?
Oh, that's not the way people felt around here.
That's how football people felt.
That's a lot of football people felt that. But that's
all that matters.
At the time, the coach was Josh McDaniels. Tebow was your starting quarterback. We didn't know that Peyton Manning was going to be available.
No, but you knew that Tebow wasn't the answer.
Who? Elway did.
Anybody with a brain.
You don't remember that time, what it was like. You were a player.
DMac, I was in the league, yes. I was watching it. I was getting messages from Broncos offensive linemen saying I have no idea how we're winning games, but we're doing it. I got like I'm well aware of the Tim Tebow experience.
Yeah, but that's not what the vibe was outside of that. That's what some players thought.
But anybody with a football brain could look at that in 2 seconds and say that is not good football.
Oh man, Scott, how is the media landscape with Tebow here?
Well, I got behind it only because it was fun and it was a national story. I've told you guys a story. Sometime in the middle of that run, I texted John. I said, "Hey man, great win. I keep it going." And he goes, "Yeah, it's fun. So now if we can only find a quarterback."
Yeah, Tebow couldn't. Elway couldn't stand him. Elway couldn't stand him. We remember him sitting there with his isotoner gloves, like he's in Major League rooting for the team to lose, just like
Meanwhile, they're doing a dummy of him getting naked in the locker room.
I'll tell you this, though. There were plenty of hugs to go around after that Pittsburgh game. But
I'm not denying the fun. I get the fun of it. I get the circus. I get all of it. I mean, that had to have been a blast to ride on that roller coaster. I'm not denying that for 1 second.
I remember even in the offseason, because it was like, if you didn't believe in Tebow, but he's here, you know who's coming down the pipe to be drafted? Russell Wilson.
Hey, they end up, that season was the first internet trend that I can remember, and everybody was doing the Tebow in Paris and in New York and all over the world.
To think that there weren't people that were excited about him or wanted him to be the quarterback is just wrong. There were tons.
The Tebow people are coming after me right now.
Well,
they are coming after me.
Because your perspective as a player and what you were hearing from is totally legit. I know that existed. But I know the vibe from a lot of people was this can work. And it was working.
And I don't mean to be disrespectful when I say this. Dang it. How do I say it without being disrespectful?
You don't.
If you couldn't recognize that was not good football, you don't know football. You don't know football if you couldn't recognize that.
You know what people knew? And you know what people knew? What the final score was up on the scoreboard at the end of the day.
And I don't want to take that away because that had to have been a hell of a ride. It had to have been a blast.
You know what people knew? Winning the AFC West, which they did with an 8-8 record, which is crazy. You know what they knew? Tebow to Demaryius Thomas for a walk-off as top probably 3 games of all time in Denver for a Broncos game. That's what people knew, and that he gave people hope and, optimism and all that sort of stuff. Did he suck mechanically in throwing a football?
Yeah.
Yeah, the numbers are staggering.
Okay.
You cannot deny the numbers. Go back and look. It was awful.
So why are you afraid to say what's true?
Well, no, what I'm telling you is true. Now, I understand football people weren't into him. By the way, there were plenty of media people here that hated Tebow. Plenty. But the vibe on Tebow in this town was, let's make this work. It's exciting, and he's winning.
Yeah,
there was that, too, big time.
My take was, why can't a college football system work in the NFL?
A lot of people were saying that, and that goes to my point. How do we make this work?
Yeah.
Well, okay, in order to make this work, we're going to have to do X, Y, and Z. And it was to run a college football system, heavy emphasis on running the ball, by the way.
Right.
Heavy emphasis on that, and the right type of defense.
Dude, you beat the Chiefs in Kansas City on 2 completions.
That's it.
I mean, come on, man.
Okay, thank you.
But and I'll
Thank
never
you.
forget that game. That was the only game that Tebow started that the Broncos never trailed. That was it. That was the only one they didn't trail that year.
That's an unbelievable stat. You won a football game with 2
In
completions.
the NFL.
Unreal.
Do you know who the 2 guys were that caught the balls?
Decker.
DT,
Decker,
Decker.
because he had the big touchdown.
Decker had the touchdown, but it was not DT who had the other catch. Oh, I'm forgetting the guy's last name. I know his first name. I'm fading on
Bill?
his. No, it's Matthew.
Brandon Lloyd. Oh, Matt from UCLA.
Yes. Yes.
Matthew. Oh,
Yeah.
gosh, dang it. I can picture him right now.
That's it. You got it.
He played at UCLA.
Gosh darn it, you're right.
Saint.
Oh,
It's
man.
definitely Matt.
Such a nice
Very.
kid, too.
I know.
Like a really good kid. A
Very.
kid. He's the same age as me.
Gosh darn it. This is a great trivia question. I'm just blanking on his last name. Anyways, it was him. We should look it up. Just look it up.
But
See
Decker's,
it
what was that touchdown? Like 70 yards or 50
was
yards?
unbelievable. Yeah, because
It was a little bit like the DT one for the Pittsburgh game.
it was a go route down the sideline. The DT was a crossing route over the middle because they were
Right.
playing in zero coverage because they didn't respect him.
Matt Willis.
Matt Willis.
Matt
That's
Willis.
it. That's it. Matt Willis.
Yep.
Yeah, it was like a 12-yard pass to the sideline. It's a great trivia question. Tebow in his victory over the Chiefs completed 2 passes. Who are they to? A lot of people will get Decker. Nobody will get Matt Willis. It's a great trivia question. But the fact that they never trailed in that game is kind of funny too, right? Like they didn't. They never trailed. So what? You completed 2 passes. We won the game. We ran the ball.
What was the final?
It was low scoring. And that season, do you guys remember the last game of that season? I bet you don't, but it's very memorable for a significant reason. Do you remember the last game of that year, Tebow's year?
No.
Regular season.
Then they lose it?
They did lose it. The score was 7-3 to the Kansas City Chiefs, who were quarterbacked by
Kyle Orton.
It was like one of the worst football games I'd ever seen in my life because neither offense could do a damn thing. 7-3 was the final. But just by the quirk of Tebow-ness, even though they lost that game with an 8-8 record, they won the AFC West.
So let me ask you this
It was
question.
bananas.
Tell me a no dumb question. Remind me. I got a no dumb question.
We can do that next. Hang on.
Okay.
We will literally
Remind
do that.
me though, because I got this is
You need a like
Write it down, buddy.
Yeah, you want we got a key word coming up too. You want a key word for your no dumb question? Just give me one word that you will remember.
Cars.
Cars. Got it. Get there next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right. Well, no, that's good, obviously, but he's not traveling. It's all good. He's a good guy.
He's not coming from Sanford?
No, he's coming from the south side of Chicago.
Back in the USA?
Yes.
Back in the good old days?
A Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We're putting you in Ball Arena. Text the keyword harvest along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. While you're there at Ball Arena, plenty of action this week. Wow. Check out the Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA to win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls. Harvest along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. You know what? I want to throw this in there too, Tyler, because you are part of it. You and Andy on the call for Evergreen's rivalry game at home against Conifer, which, of course, has special meaning, I'm sure, to the Evergreen community, which is awesome. So high school football in altitude is supported and brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of Chassa. And at halftime, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Give us a little preview of what to expect there tomorrow night. You and Andy on the call?
Well, Evergreen's a good football team, man. They're playing good ball. This is a big rivalry game between Conifer and Evergreen, and they tell me it's like creek bowling back in the day. Like that's what it means to these two schools. So really looking forward to it. I know that the school is excited just about the ball.
I bet.
That they want a big emphasis just on the football that's getting played right now.
Good enough. Excited for it. Rob Trujillo, you realize. Ex-Evergreen, what are they? What we got a nickname for the
Bills?
Okay, the Evergreen Bills. He was a star linebacker back in the day at Evergreen High School. He was indeed. Okay,
now he's turned into a nose tackle.
But he's still little, Rob.
Yes, I'm laughing at everything. It's all funny.
He used to be big, Rob.
It's not funny. Cars. No dumb question.
No dumb question.
It's not funny, though.
And I'm going to set it up with this. Dan, hit the music.
Huh? We got music on.
No, I just feel like when I speak with no dumb questions, I should have music.
There is
we got music. We always have music.
Headphones, you wouldn't.
You want specific music?
No, I just,
It's about cars. You want Gary Newman cars?
No, just something a little more trendy.
A little more trendy.
Oh, there you go. This would fit. Dan, this will go.
Well, nothing more trendy than the Benny Hill music from
Cars.
the 70s. Yes.
Here's the question, and I'll give you an explanation for the question. Should we pay closer attention to what our quarterback is driving?
I have no idea what he's driving.
Interesting.
Do you know what he's driving?
No, I don't.
Well, hold on a second. Let's go through it a second. When Russell Wilson pulled up in the zombie assault vehicle.
Russell Wilson zombie assault vehicle.
Which had a not periscope. What is it? Muffler on top of it.
It's a periscope for the engine.
It's like if you go underwater.
It's so the oxygen can.
It's called a snorkel.
Snorkel. Yeah. That's it. Thank you, Tyler. Russell Wilson showed up with a snorkel of zombie.
Do you want to take
apocalypse.
my thunder?
No. Go ahead. I'm just pointing out what people drove. Jake Plummer drove a pickup truck.
In that bank commercial that Bo Nix does, he's driving a truck.
Oh, no. Okay, well, that's true.
Well, hold on. Where are you going?
So, hold on. The question is, should we pay closer attention to what
I think it could mean something.
Let Russell speak.
Now I'll set it up. Russell Wilson, failure or success as quarterback of the Broncos?
Miserable failure.
What did he drive?
The zombie apocalypse vehicle.
Kyle Orton, failure or success as a quarterback for the Broncos?
Failure.
What did he drive?
Prius.
There you go. Two of the worst quarterbacks that have ever played for the Broncos.
Me that it doesn't matter what they drive.
No, they drive crappy-ass cars.
All right.
And they become crappy quarterbacks.
So I'm pretty sure Jake Plummer drove a Prius also.
No, he had a pickup. He just said that.
No,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he drove.
Well, he might have had.
He may have one now.
No,
who knows
because
what
he's
he
got
has
a
now.
grow house mushroom factory in his back end.
I think he
Well,
was
we
a
can
Prius
call
guy.
Blake.
All right, wait, where are you going?
I'm just saying we ought to pay attention to what our quarterback.
Oh, so you don't
That's the
know?
question.
You don't know what Bo's driving?
Well, he was a pickup in that commercial.
It was, yeah.
Well, he's living.
I'm just saying you went two extremes, two crap quarterbacks. Fair, Kyle Orton and
Yes.
and
Yes.
Russ.
Yes.
And you went two extremes on vehicles, monster apocalypse car and tree hugger Prius car.
Mm-hmm.
Our girl Rachel Vigil, who's hosting the post-game show on Altitude tonight, 95% he drives an F-250.
Oh,
that's a man's truck, though.
It is, but why does he need a 250? What's he overcompensating for?
Well, maybe he's hauling.
What's he pulling?
Did you see what Gary used to drive?
What's he pulling? Yeah, but Gary lived
he
on
pulled a hot wife.
Gary actually had use for that.
I got you, but he was commuting from the Landmark to Dove Valley. I don't know if you need a 350 to go like 3 miles.
Ooh, that's a good car too.
I
A
don't
350? Yeah.
Some cool linemen used to have Raptors. And
Hey, do you remember? I can't remember the dude's name, but it was my second year. It was a big trade, defensive lineman for the New York Jets, and he was making like $20 million per year, and he was a bust for us. Is this ringing a bell for any of you guys? With the Broncos. All right, it doesn't matter.
The guy that came from Miami?
No, I just said he came from the Jets.
Yeah, but the only real busty lineman I can remember was that guy they got in that trade from Miami.
Anyways, he was driving.
Jawan James.
He was
Yeah.
driving a semi truck that was converted into a truck.
What?
Like it was a semi, but it was a truck.
It's a 650.
Yeah, it was
It's a
pretty
Ford
badass.
6, yeah,
it was sick.
Chris Anderson had one of those. Those are sick.
He also had a Lamborghini.
Oh, there you go. So there you go. So I'm just saying the dumb question is
F-250 is pretty solid, though. It's a little
should we
bit.
pay attention because two extremes? My point is being two really bad quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And the extreme of vehicles, overcompensating zombie apocalypse now, and tree hugging Prius.
So what kind of car do you want Bo to drive?
Well, I mean, I think Bo's in the pocket with like an F-150, 250, something like that.
If he's in one of those,
you know,
we're kind of good.
I mean, you're in the pocket. Like,
according to Grok, which has never been wrong.
What's Grok?
That's the
AI,
the X version of ChatGPT. Yeah, I'm surprised you're not a user of it.
No, I don't play with artificial intelligence.
Well, according to
I
artificial
hate it.
intelligence, Bo Nix, the Denver Broncos quarterback, drives a black Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat, a high-performance muscle car
There
with
you go.
supercharged
There
6.2
you
liter
go.
V8 engine, producing around 717 horsepower.
He's close to
This was
overcompensating, but it's
revealed.
BA.
This was revealed in a 2024 interview on the Up and Adams show, where he discussed his passion for fast cars.
Oh, well, because he's Iceman.
That's right.
And he's the F1 guy. He dressed up as Brad Pitt. That actually is
there you
right
go.
in line for that. Oh, that's a cool
and would you
car.
rate him
He
a good quarterback?
upgraded to the Hellcat version after his rookie season.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like a badass
and guess
car.
what? He's having a BA career so
I mean,
far.
how in the world would you get to Castle Pines to Dove Valley without a Hellcat?
Well, he wait another month or two. He might wish he had a Hellmobile.
Hey, good for him, man. You want to
So
drive
is that
around?
not a fair, no dumb question?
Sure.
Finally, BK comes through with something of substance on
What do you
this
got?
show.
What's he got?
Dwayne Robertson. He was the D lineman I was thinking of from the Jets.
Good memory. Holy cow.
Yeah,
Sure,
dude.
I think everything means something. What does Joker drive around in? I actually don't even know that. Do you know? You don't have to say exactly what it is, but what kind is it?
Let's put it. I've seen it on this show over here.
It's a nice. Is it a bigger, nicer luxury thing, or is it just a? Yeah. Okay. All right. I don't need the license plate number or anything. I'm just, in general, what is it? I don't know what the whips are for the Nuggets players.
Have you guys seen the Rolls Royce SUV?
No, but I saw a Lamborghini one yesterday.
Those are cool.
Yeah.
The Russell Wilson vehicle might have been the most ridiculous thing that's ever pulled into that parking lot. That was the dumbest. I mean, I don't know about the semi truck. I mean, okay, let's have a conversation about what we need with that bad boy. Bo probably has a couple of vehicles too, by the way. He probably has,
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sure he's good on that.
I know one of the other vehicles, but it'd be creepy for me to say because it came from my creepy drive-by of his house.
All right.
So I know one of the other vehicles that's in the driveway.
Forget
but
it.
creepy Tyler doesn't want to reveal the creepy vehicle that he knows that he drives because it's not on the internet. Actually, it's probably his wife's car.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go.
But
just take a guess.
That's
Take one
beautiful.
guess what the other one is. I'll wink. You get one guess.
I mean, I'm just going to go with the F-150 thing.
Well,
Did you say his wife's car?
assume it's the wife's.
Oh, the wife's car? Is he?
Oh,
it's probably a BMW.
Land
Rover.
Rover Sport.
You're,
Or Land.
It's up there. It's like that.
you're getting warm.
It's along those lines. Like, because we live in Colorado, so we've got to have something
It's going to be a four-wheel drive.
four-wheel thing because we're up in Castle Pines in the middle of nowhere.
X7.
Well, it was probably a luxury brand.
That's all I
though.
can say. You got warm. That was pretty good. Pretty good guess.
It's a luxury.
You were not dead on, but it was a pretty good guess.
There's probably, you pull up to Castle Pines, there's probably like 15 of them in the parking lot, waiting to tee off. It's a guess. Who knows? All right, we'll come back. We got our guy, Adam Schefter, and we'll preview tonight. It's game night here in Denver, Colorado.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. Doesn't get much better than that. Guys, Advanced Hair Restoration, you're also going to get a great deal right now. If you call 720-459-HAIR, you're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check them out online to see those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Adam Schefter, our guy. We love him. He's the absolute best. How do you not love Adam Schefter? I want to tell you, Adam Schefter is brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Adam, maybe you could give us a little outsider's view of the Raiders, that organization, Pete Carroll, Mark Davis, that whole thing. Tom Brady, what's going on there? What's the vibe there in Vegas on the Raiders?
They're not winning, and it's been a perpetual state of not winning. And so I don't care whether you bring in Tom Brady or Pete Carroll or whoever, it's been a struggle to get back on track. And I don't know, you feel bad in a way because you like to see teams win. Even the Raiders, it's better when the Raiders were when the Broncos and Raiders were winning and they had those rivalries. One of my favorite stories, Scott, you remember the year back in 93, 94, where the Raiders were just torching the Broncos every single time they played. They had James Jett and Tim Brown, and I mean it was maybe you were still playing basketball, but there was a year where the Broncos were going to make the playoffs. They went out to L.A. to play the Raiders in the last game of the year, and their playoff position was going to be determined by what happened. And they went out that day and they lost in L.A. You'd have to look up the score. It was the last game of the regular season. In week 93 or 94, I think it was like 52-14. And I remember walking through the tunnel, the LA Coliseum, with the former Broncos guard, Brian Habib. He's like dirty and bloodied and just looks like a beaten down guy. And he goes, where do we play next week? And I go, right back here. And he goes, oh, shit.
Okay. Adam, we're not on the Adam Schefter podcast here, brother. I don't know where you think we are, what we're doing here, but
He didn't even realize it is the best part. I mean, Adam's been doing this a long time. He's just telling
the real story.
Yeah.
By the way, nice little treat if you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch right there, but...
don't worry, we got a dump button.
Yeah, well, the radio is.
Wash out my mouth with soap.
That's so funny. All right. Well, thanks for bringing us up to date with the Raiders.
Hey, but going on that same vein, when Shanahan got here, there was such a personal grudge between him and Al Davis that he fed that into this team, and there for about 8 or 9 years, the Raiders couldn't touch Shanahan.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. Well, Mike got the organization back on track, and just one more reason that he belongs to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, which is a story for another day. But yeah, it's been a great rivalry. But the Raiders, they've been down for so long. It's just not the same. They're coming in tonight, and everybody in Colorado expects Denver to win, right?
Yes.
Expectation. So it's just, look, it's great in Colorado when the Broncos win, but it's also fun when there's a rivalry, which hasn't been much of a rivalry.
Yeah, they haven't linked
you know
up.
But you know what? Next week there will be. Next week the Chiefs come in here.
Ooh. See, now, I'm going to tell you something right now. There's your danger tonight. Right there.
That's what I say.
Yeah.
Danger. Okay, I didn't even know that the Broncos were playing the Chiefs next week. Sean Payton wishes that his players were as oblivious as I am right now, okay? Because you wonder, I'll give you an example. The Green Bay Packers last week had the Carolina Panthers coming in. A week after they played Aaron Rodgers, a week before they played the Eagles on Monday Night Football, it's Carolina. We're going to go put the W in the win column, go into my... Didn't. And so I'm going to tell you right now, the fact that you just told me they play the Chiefs next week, that worries me for tonight.
I've been saying that all week, and Tyler and DMac said this thing's over.
No, I acknowledge your trap game's real. I acknowledge that, and especially the fact that you're on such a winning streak.
What does DMac tell me for the trip to London and we're Miami when I said it was going to be a tough? What was I supposed to get for that? I don't remember what I won in that bet.
$10,000.
Very dusty.
I think it was.
No memories of that
I
whatsoever.
thought it was 100.
I said to you before they played the Dolphins in Miami, it was going to be a tough game.
You know what I got for you? I got you Darren Muji as a present so that they would trade everybody on their team, the Jets, that is. So that's what I got you. Congratulations. happy.
Yeah. Hey, the bad thing is the Jets did trade everybody. The good thing is if you're a Jets fan, I guess, you have 8 first and second round picks over the next 2 years.
That's pretty wild.
Yep.
That looks like that's if you're going to try to replenish, you got an opportunity if you get the draft right.
Yeah. Well, I really think that there's an arms race going on in the NFL. And I mean, there always is, but I think it's accentuated right now. And behind the scenes, I mean, just think about this, okay? The Buffalo Bills have Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
The New England Patriots have Drake May.
They're set.
The New York Jets just traded for every first-round draft pick from now until 2000. Okay?
Right.
So they have 5 first-round picks the next 2 years.
That's wild.
They're going to get a quarterback. So what are the Miami Dolphins doing?
Yeah.
In a division where there's Josh Allen, Drake May, and some hotshot quarterback coming in, what is Miami doing? And I'll go you one more. There already are teams gearing up for the future. The Jets have 5 ones. The Rams have 2 ones in the upcoming draft. The Browns have 2 ones in the upcoming. So there are a lot of teams already plotting their course for a quarterback in the future, trying to figure out how this will go. Not to mention the fact that we got a lot of other quarterback questions going on, like what's going to happen in Arizona? How about in San Francisco, where Mac Jones has played very well? What about in Jacksonville? Is Trevor Lawrence going to prove he's the guy to a new regime? Like, let's see how the season plays out. Like, a lot of questions always are with quarterbacks, always are.
Hey, speaking of Miami, we heard at least the Broncos had a little bit of interest in Jalen Waddle, but not at the price. What was the price for Jalen Waddle, and what do you know about that possibility in Miami?
I think Denver checked in on him, and I was told that the price was, I was told last weekend the price would be a 1+. The exact phrase that was told to me. So is that a 1 and a 3? Is that a 1 and a player? Is that a 1 and a 4? I don't know what 1+ is, but it's plus. Okay. So I'm sure Denver did check in. I don't know whether Denver did or didn't make an offer. I know they checked in. I don't know that it ever got close. In fact, when I checked with Miami on Tuesday morning, I'm like, anything today? And the quote I got back was doubtful.
Okay.
Doubtful. So maybe something will come out in time. But anyway, there we go.
Adam, you got 3 teams that are 7-2 right now, and you got another 3 or 4 that are 6-2 at the moment. Do you trust the Denver Broncos 7-2 record in comparison to these other 2 teams, these other few teams?
Broncos compared to who, Tyler?
Well, the other 7-2s, the other 6-2s. Are they the same category as all these other good teams?
You know, I think the AFC is fairly wide open this year. Like, I could make a case for the Patriots going to the Super Bowl. I can make a case for the Bills going. I can make a case for the Chiefs going. I can make a case for the Broncos. I can make a case for the I don't think that any one of those teams is unbeatable. I don't think that. I don't think there's one favorite that you look at today and you're like, gotta watch that. I still think Kansas City is the most dangerous. I still think that. Like, I know they lost in Buffalo last week, but it's still Patrick Mahomes. It's still Travis Kelce. It's still Andy Reid. It's still Rashee Rice. Still all these players. And I don't know if they'll win the division, but they may not even have to win the division to host an AFC championship game. Like, what if New England wins the division and they have a better record than Buffalo? They have to beat them out now. But you could still host a conference championship game somehow, some way. Vice versa, Buffalo against Kansas City, but for not winning the division. KC versus Buffalo for not winning the division. There's some interesting scenarios. But the bottom line is I don't think there's one team in the AFC you look at right now and you say, that's the team I'm confident is going to represent this conference in the Super Bowl.
You know what's fascinating? We looked at it yesterday, and I tend to agree with you on your opinion about the Patriots and some of these other teams as well. But if you look at the Patriots schedule, they might win 14 games. They could very easily walk away with the number 1 seed, which I find really fascinating just in the AFC and how that trickles down to all the other teams.
Listen, I look at that conference, like even the NFC right now. Philly, Detroit, Green Bay, Tampa, Seattle, Rams, like a lot of good teams. I think, I mean, you never know in any year, but it just feels like there's legitimately 12 teams this year you could see winning the Super Bowl. 12 teams.
Are the Broncos one of them?
I actually think they are good enough to win it. Yeah. They're going to have to play better than they're playing now. Okay, they're not playing their best football. They're playing winning football now, but they're not playing great football.
All right, then answer my question right here. As a quarterback, just fill in the blank.
And before I answer your question, and they're going to have to get Raiders tonight, which is not going to be as easy as people think.
I got it 31-13. I got a blowout, but I've been wrong before.
I believe you had Denver 31-13 over the Dolphins too.
Yeah.
Jets. Yes, you're right about that. All right, fill in the blank here. As a quarterback, man, Bo Nix really reminds me of.
I'm thinking, and I don't have the answer. Because
this kind of goes to what you were just saying about the Broncos. Like, what are we doing here? Is this thing for real or not? So as a quarterback, Bo Nix reminds me a lot of.
Well, who did you guys say?
Oh, no, you don't get off easy. Come on, Adam Schefter. Who does he remind you of?
Someone told me Jake Plummer.
What are you doing? Don't let him off the hook. You just let him think.
When he's getting into the Hall of Fame, he's going to invite me to his party.
He's a smart guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame?
He should.
Before Shanahan?
He could.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, Jake Plummer?
No, you.
You, buddy.
Me?
I'm putting you in the Hall of Fame, yeah.
All right.
I said
don't distract him.
I said I'll get an invitation from you when you get in your Hall of Fame induction.
Well, I'll say this. That's the first time I've ever heard that, Scott. But if I go, you're invited.
Thank you, brother.
DMac got to pay off his bet before he's ever invited.
Don't worry. You're never going to invite me. I see you in a room. You're going to look over my head, when that's hard for you to do, but you'll do it. You'll just look past me. It'll be what it is. All right, come on, answer my question. Who does Bo Nix remind you of? Come on, it's not that hard.
I'm trying to think of a comparison, and I don't have one.
Do you want me to float some names past you?
Yeah.
Tim Tebow.
No.
Come from behind, wins at the last second, doesn't do crap the rest of the game? No? We're not there? Drew Brees.
Drew Brees was more accurate. I'm not ready to compare him to Drew Brees yet. No.
Jake Plummer.
I got one.
Plummer.
Not bad. But I think there's better.
Alex Smith.
That's not bad. I like that better than Jake Plummer. Keep going.
I don't know. We just did a bunch.
That's a pretty good one right there.
Yeah, I think we're done, I guess.
One.
What?
Jeff Garcia.
Wow. Ooh, that's a good
That's good.
one.
That's going to be a frustrating career.
Because he was always on the precipice, Jeff Garcia. He was always he was always right there. He was good, though.
I was going through my quarterback Rolodex there.
That's good.
That's a good one.
Jeff Garcia is good. He was really competitive, really good teammate, and it was a little there's just a little bit missing with Garcia. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Well, that's a good one.
I was a go believer back then.
Were you really?
Yeah, no. Who's going to be the quarterback in San Francisco next year?
Well, I'll say this. Mac Jones is making it interesting. Very interesting. He's proven to be everything that they thought he would be when they were considering drafting him. And I think that they have two quarterbacks now. Two. And Mac Jones is on a bargain basement contract for next year. And the environment elevated the player. So the 49ers were able to put him back on track. It's not like he's got some great value elsewhere. Like, people saw what he was in New England and Jacksonville. It's not like people were clamoring for Mac Jones. He took a page out of the Sam Darnold playbook. He went to San Francisco before going to Minnesota, before going to Seattle. So somebody may be intrigued with Mac Jones, but his best value right now might just be staying in San Francisco. And the great part is, with the way he's playing, they don't have to rush Brock Purdy back. They don't have to do that yet.
Hey, staying in San Francisco, Tyler and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, and there'll be other games, and what Indy's doing is phenomenal. What they're doing in New England's phenomenal. But I'm not sure Kyle Shanahan hasn't done one of the most majestic coaching jobs we've seen in a long time. I mean, if he's not up for Coach of the Year, who else is?
It's been a great job, and they've lost so many players, and it doesn't really matter. By the way, is it out there that Paul DePodesta is the new Rockies GM?
Oh, no.
No.
You are breaking news. Usually you wait till after you're done to tweet something out like that, but very nice.
That's not out there yet?
Well,
we haven't heard it.
You better put it out there.
It's on, first time we've said it on our show.
I don't know that it's true, but somebody just texted me about it. Again, that's unconfirmed.
You know what's funny, Adam? I was with the Rockies beat writer, Patrick Saunders, last night, and he said he was working hours and hours and hours on that story. So if we have scooped Patrick Saunders this casually, I actually really feel bad for our guy Patrick. So
repeat the guy's name again.
Oh, go ahead.
Paul DePodesta, who used to be, I believe, was it the Padres GM at one point, and he was working with the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, see,
right?
Here's what's interesting. Yeah, he was. You're right. And Jeff Passan, I forget how Jeff says his name. He's with you. He's one of your coworkers. He is currently chief strategy officer for the Cleveland Browns, but he's been a long time. Wow, that's interesting. He's a long-time baseball guy. So he wants to come back in baseball, and he's chosen the Rockies.
Great. We got the dude from the Browns.
Cool. We got the guy that drafted
Awesome.
Shedeur Sanders.
Great.
We finally found the guy that drafted Shedeur.
He's in charge of that strategy. The strategy going on out in Cleveland. He's the chief of it.
We say goodbye to Adam Schefter.
He had to leave real fast.
He did have to go fast. Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank, CCU. Helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
Hey, why don't you text Patrick and tell him what Schefter just broke here?
I'll send a note to. Seriously, he was like, "I'm killing myself on this story." Holy cow! Do you think we just I got to look up Patrick? I actually feel bad for Patrick based on our conversation last night.
Listen to the show more often.
Oh my God, poor Patrick! Can you imagine just killing yourself on the Rockies beat?
Schefter just put it out.
Did he really? So he dropped from us and just put it out?
Well, Jeff put it out.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, so there you go. Now the question is,
it says, so according to Jeff, it says while a deal is not final, it could be soon.
Well, yeah, it was definitely in the wind, and they have GM meetings on Tuesday next week. So there was a little push to, what are we doing here?
Seriously though, his title is chief strategy officer of the Cleveland Browns. He's the chief of strategy of the Browns. Well, that's who the Rockies hired.
And what I just told you, now we know who drafted Shedeur Sanders.
Oh my gosh,
that's pretty funny, Tyler.
That is a hell of a resume, man.
That is ironic.
Although he took the Padres and made them relevant for a while.
Listen, he's been a long-time baseball dude, and he did great in the NFL. The Browns, that's incredible. The question is, and we'll look for details, is he...
He did great in baseball at what?
Well, he's been in baseball. I don't know if he's done great.
I thought you said he's done great.
Well, he's been a baseball guy.
We're just gonna say he's done great.
I don't know what he's done.
I hope he's done great.
He's a baseball guy.
He's probably done great somewhere.
The question is he going to be the president, sort of overseer sort of guy of the Rockies, or is he just going to be the general manager? So there may be, depending on the job title, just like the Nuggets, there may be another name to come. Maybe. But we'll look for details. Do you guys want to do Rockies talk? I get Patrick on the phone if no. We got a game tonight, right?
I think you just want to text him and let him know.
Okay. Well, let's get to sports, not sports, because I got a good one for you.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
In the world of being an Avalanche fan, is there a bigger turd than Jordan Binnington?
I kind of chuckled at this one. I'm going to be honest. I'll be curious your guys' thoughts.
Okay.
This got a little chuckle out of me.
All right, but just in terms of turds, is there somebody bigger than Jordan Binnington?
He's been turdy around here.
Okay. Ovechkin scores his 900th goal. I'm sure Putin will be excited about that. And Binnington grabs the puck and sticks it in his breezer. Now, you think this is some sort of joke.
Right on his sweaty, hairy, you-know-what.
This was not a joke. He wasn't doing this as a gag. He has to be told by one of the referees to give the puck up. He literally tried to steal Ovechkin's puck. And you're looking at the video right now.
Yeah.
That was not a joke. That was not a hey, ha, ha. When Ovechkin scores the goal, look where Bennington is compared to the Capitals players.
It might have been like, I gave up the 900th, and I don't want anybody to have this puck, so I'm putting this on my rear you-know-what.
Are you nuts? He put that in his pocket because he knew it was worth $1 million. Oh, that's my take on it. My take is Bennington immediately knew the value of that puck and put it in his breezers, hoping nobody saw him do it.
Well, now you're getting into some sketchy territory.
Hell yeah, we are.
Of intentionally allowing a goal.
Correct. That's where I'm going. Because he's a turd sandwich. What player have you ever seen?
I think it's kind of funny. He hit the puck on his ass.
It'd be funny if he was doing it as a joke, but he clearly isn't. He's clearly not doing that as a joke.
How and why do you say that?
Look at where the Capitals players are celebrating. Look how he tries to hide it away from them.
What if he's just trying to be a turd? I don't want this guy. I don't want this guy to get this puck.
Well, okay.
Either way, if he doesn't want him to get the puck,
you don't think there's value associated with that puck?
I didn't say that.
All right. What do you think the value is? I'll just ask your opinion.
I doubt if it's $1 million.
Whatever. He took that puck because he knew there was money associated with it, and it does raise a major eyebrow about did he let the goal go in on purpose.
I do not intend to come across as a Jordan Bennington defender here. I just think this one's a little bit funny.
I want to see if Bennington, was it a good goal or was he slow?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go. I'm curious about, that's a pretty good goal. I don't think he let that one in. It was short side. He had to come. Nah, it was a good goal. I doubt he let that in on purpose. I think he tried to keep the puck on purpose. Everybody's skating away because they're giving Ovechkin his moment because the game's stopping.
Yeah, because no one in the history of the NHL scored 900 goals.
Actually, that was like a backhand flip. That was a little soft.
I think he's just trying to be a turd. I think he's just being Jordan Bennington. He's being a turd, and he's like, nobody's getting this puck.
That was not, I don't know, man. He might have whipped. That was glove side. It was not a hard shot. Ovechkin just kind of backhand flipped it and it went in short side. Kind of a lucky goal.
I think it's funny that, he's got to cough that puck over and it's got the stench of his rear end on it now.
You're giving him the benefit of the doubt then.
By the way, this is a fun little fact.
Yeah.
Rocky's alleged new GM here, Paul DiPotesta, is, I guess, the character that Jonah Hill played in Moneyball.
Well,
so he was the young whippersnapper that had no experience in baseball.
Well,
analytics guy,
and for a team that's been devoid
it's his first
of
job
analytics.
Is that right? That's interesting. So his reputation as is a analytics dude.
Yeah,
which the Rockies have been crushed when it comes to analytics in baseball.
It's their deepest need for sure.
That's the most promising thing I've heard about him.
All right. Well, it's game time. Let's get to it. my God. It is game day here in the Mile High City. And the only thing that's going to go down harder than the Raiders, apparently, is Scott Hastings here in this studio.
That was epic.
If you were watching on Twitch, we'll try to find the video. But
Hey, big tree fall hard.
Oh, my God.
Dude, I kept the seat kept leaning back. I went, gosh, wonder how far this thing will lean back. And I was like leaning back. I said, dude, I could almost take a nap. And it kept going. And next thing you know, the wheels went whoop.
God, please tell me that is all on Twitch.
It is. I mean, we'll go back and find it, Dan, right?
we
you
really
see me.
like you had to see him laying on the floor. I thought the dude died. I'm sticking my hand out, trying to help him up. He's waving me off like, yeah, I don't know if that was out of embarrassment. I don't know.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine.
Dude,
yeah.
Because you went down. You kind of
You
went
should
down
see how
hard.
bright red your face was.
Well, I bet. Once I start going, there's nothing like
Timber?
You are going to stop it.
All right.
So I just tried to kind of go with it and not kill myself.
It's
funny.
I'm glad. 'Cause there's like edges and like, okay, I'm glad
So
you're okay.
I had my physical yesterday. It's the first time I've had.
How was that, by the way?
Moon River. But it's the first one since I've been on Medicare. And they do a wellness. It's called a wellness physical.
Okay.
And you have to do all these questions. You know what one of the questions was? Have you fallen lately?
Oh, my God. My Lord.
I went, no, are you kidding me?
I've seen a lot of dudes fall out of a chair in my day. We've all seen it, you know. But that was next level chair falling.
How is that chair okay? I mean, how is the chair not broken, frankly?
I've been losing a little weight, maybe.
Oh, good for you. Oh, there you go. Humble brag. All right, so Scott's good.
Yeah.
Dan, we will find that video as long as everybody's good.
I think you're just going to see me in the picture, out of the picture.
We won't have any audio with it, but
we had all the mics.
Unfortunately, the mics were off.
They were. That would have been incredible.
That crash show, didn't it?
I just want you to.
Yes.
I hope you recognized how quickly I jumped to help you.
But you're on my left, and that's my bad shoulder, so I can't. Ask.
I was legit worried about you.
I know. I appreciate that. But I couldn't put my left arm up over there because my left arm ain't going to work to help myself
somebody
up.
on Twitch already clipped it.
Oh, they did?
Oh,
that's fantastic.
Here we go.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's got his eyes closed.
Oh, really?
He's taking a little nap. There's a little yawn going on.
God. Dude, I'm telling you.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Oh, my God.
No, the video's pretty good.
That is hysterical. Oh, I got to get out of the way. Here
See, I'm like going, I could lean back and take a nap. That's exactly. I just told you that's what I was saying. I told you. That's exactly.
Knocked down.
Run it back.
Dan, we got to put the Titanic music to that.
Oh, my God.
I told you what I was saying. I was like, dude, this chair's going back. I said, I could actually take a nap here. And I closed my eyes and let it go.
Hey, how do we put that out? We have got to have people Titanic music to it. So we got to make this a meme. I don't even know how that works, Dan. How do we just put it out? Why don't you just tweet it?
Well, that's
and let
get
people
tweeted.
go to work on it.
Wow.
That was something. that was something.
I mean, you really were trying to take a nap.
No, I kept leaning backwards, and I've never known the chair to go back that far. And I closed my eyes. I said, I could take a nap right here. And I laid it all the way back, and then it was just done.
Holy
you see how
cow.
fast? I mean, when I woke up, I was like, oh.
Well, I got you going now.
You got me worried because I lean back in these chairs all day.
Oh, I know.
That was pretty fun. As long as you're okay, it's funny.
You know, listen, I'm a little like Jerry Lewis, anything for the humor. I mean, how many pratfalls did he did?
I cannot wait till people put music to that, till people put sound effects to it. Like
now I'm afraid to lean back.
Like I would be.
These chairs are so uncomfortable sitting up.
I would
Now
agree with you.
I'm putting the arm underneath. That's the difference.
Okay.
You got to hold on to this. Yeah, give yourself a little something to hold on to.
Perhaps a chainsaw and timber would be something. I'm just suggesting, for people that know how to do these things.
Yeah, should we give it? Is there any way we can get something to give away?
I guarantee you we can.
We got to find something to
Best
give away
one.
by the end of the show.
No, we'll give this. End of the show would be great, but let's give it. Let's give it 24 hours.
They got 50 minutes here. They can figure this thing out.
At a senior citizen falling over.
Oh,
all right,
God.
Dude, I'm telling you,
something.
I'm like,
That
oh my
was
God,
something.
this chair comes way back here, and I close my eyes thinking,
Dude,
I could take a nap, and I lean back, and then that was
holy cow!
Boom, done.
Talk about going from peace to chaos.
All
Peace
right.
to chaos.
We will have our next keyword in about 9 minutes. Mike Pritchard will join us at the bottom of the hour.
Rich.
Is he still visiting, or?
I don't know where exactly.
Oh.
What, Rob? You got it?
He said something.
You said to something?
The nose tackle just thumbs up.
Oh, like a prize? Oh, so we got a prize?
Little Rob?
Hold on. Oh, I don't know. Well, he just said we got a prize. We'll definitely get you a prize. We've got prizes.
For the best meme? So we get
I'd give it 24 hours though. The end of the show. Like let's let people work on this.
Or how about
make it a work of
about
art.
from today
I just
till
think you'd be
tomorrow?
surprised how creative these people can work.
I get it, but I want the full compliment from people. Let's give it 24 hours.
You're kind of guy that laughs at the people at a car wreck, don't you?
I'm laughing at this.
Oh well, it was funny.
So,
Dan, you put it on next?
I'm just saying, yeah, if Dan puts it on.
You got to put it out there next so people can get to it.
Exactly. Yeah, put it out there.
That just crossed Dan's mind.
And then we'll take it from there. Yeah, Rob gave us. Let's give it 24 hours. Let's have people have some fun with it.
We'll do it. We'll start the show tomorrow. We got our open Broncos highlights, and then we'll intersplash.
I mean, I understand it's radio, and this is so visual, but it was too good. I can't wait to see what people do with this thing. You got to see it. I mean, you got to see it. It's unbelievable. You're falling asleep. You're literally falling asleep, and you tumble over backwards.
I was not falling asleep.
You almost smashed your head on the little curb down there.
Well, listen.
I'm glad you're okay, actually.
A lesser man, lesser athlete probably wouldn't have got up and bounced. Now, how hard was it to pick me up, though, when you
I got to admit, going in for a hand, I was
couldn't believe you chose DMac to help you up, by the way.
But you went to the left shoulder. I got my left shoulder's
I kind of hung in there, leverage,
Yeah.
I got you.
You didn't bend your knees.
Oh, I had to work on it. I'm a little sore.
Who's sore? Who's more sore, me falling over?
By the way, Scott, we will accept donations of bicycle helmets and other things here for you. I do have a helmet upstairs. Do you want?
Do you want me to get you one of those panic buttons if you fall?
Wow.
No, I might need one.
Falling, I can't get.
Yeah.
Oh,
you just gave somebody
you can wear
idea.
it around your necklace.
I'm falling, and I can't get up.
I can't get up.
I'm falling. I don't even know how to do football stuff here. That was hysterical.
If you had an Apple
was
Watch
funny.
on, it would have already called 911.
All right, Dan, is that out there yet? Did you put it out there yet? He is. You're working on it.
We're working on it. Yeah, almost there.
Wait,
almost there.
We're working on it.
Kevin's helping me grab it.
Okay. Well, yeah. Now we get some help. Yeah.
Where's Kevin?
Oh, you got a new office.
I can't see him.
Mm-mm. Scott can't. He'll just fall down. Just to make it look around.
We should react that.
Dude, that was unbelievable. Okay. I'm glad you're okay.
Can you just tempt fate for me one more time? Just
I'm putting the
pretend
armor-
you're doing the exact same thing.
What, you want a recreation now?
Yeah. I want to see how dumb he is. Okay. Keep going.
You're kind
Keep
of
going.
you're fine there.
Yeah. Now you are in an extreme position there.
You were closing your eyes.
I'm going to say you're an idiot for going that far.
You were closing your eyes.
I'm laying back like this.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, God dang, I can almost take a nap.
And
So I
then-
close
Keep going
my
a little
eyes
bit further.
to get that sensation. No, I don't.
No. Don't.
Keep going. No, a little
No,
bit
because
further.
the wheels might go on.
Just a little bit further.
No. Yeah, that. You know what?
Okay.
That's a little scary.
All right. We'll have our next keyword for Nuggets tickets.
Yeah, I just had a physical. You fall often?
Did we just do 13 minutes on Scott falling?
I don't think it's even close to enough time about how much we should spend on that.
Come on.
I mean, I'm just looking at the rest of the show like, how do we do anything else?
I don't know.
You know what we got to do is we got to get a whole bunch of pratfalls and put it on there. And then I do watch those stupid videos on IG of like the people sliding on snow and ice and falling down and crashing.
You could be perfect.
I could be in that.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I just think instantly I think of the Titanic music, but it could be so much more. There's so many creative ideas for this.
I think as slow as it was, somebody put one of those old lumberjack timber.
Well, we'll see what you come up with. And yes, we will have a prize for it.
Yeah, more than nothing.
More than nothing. Best one gets some sort of prize. Don't know what it is, but Rob's taking care of it. And
how's your blood pressure?
Okay.
Good.
Let's take a break. Mike Pritchard coming up at 2:30. Let's Football Go with Dan Tanner and a keyword next.
I'm going to go.
Hi, perhaps Scott's not the only thing that's down these days. Perhaps you need some help with erectile dysfunction. Welcome to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they can get you going. They can lift you up, just like we had to do with Scott recently. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where the pills are
All
herbal.
I needed was a hand.
Okay.
Whoa. Wow.
Best endorsement ever. Success rate's well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Scott's it's just like 30 seconds. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Schedule a visit, 99 buckaroonies. Get that consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Come on now. Get with the program. They've got 5 offices in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock Spectacular, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Man, I'm just going to tell you, if you watch this show on Twitch or YouTube, you have had a day today, okay? You have had a day today. By the way, I was told, I didn't even know this. We do have the audio of the whole thing falling down the whole thing. So,
I looked down. Dan must have turned our mics
Twitch
off
audio.
at some point because I looked down and my mic was off.
I turned them off as soon as it happened because I was afraid that there would be some curse words being thrown around. But the audio is up on there when it first happened.
Wait, can you play it right now? Can you play the audio? Oh, okay. I'll do the keyword, and then we'll hear the audio. It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Here we go. The keyword is journey. Your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Check out Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5. Just for the best fans in the NBA, that's you. To win tickets to the Nuggets against the Bulls on the 17th, text Journey along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce a winner in about 25 minutes. Mike Pritchard will join us in like 5 minutes. We don't have a ton of time here. Are we going to play the video? Dan, there's Scott. Can't hear it, but okay. Oh, we can't hear it. Oh, go back a second, Dan. Sorry, I didn't know. My bad. Go
Shut
back.
up. Would you be quiet already?
Here we go.
My God. Oh, my God.
Okay, that's now on Twitter. We have a prize. We have a Nikola Jokic signed photo and a $50 gift certificate to Alamo Drafthouse. It's on Twitter. Have fun. Get it to us somehow. I don't know. You could retweet it, tag us. However,
Probably gotta tag us because we won't know if you just retweet it.
If you tag us, I guess that's a good way to go. And we'll see what people come up with, and we can play some of it tomorrow. So there's the audio, there's the video.
What's funny is that you got to watch all three angles of it. When Scott falls, then you got to look up at DMac and I in our videos and how quickly we both pop up. Like, did this man just die? I was worried you cracked your head on that ledge behind you. That's why I really was worried about that.
I go in the blue tent. I feel like I should go in the blue tent right now.
We should go in the blue tent? Do you have a concussion?
Tell the people you were telling us during the break, though.
Dude, two things. One, I went and just took a leak. I was sweating. Like underneath I had a hoodie on. My butt cheeks were wet. I'm like, oh my gosh, must have. You said I was red faced, so
well, it's got to be an adrenaline rush.
Oh, there you go, an adrenaline dump. Didn't think about that. But I came in, my lower back was killing me.
And
doesn't hurt right now.
You healed yourself.
So I must have cracked something in the right direction.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so
forget
my low back feels
chiropractors.
good. Yeah.
Fall out of a chair.
Now, I'll probably have whiplash tomorrow. My neck won't turn, but other than that,
well, better call Saul. A Jokic signed photo, $50 for the Alamo Drafthouse. We'll see what you come up with over the next 24 hours. It's on Twitter. Best of luck. Now you're going to fall asleep. Now the adrenaline's all going to come out of your body.
I know, right? Adrenal crash.
Pritchard will be here like in a couple of minutes. But Dan, you got anything here today?
We'll hear one story here. Let's hear from VJ. Broncos Raiders tonight going up against probably the best tight end in football, Brock Bowers. Here's VJ on the challenges of going up against Brock.
He's special. Obviously last year, the first game we played him, he kind of hurt us a little bit, a couple of big plays. And the second time we played him, we put Patrick on him. He's that kind of a player. Watching this year, his healthiest and best game was last week, unfortunately for us. He had a big game again. He has got the size and the speed of an NFL receiver, but the size of a tight end. So the toughest job with him is getting him tackled. You can kind of cover him with a safety or a defensive back body, but can you get him on the ground?
All right, guys, who's going to be matched up primarily on Brock Bowers tonight with PS2 out? Is it going to be Hufanga, Jahdae Barron, McMillan? What do you think?
Well, by logic, it should be Riley Moss. If you use Surtain and Riley Moss is your next best corner, it should be Riley, I guess.
I'd say Riley Hufanga. ESPN just put a stat up there. Denver is worst in the NFL in yards for tight ends.
They got to make this game interesting somehow.
Meaning we've allowed the most?
We allow 13 yards per reception.
How did we shut down Jake Ferguson?
They didn't. They only threw it to him one time.
I know.
I don't know. Who knows? But don't forget, they had CeeDee Lamb. They got Pickens. They don't have anything like that for they got trade talk. I don't know. They're not like that. They just traded Jacoby Myers. They got other guys, but No, they will. The Cowboys didn't focus on it. The Raiders clearly will focus on it tonight. No doubt about it.
Because that's what they focus on anyway.
When he's healthy, correct, yes. It's him and Genty, basically. And don't sleep on Michael Mayer, their other tight end. They go to him, too. So how do you do it, Tyler? What do you do?
I would imagine it's going to be a hodgepodge. I don't think you put one guy on him in the entirety of the game. That's tough to do when you pull one of your best corners off the outside receivers and put them on the inside. So, maybe based off third down, maybe there's situations where you want to pull a corner, put him in there. I mean, if you're going to put anybody in there, Riley Moss is your best corner at this point in time. So I guess he would be the guy if you want to do that sort of matchup. Safeties tend to be a more prototypical matchup with tight ends.
You want could Hufanga handle that? Brandon Jones, would he be better for it? Riley Moss is long, though, too. He's a skinny, long guy. That's PS2 is the same way. Whereas Jahdae Barron is a smaller dude.
Well, Brock Bowers, what is it?
Bowers is not that
the
big.
tallest dude.
No, he's not. You're right. He's not like that. He's fast.
Oh, gosh, he's taller than I thought.
6'3"?
He's listed at 6'4".
Okay.
He does not look that tall.
He doesn't look 6'4".
Yeah, but for tight ends, that's kind of okay. It's all right.
Pretty normal.
A lot of tight ends these days seem to be more the 6'5", 6'6".
What's Troutman? 6'5", 6'7", somewhere there?
I think Troutman's like 6'3" and change.
He seems to me way taller than Brock Bowers.
Well,
Evan Ingram, 6'3".
Let's go to our guy.
He looks tiny.
He looks tiny. Yeah, because he's standing like next to Cortland Sutton, and you're like, that ain't right. Mike Pritchard, he was a pretty good receiver back in his day for the Buffaloes.
Mike Pritchard listed at 5'10", by the way.
I believe that. Mike, how tall are you there? You shrunk a little bit now that you're old, or what's the deal there, Mike?
You know what? I'm probably 5'10" now, but I was a 6-footer when I was playing now. Come on now.
I'm just saying.
Who got me listed at 5'10"?
You got to talk to the folks at Wikipedia. They got you at 5'10", buddy.
Those jerks.
Wikipedia be lying.
188 pounds. You still 188 pounds?
I haven't seen 188 in about 2 decades.
Hey, Pritch, we'll get to see you here in a little bit, but why don't you talk to us about your Raiders? I guess they're your Raiders. What do they got going that we should be aware of, that we should be afraid of, maybe?
Yeah, you know what? They're the Raiders in my city. How about that?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything to be afraid of other than maybe discovery. And what I mean by that is like Chip Kelly had some comments about trying to find out what the young guys can do and stuff like that. And first of all, I thought you're supposed to do that during training camp. But here you go in the middle of the season trying to find out what your young guys can do. So that kind of gives you a temperature of where they are right now. But no, I don't know if there's anything. I mean, Geno hasn't played very well. Geno Smith, the quarterback, I think there's not a total convincing buy-in from the team, from the fellas, too, from the style of Pete Carroll. And then I think Chip Kelly as an offense coordinator is kind of lost in the pro game once again. So there's a lot of problems going on with the Raiders. Nothing to be afraid of other than if the Broncos just, I don't know, make a lot of mistakes like they have been and that take care of business.
Mike, it's so good to hear your voice, man. Honestly, it's always great to catch up with you. Is Chip Kelly, he was, if I'm not mistaken, they made him the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL. Has that been the most disappointing aspect in terms of coaching this year?
Yeah, I think so, Tyler, because, I mean, you think about what the Raiders want. Mark Davis, I mean, he's won championships with the WNBA, the Las Vegas Aces. The Golden Knights has won a cup. Here's Mark Davis with a storied franchise. He can't win in Vegas. And so he goes after a Super Bowl winning head coach and Pete Carroll, okay. And then, okay, let me make a splash or we'll make a splash by hiring Chip Kelly from Ohio State, who's got a name, right? But, I always wondered, you got to marry the coordinator, any coordinator, with the quarterback. And Chip Kelly and his background with, I don't know, Geno Smith, I don't know where that came from. If anything, they had Marcus Mariota here. Chip Kelly has some familiarity there, but, that was years ago. So they just haven't been on the same page in terms of personnel, what they want to do, and they're trying to figure it out as they go along. But then you look up and you're 2-6, and you have another season down the toilet.
What is Scott doing right now? What is he doing?
Tempting fate.
What are you doing?
I'm leaning back.
What are you doing
Pritch,
right now?
Pritch, before you came on,
learn
not-
your freaking lesson, dude.
Pritch.
What are you doing?
Uncomfortable to sit up like this.
Scott Hastings, who goes 6'10",
95.
Okay. He was falling asleep as he was leaning back and fell out of his chair about a half hour ago.
I believe that.
Pritch, but you and I work together. You know, I'm more of a professional now.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you, Scott.
Hey,
I'm not going to believe a word they're saying, man.
I know. Thank you very much. That being said, now what have you seen from the Broncos this year and their rise from a team that did win 10 games last year, but now have started the season with a little bit of a splash?
Man, how about this? You know, it's the evolution of Bo Nix if he can still evolve, right? I mean, I think that was the biggest question. I had a football panel that I did at the beginning of the year here in Vegas. A lot of people flew in and stuff, but they asked me the question, who would be the best quarterback in their sophomore season? Who would have the best sophomore season? I did mention Bo Nix because I thought that he would evolve. And you know the narrative. You guys know the narrative. I mean, okay, you got to throw the ball vertically down the field and all this and all that, but that's coming in spurts. You know, he's still, making some bad throws, inaccurate at times, but I love his presence though, man. His presence on the field for those guys is exactly what they need. And then on the opposite side, I mean, Vance Joseph and what he's doing with the defense is incredible. The penalties, you kind of concerned with that a little bit. But I love the fact that this defense in critical downs, they're number one. I mean, you think about third down efficiency, getting off the field, they're number one in the league. And certainly teams trying to score in the red zone, they're number one in defense in terms of preventing touchdowns. And look last week against Houston. So they're doing everything right that way. I mean, some mistakes they haven't pulled away. Dallas game and the Cincinnati game, the only games really that the Broncos were comfortable in terms of more than one possession. So on a short week against a divisional opponent, certainly a rivalry situation, if you will, if you want to go there, I think the Broncos got to be careful that they just don't play a poor game. If they do, then of course they can get beat, though.
Mike, I know you're going to hang with me here. Are we going to win another game?
Man,
are we going to win another game?
You know what? Yeah, hell yeah, man.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Against who? How?
Well, okay. See, we're there now, huh? We went from 85 miles an hour to back down to 5 miles an hour. Now we're back there now.
Kind of feels that way, Mike.
Dude, you rushed the field against Iowa State.
I
They were
know,
top
I know.
25. That was a good win.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, considering where the program was, Scott, and where we are, I mean, if they want to rush the field, more power to them.
Yeah,
man.
no doubt.
More power to
no
them.
kidding.
But, no, I think, there was nobody better for the job at the time than Coach Prime in terms of shining the spotlight, right? Making the program relevant again, which he did that. Now it's, can you sustain it? And we all know that's the hard part. Any relationship, that's the hard part. Can you sustain it? And so it takes more work. It takes more effort. It takes recruiting, not the transfer portal, but recruiting and stocking the cupboards, man. I mean, when CU had it going for a number of years, the cupboards were stocked. I mean, you had first rounder after first rounder. You had All-American after All-American. You had award winner after award winner. So until that happens again, we're going to have those ups and downs. But I just hope, people aren't that discouraged. It sounds like they are.
Pritch, my kid is a student at CU. He left the game during the second quarter because he wanted to take a nap to go out later that night on Pearl Street. Dude, it was like that. No, it was, Pritch, it was bad. It was as bad as you get, bro. What was your first year? What was your freshman year at CU? What year?
87.
Okay, so the program wasn't great there in 87. So
you know what? Yeah, I mean, we didn't have a stadium that was half full for a game sometimes. I mean, it wasn't until that year. I mean, they had beaten Nebraska in 86, which was magical, right? Went to a bowl game, which they hadn't gone to a bowl game in a number of years, which was also incredible. So 87 was really just a discovery year. But, that 88 season or that off season, that's when it all came together.
Well, I guess my question is, you were a really highly regarded recruit. Why did you come? You were out of state. Well, why'd you come to CU?
You know what it was, fellas? There wasn't a transfer portal, wasn't NIL and all that, right? Why I went to CU and why I didn't go to Pitt, UCLA, Washington, USC, and all these other schools was because I truly thought we'd win a national championship. I was on the same recruiting trip as Eric Bieniemy, Alfred Williams, George Hemingway. We had 14 scholarships that year. And for some reason, well, I know the reason. I mean, we were playing dominoes, man. We were playing dominoes, and we were hanging out. Is Scott asleep? I was just checking in real quick.
Not yet.
He's there. No, but what you're saying is important. You were bonding together. You weren't
together, right?
You weren't
Yeah,
a bunch of mercenaries. You were finding connection.
Exactly. In fact, I mean, Alfred could have left. You know, there's a number of guys that could have left early for the league, and but that wasn't the case. I mean, we set a goal, and that was to win a championship, and that's certainly what we did. I mean, even when we were recruiting, you know, and guys were coming into the program, we told them, look, man, you come here, it's about winning championships. It's not about anything else. So that's so different though than today, right? Today is NIL and all this other stuff. So it's a tougher job for a coach, I believe.
Great stuff as always. You got anything else for Pritch? I don't,
Nah, miss you,
love
buddy.
him. Yeah, you're the best. You're the best, Michael. So
I appreciate you guys.
I don't know what Prime's got. Are you a dog or a cat?
I'm always a dog, man. Come on now.
Brother. All right, man. All right, Pritch. We'll talk to you later.
I must be
All
a
right,
dog.
fellas, take
too.
care.
All right.
I must be a dog because if I was a cat, I'd landed on my feet.
Hey, what Pritch
I
is
should have rubbed your belly.
what that'd have been funny. What Pritch is saying though, we come together on a recruiting trip and we find a bond together that means something, and here we are together. We really are together. We're bonded here.
But that's the way college used to be.
Right.
It wasn't unique to CU. That was the same way. I'm on a 30 years later, a text thread with about 8, 9, 10 dudes that I played with at Arkansas. We were a much smaller team, obviously, than football teams. But that's what you went to college and played college football
How
with.
are these other schools doing it then? They're all in the same environment. What are we missing here?
I don't honestly.
Pat Shermer calling the plays?
The NIL has made a more individualistic team sport atmosphere. I feel like it's the haves and have-nots.
Dude, it's worse than the NFL. It's like
yeah.
I felt like a mercenary in the NFL, just bouncing from team to team. They got no loyalty to me. Let's just get paid while we can. We'll bounce to a new team. You don't feel a ton of loyalty to whatever team you played on. But these guys in college are worse.
Yeah. And there's some guys that are getting paid and some guys ain't getting paid.
Right.
Do you think CU wins another game this year? There's only 3 left.
I honestly don't know, but I will say this. Maybe it's naive. I don't think it's homerism. I don't think that's what it is. But my gut says stay patient. What the hell is the alternative? And really, we want to go back to what we had before? Is that what we want to go back to? Do we want to get rid of Deion Sanders and hire some nobody from, I don't know,
Paul Tuckett?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, let me ask you a question, because you know some of these high school kids, you're calling the game in Evergreen. You've been around it, and you're a Colorado kid yourself. Is there a possibility Deion could get some of the best of the Colorado kids? You told me about this left tackle from Creek. Says he's got offers from everybody under the sun. Like, is it possible to start there and keep some of the better Colorado kids here in Colorado?
But here's the problem. They don't recruit Colorado.
Well, they don't recruit high school.
Yeah.
So that's just a true statement across the board. They hardly recruit high school kids at all. For whatever reason in the state of Colorado, I mean, I know the reason. That sounds naive, but it has become uncool if you are the top recruit in the state of Colorado to go to the University of Colorado.
I know why.
If you're a top 3 recruit, I'm better than CU.
Right. Is that correctable or not?
And you know what? 4, 5, and 6 ain't getting recruited up there.
Right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
It's not a dream for kids from Colorado to go to CU.
Not anymore.
Like it was for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeesh. All right. On that fun note, we'll take a quick break. Don't forget we have a prize to make fun of Scott falling down. This is PhD on 92.5.
3rd and 11. Minshew down the sideline, jump ball, and it's Riley Moss with the interception for the Broncos. His first NFL interception takes it away from Las Vegas. Moss right in front of Trey Tucker to get his first career pick.
We have a couple of Broncos transactions. Stuff happens game day, that sort of thing. And technically, there's a couple of dudes who are still on the practice squad who have been elevated. That includes Michael Bandy has been promoted. So hopefully I guess he's going to be taking punts back, I suppose. I think. So we wish him the best on that. And Mercedes Lewis has also technically been elevated, so he plays again. 6 good snaps. You could do it, Tyler. I know you could. And cornerback Reese Taylor.
Hey, if Scott can survive that fall, I could survive a hit or two in the NFL.
All right. I just want to say,
do your back good if you want to.
We got a very nice text from Ches. And I want to say, Ches, you're right. I know nothing about recruiting.
Wow.
I know nothing about the state of Colorado. And again, Ches, I want to let you know I am not a fence. So I just hope everything is cool. But I appreciate the information, and we'll take it from there. And
basically, I said what you said in your text, and Tyler was the one arguing with you.
You're pointing at Tyler?
I'll tell you this.
Yeah. Okay.
What I just learned from him, from Scott, or excuse me, from Matt and other sources.
Okay.
Colorado's not even in, and this is true. I don't know if I should say that. Never mind.
All right, you know what? How about we do this?
Let's just say this. One of the top recruits in the state is an absolute no-brainer. Like, as big of a no-brainer as you could possibly get, does not have an offer from CU at this moment, and that blows my mind, because I mean, this kid can go anywhere in the state that he wants. I don't want
country anywhere in the country.
Excuse me, that's what I meant to say.
Right.
Yes, anywhere in the country. We're talking about the Alabamas, the Washingtons. We're talking about in Ohio States, whatever. He can go anywhere he wants, and for whatever reason, it does not have an offer in state. That does blow my mind.
Well, let's go to. I think that's been a history of CU a little bit, but I think it's worse now. But wasn't McCaffrey late to being recruited by CU?
You know, the whole thing, which McCaffrey are you talking about? Because I didn't think Christian, I don't think they even sniffed him.
Well,
from what I understand.
That's what I was talking about,
yeah. Yeah. Listen, clearly, if you want to build a program, you got to start in your own backyard and have some fundamental building blocks. And clearly, there is high-level talent here in this state. And clearly, you have to make your home school be a priority and have pride, because there's reasons guys like Tyler ended up at CU. You don't stop there. You have to work the portal, and you have to recruit around. But your building blocks, guys, in any program are kids in your own state. It's like the most no-duh thing of all time. And if that's not happening, it's a shame, and it should change.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Richard Cantor, who won our Nuggets tickets. Way to go. Nice win for the Nuggets last night. Banger of a game tomorrow night with Golden State here in town. Late start, 8 o'clock start. And it's a different court because it's a cup game. And then you play a back-to-back against Indiana, who's been down on their luck because Halliburton, of course. So we'll see. That to me feels like a mega trap game. Like, you'll be up for the game tomorrow night, no problem. But I don't know how you're going to feel about Indiana. And we know that the Nuggets have to finish with better than a 26-15 home record like they did last year. They're off to a great start. They're undefeated. That's good. Keep it going.
Keep it going as long as you can.
All right, those games all on Altitude? Or are we on Altitude?
No, tomorrow night is a national televised game.
All right.
And Saturday, you can catch us on Altitude.
All right. Meanwhile, we'll have post-game tonight here on Altitude on TV, and it's being simulcast on the radio as well. We think, what about tonight's game? And Nate and Andy are going to be here in a second. To sum things up, we think tonight Tyler will be what?
Oh, look, it would be disappointing if it was anything but comfortable, right? That's what it should be. It should more or less be a cruise control game, but there's a lot of reasons why it might not be. It's a Thursday night game. Thursday nights are weird. It's got a bit of a trap game vibe. You're on a strong winning streak right now. You got the Kansas City Chiefs on the horizon. There are reasons why you might overlook it. Combine that fact with the short week and out of schedule, it could lead to something weird. But my expectation is that the Denver Broncos should win comfortably, something like 27-13, couple touchdowns.
Yeah, I think it's a trap game, period. That being said, I think what Sean Payton has done with the back-to-back road games, including one of them in New York, coming back and playing a short week, really, if you will, against the Giants. They were probably jet-lagged to start that game a little bit, but guess what? Found a way to win it. I just think he handles the mind part of what this game is as well as any coach in the league. So to me, and I think this is the definition of a trap game, I think Sean Payton has handled mental situation, and that's what that means. Trap game means it's mental.
Mm-hmm.
He's handled that as well as anybody can, and so far in the season. So I'm that washes out. That being said, I don't think the Raiders can play with these guys. I think if they get 13, they should be happy. Everybody should win a letter if they get 13. But I think they'll probably be a oops-a-daisy touchdown and a couple field goals. In Denver, if Denver can just score early, then they'll win something like 27-13.
Okay, let me give you a little factoid that Sean Payton put out there. He said, and Sean, we know him to be meticulous with all the analytics, that sort of thing. He said that having a halftime lead, see if you guys buy this or not, having a halftime lead means more on a Thursday game than a regular Sunday game.
Well, he would know that stuff.
Right. Do you buy that? Does that make sense to you whatsoever? It means more to have a halftime lead on a short week than a regular week.
I don't know. He does find these really obscure stats and these weird information that means something to him, and I'm glad, like, because it does give you something to, like, hey, wake up, boys.
Yes.
Wake up. You
Point
gotta
of emphasis.
be alert tonight. We got to this has got to end tonight.
Right.
Tonight, we got to start fast.
What, do you think he's just making that up to put in front of the team?
I don't
Like,
know. If he did, it's not bad.
It's not a bad one, right? Like, hey, we give ourselves a much better chance if we lead at halftime. I have the analytics on it. I mean,
the science behind that seems pretty strong on every game, but,
I would tend to agree with you, but if that works, that works. Bo Nix will have what kind of night tonight?
Better than he had last week.
By what definition?
I think he'll throw a couple touchdown passes. I think they'll run for a couple.
You think he'll be better earlier?
Yeah, I think he'll be better, more accurate, more on.
Why?
Because I'm a hobo.
You're a Bo lever?
No, I'm a hobo. Hopeful for Bo.
He's actually more of a Bo lever.
I'm a hobo.
He's leaning heavy.
I do not believe.
You're going to be a hobo if you keep knocking your back around.
By the way,
it feels better though. I did something. Now my neck is starting to hurt.
Again, I'm with him. Let's check in with you tomorrow about 8 a.m.
Oh, my neck! I can't move.
Andy, we do have a Jokic signed photo and a $50 gift card to the Alamo Draft House for anybody who can have fun with that video and audio. Dan, to recreate not recreate, but
it's wonderful to make fun of the infirmed.
Okay. All right.
Well, you're not the infirmed. You just got done telling everybody that you feel better.
For the sake of everybody on Medicare, here's this moment.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Once again, let's hear this moment.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. All right, there you go.
You're talking to a guy that once walked around in a adult-made diaper.
I'm sorry, huh?
Yes. Who made it for you? The
fun?
guy from Rocky's camp. Remember that?
Oh, that's my first experience in the cold tubs, the ice tubs.
Oh,
and it hurts my testicles.
And so the guy made him something to wear,
a neoprene little diaper,
kind of like a sumo deal.
And
he walked around our studio with it. Dave couldn't talk; he was crying so bad.
Yeah.
Now again, he was. That. We'll say it was over the clothes.
All right. Well, that's not
even
that
funnier in the clothes.
Not that big of a deal.
It was a large garment, though.
What you got on the game tonight? What score? Give it to us.
Man, I don't know.
What do you feel?
I feel like they're going to win.
Okay.
I'm not worried about it. You know why I'm not worried about it, though? Of all the things, and I get on Sean about stuff, but, dude, this guy does not let them lose games they're not supposed to.
He's a pretty good coach.
He's just done a really good job of that. They beat all the teams they're supposed to.
Yep.
Right?
You know what? You can say he's quirky. He's got certain personality traits that are, interesting. But this dude is a damn good coach.
I don't know that he's a good time in season, right? I don't know how I want to be in his meetings or be right down the hall from his office.
I think he drives people nuts that are around him.
Well, he's Slim Shawnee.
He's Slim Shawnee.
They wrote the story about it. He doesn't hide from it. I mean, I admire him for that. He's not trying to act like, no, I'm great to be here. He goes, no, there's a game day, Sean. I let you hear it every day after the game. You're in those rooms.
But how good is it that, I think here in town, he has established how good of a coach he really is. Not that he needed to, I suppose. He has the history. But nobody's doubting that he knows what he's doing.
No, I think he's a good coach. I just think what's funny about it is I just think he runs his mouth too much.
Well,
which is funny, which is good for the media.
That's Slim Shawnee.
You know what I'm saying?
He's quirky, but he's a good coach.
Some of what I think Bo's even dealing with, because I said this again to Nate yesterday, and I know everybody likes to make the declarations and then re-rank the draft. Dude, we got to get, after 3 years is when I like to say, all right, what do we have here? Because, and again, some of it's off that old Shanahan number. They used to say a quarterback couldn't run Shanahan's offense until he was 3 years in it. And so why you wanted to ratchet up all the pressure on Bo and tell everybody he's Drew Brees, this, that, the other 9,000 times over, I don't get that.
Probably a mistake at the beginning.
Just let the guy, and I think some of what we see out of Bo is simply, hey, man, shh. I mean, he pretty much did it to KI. He's like, all right, can we stop all the talking? I just want to go play. What I think is funny is Bo's got the personality you think Sean would have.
I was just going to ask you, have you guys commented on Bo's attempt of humor and failing miserably?
No, that's who he is. He's a football robot. You know what? I've known guys like him.
And don't try to be funny.
Yeah, he's not funny.
I'm not even sure do you think he's trying to be funny?
Oh, yeah.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
You got a little Springer in him.
Yeah. Oh, Springer's not funny either? Is that what you're saying? Wow.
That is so wrong.
He made you laugh right there.
He just made us laugh.
He's already got more laughs out of you than Bo has.
More than Bo. See, Bo will try something funny. It won't get any kind of reaction, and then he'll jump into a cliche to land the plane.
Yeah, we've all known guys like that, where I think guys like him for a lot of things, probably not the humor.
Right, so that is the robot.
Sure.
The Robo-Bo.
Well, there's different ways to land the plane. There's some people that aren't funny, and then they just yell.
Listen. And then some of us get dressed in adult diapers and walk around a studio.
Scott, you making any comments while you were falling asleep during the show and fell over?
You can't quit saying I was falling asleep. I was not falling
Scott,
asleep.
we have it on video. I mean,
I closed my eyes.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
Nobody cares.
Thank you, Nate, for caring.
I'm concerned.
Nobody's worried.
When a 7-foot-tall man goes crashing off of a chair there's a ledge behind him that could have concussed him.
Sucked. But remember the Sean Kemp video? He did that. He's already done that.
But that was 40 years ago.
Well, guess what? He finally knocked whatever got knocked wrong that night, knocked the right way, because now he claims he's great.
I hope he's all right.
Are you guys going to go live at halftime?
Are we? I'm down.
I'm down.
It'd be fun. I think you should just keep it going, too.
Hey, I think we got to come in here and do it in here.
I don't think so.
Hey,
there's nothing set up in there yet.
Hold on.
Nate just used it yesterday.
I did actually. Yeah. It's nice. Before Hastings is out of here, what was your favorite Jokic moment from last night? There were so many.
Gosh, I don't know.
Did you get concussed and did you forget the basketball game last night?
No, David Adelman talked a little bit afterwards. He just does so much. You lose the adjectives. I mean, we've said them all and they become redundant. He had two of his greater passes. The guys missed the layups or Christian Brown just dribbled it outside.
Right.
The behind the back, the little swoopy hook pass thing he did were unbelievable. Better than the 16 assists. And the guys didn't make the shots. So I don't know. You know what I liked? And Spoelstra, maybe you guys will play this, had something to say about him. He said, we get the game down. He said, he's so smart and knows clock. He knows scoreboard. We get a little run. We got 6-8, and all of a sudden he comes back in, and he automatically makes it 12-14.
Right.
And he did that like 3 different times last night. He completely controlled the game, especially without Bam in the game to could maybe get physical with him.
Yeah, he left, but also he's destroyed that guy forever.
Oh, yeah. Even in the Olympics and the World Games.
It was funny because Dempsey was asking him about it in the post game last night, on television, of just sort of like, why do you dominate the Miami Heat so much? And Joker was just kind of like, I don't really know, was basically his answer. The real answer is Bam Adebayo, who is a really good player, is an awful matchup for Jokic. He just destroys the guy.
What he does now is he just tries to lean as hard as he can on him.
Yeah.
That's all he tries to do.
He did
now.
it to Ware a couple of times last night. You said something in the fourth quarter last night. You were talking about Ware. He had knocked down a three, and Marla was like, "Yeah, this guy's a good shooter," and you were like, "He is. He's allergic to the paint," I believe is the term that you used.
He's 7 foot.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind you have the ability to shoot a three, but you're 7 foot. Do you know the change you can make in the paint by just being around?
But did you see him try to body up Joker down on the post?
He didn't want anything of that.
Before you go, we got some breaking news.
Oh,
Welcome,
I
Mike
love
Sanford.
this.
No,
I'm
you
excited
don't.
about this.
Let's break it.
Well, Nate, you told me about it. The Rockies don't have a finalist.
We get a
They
guy?
got the guy.
They got
Paul
the guy.
Podesta will run baseball operations.
So
Good.
He of Cleveland Browns fame.
Yes.
No.
And the Jonah Hill character, all
I know.
that. But
I know. He was.
They hired Jonah Hill.
So I got to tell you guys.
hell, I might wish they would have actually hired Jonah Hill. We'll see.
If it was 2005, this would be a great hire.
a banger.
Hey, yeah. And if it was 2005, Scott wouldn't even have thought twice about that fall.
Could you imagine 2005 Dick Munford saying, "We're going to embrace analytics to the core of who we are"?
Well, listen, here's why I think it's a good hire. Because they voted for the last 3 or 4 years the worst analytic team in all of baseball.
Yeah.
At least you got a guy that was kind of in there on the ground floor. Maybe he can find something in the storage room to find something that gives him anything.
So the word has been that the other two finalists, of what I understand, the other two finalists were told, "Here's your staff."
Oh gosh.
Okay.
That will add to it.
So
Right.
Then what?
Here you go.
Why even talk about a hire? Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and
This
by
is-
the way, 7 of them, their last name is Munford.
Yeah, this is an organization that like it's rotten from the foundation, and the Rockies basically told guys like, "Hey, we'll slap a coat of paint on it. It's good. It'll be fine." And no, that's not what's going on. D. Podesta is going to take this gig.
At least somebody
all
gets
right.
to go to the GM meetings now.
You know what they are? You know what the
All
Rockies
right.
are trying to do? They're trying to get their own reality TV show on HGTV, Flip or Flop. They're trying to be the new Flip or Flop reality TV show on HGTV.
Yeah, we found out all that was like really hollow, though.
I mean, when a guy
Remember the one where you go and make the room for your buddy?
Yeah,
I'm going to
you
redo
do
your
what
room.
he says. You just put a coat of paint over the wall and forget that it's eaten out by the inside of rats.
I know Jimmy Haslam was the one that did it, but man, when you got the Deshaun Watson trade on your resume,
Not great.
how does that not just
Well,
disqualify
now,
you
hey,
from every
now
job
he gets
in the
going out with the
sport?
guy that's got the Nolan Arenado trade plus $50 million on
We
his
may
resume.
now know who actually voted to draft Shedeur Sanders.
There you go. Well, maybe he'll tell us. Somebody go down to the press conference
Oh,
and
that's
ask
gotta
Paul
be
that
asked.
question. Hey, who's the guy that did it? You don't work there anymore. I don't know if he has to sign an NDA when he leaves. I have no idea. But yes, the Rockies hired a guy that is, he was one of the pioneers of the initial sabermetric movement in the sport of baseball. Granted, that was 25 years ago, and everybody in the game now has the access to all of the data and the exact same stuff. But all right, let's see. We'll see.
I'll say this. If you want to hire Ottavino to be one of his assistants, please, by all means, do that. I was not against the hire of Ottavino. I was against the hire of Ottavino to run it all with zero experience.
Do we know Ottavino well around these parts?
He
Yeah,
pitched
he pitched here.
from 2012 to 2018.
And he actually was good. He had
Yeah.
that weird curve of his. He got it somehow to work in
he's-
12-6 banger? Little Barry Zito
Oh no, he was a sidearm. He was he was one of the
submariner.
initial sweeper guys.
Nice knuckle dragger.
Vicious, like the velocity with which he could pitch. He was also, and this is honestly like this is one thing I like about Adam Ottavino is so we're gonna go inside baseball here for just a moment on this, but. Okay, the funny thing about Paul D. Podesta is, again, like the data revolution that happened in baseball, there's very little defined in that anymore. Like, it's been mined, okay?
Yes.
Everybody hired, somebody else from the Ivy League, and there's just like there's not a lot of new information to find in there. So one of the, and this is a part of why the Dodgers are as good at this as they are, is that they figured out you can make a better baseball player. You can take a good baseball player and you can make him an excellent baseball player, but the only way to do it is through work. And it is through the use of biometrics and stop motion cameras and everything else like that. Like these guys, and when guys talk about spin rate and all of that, the guys that are fully subscribed to that are the players, are the pitchers that have learned, like, oh, if I put in the work on this, I can learn and throw these unhittable pitches. Otto was one of the guys that did that initially. One of the off seasons when he was still with Colorado, because he was from Boston originally, but I think he might have been living in like either New York or Jersey or something like that. He rented an empty space in a strip mall for an off season and outfitted it with cameras. And he went in there every single day and he just got better. He just flat out put the work in.
Does he still have the place?
Can the Rockies use it?
I was going to say, he might be sending his guys there if he gets signed on.
And there was like, when he came back the next year, like the amount of movement that he had on his pitches, like he was just vicious. He's one of my all-time favorite Rockies, honestly. Like, actually, you remember this. I own an Ottavino jersey. A Yankees jersey, but an Ottavino Yankees jersey nonetheless, because he and DJ went to the Yankees in the same offseason. That's how much I liked Adam Ottavino. He's one of my favorite Rockies ever. He would be good in this front office. DePodesta, again, like, am I over the moon at this hire? God, no. It's the Rockies. I'm going to side-eye and be skeptical of everything that they do in perpetuity. But still, like, I'm also, okay.
You got to give every
guys,
move a chance
absolutely,
to be fair.
Absolutely. So. Okay, new guys, let's see. It can't go any worse than it has.
I will say,
but every time you say that, somehow it does.
I will say the headline in and of itself, if context doesn't matter, league worst Colorado Rockies.
League worst.
Hire. League worst
Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland Brown executive. Like how like you're going
strategic officer.
Like I completely understand that his background is baseball and his background is baseball analytics, and that the Cleveland Browns were doing the thing where they threw the Hail Mary in the direction of let's get intelligence and overall horsepower intellectually in our building.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way.
Andrew Berry and DePodesta, yeah.
And man, it's not
hasn't
going
worked.
well.
Right.
Do you remember the last time there was a cross-sport hire in an executive field, and it went from, I'll give you a hint, NBA to NFL?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who that was.
I'll
Somebody
give you,
connected with the Warriors, right?
Yep. Bob Meyer.
Oh, that's right.
Bob Meyer.
Who did you go help out? Philly?
Washington Manders.
Yeah. Well, that worked all right.
Wait, is he still doing it, or is he?
I don't know.
He's kind of like he does TV.
Or is he just
does
TV
some
guy?
bit as
No,
well.
I thought he left ESPN. I think
He's still
he
doing
said
stuff with
Is
them.
he?
Yeah,
he
he's
wants to
still a
get
part
back
of
to
it.
being a GM.
Because that was one of the people I threw out for the Nuggets job.
Yeah.
Just that I thought that would have made been a good
splashy,
a splash hire.
Yeah.
But the difference, obviously, yeah, I know that this is a baseball man in Paul DePodesta. That's where he buttered his bread that way in baseball. But still, I mean, the guy currently works in football.
Yeah.
For the worst franchise. Whereas the Manders, a terrible franchise at the time, they brought on Bob Meyer from the Golden State Warriors that were the opposite of
and
terrible.
solved a couple of things. Because outside of the Jaden Daniels injury, which that's awful luck, and Dan Quinn probably shouldn't have had him on the field.
So can we talk Paul DePodesta?
We have.
He was an Oakland Athletic.
He went
number two.
He went from Oakland to being the general manager of the Dodgers.
And how'd that go?
For
him.
Well enough. I mean, he's still, let's put it this way, in 2025, he is still getting jobs as a president of baseball ops. He was a special assistant for the Padres for a while. He spent some time with the Mets organization before, in 2016, when they revamped the front office with the Browns, he went there.
How long has he been with the Browns?
Since 2016.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild.
How's that gone for the Browns in that stretch?
Well. Really well.
How many quarterbacks? How many coaches? How many?
Many.
Different philosophies.
Yeah, the answer
he was there for Hard Knocks, I guess.
Is many.
The craziest thing too about and I get it that the Oakland A's, relative to how bad their payroll was, they overachieved And I'd call that in a snippet of time. The Oakland Athletics have been a horrible franchise outside of just making money on selling their players, which is, baseball as business is good, but they've been a complete
non-entity in the game.
Outside of a fun run that they made a movie about because Billy Beane was a complete narcissist and wanted everything to be about him.
A few years in there, they were competitive, yes. Here's the other thing, though, that always this is what I always hated about the movie Moneyball. Is it was just like, hey, like on base percentage and David Justice. And it was like, you guys had like Barry Zito and Tim Hudson in your rotation, right? Like, why did you guys win? Because you had a good pitching rotation. And I don't even know if those parts were cast in the damn movie. That's what was always funny to me about that whole thing of like, oh, the data revolution in the game. You guys had a pretty good rotation. Last time I checked, getting 27 outs, that's still how you win in that game. And I'm an information guy to this day, but I always thought Moneyball was massively overrated.
Look, Brad Pitt didn't have time to be dealing with Barry Zito. Hey.
Now there's a 12-6er, by the way.
He had to go driving and not be in the stadium and all that stuff.
So anyway, the West Sacramento A's, by the way, these days.
Yeah, it's gone so well they've moved.
Right.
Again. Well, I will say this.
Mark Mulder was on that staff, too. Remember Mark
Adam
Mulder?
points out Miguel Tejada.
Yeah. Who was he getting B12 shots in his ass that year?
Who's saying? The Rockies, though, did have a good run with a former football guy, head of their ops, and Kelly McGregor.
That's very
Maybe
true.
They forgot this guy wasn't just football, and Kelly wasn't part of the Browns.
Well, and again, like, why did it work when Kelly McGregor ran baseball operations? Because he actually ran baseball operations.
Pritchard Podesta, though, this feels like you were driving the worst Pinto on the road, and up pulls a gremlin, and you're like, give me one of them. You jump to the gremlin.
The biggest thing that I have to hope for. And my hope is
hope is not a strategy.
It's minimal. But the biggest thing that I have to hope for is that with Paul D. Podesta, say what you will about his track record and again how long it's been since he's been a successful front office executive in the sport of baseball, is hopefully he has the chutzpah to be able to look at Dick and Walker Monfort.
We all need to look at Dick sometimes in the eye.
Sometimes, and look at Richard directly in the eye, or eyes, excuse me, and say, get out of here, okay? Like, go away.
But we'll do that.
I will go to you, like, when it's time for you to sign off. When it's time for you to say, "Oh, you want to spend money? Okay, make your pitch and let me sign off for it." That hopefully that's how the operation is going to work. And Andy, to your point, I have almost no faith that that's going to happen.
Yeah, because I'm assuming the other two, when they said, "No, I'm going to probably need you to double that staff size," I'm sure ultimately Dick Monfort said, "No, we're not really gonna. There is your staff."
This is an owner in Dick Monfort who has made it clear to his other fellow owners, I want to cap operational spending in our sport.
I'm going to clamp what you're spending on the other stuff.
Which, that's what they have to spend on. That's their only chance, is to spend in that area, because it's the only way that they can bridge the gap between the altitude teams and the sea level teams. But they fight it.
All right.
Again, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
We're doing the usual. It's called the usual. It's called the Rockies.
There's a Broncos game tonight, and I want to be excited about it.
Well,
okay?
we got to take a break. We got to get him looked at in the tent. He just blew out something in his knee. I don't know what Sanford's. What is going on in the studio?
Why is everyone getting
Scott
hurt
fell
today?
Off a chair.
I was just cracking something.
No, you didn't.
It was a good
your kneecap and you
movement.
popped a ligament.
All right. Yeah, it was really good.
You about fell down.
A lot of mobility. No, it's good. It's great. Feels better.
Hey, I want to delve into the mind of quarterbacks coach Mike Sanford a little bit when we come back, and I want to pinpoint a direction that this organization can go to start to fix some of the Bo Nix issues that they're currently dealing with, because I do think some of these are very fixable. So we'll dive into that next with Mike Sanford. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's Thursday afternoon. Hey, the Rockies got a guy. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hope you're having a delightful Thursday afternoon. Game day, Broncos Raiders. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got drinking game coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. And it's a Nuggets ticket Thursday today. Nuggets with a 10-point victory over Miami last night. But we're putting you in Ball Arena today. Text the keyword Blues along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. The word is Blues. That's to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls, November 17th. So text Blues for Bulls tickets. Blues for Bulls tickets. I think that's because they have the Blues in Chicago. Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Bulls are like 6-1, by the way. They're good.
What kind of Blues are in Chicago?
The Blues?
Like
Rush Street.
Not like St. Louis?
The Chicago Blues is it's kind of a big thing out there.
You would know.
I would, yes. So anyway.
Native, nearly.
Suburban. out there in the northwest suburbs.
I mean,
yes.
I lived in South Bend, went to Chicago a bunch, never saw the Blues, I never really went.
You never got
sought out the Blues.
You never got the Rush Street flu.
Are you a
that was
Blues
always
guy?
I am. That was always a big thing though. Was whoever was coming in to play the Cubs or the Sox or the Bulls or the Hawks or whatever, it didn't really work as much in the NFL. Although it was different in the 80s, but they used to call it the Rush Street flu. Was you were typically not at your best the next day because they were in all the blues bars having a good time. So, yes, the word is Blues. 303-504-0925. That is for Nuggets Bulls tickets.
Doubles.
Bulls. While you're at Ball, make sure to check out the Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA. Okay. So, we got the Broncos tonight against the Raiders. And we have who plays the Raiders tonight? The
Broncos! You
Thank you,
started
Jim.
it.
Thank
So now
you.
I can't.
I know, right?
I got to have it now. This is your fault. You can't get mad at me.
Nope. It's fair and it's required. We have seen over the last 2 weeks, we have seen Bo Nix against historically bad defense. We have seen Bo Nix against very good defense, and we have gotten a variety of outcomes in performance of the young quarterback. In general, this has been a year in which Bo has carved up the bad teams, struggled with the good teams. He has been uneven at best in first halves and even three quarters, you might say, but very good in the fourth quarter. He has kind of in a bit of a weird twist. He's been pretty good against man and very bad against zone
That makes
so far this
zero
year.
sense to me.
And yet, here's my theory on. I don't know if theory is the word, but is it that he can run more on man and he can't against zone because they're looking at him, and so when he's got the danger of how he can beat you with his legs, that he's a better quarterback?
For sure, but he just hasn't used that part of his game all that often.
And that's what's wild about it, too, is his first half rushing numbers are like a fraction of what he's doing in the second half, and again, particularly in the fourth quarter. Guys, he didn't register a carry until the last drive on Sunday against Houston, and it was a 25-yard carry on a scramble and then a 10-yard design run, and boom, they were into field goal range.
The other thing that makes zero sense about said statistic is that when you're playing against teams that are man coverage teams, typically they get tight sphincters in the fourth quarter with a lead.
Right.
And they start playing zone.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's usually when you start shredding up a defense that it doesn't typically play zone.
Right.
We've seen that with the Broncos.
Yes.
The Broncos defense.
So
but
here's
it's been the opposite. Bo's been fantastic in the fourth quarter.
There's several things here that I think we can kind of point to, and believe it or not, I think that they're tied together. I believe first off, I think mechanically, Bo Nix is jittery in the pocket. And his feet get unsettled, and then he struggles to throw the football. We ask Legwald about it all the time. What's the difference between when he plays well and when he struggles? And Jeff is just like, look at his feet. And again, we saw it on Sunday against Houston. He had some terrible feet and he had some bad misses. The throws that he hit, R.J. Harvey, Cortland Sutton. The Cortland Sutton one in particular, that was tight pocket, and that was, man, the base was directly underneath him. It was just like, do more of that,
And
dude.
that R.J. Harvey wheel throw was the exact same.
Yeah.
1 in his progression, no. Resets the camera to 2, yes.
And he kept
Feet
his
were
feet
anchored.
underneath him. So I also think there is a personality thing with Bo Nix that he loosens up in the fourth quarter when it's just go play ball time. I just think he's one of those dudes that's better in that circumstance. So this is what I ask of you, Mike Sanford, longtime quarterbacks coach, former college quarterback yourself, is have you coached a player or were you a player with any kind of similar disposition? And if so, what can the coach do to help him through both film session, play calling, play design? Like, how do you help a player that is just overly keyed up and not settled and quiet when he needs to be?
Okay, so the most keyed up quarterback in terms of mastery of an offense, every detail was aced.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it went along with a photographic memory, was also a guy that was fairly high-strung early in ball games, and that was Andrew Luck.
Sure.
And that was at Stanford. Now, the difference with Andrew Luck and how that was handled by David Shaw, Jim Harbaugh, Pep Hamilton, and a little bit myself is that we would ask him what he wanted early in games, and he would give it back to us, and we would do it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's happening right now with Sean Payton
Yeah.
and Bo Nix. And so what Andrew Luck would always say, he would say about the same 3 things every week. I don't want to tell you what exact plays that I want to run. That's your job. But I want a movement throw, a get hit run, where I can feel like I knocked the cobwebs off.
Well, he was always weird about that too, though. Wasn't he one of those guys that always complimented pass rushers?
He loved getting hit.
Hey, great hit, man.
But I think all quarterbacks are a little like real good competitive quarterbacks with a high care factor. I believe all of them like that physicality of the game. Very finesse, soft quarterbacks. I coached one, Mike White. He was soft. He hated getting touched by a defender.
Blanco?
He was a Miguelito Blanco.
Yeah.
Yep. And that was almost uncomfortable for me because I'd been around a lot of sickos at the position, including Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
Ironically, he leaves the game because his melon was starting to get too many knocks. He's like, I'm done at a young age. That's the thing that I would love if I were Sean Payton, and I'm not, and he makes a lot more than a high school football coach, clearly. I would love to get Bo Nix in my opening 10, opening 12, opening 18 plays. I would love to get him a design quarterback run. You notice that in some of these fourth quarter comebacks, one of the common trends is that there was at least one, maybe 2 design quarterback runs that just feels like it gets Bo into the game competitively.
Right.
And then you're not so antsy and so perfectionist driven, trying to play perfect football from a clean pocket. It's sometimes can be being in a clean pocket can be nerve-wracking for some quarterbacks.
You know what's weird about it too is and I've actually kind of wondered about that sometimes of like, first off, like Bo Nix, and I said this to Andy the other day, Coach. I said, Bo Nix will never play behind a better offensive line than the one he has right now. The Broncos' offensive line is 10 out of 10. It's elite, okay? But to that point, like, is it too good sometimes? Which is a dumb way to look at it.
Sounds so stupid.
Right, because there's no quarterback in the world that's like, I wish I had a bunch of bums in front of me and I was getting rocked on every single play. But that's funny that you bring that up. So get him on the move, get him some contact, and get him in the concepts that he likes a little bit.
Listen, you want to get a guy going, he's got to hit his throws. We can dance around it. We can try it. We can do, but we talked about this when we talked about who should you trade for. But the reality is, if you get a guy open, hit the ball, hit him.
Yeah.
Hit him. Get a big play. Feel good about yourself. Feel confidence in what you're doing that night. Because when he doesn't, things get wonky. Because He flushes things by the fourth quarter. I give him great credit for that because we've talked about it 1,000 times, whether it's been Garrett Bowles or Paxton Lynch or whomever. They held on to things. And Garrett's done a good job. I don't want Garrett get beats too often, so he doesn't have to worry about it. But in his early part of his career, one holding call, one guy got around him, it stayed with him. Mentally, it stayed with him, took him out for 3 or 4 plays, led to a bunch of bad stuff. Paxton could never flush one. That was the minute one bad thing happened, it all went downhill.
Yeah.
And that's from talking to people that was around him. I'm not just – so with Bo –
But to that point, though, Andy, like, don't you think, like, by the fourth quarter – he's knocked off some of those nerves?
By the fourth quarter,
he shed some of that?
I just think he knows he's got to get it done. I just don't know that. Again, I think one of the reasons why he wants to go fast is he doesn't want to think.
Yeah.
And I think right now Sean is getting him to think. And I don't know if you can explain this quickly, but they talked about this with Sam Darnold. Is he trying to jump ahead to the part of the book where you get a – because they talked about how Darnold comes out right now. And remember, Darnold is 6, 7, 8 years in the league, 2018, so 7 years now. Darnold's to the point where he can come out, and I'd heard that Joe Montana was the king of this. He'd come out, he'd look at the defense, and automatically he knew 2 of the looks in the progression aren't even going to be there. I don't even going to bother with that. Right. Is he trying to do that and maybe not ready? Or do you just think he knows – do you think because he's so young in the NFL, he's trying to pick his favorite guy out and lock onto it?
No, I actually just think that – I think there's a disconnect, and I feel it. There's a disconnect between Sean Payton's favorite pass concepts and Bo Nix's favorite pass concepts. And I think that there is a battle of wills that is occurring somewhere between the first and the third quarter consistently, and then it gets to a point where Sean Payton says, you know what? Wave the white flag of surrender, and we're going to start doing the things that this stupid college quarterback loves to do. And then Bo's like, yep, told you. And by the way, that stupid college offense that we're running now with simple concepts out of empty, with pure progression, 1, 2, 3 reads where my feet are tied into it. By the way, we're
scoring in bunches.
We're arguably the best offense on planet Earth when we're running that crap.
Do you also think there's some, because here's the other thing. I feel like Sean Payton wants to go back to some of these pass concepts the first 3 quarters. And then he realizes that we've got to do it differently. He also starts running the ball. When does he usually start running the ball? I know when he started running the ball the other day, it was the 4th damn quarter.
Mid to late third into the 4th. You start to see it.
I joined the game a little bit late. I missed the first quarter, stuff going on in my life Sunday. I get there for second, third quarter. I'm like, is Dobbins hurt today? I haven't seen Dobbins at all. I've seen R.J. Harvey.
No,
I've seen Tyler Bidet.
They just weren't using
And
him.
all of a sudden, Dobbins comes out, and Dobbins running for everything, and Dobbins, that gives you different defensive looks, too. Now they got to commit stuff to the run. They can't just sit back and look at Bo.
It's all I said going into the Houston game, and I want to see more of it tonight of just, like, build the identity of this offense in the run game, which is yet another thing that helps the quarterback. Plus, to your point, Sandman, you can call design runs, which do seem to get him going.
We do JK stands for just call with a K, Dobbins?
There you go.
What do you got? Give me something. I need your big brain working on this. What can the JK stand for?
It stands for run the ball. Just kidding.
How about just keyword? Your keyword is blues.
Blues.
Blues, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Text blues to 303-504-0925. And you are entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Bulls coming up on November 17th. Again, the word is blues. Text blues to 303-504-0925. Speaking of blues, how about Bennington crotching Ovechkin's puck last night?
Dude, what are you doing? And you know how I know it's just a bag move? Is that when asked about it, Ovechkin goes, I got no comment about it.
He was trying to pull a Doug Mankiewicz. He was just like, I'll just keep this thing.
Yeah, has Bennington got that bad a contract?
That guy's
Is the goalie contract world that bad enough? Shoves it down his breezers.
Threw it right.
I mean, what are you doing?
Threw it
you
right
know
in
how
the cyst
gross that
of his
is?
crack.
That dude's a goalie. You know how bad hockey stuff smells? You know that's the leading stink in a hockey line? It's the goalie.
I always think of that when they're shoving each other's gloves in each other's faces all the time. I'm just like, you guys are so gross.
There's been times I was next to Watt, one of my all-time favorite hockey players. I'm like, bro, I'm going to pass out. Can we air out the room?
You
Can we give
stink,
this
sir.
guy a shower before he comes talk to us? I can't do this. You're wilting my microphone like a flower. Holy cow. And that thing was down the pants. What are you doing?
The word is blues.
I
Text
bet you
blues.
the puck stunk. I don't know how that's possible because it's not fabric. I bet you there was Bennington steak on that
Oh,
puck.
100% is.
Yeah, he stink palmed that puck. 303-504-0925. The word is blues on
Is
a
that a
Nuggets
Tool song?
Ticket Thursday.
They smelled like Badissi.
Palm that puck.
It's a Tool
Maynard
cover
is
band.
working on it now.
It's Altitude Sports Radio. Your next keyword on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday is coming up at 4:20. Hey,
By the
tune
way,
in.
Blues was Blues Brothers. You're going to tell everybody that?
I guess that's what he was going for. I was thinking
the music.
Buddy Guy, John Lee Hooker, Chicago Blues, but
You got Belushi and who?
Dan Aykroyd.
Aykroyd.
Yeah. Jake and
Dude,
Elwood.
like,
Totally
Aykroyd's
Jake
still
and
alive.
Elwood.
The
He is.
entire Aykroyd is.
I know Belushi didn't.
He didn't make it.
No, he wasn't long for life.
Yeah.
It's not a.
That movie has an all-star cast. I mean, just tons of music legends, and like Ray Charles is in it, and like who's the other? Is John Lee Hooker in
Aretha
it?
Franklin
Aretha
is
Franklin
in it.
is the wife. Of what, the trombone or the guitar player?
What is it? The 4 fried chickens?
Yeah.
And some, So several scenes of the Blues Brothers were filmed in my hometown in Wakanda, Illinois. Which the weirdest thing about it now is, to this day, and it's still one of my favorite movies, but when I watch it, like, they're driving through parts of my hometown and you're just like, well, it doesn't look like that anymore.
Not even close.
There's 7 subdivisions right there, and there's a Walmart over here.
See that blank space? That was a Bed Bath & Beyond 10 years ago.
Exactly, yeah. That's what's so crazy about it.
And it's been out of business for 8 years, and it wasn't even in there.
Yep.
We can cruise North Denver one day.
Carrie Fisher, Cab Calloway.
Oh, that's right.
Man, they're all in it. Yeah, it's
it's
one of the great movies
John
ever
Candy.
made.
You
John
forget
Candy.
Candy's in there.
Orange Whip, 3 orange whips. All right, so I know every line of the entire movie. I'll be annoying if you want me to. Brock Stephen Bowers. I don't actually know if that's his middle name.
Why did you go Steve?
I don't know.
He's a modern athlete. Brock Caleb Bowers.
Brock Skylar Bauer.
Brock Tage Bowers. That's an emo kid. Big time emo
Brock
kid.
DeBrickashaw Bowers.
Brock Taylor, but it's spelled like Taelor.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's actually Brock Allen Bowers.
Bab. So Brock Allen Bowers.
Pretty good.
Last week.
A-L-L-E-N or A-L-A-N?
It's an E-N. He was probably.
He's a Josh Allen.
12 catches on 13 targets.
Pretty good.
127 yards and 3 tutties last week in their loss against Jacksonville. One other quick note on that game. They played 70 minutes of football, and now they're flipping around and playing a Thursday night game on the road at altitude.
Yeah.
Something to consider when we get to the fourth quarter of this game.
I'm oddly not worried about this game, when normally it makes me nervous. Even the trap starting to fall off. I feel like they got too much crap going on. If we were playing in Vegas, maybe I'd be more worried.
I think this is going to be a little bit of a crunchy game, but the Broncos will win it.
Yeah, look, I don't think we're going to be watching 42-10 or anything. But,
Yeah,
you know, I don't know. Maybe we will. Who knows?
I tend to lean towards
Thursday night games
plus
sometimes
10.
don't give you the crazy score.
That and just like the Jets, the Giants. The Broncos have a tendency to play close games against crappy teams.
Titans.
Yeah. They have a tendency to do that.
The
now,
Bengals game, even though the final score was 28-3, it felt a little crunchy.
For a minute there.
I thought so. I mean, I know
they were screwing around in the first quarter, but then I think they kind of got things.
The offense never
The
looked
Bengals
awesome.
were so bad, and so was Jake Browning. I'm like, this ain't going to happen today.
Without the services of Jacoby Myers, who has been traded, is now a Jacksonville Jaguar.
That loss can't be understated.
Yeah, that's big.
That guy was a good player.
He's a really good player.
I love Jacoby Myers.
For an offensive coordinator that hates running the football.
And so, how many catches has Brock Bowers put up tonight?
6.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think it's more.
I think there's going to be a healthy dose of Talanoa Hufanga.
I'll take the over.
And Jade
Barron.
Yeah.
Remember, Jade Barron was the one covering Ferguson against Dallas, and
Yeah,
that's where he ultimately got the pick.
The guy that I think could get paid is Michael Meyer. Please help me with the pronunciation. It is Meyer. Spelled
He ain't
Mayer.
John Mayer. He's Michael
Spelled
Meyer.
Mayer, pronounced Meyer.
He likes the Halloween song.
Yeah, I'll take the over on that one. We'll put a cocktail on that total on 6.
So what do you have?
I got the over on this. I think this is an 8 or 9 catch game for Brock Bowers. I think this is a very productive contest. You know, you mentioned Jade Barron and Talanoa Hufanga, who are all excellent football players. It's a secondary without Patrick Surtain right now. And I think it just automatically opens things up. There's also that whole part of it where they don't have anybody else to throw the football to. And Geno is going to have to get it cooking tonight in Chip Kelly's offense. So I think this is a big Brock Bowers
Okay, before
night.
we get too far from it, let me ask you, though. If you think he gets, say, 8 to 10 catches, he being Brock Bowers, are they damaging catches, or are they the CeeDee Lamb variety? Or would Marvin Harrison have a couple of them? Just pick the guy. Some of the number ones have gotten catches.
I mean,
no tutties.
Yeah, that's just it. Nobody's really damaged him. But again,
a couple nice plays here and there, but nothing that really.
Life without Patrick Surtain. Which to me is a huge factor in this game. If I fully believe if Nico Collins would have had somebody better than Davis Mills throwing the football to him last week, he could have done some real damage in that game. So Brock Bowers, both based on how friggin' good he is and just what Denver has in the secondary, coupled with no other options for Geno and company, I think this is a big Brock Bowers night.
I think this is going to be a big Ashton Genty receiving night.
Okay.
And if you look at the numbers,
it should
Ashton
be.
Genty in the last 5 games, he's busted through the 80-yard barrier of yards from scrimmage, many of which have been his receiving stats.
Yeah, because they can't block in the run game to save their life.
And he's also, Ashton Genty's proven to be a minus pass protecting back. So when you have a bad pass protector, you free release him. And you get him involved in rail routes, swing routes, balloon routes, all the things that you can get to.
Here's an interesting note about Geno Smith. He is 4th in QBR this year against the blitz.
Saw that.
Isn't that weird?
It's really weird.
Okay.
But also, have you seen his interception totals?
Yeah, it's not good. He has struggled taking care of the football so far this season, but I don't think that matters. Like normally you would look at that and go, oh, that's a bad metric for a Vance Joseph defense. He didn't have to blitz in this game. Just rush 4 and win with 4 consistently. And really, and I know it's a world without Surtain out there. The Broncos can rush 5, and it doesn't necessarily even feel like they're blitzing or sending an extra rusher because they do so much of it and because the coverage is typically good enough. And again, with one solid pass catching option out there in Brock Bowers, I really think I think Geno's going to hit a few. Geno is a very accurate thrower of the football. But the Denver defense is just it's just too stacked. There's just too much speed. There's too much talent. I don't see the Raiders putting up 29 points this week like they did last week against Jacksonville.
Geno Smith has become a slant merchant.
Yeah.
He throws slants, a lot of slants. That's the old 3-step, 45-degree angle against man coverage. And right now he is 80.6% completion percentage inside of 10 air yards. You get beyond 10 air yards,
struggling.
And so if you get the Raiders behind the sticks,
yeah.
Right now he is completing 38% of his passes after 10 yards.
And another one of those big problems is like who the hell's getting open down the field right now for the Raiders? Who, and especially without
By the
Jacoby
numbers,
Myers.
nobody.
Right. Like so again, like Geno can step back and again, like I think Geno Smith is a very competent, very accurate quarterback. But I don't think he's got anybody getting open for him right now. 11 tutties to 11 picks so far this season for Geno Smith.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I say these things and I keep wondering what's tomorrow going to bring. I'm telling you, this team's got a great track record the last 2 years and not losing these kind of games that they're not supposed to lose.
Right.
And I guess that's my ultimate confidence.
This game it's got several trap factors to it. I just don't think the Raiders are good enough to take advantage of it.
And I really wonder what's going on in that locker room. Again, you go and you trade a top target. It feels like a wave the flag moment. You got Pete Carroll trying to win now. You got an offensive coordinator that it was suggested by Adam Hill yesterday that basically the GM barely wanted the coach and the coach barely wanted the OC.
Yeah.
You know, and so you go and you draft Ashton Genty, which, you know, we were all a big fan of at the time, but then you don't run him. Well, that makes a ton of sense. Go hire the guy that's been known for throwing the football 1,000 times and never running a guy.
And your offensive line is not good.
Your offensive line stinks. You just got rid of, again, one of your top passing targets. And who's the backup? Like, if Geno stinks, they really don't have anybody else to even try, right?
Aiden O'Connell just came off of IR.
Yeah,
okay.
he's listed as
but we've
out.
seen that.
Oh, he is listed as out.
So who's the backup right now?
Good question. Let's find out, shall we?
Minshew's gone, right? Is Minshew still there?
Oh.
Who?
Oh.
Is it our buddy?
Old pal?
Small hands, you know.
Oh, Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett.
Oh, smells like cabbage.
Are they not dying to get at least some peek at Kenny Pickett?
Kenny Pickett, a guy who Paul DePodesta once acquired for the Cleveland Browns.
Here's what I'm going to promise you. Geno Smith will suck tonight because he's starting on my fantasy team. I guess I better change that.
Doesn't Kenny Pickett look like the kind of player that Paul DePodesta would pull from the NFL football field and throw him in the middle infield? Just got small hands, nice and compact. It's a magician, Ozzie Smith-like.
David Eckstein.
So good.
Is that why you drafted him? The hands of baseball would be amazing. Let's give him a try at football.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey,
They're
tune
gonna
in
win
tomorrow night at 7 o'clock on AM 950 for our final high school football game of the regular season. Andy Lindahl and Tyler Polumbus will have the call for Evergreen's rivalry game at home against Conifer. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of CHASA. That's pronounced CHASA. Yeah, let's get Jeff Legwold in here as he joins us from Mile High. Broncos and Raiders tonight, Thursday night football. Leggy, let's start here. Let's start with the transactions of the day for the Broncos. They promoted Michael Bandy to the active roster. I'm assuming he is back on punt return duties. And 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis gets a uniform yet again. In terms of the Michael Bandy thing, when you talk to people around the facility, did they view the muffed punt mistake as more of an anomaly, and maybe they figured Bandy settled in and he's good to go in that role?
Yeah, Nate, I think they looked at it more as the guy made a mistake, not the guy
stinks.
Is a mistake.
Because he doesn't know what he's doing.
Right. Yeah, it's clearly like he got caught in between on the football, and he was fine the rest of the game after that, so hopefully he's good to go tonight. As for Mercedes Lewis, Jeff, got some run-blocking reps in there the other day. Follow me on this question. It's not so subtle. How much run-blocking will Mercedes Lewis, or for that matter, anybody in the Broncos offense, be doing tonight?
You would hope it would be a lot.
Yes.
But, I'm not sure. We keep having this discussion because the head coach and the chief play caller, Sean Payton, keeps saying it is an important part of the offense that they need to do better and, find the rhythm. And they have moments, as we have all seen in games, where, it's not happening. The weird thing, not weird, but, when he looks at it, meaning Peyton, he sees run game numbers that are pretty good. They're up near the top of the rankings in a lot of the run categories. So the raw data says they're productive when they do it. I just think it's been more of, the thing Peyton talks about in play calling, the sequencing is that's the word he uses all the time. And I'm not sure the sequencing with the run game play action has always been there the way it needs to be. And, I think their numbers would even be even better. And I think, Bo's ability to hit the deep ball would be better with more of a rhythm in the play action game and that sort of thing. I know their play action numbers aren't good right now, but I think they would improve if they used them more in consecutive snaps rather than one snap here, they go 3 wide, shotgun, 4 snaps, and then another snap under center. I just think there's been a lot of that.
Jeff, to that point, the Broncos' success rate stats are pretty bad. Down-to-down consistency, staying ahead of the chains, they are pretty bad. And I'm sure that's a contributing factor to what you're talking about right there, about sequencing and getting out of rhythm when it comes to the play calls. Is it just like the dumb stuff, the penalties, the batted balls at the line of scrimmage, the bubble screens that go for losses? Like what? When you've watched it, what are the biggest contributing factors to why Denver is just consistently finding themselves behind the sticks?
Yeah, I think they're just not good enough on first down a lot of the time. And I know that sounds simplistic, but, 2nd and 6, 2nd and 5 is so much better for a quarterback, for a play caller, for everybody involved. And I think if they were just simply better on first down more often, I think Bo Nix would settle in better. I think when they're behind the sticks, I don't know if there is the proverbial is the quarterback pressing quotient, but I think his goes up when they're behind the sticks on second down. I think in his mindset, it's been drilled into him so often. Don't take sacks, don't get turnovers, and, don't get behind the sticks. And I think if first down doesn't go well, I think they press more, and him specifically. And I think that does happen. And, in the fourth quarter, when all bets are off and they're in comeback mode, some of that's off the table because, the menu's a little smaller because you're in the hurry up, 4-minute type offensive, menu, and some of that stuff's off the table. So I think first down is an issue. First down goes well tonight, I think this is probably a rout.
Well, that was going to be my question, Jeff, because a couple times this year you've surprised me. I feel like you can always find an angle for how, and look, it's the NFL. They get paid too, all the old cliches. But, man, it feels like the Raiders have got a lot of stuff going on. Chip Kelly said he's going to try some stuff out and start trying out some new guys. They trade one of their top receivers, and I realize Lockett's back there and all that. But, look, Lockett's had a couple other teams that hasn't worked out so well. I mean, what would be the key factor that would lead to the surprise loss? Is it just not getting a hold of Bowers and throwing some turnovers, or what? This just feels like this is due to not be as competitive as maybe Thursday Night Football would like.
Well, I think start there. Bowers has 3 touchdowns like he did last week. The Broncos haven't exactly had tons of games when they've scored more than 21 points this year. So, you can't give their best player multiple scoring chances. I think that's the start. And, don't have a muffed punt deep in your own territory. Don't give up a 45-yard punt return. Special teams has really impacted field position for the Broncos. And luckily their defense has played at unbelievable levels at times when it's, forced to deep in Bronco territory. But you can't keep doing that. And I think bad special teams play and letting Bowers get loose for multiple scoring chances even, I think is a bad recipe.
Talking to Jeff Legwold on Broncos Game Day, Denver and Las Vegas tonight. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, you did deep dive on Nick Bonito today on ESPN.com. For Bonito, you cannot be a pass rusher as good as he is without elite physical traits. But for him to have taken the leap that he has taken to being one of the premier pass rushers in the game today, what else did Bonito rely on in his improvement other than just his physical gifts?
Yeah, Nate, when I asked him, he mentioned almost nothing that had anything to do with his physical attributes. It was more studying the rhythm of an offense. How many beats is it when they're in silent count before they snap, before the gesture and the snap? How many times do they come to the line of scrimmage deep in the play clock? It's all those things and getting better at anticipating. Obviously he's done the physical work. He's gotten stronger. His first step is much quicker than it was as a rookie, which is, that kind of improvement that he's shown is pretty rare. But he attributes it a lot less, from the physical side. He thinks it's more of you just become better and more understanding that as a pro, there's so many levels of things you better study. And, when I talked to Von Miller about him, that was the first thing Von said was he's obviously doing the work as far as studying who he's facing and what kind of sort of drumbeat the offense plays at, because Von sees it when he watches Bonito play.
He has not had a sack since the Jets game. He has gone 3 consecutive games without a sack. With the Raiders running Ashton Genty out there tonight as a rookie in pass pro, should we look at this to flip a little bit tonight?
Well, he still has the quarterback hits. He's second only to his teammate, Zach Allen, in quarterback hits. He's still the league leader in quick pressures. All of those metrics people use. He's just not getting the final coup de grace. And, I would bet that there's been, and I've seen it on the video, there's more than a handful of sacks other people have gotten because Nick Bonito created those. So I think, the long answer is he's still getting to the quarterback. The short answer is it would be hard for me to believe he does not have a sack or two tonight.
All right, you told us it was going to go down the way it did yesterday when we got a chance to talk to you on, or I guess 2 days ago when we got a chance to talk to you, that you didn't think there'd be a lot of action at the trade deadline. Looks like the Broncos made a couple calls as you promised that they would. What do you think was the ultimate deciding factor? Was it that the price got too high, or was it that they just simply like this team?
I think both, Andy. I think they were sort of in, not quite low ball mode, but they weren't willing to go. When everybody wanted a first rounder for a starting receiver, I think they were like, no, thank you. They'll keep those first rounders to use on what they want, down the road. So I think the prices were just too high, and they liked this team too much to give up what was in their mind too much to get a player who may or may not fit into a locker room they really like the construction of right now.
What about Shaheed, though? Were you a little surprised because it was just a 4th and a 5th for Shaheed? Were they not as into him as maybe we were led to believe?
Well, obviously not. It'd be I think if they were really into him, he'd be here. That's kind of what I tell people. I know people get frustrated with me, but yeah, he obviously, if they had wanted him and wanted him badly enough to give up more than that, he would have been here. So he likes this group. I know some fans aren't buying that, but he was the guy who was pounding the table for them to move up significantly to take Troy Franklin in the draft. He's not going to just add a veteran guy and reduce the snaps of a young player he really, really, truly likes.
All right, you're the authority on a lot of things, so we're coming to you for this because this has grown into a slight debate. Did Tom Brady clone his dog?
Wow. Yeah. I guess I don't know what to think about that. Because it'd be, if you didn't, it's kind of a weird thing just to throw out there.
It's a weird flex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I cloned my dog. I don't know. If you didn't really do it, I'm not sure what you think you're gaining. But will people think you're a genetic expert or something? I guess I don't know what. We all know that the science exists out there, but that one I did a double take with that one. I'll be honest.
Is it a clone? Because Nate goes deep on things, right? He always finds the extra little note for the story, like you. Nate said the personality's not the same in a story that he read.
Yeah.
So is it really a clone? I thought a clone was exactly what you had. You got a twin, you got another. Again, and honestly, like, if all you got was a dog that looked like the dog, why not just go buy a dog that looked like your dog?
Well, wouldn't it be possible to have another dog from the litter? I don't know,
Genetic clone, but a different personality.
But this one bites me. What? And it's not a clone.
Yeah, no, you didn't get the clone. You got the mistake, maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
That's where it goes sideways. Also, it's Brady's a massive investor in this colossal biosciences
No, I know.
thing.
That's why we don't need it.
There's some serious cha-ching going on right there with our guy.
Hey, Jeff's seen a lot of Bond movies. Nate and I both think that's really just something from a Bond movie or Mission Impossible.
I also believe that Brady's true goal here is to eventually clone himself and have that be the Raiders quarterback.
I think we're good.
We're good. I think he's in the I'm going to live forever mode.
Are we sure he's not already cloned? He's got a very smooth face.
Do we know this is the real Brady?
Is the real Brady out doing other stuff? Is the real Brady with Giselle right now?
There's broadcaster
posing
Brady,
as a jiu-jitsu instructor.
There's owner Brady, and there's
What if we find out there's 5 Bradys?
There's another Brady that just like lives on the moon that we don't even know about.
He's got a Brady for each ring.
Right. All right, everybody.
Yeah, Jeff didn't sign up for this interview.
Jeff,
it's a true Brady bunch, apparently.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
You can't top that.
Well done.
Let the man go.
Jeff, we'll talk to you tomorrow, man. Go ask some cloning questions for us, more importantly, okay?
I'm on the case.
All right. There he goes. Jeff Legwald of ESPN, as always. Jeff's appearance is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
Do you go up to Papa Walton? What's his first name?
Rob
Walton.
Yeah.
Do you go up to him and go, Hey, man, you're a rich guy. Tell me about this cloning thing.
Those are the people to ask.
Yeah, because I don't think Davis's kid, he doesn't know nothing about no cloning unless he's been talking to, and if they could clone, can I clone you some different hair, Mark? Can I clone you Tom Brady's hair and put it on you? How about we try that? But I got to go. We got to go talk to Greg, not Greg Penner. Well, Greg Penner probably knows too. Just ask any of them. You doing this cloning thing? Is that like the new, you guys are going to buy a stadium.
Do you remember like when we used to go, this is a very different time, but we used to go into clubhouses or locker rooms after games with our mini disc recorders to go and track down sound. And I always remember like one of the things this always stuck in my brain was I think it was in the Rockies clubhouse. There was a magazine there. It was like a private jet magazine.
Really?
And it was for, like promoting like private jets, okay? It was like Private Jet Monthly or whatever. Okay, so that was for the millionaire baseball players.
Yeah.
For the billionaire football owners, do they have like cloning
weekly
that they subscribe to and find out the latest advancements in genetic mutation and cloning and how to live forever?
Brady and his Rolex, he's like, I got a Rolex, but I cloned my dog.
I've cloned my Rolex.
Really? Is it a bigger flex than a Bon yacht? See, again, just go get the yacht.
A clone dog?
A helipad yacht. How much you think a clone dog runs you? I wonder if I can Google that.
Actually,
do you have the price?
I did a little bit of this. So it'll cost you, this is according to Colossal Biosciences / Viagen. It'll cost you $50,000 to clone your dog or cat, $85,000 for your horse.
Well, the horse, a Seabiscuit, they may even go higher. Yeah, as I hit up, I just put how much to clone a dog.
Yeah.
Because I thought I'd put it in blue collar speak, and AI tells me on Google, it's $50,000 as you said, but it's 2 installments. Here, we're going to cut your break. We only need $25,000 up front, but the other $25,000 due on, arrival.
What's the interest rate on that loan?
I don't know. I'm not sure there is one. I think they just expect a $25,000.
Also, like on a per pound basis, $50,000 for a cat, $85,000 for a horse.
The horse is a better deal.
Yeah, horse is a better bargain.
Are you not?
If you want to clone
is that
your
again
horse.
where you don't get the exact thing, where this horse can't run a lick, but you cloned him?
It's got 3 legs.
This horse ain't interested. You got the first Ralphie we just had. It just wants to wander the pasture. Hey, do we have a keyword?
We do. Your keyword this hour on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday is chance. Text chance along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's chance.
Take a chance on me.
To 303-504-0925. I was always more of a community chest guy myself.
Was it chance? No, it was champ guy. Never mind.
While you're at ball, make sure to check out the Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA. To win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls November 17th, text CHANCE.
Chance.
Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. I'm assuming that's in Chance the Rapper.
Okay.
Good
because
luck.
He's from Chicago?
He is. We will announce our winner today at 5:55 p.m. Speaking of Chicago, Andy, I've got an Insights to Excellence update today here on the show.
Yes. You got to stay tuned for this.
We didn't get any insights this week.
I'm kind of sad.
We'll tell you why next. Your keyword right now is chance. Text the word chance along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Why would I do such a thing, you ask? Well, that enters you to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets game against the Chicago Bulls on November 17th. Again, text the word chance along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. By the way, Nuggets, nice win last night. Got the Golden State, Indiana Friday, Saturday back-to-back coming up right here. Tomorrow night is an NBA Cup matchup in Group C, Mark Springer. Group C, better known as the Group of Death. Jokic, he had a run-out dunk last night. He had the bucket off the assist from Jamal.
Yeah.
Fastball, just looked like his hands were just made of Velcro. Hand.
Silky mitts. He's got silky mitts there.
And he made a pass last night to Aaron Gordon that I don't even know if anybody clocked this one. I went back and I think I watched it 5 times in a row after it initially happened. They were out on the break. Miami was in transition defense, and they weren't all back yet. And Kel'el Ware and Fontecchio were the two bigs on the floor. And Jokic had the ball. You might remember this play. He had it out beyond the three-point line, pretty close to the top of the key, kind of top of the key right. And he stood there. And if you watch this play, like Fontecchio gets back in transition defense, but Jokic was looking over his eyes and waiting for him to get back because he was. This is where the guy just like his brain operates at such a different level. I think it was Kel'el Ware, and he's watching Ware, and Ware was down in the post, but Jokic was his guy, but Fontecchio went to him, but then Ware broke on him at the exact same time. And so all Jokic did by just standing at the top of the key with the ball over his head, just kind of doing one of those, they both just bolted towards him. And then Aaron Gordon just cut behind him, and Jokic just boop, layup. And it was one of those plays where it was like, if he wanted to, he could have just put the ball on the floor and gotten himself like an easy 12-foot runner, and he would have made it. I almost felt like it was like, for the sport of it, he was just like, I can make you guys all move around whatever way I want. I want to make you move right now. And they all did, and then it was just boop, and an assist over to Aaron Gordon. And like, I seriously think sometimes he just tries to see what he can get the opponent to do.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that because I think he enjoys it. I
Right.
think there's other times where he wants to make that pass so everybody sees this is what I want.
Right, exactly.
For the new guys,
yeah.
these little jazz hands with the ball that
Right.
you did.
Right. No. This is I can shoot a 12-foot runner, and I'll probably make it at like a 70% clip. But I can get a 95% shot.
Yeah.
If I just make these two dopes both get themselves out of defensive position, watch. But he legitimately, Andy, he waited for them to get back in defense just so he could make them look stupid.
It's why I say to cross sports, he reminds me of Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
He knows what you're going to do before you do it. It's the Matrix style of stuff.
Right.
He just is reading things nobody else thinks about. And it's where his unselfish nature really comes into play. Let me ask you this, though. What was going on with the bench last night? That was the first kind of weird bench game.
First half bench was good. Second half bench was quite bad. Yeah, it was quite bad last night.
And I love our guy Valanciunas. It was a weird night for him too.
Yeah, he was a little sloppy last night.
It almost feels like they get bored, man. And I know it's weird to say that. We're not even in December. There's not really any reason to be bored just yet.
I don't think that's what it is. I really do think the bench unit's just figuring it out. I think they're still figuring it out right now. Here's some good news. Cam Johnson made catch-and-shoot threes last night. He made a couple of them.
He did.
Yeah, so that was really good to see. Peyton Watson continues to be super dependable. Tim Hardaway is his buzzer beater at the end of the first quarter, he's comfortable. If I'm power ranking the acquisitions right now, I'd put Hardaway number 1.
Oh, I love Hardaway.
Yeah.
He's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
He's the guy that we've wanted forever.
Very comfortable.
The catch and shoot 3-ball maker.
3-and-D.
It just feels like
Yeah.
when he gets going, look out. Better not leave that guy open.
Yeah, sloppy bench minutes there in the second half. Davion Mitchell, by the way, that guy I've loved that guy since he was at Baylor. He's still one of my favorite players in the league. I wanted the Nuggets to go after him a couple of times. He played Jamal really physical last night and kind of gave him some problems. Fun player, but yeah, once they lost Bam, they didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, that honestly it kind of bummed me out because even David Adelman and I think Bill Hanslick in the pregame had said, now we're going to see them play a really good team tonight with a guy. And, Jokic usually gets the better of Bam, but it's still always a pretty good contest, right?
Right.
And Jokic gets him in foul trouble, this, that, the other. I was a little disappointed we didn't see the full competitive balance we thought we would see. But look, man, win's a win. Win's a win. This team is awesome.
So here's my other NBA update. So as you know, Andy, Michael Jordan is a special contributor to NBC.
Very special.
Very special.
They paid a lot of money.
And as we're learning, one of the other words for special is occasional.
Yes. There's only so much they can get out of that initial interview.
According to a report by Michael McCarthy this week in Front Office Sports, and I know many of our listeners are wondering, where is your breakdown on this week's Insights to Excellence? Because everybody loves us when we do that. There was none. And we found out why is that Jordan could do, air quotes, could do 2 to 3 more interviews with NBC's Mike Tirico throughout the remainder of the season.
Of which they'll chop into 5-minute chunks and show you over the balance. That's why the set and the close don't change.
It's unclear how much more NBC is planning to show from the first sit-down, but it's now pretty clear viewers should not expect an expansion of Jordan's role once the season progresses. McCarthy's source saying, quote, I don't think it's one more sit-down, but I don't think it's 15 either. If there are more interviews, they'll be done at Jordan's convenience, McCarthy adds, also suggesting that Jordan will not be appearing in studio or at games NBC is broadcasting.
Yeah, I'm not shocked.
So not only is it just MJ in his living room with Tirico in 3-minute chunks, but it's pretty much whenever he feels
It's
like
when
it.
he needs the cash. Let's be honest, right? He's probably got a per sit-down fee.
Needs the cash. He's a
couple bad
billionaire.
golf games. Maybe he'll be like, all right.
There you go. There you go.
Come on by.
Speaking of that, by the way, we were in segment before, and I saw this footage up on one of our televisions here that was on Sports Center. There is news today, Andy, regarding Damon Jones.
Okay.
Former NBA player and assistant coach Damon Jones pleaded not guilty today to charges he profited from rigged poker games and provided sports bettors with non-public information about injuries to LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Jones, a one-time teammate of LeBron, said little during back-to-back arraignments in federal court in Brooklyn, letting his court-appointed lawyer enter not guilty pleas in a pair of cases stemming from last month's federal takedown of sprawling gambling operations. This is the first piece of news on this, by the way, I've seen since Bust Day. Since, Cash Patel and company were up there in their blue windbreakers, telling everybody we're out to get these guys. Here's my question on this. Is it just that there's not new information, so there's nothing? Or is there not a demand for the information? And the reason why I say that is just, does the public look at this and just go,
I don't think everybody does. I think it's like most things.
I know I don't.
And I think there's plenty that are like you, and then I think there's plenty that want to get to the bottom of this, and again, they blame the legal gambling and on and on and on.
Or the other side of it, I guess, is, and this is a part of the point that I made last week, of like, in a world with legalized sports betting and well-regulated sports gambling, isn't this just a part of it? Like, there's going to be, with more widespread sports betting, there is going to be more scandal, but also the system is now designed to do this, to catch it. Thus, it's maybe just another part of an American society with legalized sports betting.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't quite know how to read it yet, but again, the more we get into the story, the more juicy details, the more stuff that blows your mind does have to do with the poker games.
Very much so.
The stuff that went on with the games is pretty mundane.
The
kind of we've heard it, right?
Right.
A guy messed with his props. So that's not the first time we've heard this.
Or we've heard tips about, lineup stuff before, which that's old as time when it comes to gambling. There was a great breakdown in The Athletic of Chauncey's connections to the Black Mafia family, both the record label, but also kind of where they initially started. Learned about some interesting characters when I read all of that news and information, the alleged connections between Chauncey's family and these individuals. But it's it's just background stuff. There hasn't been a ton of new things coming out. I just wonder, is this going to go a bunch deeper, or is this story just going to be, it was these three guys, it was Chauncey and Terry Rozier and Damon Jones, and that's it?
Yeah, I don't know. And look, I'm just talking about a topic here. I haven't read anything about it, but I will say there is a massive organized crime family involved too, and I don't think
four of them.
They just don't make stuff up about why it's scary to mess with that. So who knows?
It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and your keyword right now to text in is chance. Text chance.
Chance.
Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. They got Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA. I took advantage of it when I was out at Ball Arena last week. You should as well. But if you want to win tickets to the Nuggets Bulls game coming up on the 17th of November, text chance along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your keyword this hour is chance. Your next keyword at 5:20. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And, of course, I've told you before, I'll remind you again, because maybe it's on your to-do list this weekend. It is fall, and that means leaves to clean up, holidays to get ready for. We've got a big one with a big turkey coming up here in a couple of weeks. And a lot of the stuff that you need to get done this time of year, especially after the big turkey day, requires good energy. If you don't have good energy for any reason, maybe your energy is just down and you do sleep well, maybe you don't sleep well at all, maybe a brain fog. Also, if you're seeing less results when you go to get your workouts in. Obviously, there's sexual side effects. It all can be attributed to low testosterone. So if you think you're dealing with any of this, and maybe you want some further advice or some further delving into the symptoms, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take their low T quiz. It's right on the website, and it's easy. It's 10 questions with yes or no answers. It'll take you 2 minutes. Then you can schedule a consult right there on the website with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood at your first visit, have your results for you in 30 minutes, and then you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about the benefits and whatever else that goes along with testosterone treatment. They'll discuss your options, and you can make the decision together with their medical team. The cost of that appointment's only $99, which does include the medical consult, the T and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your visit, that visit is free. So go ahead and get in there and get back to maybe getting those higher energy levels back, the better gains in the gym, sleeping and waking up, feeling better. That's all important, especially this time of year. And don't worry about how long they've been around. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has been here in the Front Range, serving you for nearly a decade and successfully treating tens of thousands of men. They've got 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins in the Springs, a great revamped location in Castle Rock. The main number to get to any of the clinics is 720-440-7900. You'll just punch in your location there on a prompt, and they'll send you right to it. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Your next keyword coming up at 5:20 to enter for a pair of tickets for Nuggets Bowls November 17th. Go to number 38 to watch tonight's Thursday night football game against Vegas with the Moj.
Not just the Moj.
Who else?
Bear Moser will be there as well.
Oh.
The Bear.
Well, then, yeah, go watch the game with Bear.
Yeah.
Presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew and root on Denver to another win with Bear Moser. See you at number 38 tonight at 6 o'clock. Rockies have hired Browns Chief Strategy Officer Paul D. Podesta as their next head of baseball operations. That's a thing that's happening. Paul D. Podesta,
Our lives.
played by Jonah Hill in Moneyball. He is now the dude tasked with running the Rockies front office. Okay. Oh, all right. The rest of the game caught up and surpassed the analytical revolution of Moneyball and what the Oakland Athletics and Billy Beane had done, but okay. The Rockies are bringing in Paul D. Podesta. I'll say this, Andy. He is from outside the organization, and he does have extensive prior experience running a major league front office. He checks all of those boxes. Again, to me, the issue is not going to be the performance of Paul D. Podesta. It is going to be the willingness on the part of ownership to allow him the freedom and the financial wherewithal to do what he needs to do to build a winner with this ball club. But I will reserve judgment. I have my side eye up. The way the search has gone, Andy, has not been typically smooth. I have not found it very reassuring.
We had not heard about him previously, right?
No,
it just feels like they got pushed back to square one because what did you say earlier?
So, according to Patrick Saunders' report and his source within the organization, it's been reported that those were the two finalists, and they said, no, we never said they were the only two finalists. That was the word from inside 20th and Blake. That's not what we said. To be fair, you guys haven't been saying much of anything. So, we are then forced to go off of the work of insiders in the game, talking to agents and whomever else about what was going on with the search.
And also that they saw their staff, and that scared both of the reported finalists off.
Word was that staff retention was going to be a priority for Dick Monfort, which is not terribly surprising with the way that they typically like to do business over there.
Well, so again, he's already interfered to the point where two candidates backed out.
The Raiders come in here, Andy. Broncos 2-0 last year, both by double digits. They did lose 8 in a row prior to last year's turn towards success against the Raiders. Largely helped by how crappy the Raiders were last year.
They did not enjoy the Gardner Minshew experience.
It helped them get the number 6 overall pick. They used that to draft Ashton Genty. Since they have done that, the Raiders are 30th in rushing success rate in the league. They've basically put the success of their offense on the back of Geno Smith.
Not Ashton Genty.
He has struggled as a result of probably being asked to do too much with not nearly enough around him. And the Raiders have just been a mess offensively. They've struggled mightily in road games. Andy, give me the path to the Broncos just winning this thing by double digits, easily covering the number, and rolling right through the Raiders and not having to break much of a sweat on this.
Yeah,
thing.
simple, a Cowboy game. Come out there, have a good script, stick to that script, mix up run and pass, get Bo feeling good. If Bo's feet are set, it's going to be a long night for the Raiders.
Yeah.
And frankly, defensively, look, we already heard from your buddy Adam Hill yesterday. Adam said the offensive line stinks. Well, that's yet another team we're hearing about how the offensive line stinks. Do you feel like you know anything about this Raider defense? I feel like I don't, because everything that I've seen from the storylines coming out of there lately has been what a mess it is. Now, they still got Max Crosby. We know Max Crosby's a problem. He's always a problem, and he knows this Broncos offensive line.
Yeah, here's what I'll say about the Raiders defense. They're not good, but they're not
the Cowboys.
They're not Cowboys and Bengals bad.
Right.
They're not very good.
But they're not Houston either. So
not even close. No, they're a bottom tier NFL defense, but like again, not cratered out and some of the worst defenses in history like we have two of currently in the NFL.
Give me 14 to 17 points at halftime and let this defense look like it has, and I don't think there's much of a game in the second half.
Raiders team total tonight is 16.5. Yeah, if you hold them to right around there, the Broncos should be able to win this thing. I've got a sneaky suspicion this thing gets a little closer than we'd want it to.
Okay, do you feel like that's a first half thing or a second half thing? Does this look like most of the games we're used to where the first half you're like, what are we doing? And you're angry at halftime and then they do their thing in the second half? Or
the Broncos have been so I think both the Jets and Giants game, the Broncos were over a touchdown favorite in both of those. And both of those they like scraped by to be able to get them. In the case of the Giants, it was,
yeah, Giants is a weird game.
Historic.
Okay, how about this? Relate to me. Can you give me a comparison Giants to Raiders defense? Are they like that? Because the Giants defense was pretty good,
Giants
but no one to
defense
give
is
up.
good.
They gave up big plays though.
Yeah.
And the Broncos couldn't seem to get enough of those until they got to the fourth quarter.
No, I don't think the Raiders are either of those defenses. My greater concern is just on a short week, coming off of a very physical matchup against a tough defense in Houston. And this is my question this week, but this is my question every week. Will you commit to the run game? When you do, I think that your offense is pretty smooth. But when you don't, it gets clunky, and then you start punting the ball away too much. The Broncos are a bottom 5 team in 3-and-out percentage, and they lead the NFL in punts so far this year. To me, it is largely because they don't do the thing that they do well, which is run the ball, which is get it to J.K. Dobbins and take the real juice of this offense, which is on your offensive line, and get them playing downhill and physical and angry. If they do that, I think that they can easily control this game tonight. If they don't, and they start getting into we're bubble screen happy and we're Bo sprinting up in the pocket and chucking it 10 yards over his open receiver downfield happy, if they start doing all that kind of nonsense, then yeah, I do think this is a snug game. That's what's so frustrating about this team, Andy, is I really do think there is a path to better complementary football that for whatever reason, and I know what the reason is, it's because Sean Payton wants to, if it was his druthers, he'd just throw the ball on every single down, but they need to lean into what they do well. Like George Payton and even Sean, I think they've given each other the ingredients that they need to have a successful offense. It's just like, okay, use as intended.
All right, let me ask you this. Do we get to a point in the season, because I do think Sean wanted to back up his talk about Bo and the improvement he thinks he's going to see, and that Bo's the best quarterback of the draft class and all that other kind of stuff that you normally hear on talk shows. It's unusual for a coach to go and say in the media as much as he has. I feel like in games, we've seen it where he tries to do it his way, if you will, which is throwing the ball and running, frankly, routes that Bo Nix was not throwing a lot last year, and he's shown to be a little uncomfortable trying to hit this year. And then eventually he just kind of gives up and goes to the pace and mixes in the run and the pass. Are we going to see that maybe for the season? Will this be the first night where we are at the 8-game point? Okay, past the 8-game point, right? They're trying to get 8-2 tonight.
We're at the 9-game point.
Yeah,
Andy. They're 7-2.
They're at 7-2. Tonight's going to be the 10th game. Are we to the point where he just understands that J.K. Dobbins has to have the bigger role and it's got to start in the first quarter and continue for all 4 quarters? And not a bigger role than Bo necessarily, but he can't be absent for 2 quarters of a game.
I hope to see that be the case tonight. I truly do.
I think if they do that, if he sticks to that, I think the Broncos there's a path to where the Broncos just beat this team up. Raiders feel like they're ready to be broken if maybe they're not already. Again, they traded their top wideout this week.
Yeah.
They traded Jacoby Myers to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, they're
on a week where they got 2 days to get other guys up to speed.
Yeah, they're a losing team. They're a losing team and they're going in the wrong direction, and they need an organizational reset. Now
It's
it's
funny they tried to do it a year ago.
But that's what's always tricky, though, with the Raiders. It's like you're right about that. They did, but also, like, how did they do it? By getting 73-year-old Pete Carroll to be their head coach. A win-now head coach at a time when you needed an organizational reset.
Look, if you want me to be nervous about something, if you want me to – because, again, I just feel like this – I don't know if it'll be the most exciting game, but I feel like it's going to be another Bronco win. I just do.
Yeah.
Because I trust Sean Payton. Sean Payton in these scenarios has not let his team lose the last 2 years, so I don't see why tonight would be different. But where the monkey wrench could come from that we don't expect, Nate, Pete Carroll could design a great defensive plan that he puts into action because he's a savvy coach, too, from the defensive side of the ball, and that's what we didn't see coming.
During halftime of tomorrow night's game between Evergreen and Conifer on AM 950, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. Not 2. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL when we return. Broncos Raiders drinking game coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. We also have another keyword for you to enter to win a pair of tickets on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday for Denver and the Chicago Bulls coming up on the 17th of November. So if you want to go see Denver take on Josh Giddey and Nikola Vucevic and the Bulls, well, you will text in your keyword coming up at 5:20. But right now, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL going into Thursday night football. Broncos, Raiders. Let's do it, Spring.
Hey, the Broncos announced several additions to their roster ahead of tonight's game against the Raiders. They have signed wide receiver Michael Bandy to the 53-man roster from the practice squad. They have elevated tight end Mercedes Lewis and cornerback Reese Taylor on a temporary basis.
Drink should you get a Bandy Muff tonight. Drink on Bandy Muff.
Yeah, that's a preview of the game?
Yes.
Are you a little surprised they went Bandy to the active roster, not Mercedes Lewis, or does that signal who's got the longer future here right now? Like, is Mercedes Lewis going to be gone once somebody gets healthy?
Is Bandy filling in the JT Gray?
Yes, that's
spot?
what Kliss had tweeted out earlier.
So he's now officially a special teamer the rest of the way, and maybe Bandy can do a little bit more of that versus Lewis, who, yeah, I think to your point, Andy, he's here as a temporary replacement until Nate Adkins returns and can go out and run block yet again. Mercedes Lewis had one block that I noticed last week. He seemed to be perfectly fine. Does he catch the ball tonight, Andy? Do we get a Mercedes Lewis 41-year-old catch tonight?
That's a drinking prop.
And see, there's another one for you right there. But that is the Bronco roster moves ahead of this matchup here tonight. By the way, do we have actives and inactives yet?
I'm sure we do.
Can I get some? Here we go. Here's your inactives for the Broncos tonight. Pat Surtain, no surprise. Marvin Mims, no surprise. Jaleel McLaughlin, once again, did not get an interview, a uniform. Nate Adkins, nope. Q Robinson did not suit up.
Really?
Q Robinson had a tackle last week.
Yeah, he played a lot.
Yeah.
I noticed him. 51.
Jordan Jackson and Savion Jones. Those are your inactives tonight for the Broncos and the Raiders. So a couple of rookies in Q Robinson and Savion Jones. Those are both good players. That's yet another indication of how friggin' good this defense is.
I would agree.
When those guys don't get uniforms, it really goes to show you the quality and the depth that they have on this defense right now.
I'm really I felt like Q Robinson played a ton last week.
Yeah, no, I noticed him out there quite a bit, but this week, no uniform. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, we have Cleveland Browns news.
Kind of.
Oh, big news with the Browns. Their chief strategy officer is leaving his position. That is Paul DePodesta, who once upon a time worked in the Oakland Athletics front office with Billy Beane. Why is Paul DePodesta leaving the Browns as their chief strategy officer? So that he can become now the Colorado Rockies head of baseball operations.
Yeah, and I see in this quote here from Mary Kay Cabot in a story that you gave us, and Jeff Passan as well, most Brown fans will respond to the news by shouting, "Good riddance." Okay.
So I'm looking at the replies right now on Jeff Passan's tweeted story about DePodesta taking this gig with the Rockies, and almost all of there's not like a bunch of Rockies fans being like, "Let's go!"
Yeah.
It's mostly Browns fans being like, "Thank you, Colorado Rockies. We appreciate you." Here we go. Wow, building the great and perennial contender Browns. What a home run hire. As a Browns fan, thank you, Colorado, for taking Jonah Hill away.
Oh, boy.
That's all that is in here, which, okay. I don't know. Why would anyone want to hire someone who's been associated with the Browns? Sincerely, a Cleveland sports fan. Next guy, I am so sorry, at Rockies. By the way, that guy is at Cleveland fan 93 on Twitter.
Yeah. And again, it writes in the story, the kicker is the single worst transaction in NFL history, the trade for Deshaun Watson on his watch.
Uh-huh.
Although it does say that, and I liked how they put this, that Haslam has a subtle spoon in the stew still.
Subtle spoon in the stew.
Well, guess what? I don't know that Dick Monfort's spoon is any more subtle.
Hey, one of the Rockies, now congratulations, Hunter Goodman.
Yes.
The National League Silver Slugger at the catcher position. Way to go, Hunter Goodman.
Good for you, bud.
You know what my concern is on Hunter Goodman? That 31 home runs and 91 ribbies were wasted in the worst season in the history of Rockies baseball, and the likelihood of a Rockies catcher being able to consistently put up those numbers year after year feels quite low.
But it happened.
I know that's a dour take, but
I mean, come on.
That's my Hunter Goodman concern.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, I got Jets news. According to Nate Taylor of ESPN, the Jets turned down a trade offer from the Chiefs for running back Breece Hall. Taylor reports Kansas City was willing to trade a 4th-round pick, but the Jets wanted a 3rd-round pick. Hey, I want to play this audio. Garrett Wilson talking to the New York media today. It's just him and Breece now. Sauce is gone. Quinnen's gone. Garrett Wilson, how do you feel about the vision for the Jets?
Like I said, I don't get paid to have the vision. They do. And you know, they got one. And I got to trust them, man. I do.
But when you lose 2 good players like that, it's obviously going to be harder to...
Yeah, you know, my emotions like that side of it, I hate it. I hate it. You know what I'm saying? I play football. I play with my brothers. I get to know my brothers. I hate it. But you know, I'm paid to play football. No one cares if I hate it. Go catch the ball. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it. And yeah, man, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do my job to the best of my abilities so that stuff like that, they feel like they can keep us all together. Because that's the reality of this thing. You don't win games. You know, things change.
You know what that was? Okay, do you remember? This is very specific. Do you remember the Rick James episode of Chappelle's Show?
Yeah.
And the clip that they play over and over and over again of Rick James sitting there of just saying, why are they talking about that? Me putting my muddy shoes up on somebody's couch. And then he pauses for a second and he goes, yeah, I put my feet all over Eddie's couch. That was that right there of just like, I don't have anything to say about this. No, I hate it. I do hate it.
Yeah, I hate it. But I signed a huge contract here and I'm rich now, so I guess I got to live with my decisions.
Breece, I'll say this for the Jets, like they did do what you should do when you suck, is you should blow it up and you should get as many picks as you possibly can. But the Breece Hall thing, that's one of those where it's like there's nothing for you to gain. He's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. Just take the pick. Take the 4th, okay?
I'm glad they didn't.
No, it's good
Kansas
for Denver.
City didn't need that.
It's good for Denver, obviously, but like again, if you're the Jets, like just take it, man. You can trade it later on. That sometimes, I don't know, like I get you want to win in the negotiation. Again, he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. Don't pull hey, Paul DePodesta, you listen to this? Don't pull the Colorado Rockies and then just hang on to guys for no good reason whatsoever and then watch them walk away and you get nothing.
Yeah, I think the problem was they got the 2 firsts for Sauce and then they just got
got Saucy.
Then they got Saucy. And what did they also got good return for Quinnen Williams?
They did.
And they just decided, no, we ain't taking any. You're going to give us value. That was the best value you could have got.
It wasn't a disaster. It was honestly.
They had a good trade day.
I think it was a good deadline for the Jets, but still.
You should have got one more pick.
Get greedy. Get greedy.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, I'm going to read this from Pro Football Talk. Months after an arrest warrant for attempted murder was issued, former NFL receiver Antonio Brown has finally been successfully apprehended via NBCNews.com. Miami Police Department spokesperson Mike Vega said that Brown has been taken into custody. In May, Brown allegedly fired into a crowd following an altercation at a Miami boxing event. After the warrant was issued, Brown left the country. TMZ reports that Brown was in Dubai and that he already had returned to New York. He is charged with 1 count of attempted second-degree murder with a deadly weapon. He faces up to 15 years in prison.
Mess. Dude is just an absolute mess. And this goes back to his playing days. It goes back to Hard Knocks when he was a member of the Raiders. Man, could have done top 10 Raiders of all time today here on the show. I have a feeling Antonio Brown would have made it by our criteria here on this show. Wasn't it the cryogenic? He
froze his foot.
He froze
which caused burns and injuries.
Yeah, froze his foot. He was fighting with Mayock over the helmet. Didn't he throw the helmet at Mayock?
Yeah, he did, and he wanted out of there. He got it there. He hated it. It was one of those where he just was like, I immediately regret this decision. He loved the money.
Let me tell you what else he's going to hate. So yeah, he's back in the U.S. and he is in custody. So, Antonio Brown. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, sad news today. Dallas Cowboys defensive end Marshawn Nealand, 24 years old, died this morning from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot, according to law authorities. The Cowboys are on a bye week, and they will return to practice on Monday. The Cowboys have made counseling resources available to all players, coaches, and staff.
Terrible story. His girlfriend was on the phone with police. She was worried about this. She said he was going to end it. They did not get to him in time, and it just is nothing but sad.
He scored a touchdown last week.
I know. He had a good game. It's crazy.
Yeah, awful stuff. Scored his first touchdown. Recovered a blocked punt in the end zone. Horrific story. Former second-round pick out of Western Michigan in 2024. Very, very sad. That is the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Your next keyword coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock on a Nuggets ticket Thursday. Spring, do we have the audio of one Kike Hernandez? I want to play this here on the show. So Andy, Kike Hernandez, who in the 9th inning of Game 7 of the World Series famously got absolutely trucked by his teammate Andy Pages in center field in what very nearly was the ball game. So Kike goes on Jimmy Fallon. A bunch of the Dodgers were on Fallon. And I want to play this audio. Listen to Kike Hernandez tell this story. If you see the video, he looks like Mitch Hedberg. He sounds like Jeff Spicoli. Kike Hernandez, I've always known as an entertaining dude, but listen to this chill dude bro story that he tells about the play that saved the World Series for the Dodgers in Game 7.
And then I'm running, and I'm thinking about my entire life as I'm following this ball. And I felt like I've ran 400-meter dash. And like as I finally am about to catch the ball, I'm like, the only thing I got to worry about is the wall, right? And I'm like, World Series on the line, I'm going to run through it. But I get to the ball, and if you look at the video, I'm slowing down because I've got it. And out of nowhere, I felt like an NBA player. Because my teammate posterized me. And I go down, and in my head, everything is quiet, which should have told me that he caught it. But I'm like, my brain is protecting me from heartbreak. We just lost this World Series because my teammate dunked on me. And I'm just laying on the ground sad because we had just lost the World Series. And I feel like a tap on the back. He's like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "F me being okay. Did you catch it?" He goes, "Yeah, I caught it." I was like, "Oh yeah, let's go." So I just kept going.
It's first off, my brain is saving me from heartbreak.
Yeah. Because all is quiet.
And secondly, the other part about that story that I love, and who knows, Kike Hernandez is a great baseball player, and great athletes are built differently. And I've heard him say this in other interviews. He was sure that he was going to pull a Willie Mays and just catch that thing. He was sure of it. Like, Pages' catch was vastly more high percentage than Kike's was. And yet, when he retells that story, he's just like, no, I was going to catch it. Yeah, he was going to Willie Mays basket catch that sucker, and that was going to send Game 7 of the World Series to extra innings. That's what's so funny about that story. Incredible.
Yeah, he definitely got posterized. I was like, did you guys not hear each other? You got to be talking at that point.
He got trucked,
well,
man.
He did. Baez is like, I do not like your line to the ball, so I'm going to come over here and make sure.
This is mine. Get out of the way, little dude. Paez is a big fella, too. He rocked him. Great defensive substitution. They took Tommy Edman out. Because if Tommy Edman is still in that thing, I don't think he catches that ball.
No.
Dave Roberts pushed all the right buttons in that Game 7.
And then we find out today Mattingly's stepping down.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had not seen that.
Yeah,
Right.
he is. He leaves the Jays. Schneider's going to stay for 26.
Okay. Donnie
Mattingly,
Baseball.
They broke his heart.
Is out. That's going to do it for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, as well as a little bit of baseball news. But up next, Raiders, Broncos, drinking game.
You better have tomorrow off.
Could be a big one for you tonight. We'll do that next, plus your next keyword on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, Kreckman and Lindahl. November 29th, Avalanche and the Canadiens out at Ball Arena. You want to go to that game? Do you want to go to that game and sit in a suite? Do you want to go to that game and sit in a catered suite? Well, then all you have to do is sign up to win tickets right now at roller.bid/altitude. Roller Auction's website is roller.bid. By the way, go and check out Roller Auction. There are so many great auctions coming up right here. November 19th, they got another Blue Spruce Cyclery auction coming up. Bikes, helmets, shoes, accessories, snap-on toolboxes, racks, all that good stuff. If you're into cycling, if you like getting out and riding the bike a little bit, some great deals available to you in this cyclery auction coming up here in a couple of weeks on November the 19th. Make sure you get signed up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You get on the email list, you get notified when new auctions open at Roller Auction, and you are entered to win tickets like November 29th for the Avalanche and the Montreal Canadiens catered suite tickets. One of our listeners, David, just won Nuggets Heat ticket for last night. Well, you can win Avs and Canadiens tickets for November 29th, but you have to sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude. Do it. Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Your keyword right now is Wilco. Text Wilco along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to win a pair of tickets for Nuggets Bulls November 17th. Again, text Wilco along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5. Hot dog, nachos, popcorn, soda, all that good stuff.
Spell Wilco.
Just for the best bands in the NBA. Wilco, like Roger
W-I-L-C-O.
Wilco. W-I-L-C-O. So text Wilco. I believe in this case it is the
band.
Indie rock band Wilco from Chicago, Illinois. But text Wilco along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Jeff Tweedy has a new solo album out. It is excellent. I highly, highly recommend. All right, Broncos and Raiders. I know the Broncos had lost 8 in a row.
Yeah.
8 in a row.
Because it was second behind the Chiefs.
Before winning back-to-back games last season. Yesterday, Andy, we were talking about this game, about does this game have juice? Does Broncos Raiders still have juice? Like real fan juice, vitriol, all that kind of thing. I listened to this earlier today. This is one. It always gets me in a good mood for a little Bronco Raider game, and I want to play it here on the show. This to me is NFL history right here. This to me is, I think of the Bronco Raider rivalry. I think of those great Raiders teams. I think of Al Davis, John Facenda, The Autumn Wind is a Pirate, NFL films. This is one of the best things. This is one of the most iconic things they ever did, Andy. Give this a listen, everybody.
The autumn wind is a pirate, blustering in from sea. With a rollicking song he sweeps along, swaggering boisterously. His face is weather-beaten. He wears a hooded sash, with a silver hat about his head, and a bristling black mustache. He growls as he storms the country, a villain big and bold. And the trees all shake and quiver and quake as he robs them of their gold. The autumn wind is a raider, pillaging just for fun. He'll knock you round and upside down and laugh when he's conquered and won.
I mean, when you hear that, Andy.
Great writing, great voice.
You think of Gene Upshaw.
You do.
You know, you think of
Howie Long,
Marcus Allen.
Yeah.
Art Shell, Willie Brown, you know, Lester Hayes. You think of a proud organization. A part of why I struggle to find any juice in this game anymore is they're the Las Vegas Raiders.
The Las Vegas Raiders.
They play at Allegiant Stadium.
Yeah.
There's no black hole.
There's
no, you don't, as you're walking through Mandalay Bay on your way to Allegiant Stadium, you're not like, well, I smell drug use and homicide right now. There's none of like what made Raider mystique cool.
Yeah, I could tell you from riding the bus into Oakland multiple times. Your turn on the team bus as you go through what felt like a rabid, interesting crowd of people.
Yeah.
And I can remember one year when they weren't even that good. Might have been like the second to last year in Oakland. Might have been 2015. I was there 14, 15, 16. 3 years in a row I was able to take that trip. And you would turn, I just remember, it was a right turn. The line of buses would go down. It was a crowd of hooligans on both sides. They didn't have the players that they wanted to hype. And so, like, the cheerleaders are, of course, the scantily clad cheerleader posters were everywhere on the banners instead of where you go down to Empower and it's Pat Surtain and Bo Nix and right?
Yeah.
Nah, not here. We've got the Raiderettes out front for you. There's the joke. Dave Logan loves to tell the joke where there was some kid giving him the bird and the grandma's there encouraging it. Yeah, you're going to do that. You know, the smoke from the grills going up to the point where it's almost like a fog. Hell, there was probably a fog from other stuff, but it was like you were going into literally a battleground. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it was everything the Raiders were supposed to be. I was told by multiple people, don't wear any Bronco gear around the sideline. They'll throw urine on you from their cups. You know, Jeb Putzier told me that story. I remember there was some Raider fan in Oakland. It was a Bronco fan, I should say, in Oakland. And this kid begged me over Twitter, please just come up and take a picture with me. I was like, all right, I'll try to do a selfie with you. And I remember the last thing the security guard told me as I walked up the steps early before everybody was let in. He's like, we're not coming to get you if it goes bad for you up there. And so I told the kid, you got to come at least where I can get back onto the other side of the barrier. So he did. But that was the Raider mystique. That was the black hole. That's what these guys were. And to your point, none of that is Vegas. Now we can find some of these scenes I described, but it ain't around Allegiant Stadium where the heck the thing's called.
Like Max Crosby could be that. Honestly, like Max Crosby he's a perfect Raider.
He
right?
is. He's everything they used to be.
He is everything they used to be.
He's Howie Long's long-lost son.
Well put.
I mean, not
even though he's got a couple of kids, but yeah,
quite famous. But you know what I mean.
But that's to me like one of the reasons that I can't get worked up about it is that it is Vegas. I was in the airport last week walking through there in Vegas, and it's like there's the Raider team merch store, and I'm just like, it's not even really your team. They feel like an expansion team.
They do, because there isn't the same passion in the city for them.
They feel like it's almost like they're like a legacy act that's performing in Vegas late in their career. You know?
But they're missing a few of the original members, and it really just isn't the same.
Come see Shania Twain at Caesars or whatever.
Residency.
Exactly.
They're not moving around.
Celine Dion. Come buy $400 tickets and a T-shirt, suburban moms. That's what the Raiders are now.
And for those, I mean, again, the last time this team was legitimately scary, they had an all right year, I think, in 2016, right, where Derek Carr should have probably won MVP, but then got hurt.
And he got hurt.
But it was 2003 or so when they had Rich Gannon, Tim Brown, and old Jerry Rice, but they had a really, really good football team. They went to the Super Bowl. And then John Gruden, who had basically put the team together, knew every single one of their secrets. And John Lynch famously gets caught on mic in the Super Bowl going, we practiced against this stuff all week. We know everything they're doing. They were never the same after that.
You have the Raiders getting tripped up by Dan Snyder releasing all of the emails with Gruden in there in order to be able to bag on his own front office. You went through the Josh McDaniels era. Now it's like this weird mishmash of Tom Brady, Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, John Spytek, Geno Smith. We'll go get Geno and throw him in there.
To match with Pete Carroll, so he doesn't have to coach too much because he's older.
You drafted Brock Bowers. Like, Brock Bowers is super cool.
So's Genty.
Yeah.
But you got no O-line. You don't have a great quarterback. And you're picking up guys like Tyler Lockett because you decided to trade away Jacoby Myers.
It is one of the weirdest also ran organizations in sports. And like when you watch that NFL Films footage and it's John Madden, it's all these great players in the franchise's history out there just
Lester Hayes with the
wrecking
stickum
dudes.
just dripping off his gloves. Again, they were proud outlaws.
Yeah.
They wanted you to know them as the outlaws. They wanted you to know that they were going to play to the edge. There was always a little something extra in these games. There were fights. I told you Ralph Tam, I'll never forget a guy named Ralph Tam, who a lot of people don't even remember, played here right before the Broncos started their Super Bowl runs. There was a funny game where, again, he gets into a scrum with a couple of defensive linemen. He basically punches in a cup check one of the guys. All hell breaks loose after that. Like, none of that's really existing anymore. And I've had people text me all day because of our promo yesterday that don't care about the Raider rivalry the way I once did. It's sacrilege to some in the state, and that's fine. I respect you if that's how you feel. But in my lifetime, more games of leverage, more games of interest, more games of high stakes has been played against the Chiefs than have been played against the Raiders. Now, the Raiders beat you and upset you. Sure, they have. But you know what? Those teams in the last 10 years, I hated them as much as I hated the Raiders. I hated Nathaniel Hackett. I hated who half the quarterbacks were. I hated that we were stuck in this mess that they couldn't figure out a way to get out of. I hated that more than anybody that was playing on the Raiders.
Yep.
Look, you get upset and you hate teams when you're good and they keep you from being champs. The Raiders and Broncos, frankly, it was a rivalry the networks forgot about. And I think they were hoping that Pete Carroll's arrival going against Sean Payton this year
would have some
was going
juice.
to bring more legitimacy to it. So they put it. Look, dude, if they really loved it, it wouldn't be on Thursday night. It'd be Monday or Sunday. I'm sorry it doesn't get me worked up for the Bronco fans that are hardcore from the 70s, but that's just how I feel.
Remember when Josh McDaniels and Darren Waller got into a beef because McDaniels told the local paper what day Waller's wedding was going to be on? And it was like, you guys used to be cool. This is lame, okay? You're having an argument over wedding registries right now. You guys suck.
There's no Crabtree and a key stealing chains. There's no Howie Long making me miserable because he's slamming John Elway to the ground on his shoulder.
Ted Hendricks and Rod Martin out there.
There's no Lyle Alzado leaving one team for the other. There's none of that right now.
Romo doing the same.
There's Mark Davis trying to find somebody to fix his team so he can go to Benihana and not be bothered.
And he's just clueless. Just absolutely clueless. So, yeah, if I have a hard time getting worked up over Bronco Raiders and the rivalry now.
But look, all those that are out there that are still in the hate, I respect you. I love you for it. I know you're old school, hardcore Bronco fans that probably had season tickets from the Mile High days.
They're not the Oakland
Good
Raiders,
for
though.
you, but they're not.
They're not the LA
They're
Raiders.
the weird Vegas Raiders with Tom Brady and his clone dog.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Anyway, let's get some drinking props.
And with that, it's time for the drinking game.
The Raiders of old would have loved the drinking game.
They would have done it.
These Raiders, they want a Serafino water or something.
They would have done it with a cigarette in their mouth and then gone out and played the game.
That's right. Still ripped up on screwball and
goo gobs and whatnot.
Yeah. Jack Daniels in one hand, unfiltered cigarette in the other. Those are the Raiders.
Yeah. Now
these guys like fondue and Chardonnay.
Now they're paying $38 for a Bud Light on the Strip.
And that's why none of the fans are there.
So
they did not budget for $38 Bud Light.
It is outrageous to drink at a Vegas casino anymore. All right, with that, it is time for your Bronco Raider drinking game. All right, Andy. If Tom Brady
is at the game,
is in a booth listening on a headset, drink. If Tom Brady's cloned dog is sitting on his lap at the game, finish your drink.
Turn off the TV.
Get concerned for society. Should we get any camera shots of Mark Davis and his hair? You must drink. Every time Pete Carroll is seen mid-gum chump.
I was going to say, chewing gum. I knew it had to do something with it. Drink. Sip, though. Sip on that one because there's going to be a few.
That man he's a spry old fellow.
It's like he's never talking. He's just chewing gum.
He's chewing gum and smacking guys on the rear. He's a big rear smacker.
He really, yeah. He unlike Sanford, knows the rules of the game.
He does, yes. Over the pants. Over the pants. We cannot reiterate enough over the pants.
I don't know. Are we allowed to have Sanford in tomorrow after this? Oh, he's coming later. We're going to get rear smacks out of the way early tomorrow.
He'll be with us.
Don't you dare revisit it with him.
He'll be with us on the remote tomorrow.
That's right.
If we get a 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis catch in this game,
that's
you
a
must
half
drink. That's only a half? Okay, half a drink.
No, I mean like half the drink.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, let me be clear.
Half the.
There's not a sip.
Yes.
You're going halvesies.
Give it a chug or two.
Yeah, give it a good big swig. There's a word from your youth.
Bandy muff.
Okay.
Should we get a Bandy muff?
Michael Bandy muff. Because Bandy muff sounds like its own deal.
If Michael Bandy should bobble a catch, a.k.a. Bandy muff, you must drink. It's kind of a sweet band name, Bandy muff.
Well, Well, let's go reserve it now.
Nick Bonito. He has not sacked a quarterback in 3 consecutive games. If we get a Nick Bonito sack tonight, you must drink.
Not only that, you must yell huzzah and then drink.
like you're at an old Greek bar.
Like you're at the Renaissance Festival.
Geno Smith, 11 touchdowns, also 11 interceptions this season. Geno Smith interception, drink. Brock Bowers, 3 touchdowns last week. If we get a Brock Bowers tutty, you must drink. R.J. Harvey, Andy, he has got a reception in every single game so far this season. If R.J. Harvey catches the ball out of the backfield, you do have to drink. Let's get to some Bo Nix props. Boverthrow, drink. Bo Nix completes a pass behind the line of scrimmage, drink.
Sip.
Bo Nix has a pass batted at the line of scrimmage, drink.
Sip.
Listen to this one. Bo Nix, only 12 first-half rushing attempts all year. Bo Nix, first-half rushing attempt, drink.
If it's for a first down, again, yell huzzah a second time and have a sip.
Huzzah.
Huzzah! Or Yahtzee. You know what? For him, yell Yahtzee. Who doesn't love a good Yahtzee?
This next one is a little bit harder to very clearly define, but I will say it like this. It's like the definition of pornography. You'll know it when you hear it. If Al Michaels gets grumpy tonight on the broadcast.
Okay, I got you.
Again, it's harder to clearly define. Spring, do you have any grumpy Al Michaels to give the people a bit of a primer for what we're looking for?
You know, I'm only half kidding, but sometimes a game can be, at least to this point, so bad, it's almost good. You know what I'm saying? No. Okay. you know,
no, I'm not feeling that just yet over here.
You know, if a game is like sort of bad, it's not good.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe a game will break out here. 2nd down and 10.
12-9, Thursday night football. Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, Broncos, Colts.
I'll tell you what, based on that too, add a drink if Kirk gets defiant again, like right there. Like, no, old man, you ain't pushing that on me.
No.
This game sucks. It's not good.
Also drink if Kirk Herbstreit mentions that he would like to be able to clone his dead dog.
Have a whole drink.
Kirk was really sad about that dog dying. So if he can clone his dog, then you must drink.
Boy, does that come up with Kirk? If they show Tom Brady and the dog
and
story
the dog
comes up, it may end up there.
He talks about that dog a lot.
Well,
It was a good dog.
It was like his personal mascot.
It was a good boy.
He was a good boy. He was a good dog.
good
He's
boy.
got a new one now too.
Do we know if it's cloned?
I haven't bothered. I didn't know it was a thing till today. Now we'll be asking everybody.
Did Herbie drop $50,000 for a cloned
No,
dog?
I don't think. Well, he's making pretty good money. He calls a couple games a week. He's probably good.
Yeah, ESPN gets him a private jet so he can do the game day thing. Like
Can I get a private jet
once?
What do I got to do to either get fired and paid $1 million or a private jet?
What is our buyout on our contract?
Not that.
It's not $1 million?
Not even the taxes on that.
Darn.
I'm sure we just get a leave. Probably escorted by security.
We're just asked.
Yeah, I don't think it's
to
not
exit.
glorious. Hey, it won't hit the papers. I'll tell you that.
If there are any costumed Raider fans,
have a drink.
Whether it's Darth Raider or the guy that dresses like he's in Guar. Yes, go ahead and drink if there is a costumed Raider fan in the stands tonight. Do those people even travel anymore? I don't know.
They might travel to Denver just for the cheaper beer.
That is true.
It ain't a $38 Bud Light in Denver.
It's not strip
prices. It might be 20, but it ain't 38.
Do we miss anything? I feel like we got it. That's your Broncos Raiders drinking game.
Wait, do we have an update? We have throwback gear update.
Ooh, there is throwback
Hold
gear.
on.
That's
From
very
Nick
exciting.
Kosmider.
How's it look?
Sean Payton during the last home game stuck out by not wearing throwback apparel. This week he stands out because he's wearing shoes that are such a bright shade of orange that it looks like he's got a couple of cans of Orange Crush on his feet. All right, drink when you see the Sean Payton shoes.
Sean Payton has Hunter safety orange shoes on tonight. Drink when they are shown on television.
If you get the little sunspots in your eyes from Sean Payton shoes on TV, have a sip.
If Amazon could bring in Quentin Tarantino to direct the game tonight, maybe we can see his shoes a lot more. It's a Nuggets ticket Thursday, and the keyword is Wilco. Text Wilco along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's Wilco to win a pair of tickets for Nuggets Bulls November 17th. We'll announce our winner coming up at 5:55. But again, the keyword this hour, indie rock legends Wilco. Text Wilco along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Wilco, W-I-L-C-O. Good.
Not Y. Too many Y's coming in. W-I-L-C-O.
Yeah, there's no Y in Wilco. It's just Wilco.
Mark's had to make a number of corrections.
We're not looking for a Yankee Hotel Foxtrot. We're looking for Wilco. 303-504-0925. Good luck. We'll announce our winner today at 5:55. Our Nuggets Raiders game picks next. Oh, get your Thursday night football on tonight with the Broncos and the Raiders. We'll have the Nuggets back in action tomorrow against Golden State, NBA Cup action. And then the Avalanche. Remember the Avalanche, Andy? They play again on Saturday. I do. It's been a nice respite for the Avs this week.
You know, I was trying to figure out when you pointed out to me why I had missed the Blackwood start on Saturday. I'm like, what the hell was I doing? I love watching Avs. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was watching a CU team not score.
I know.
And interviewing a shirtless Andy Reid lookalike because that's what we had left in the fourth quarter.
You know what, though? You'll never forget that one.
Neither will anybody else. That's what most people remember from the night.
Yeah.
You want to know why I did that interview? First off, I could actually get to the guy because nobody was left in the stands.
Plenty of good seats available. I'll always remember that game for the night that I was watching one of the greatest Game 7s in World Series history.
I know. I kept hearing what a great game it was.
I bet you would have really enjoyed it.
I'm telling you, I've never heard Mark Johnson. I'm not kidding when I said he's like, why are you not watching the baseball game? And there's a hell of a game going on.
Yeah, it was peak sports drama. It had everything that you could have hoped for. I believe any sports fan in the world would have really enjoyed it. But hey, you know what? You had a paying gig, Andy.
I like DMac was like, I felt so bad for you. I was like, why? I like it.
Yeah, you're a sideline reporter.
I watched plenty of miserable football. We ended up we were goofing. I was giving Mark a hard time about 6'7" the whole time. He couldn't get it. I think what I'm hoping is we old manned up at 6'7" enough that every young person never wants to hear it again.
Sometimes blowout broadcasting can be fun. Sometimes, but the key is
not to have it every single week.
Well, that's one key.
And see, Barnett and Johnson were on week 2. I did not go to Utah.
Yeah, that's one key to it is don't do it every single week. But the other key to it is 100% who are you doing the game with?
Right. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No, you can't have. Let's just say I got some friends that do games where I'm like, you probably not be fun during that because you're just full of rage and nothing's funny and you're angry about everything,
or just worried about being too buttoned up. That's
right.
That's where, and again, like playing the audio of Al Michaels and Herb Street on that game, they were just saying what everybody that was watching the game was thinking on that Broncos Colts game on Thursday night. That's all they were doing was just like, this is a pile of suck. You see it. We see it. I don't need to sell you something that you don't know exactly what this is right now. It's kind of that was what was so annoying about the Broncos-Cowboys game this year was Romo kept trying to like pump in optimism to hold the viewer. Al Michaels is beyond that, and I kind of love him for it.
Well, and that cut that Spring played, I think, came from that Colts game, right? The Colts-Broncos game?
Yeah, 12-9.
Yeah. So what was fantastic about it is we all hated our teams. Like, you weren't upsetting Colts fans. You weren't upsetting Bronco fans. That was a game where Bronco fans were leaving at the start of overtime because it was just so gross we couldn't take anymore.
People just left.
Yeah. It was like watching the Human Centipede where you just don't know why you agreed to do it, and you're so far disgusted I'm not finishing this movie. That's what that game was. So you weren't upsetting anybody because none of us could believe we were still watching it. It was another one of the countless times since 2016 where you and I were together. We got together in 2019. And how many games did you and I watch where I said to you, I'm a Bronco fan and I only finished it because I'm getting paid to?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have to talk about it the next day. The Buffalo Christmas game where Josh Allen just came in and just laid waste to the Broncos.
Allen?
What was that, 2021 or something, 2020?
Yeah.
He just destroyed him and took great shit. That was another one. I told you my buddy Joe was like, yeah, I'm going home. I'm going to go. I got to wrap gifts or something. I'm not finishing the second half of this thing.
I don't think that's what we get tonight. I think the Broncos.
Well, maybe the Raiders fans
Well,
do.
yeah, for Raiders fans, all 17 of them that are left. That's the other thing about the Raiders. I know I can't get off this point, but how do they have any fans left? How do you keep liking a team that has moved 4 times in our life? How do you continue to like that team?
For those that are like 4 times, yes, they started in Oakland, went to LA, went back to Oakland, and just one more time to the people of Oakland said, we're going to Vegas.
Yeah. They've been 4 different teams in our lifetime. how do they have any fans left? I seriously think with some of those people, it's just like they had spent too much money and invested too much time on their stupid outfit, their costume, that they were just like, well, I can't give this up now.
Can't wear it anywhere else. Where do you wear the Darth Vader Raider